There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to Huntington Beach Parasurf fans. Thanks so much for tuning in to day number 4 of the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach here at Surf City, USA, as we will be kicking off with our men's stand 1 round 2. So this will be the opportunity for our surfers to combine scores with their qualifying round 1 and hopefully book a spot in the semi-finals, which will be knockout, and then go all the way to those grand finals to go for gold. And going for gold is the motive of the week. We have over 184 athletes represented here. It's record-breaking participation. I'm Sam Bleakley. I've had the pleasure of being joined in the booth all week by Ben Way. Ben, we've had a brilliant 3 days. We're on day 4. We got light Santa Ana winds. Tell us a little bit about the conditions today.
So the conditions, it's amazing. We could see last night, just as we were walking to dinner, flags had slightly turned offshore. We had that overnight Santa Ana just grooming things out. And today, this morning, we've already seen a lot of tube rides. We have that high tide kind of draining out, I believe. We had, I think, we're right at high tide. But we had some amazing, probably about shoulder high, sometimes some head high sets. Not quite as big as yesterday, but just complete perfection here in Surf City.
Complete perfection, as we can see the competitors there lining up on the south side of the pier. There's that competition zone. You can see free surfers to the left of your screen. You can see the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. That's where the surfers will be paddling out. This is para surfing stand. Surfers riding in a stand position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or short stature. These surfers might be experiencing paralysis, arm amputation, and in the case of one of our standouts, Roberto Pino from Brazil, short stature. He's our 2020 gold medalist. He's our 2022 silver medalist. And this surfer is absolutely electric. You can expect fireworks in these clean conditions as we kick off our 20-minute heat. And he's going to be surfing against Italian styler Jacopo Lucchini, the 33-year-old, 2 times Paralympian from Florence, the capital of the region of Tuscany in central Italy. And representing Japan, we have Kentaro Kondo, our 2022 copper medalist in this division last year. He is a big fan of chess, a keen chess player myself, not necessarily a game we associate with surfing, but certainly a game that demands resilience, mental approach. Talking of mental approach, Ben, how is it now for Roberto Pino coming into this event, knowing that in the grand final last year, he made an interference error and threw away that opportunity for gold?
Wow, I'm sure it probably haunts him every night, and he'll probably have that constantly in his head. There are multiple peaks. I think there's more options for takeoff zones and perfect waves all over the sandbar than any of our previous days. As you see, they're able to relax. They're not getting torn down the beach towards Newport like they were yesterday with this morning high tide. So we can see the currents have calmed down, a little bit more of a balanced swell as we have a little mix of lefts and right options. There's something for everyone out there. It's going to be amazing.
Something for everyone. first takers, no takers, little left hand there towards the pier bowl. We can see Roberto Pino in the red singlet. He is the 46-year-old from Brazil, based there up in the northeast. He rides 5.1s and 4.9s. You can follow him Roberto Pino Surf. He's got nearly 13,000 followers there on Instagram, and he's an absolutely fantastic shortboarder. Are we going to get an opportunity to see him in action? It looks like our Italian Jacopo is on that left, but it's up and riding Kentaro Kondo, the 32-year-old from Japan. What do you know about Kentaro, Ben?
So Kentaro, we've seen him around a lot. He is 32 years old. He's from South Chiba, a place called Kamogawa, as we have live action.
Up and riding Roberto Pino off the bottom, recognizes that that wave is going to run away from him, so he just kicks out. As we can see, Jacopo Lucchini, who, as I said, is a 2-time Paralympian. He's a world champion adaptive snowboarder from 2017 and reigning world adaptive snowboard champion from 2023. So he brings an incredible amount of action sports input to parasurfing. He's a Burton team rider. He's also a fantastic paraclimber, and you know, when we get these para athletes who have excelled in other disciplines, it really helps accelerate this push towards parasurf inclusion with LA 2028 on the cards, Ben.
Yeah, it's a lot of excitement. And yeah, back to Kentaro. Kamogawa, where his hometown is, about 40 minutes south of our Olympics venue for Tokyo 2020. That's southern Chiba region, and beautiful. It's amazing because we have different currents in Chiba, and right where Ichinomiya City is, where we had the Olympics, there's the end of one current, and a different current comes up where he's from. So it's actually, even though it's about 40 minutes away, the water temperature can be about 5 degrees difference.
Wow. Great insight there to the Japanese surf community. He's the 2022 copper medalist, but up and riding on the replay is our Japanese surfer, just getting a small score on the board there. A little kick out from Roberto Pino. Both surfers starting there, Ben. Nothing strong, just feeling it out. That first heat of the day, you know. Tell us about how hard it is to be in the first heat of the day and to set that scale.
Well, you know what? I think in the case of today, everyone is actually really excited to get in the water, and I think everyone else who's not in the heat is a little bit jealous that they're getting these perfect conditions.
Follow us on those hashtags, Parasurfing and ISA Worlds. Look at that ISAsurf.org website. Thanks for tuning in, and look at our social media at ISAsurfing on the YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, and engage with all these riders, celebrate what they're doing, follow their biographies, and recognize that a lot of these athletes are excelling across the board in a variety of sports. As we can see, Team Portugal on the sand there.
That's Marta Passo, our visually impaired surfer. Amazing surfer. She charges some really big waves and always really soft-spoken. We have João Aranha on the left.
Team manager for Portugal there. You'll see him, you know, with the shortboard team, the junior team, the longboard team. They've got Camilo Abdullah coming up for Portugal next, the 44-year-old from Sines, just south of Lisbon. So they've got a surfer getting ready. They're just trying to eye up the conditions there and recognize where they should be paddling out, as we see David Jeffries in his first international competition representing Brighton and Team England, looking forward to paddling out in heat number 2 as we continue the action with 20-minute heats, 3 heats in this qualifying round. After men's down 1, we'll be moving into women sit round 1. So that's an opportunity to see the mighty Elena Nichols, an absolute icon of the parasurf community and also the para action sports community, as a multiple medalist, the only and the first American athlete to win golds in both the summer and the winter games. So she is going to be somebody who is going to draw a lot of attention. So stay tuned, surf fans, because we got Elena Nichols coming up in 4 heats time as we move down into the last 14 minutes with Kentaro. Having a look at that one, Ben.
Yeah, so one thing I want to point out about the conditions is, although it is very perfect, this offshore really grooms things out and opens things up, it also makes the takeoff a lot harder, as you're going to have wind coming up the face and trying to blow you out the back. Live action.
Roberto Pino puts that board on rail. Roundhouse cut back there, low in the section here. Nice opening couple of turns from Roberto Pino. So he's going to back up that 1.67 as we see Kentaro up and riding. He doesn't make that open face there, so he's going to add to his 1.17, but it looks like Roberto Pino from Brazil is going to get the strongest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, what's very interesting is with this offshore, the equipment that was working in the previous days with kind of onshore and north wind conditions is now actually going to be a little bit more susceptible to get blown out the back. And so these guys are going to have to be positioning themselves a little bit more inside than they would expect, as their wheel get pushed up the face with that offshore, and make sure that they get into the waves.
So big shout out from Roberto Pino to his wife Ariane and his kids Otavio and Lara. He's been a Masters state champion in the able-bodied division in the Northeast, and as we can see right now, this guy absolutely shreds, Ben.
I love this. He just puts it on rail. You could see there was a little bump in the face, but he was able to adjust and complete that turn. And so one nice cut back. We'll see the bottom here. So you can see this little kind of lump midway through his turn, but he's able to kind of keep it on rail, and that will be a good one. So I had some news. I had to speak with him yesterday. You know, he got really emotional on that interview because the next day, that was yesterday, his daughter was going to have a surgery. Everything went super well. Sent me pictures of his daughter. So a lot of love to the family.
Oh, that's great to hear. So, you know, big family news there, of course. So much energy from all the lead athletes to get here. Live live there. That's Japan. Tell us a little bit about that surfer. He's a character. He's new to the Japanese team.
The Jari-san. So he is, that's Ryoma. He's a reggae singer from Japan, and very, very cool character. Fun to have him here.
I hope he's connected with Ika Wilmot from Jamaica, because Ika is part of the Wilmot family who run the Jamnese surf camp in Bull Bay. They're just outside of Kingston on the south coast of Jamaica. And of course, if you know Jamaican music, Ika's father, Billy Wilmot, is from the Mystic Revealers, a great reggae musician, and Ika, a great musician himself, as up and riding right now for Japan. Kentaro, nice bowly left-hander, good control there, puts that board back on rail. 4 nice snaking turns in the pocket, good control, and then can he ride out of this float? He can't finish it super cleanly with the last maneuver, but kicks out in style and certainly demonstrates his skills on the best shaped wave of the heat so far. Will that go higher than Roberto Pino's 4.83, Ben? What do you think?
You know what, you said like a number of snaking turns. Roberto Pino definitely had much more rail work in his one turn, but a beautiful wave. We have the judges kind of setting the scale for the day and also for this division. So they're not going to need to go too crazy with the scores, but let's watch that again. Look how he perfectly pushes down, almost gets barreled off the takeoff. So that's the first turn right there. Comes up, sets up, gets over this deep spot just to make sure he's still with the wave. Fades it back. You got a little snap there. There's another one. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting because there are a number of turns, and as we watch this replay, much more degree of turn than I had seen on the live action. So
the judges will analyze that, and it comes in at a 3.50. So the judges recognizing that Roberto Pino surfing there a little bit. To get their 2 top waves, and the top 6 surfers in this division will move into the semi-finals. It'll be 2 3-men semi-finals. So as it stands, that 3.5 from our Japanese surfer is going into his top 2, because he carries a 2.4 and a 2.33 from his first heat. So that could be an important opportunity for Kentaro, Ben.
And he's definitely going to want to build on that also. But yeah, that was great as you were pointing it out, because Roberto Pino for one solo turn, the 4.83, Kentaro with 3 kind of little mini turns, and gets him a 3.50. The judges are really trying to make it clear to the competitors that they would rather see one big maneuver than a couple little small maneuvers. And so in this case, with the offshore, it's hard to really keep that speed, especially when the shoulder is so A-framey. You don't have those walls running out. You really have to manage that speed that you get off the takeoff quickly.
Team Portugal, they'll be coming up next. We got Anthony Smith out of South Africa. We got Camilo Abdullah from Portugal and David Jeffrey from Brighton on the south coast of England. They'll be paddling out very soon. They'll have the opportunity most likely for a 5-minute paddle out, but in these clean conditions, a 3-minute paddle out will probably be enough, as we can see Team England getting around David Jeffrey there, just giving him some support, some energy, some positive vibes. And that's the beauty of this event, is it's a team effort. Not only pushers and catchers in that prone assist division, but also team managers, coaches, all of that support, as we see live action. Roberto Pino on a nice bowly wave there, putting that ball into a roundhouse cutback and rebounding off the foam. But it just takes a little bit of a kind of dead spot there that he doesn't ride out of, but we already get to see the flavor of his surfing. You know, he kicked off his first qualifying round with a 9.0 and a 7.83. So he hasn't got a massive amount of pressure in this heat to really go big on the scores. This is just an opportunity for him to just build confidence, but also to recognize that when it does come down to the grand final, he does need to perform to get that gold medal. You can't leave anything to chance. You really, really need to use these opportunities to still chip away at getting big scores that could win you gold.
Yeah, and speaking of using opportunities, you can see Jacopo had second priority there. He really kind of had his eye on this wave. Roberto Pino had that higher priority and gets that. Here, we're going to watch this again. Drops in. You see Jacopo move right over to his position. Gets this one, and then there's a little bit of bounce coming up the face. So we know that we just passed our high tide of the morning at 7:07. Now it's going to start to recede. We've got that deep water on the inside, and we've got live action.
Up and riding once again. Big sliding turn there, jams that rail and throws some spray off the bottom for a third section. A full slash turn off the top. Not quite riding out of that third maneuver, but that second maneuver was dynamite.
Yeah, I think as far as the speed and the rail work and how he came in and out of that turn, that will be one of my favorite turns, I would say, of this heat.
Jacopo Lucchini, huge icon in para snowboarding, represented his national Italian Paralympic team at Pyeongchang in 2018, in South Korea, and Beijing in 2022. Loves to surf the Lalatro, just south of Livorno there on the Mediterranean coast of Italy. Italy has a fantastic surf community. You know, there's communities down in the southern tip, Calabria, in Rome, in Sardinia, in Sicily, even on the Adriatic coast. I've got a lot of friends who live in Ravenna, and despite the image of the Mediterranean being, you know, like a non-tidal sea that lacks wave quality, when that Mistral blows, which is a wind that funnels down the Rhone Valley of France and hits the Med, it gets very stormy very quickly. And if you are a good meteorologist, surfing in the Mediterranean can be pretty exciting. There are a lot of good waves in Italy if you're able to move around and find them. Short-lived, but when they're on, they're definitely on.
Yeah, and that's the kind of spot where you got to live there to really get it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get the replay, Ben, what do you think of this, of our Brazilian up and riding?
I just love how much speed and just a super strong hack right there. Throws this one out, gets stuck at the top on the second one, but he will definitely get rewarded for this first turn. Look how he just jams off the bottom, lays into it, comes out of that with control and style as he sees another opportunity here, but you can see that little lump of backwash. That paired with this offshore is not going to let you back into the wave, but beautiful ride right there.
Fantastic. 6.67 for Roberto Pino, so doesn't go into that top two of that 9 and that 7.83 he carries from that qualifying round one. Jacopo, he's waiting to get his first wave, so look at those conditions though, Ben. I mean, that is like a acrylic canvas of beautiful Pacific blue. I mean, how hungry are you to get out for a surf seeing that? I mean, it is absolutely beautiful.
Almost as hungry as Sam Bleakley, who goes right back to the hotel after every competition day, and he's running out to the sea as we're just returning from the comp site. One thing I'm noticing is that Blue has now got third priority. He had second priority, so he must have paddled for something that he didn't get, and that gave Roberto Pino second priority over him, and also passed that first priority token to Kentaro, who's on the search right now. We've seen Kentaro on his front side, on the lefts, as he's a goofy footer, he's now taking a look at this right, and he knows that he has first priority. He did paddle for that. A little bit of a priority strategy, possibly trying to block Pino.
Well, that's very interesting because Pino had second priority then. He didn't really need to get that score, and that's the kind of things that we saw in the grand final in Pismo in 2022 when he had a priority interference that literally threw away the gold medal for him, because we have to recognize that this guy is, he is the standout. I think Anthony Smith is somebody who can rival the kind of turns we're going to see from Roberto Pino, but it's Roberto Pino's final to lose. His surfing is absolutely sensational. So I saw a little bit of a kink in the armor there for Roberto. He just needs to keep his cool. He didn't really need to go for that wave.
Yeah, being a little bit more busy than he needed to, and then also Kentaro making that attempt to block him on a wave that he couldn't get in, lost his priority position to Team Italy.
So Jacopo Lucchini from Italy there, waiting to get his first score on the board as we move down into the last couple of minutes. Looking at the scores that Jacopo got in that opening qualifying round one, he carries a 3.0 and a 1.93. So it's just 6 surfers that will earn themselves a spot in those semi-finals. The number of surfers progressing through to that knockout stage is dependent on the number of surfers entered into the division. So that's why it's just straight to the semi-finals. Once they move into the semi-finals, it's first and second making it through to the grand final. Just under 2 minutes remaining. We'll have heats 2 and heats 3 of men stand 1 coming up after this. But look at this little opportunity for Kentaro to replace that 1.17. He's got a nice option here. Up and riding, late takeoff, makes the drop. Able to just kick out of that wave, recognizing that he's not going to get out on the face, but nice and busy, lively. Out of priority, he got that wave as well, Ben.
Yeah, so we saw Roberto Pino paddling over, starting to look at that wave, but Kentaro had the higher priority. Roberto dipped out. Now he gets the second priority, but as we have this space between him and Italy, we don't have any stress about any kind of priority interference at the moment, but we are down to the dying minutes as Jacopo still doesn't have a score.
Yeah, Jacopo could get this one though, looking to be in priority for this opportunity from Italy. Jacopo, 2 times Paralympian, world champion snowboarder, unable to catch that wave there in the last 50 seconds. Roberto Pino now in priority. We might get an opportunity to just see Roberto cut loose if there's still a couple of waves left on this set. There's not. You just got that lull now, everything's settling down. Such beautiful, clean conditions here. Those light Santa Ana offshores, bringing kind of some dry air into the equation. It's going to be a hot day. I recommend coming on down if you're in the neighborhood, because you're going to see some fantastic parasurfing all day long as we move down into the last 20 seconds of this heat. And it looks secure that Roberto Pino has booked himself a spot in the semi-finals, but it will be dependent on the results of the next 2 heats to find out if our surfers from Japan and Italy respectively earn their spots in the semi-final. As Roberto Pino up and riding, not quite sure if that was a little bit after the horn there, but nice re-entry and just goes back down to prone. We'll have a break and we'll be right back for South Africa, Portugal, England, Ant Smith, Camilo Abdullah and Dave Jeffrey surfing in heat number 2, day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action, and straight in there as 2 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion Ant Smith up and firing, a fantastic photographer from Cape Town and a 2 times US Adaptive Open champion, 2 times South African Adaptive champion, and from 2016 and 2018 he took gold in this category, stand 1 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And big shout out to my good friend Rupert and Emma Wilday there. I just found out that Ant Smith took their wedding photos. A really good friend of mine just messaged me to say, hey, just to let you know that Ant Smith took our wedding photos a number of years ago. So this guy not only excels on a surfboard, he excels behind the lens. Follow him. He's got a fantastic skills as a photographer based out of Cape Town, and he just kicked off with some electric surfing then. What about this opening ride from Ant Smith?
Yeah, I love this, how he redirects, makes room to get up in that pocket, and then just lays into this one and put way more power than that wave could handle.
So he's going to be surfing against Camilo Abdullah from Portugal and David Jeffries from Brighton on the south coast of England. 30 years surfing, Brighton Marina is his local patch. Only new though to adaptive surfing. Just 14 months ago he's riding a 7-foot Harley Ingleby mid-6 Thunderbolt construction, and he's pretty proud to be part of the English team here at the World Parasurfing Championship. Had some great success, the English team, yesterday, with Martin Pollock taking a win and earning a spot in the semi-finals of the Neil division, but up and riding right now out of Portugal on a high line, just kicking out. Won't be a strong score, but we will probably get a big score for our South African. It comes in at a 6.0. So looking at some of the scores that Anthony Smith dropped in that opening round, he got a 7.9 and a 7.17. So that's 6 for him. It's not going to go into the top 2, but someone who's definitely looking to get that top spot out of Brazil, Roberto Pino, just booked a spot in the semi-finals. He's on the glass with Shannon Hughes.
That's right. Roberto, congratulations on another win. You're into the semi-finals. How does it feel to have secured that great position?
Te congratulou e falou que você já está nas semifinais. Como é que você está sentindo com isso?
Good morning, bom dia. Estou muito confortável. Me preparei muito para esse mundial. Vim treinando bastante. Hoje eu queria trocar meu 783, mas não consegui. Mas graças a Deus já estou na semifinal. Agora focar agora, porque é mata-mata. Perdeu, sai. Então o objetivo aqui eu quero cumprir, que é trazer uma medalha para o Brasil, junto com a equipe do Brasil, né? E ajudar mais ainda a equipe.
Yes, he's very happy and stoked to get the score, to be in the semi-final. Unfortunately, he wanted to exchange that good score that he had on the first round, but was not possible. But he's prepared to do that on the semi-final and to collaborate with the points to the team as well.
And talk to me about how you're feeling being away from home. We know that your daughter is going into surgery tomorrow. Are you doing okay kind of balancing being here, surfing for a gold medal, while also being far away from your family?
E como é que você está sentindo? A gente sabe que sua filha amanhã vai operar. Como é que você está lidando com essa situação de estar aqui, sabendo que ela está no hospital?
Não tá sendo fácil. Eu tenho um amor muito grande para minha família, principalmente para minha xodó, que a gente fala lá no Brasil é xodó, né? Já conversei bastante com ela ontem. Ela tá mais forte que eu. Mas a gente está aqui para cumprir o propósito, né? O destino, Eu também sou grande profissional. Às vezes a gente tem que botar o profissionalismo também na frente, porque tem muita marca representando aqui que confia no meu potencial. E também eu quero agradecer aí a CB Surf e todos que ajudaram a CB Surf a trazer toda essa equipe do Brasil para cá.
It's been hard, né, to feel that he is here and the daughter is at the hospital, but he told us that the little girl Lara is much more stronger than him, and as a professional surfer, he has to honor all his sponsors, but it's hard, and he just thank all his sponsors and the federation as well.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Is there anything you'd like to say directly to Lara now?
Você quer falar diretamente com a Lara agora?
Lara, papai sabe que o papai lhe ama, como amo sua esposa, sua mãe, o filhão em casa, Otávio. Eu sei que você é mais forte que eu, mas você sabe que meu coração tá aí, junto com você, mas vai dar tudo certo. Que Deus lhe abençoe sempre na sua vida. E obrigado pela sua energia. Tamo junto. Valeu, valeu, filha. Obrigado, beijo.
He just said that he knows that she's stronger than him, to stay cool, but he's here sending all the vibes and that all the family is with her, so to stay cool, and he's gonna do what he will need to do here and bring the title back.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. It's amazing to see your heart. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Wonderful words there from Roberto Pino, and you know, we send our love and support to his daughter Lara, who's recovering from surgery in hospital back home in northeast Brazil, and you can really see how much it'll mean to him and his family and the Brazilian team to get gold. And that really was quite a powerful, emotional experience there, to see the power of sport and how much it means for Roberto Pino, of course, to support his family, but also to be here because he knows the power of that gold medal.
Definitely, and they got to be stoked seeing him rip. One thing I was checking out is I was looking at that board. It looks like there's kind of a carbon rail wrap around the outside. They would call that a parabolic stringer.
5-fin as well.
And yeah, he's got the little Slater quad plus the nub style quad going there.
Fantastic. Reminds me of a fin setup I had from a Brian Bulkley board I got in 1988 that had a 5-fin setup, and just goes to show a lot of fins have been around for a long time. Up and riding right now, our gold medalist from last year, our Portuguese surfer Camilo. He took gold in Pismo at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship when there was a little bit of an interference shuffle with Roberto Pino, who was the standout but couldn't get that backup because he had that elimination of that second score. This is any surfer riding wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent or short stature, like we see from Roberto Pino. Some surfers may have had arm amputations, paralysis, or double arm amputations. And it's Anthony Smith who's kicked off with a 6.0. David Jeffries got a score on the board now. He's got a 1.16, looking for that backup score. Very proud to be representing his nation here. He told me this is his first time involved in competitive sport, not just at an international level, at any level at all. And that really emphasizes the free-spirited nature of surfing. Someone who's been surfing for over 30 years, now using the opportunity to be part of the adaptive parasurf community, to surf nationally for his team at the world titles. That's really special.
Yeah, that's amazing. One thing I wanted to point out is we saw green Dave Jeffries paddling for that wave. We also saw the previous wave. Camilo was going to paddle into it, and that offshore was just too strong. In this classification, because of their physical condition, most of these riders only have one hand that can really project through the water, and so the paddling is so much harder for them. And when you have conditions with this offshore, you really need all the projection you can into the face for the takeoff, and we've seen them struggle just a bit. So even though the conditions are completely perfect, these surfers are going to have a little bit harder time with these conditions.
Yeah, and I just saw Hannah Brand from Surfing England there on the sand, and Surfing England just announced that they've They've got another grant package from Sport England Sports Aid, a Backing the Best award, which they will really focus on surfers in need of support, surfers from disadvantaged backgrounds, a celebration of opportunities for parasurf support, adaptive surf support, and also to really kind of embrace diversity within wave riding. So it's very exciting to see governing bodies at national levels accessing sport money to grow all kinds of approaches to wave riding and really focus on inclusivity, to target that funding to people who might not necessarily be able to historically access the funds to get to the beach, to get the equipment, but they certainly have the talent that it takes to really go far as wave riders.
Yeah, and that's so appreciated, and that's the reason we have a record number of participants, a lot because of that support. And you can see that offshore just fighting that drop in. So these surfers need to be sitting a little bit farther in than the wave looks, but I'm sure they'll get their hands on a great wave in just a moment. We have 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. That offshore, that receding tide, you have two versions of energy, two types of energy pushing you out to sea. So it's not an easy entry into the waves.
If you just saw that moment then as that wave broke with the light Santa Ana offshores, you just would have seen that rainbow arc at the back of the spray of the wave. For me, that's one of my favorite experiences, is sometimes I purposefully will miss a wave just to get underneath that spray. And I remember I used to do that with my daughter when she was small. We would surf tandem, and if it was a light offshore, I would just hover back and miss the wave and let that arc go over us and talk about it with her. Look, we've just been rainbowed. And I think that that's the beauty of being in the sea, is it's not just about catching the wave, it's about the whole healing qualities of salt water and that movement. And when people can safely access that, you know, that's transformative. You know, we've both experienced it in our lives with our friends, and we've seen it with surfers getting into the parasurf community. And what's beautiful about these role models as adaptive surfers is not only are they performing at an elite level, going for gold medals, they're also setting trends, raising the bar, and making people realize around the world that they can be involved in surfing as well. As we can see, Ant Smith up and riding off the bottom, hooks that turn, power drive, speeding through this bolly section, and then puts that board on rail with a snap cut back there. Little rebound off the foam. Ant Smith looking good, is going to add to that 6.0, Ben.
Yeah, great, acting fast right there. You can see he almost tried to whip out a maneuver early on that one. He could see that he needed to get around that first section, find some open space for that turn.
Moving onto the inside, just going to get the opportunity to walk back along the sand and then get back close to the pier for that easier paddle. As we can see the South African flag flying high there. Of course, the reigning world champions, having won the Rugby World Cup, beating by 1 point the All Blacks, the Kiwis, the New Zealanders. As we can see that beautiful square tail thruster under his arm there. I mean, tell us about that board. That to me looks like your kind of classic, beautifully built shortboard template.
Yeah, and you can see just a little bit more width in the tail than we'd be used to in a performance board that's made for good waves. So that's probably one of his little smaller semi-grovelers that we call it, kind of smaller wave shortboard. When you have that little extra width in the tail in conditions like this, especially with that kind of open face high tide, that's going to help you carry that speed that much farther. And when that tail comes in, it's actually to control the speed and slow the board down. And these conditions, you definitely want to keep that speed.
And you can just see the opportunity there for that easier paddle out by the pier. A lot of free surfers on the north side enjoying these beautiful conditions here. So big thanks to all of the support we've received from Visit Huntington Beach and all of our title sponsors to host us here in Huntington. As we can see, live action with our world champion there from Portugal. Beautiful float off the top. What do you think of that, Ben?
I like that a lot. So he's tried a few different waves, had some struggles trying to get into a couple that he attempted to take off on, wasn't able to take off. Finally connects with a great one with an excellent section right there.
Fantastic start for our Portuguese surfer with a 5.50, and he's going to back that up right now. So Camilo has kicked off with a 3.77 and a 1.84 in his opening qualifying round. So that 5.5 is going to be a hugely important score to carry. He's going to feel good about that because he wants to get himself on the medals once again, like we saw last year as David Jeffries now paddles for this wave. He's looking to add to that 1.67 from Bright Marina. Has a look at that one, unable to catch that. So David Jeffries has still got 4 minutes 23 seconds remaining, and if Ant and Camilo are not deemed to be out in the lineup and David is the first out back, he will get that first priority. And you can see the use of his paddle there, his amputation on his right arm. He opts to use that paddle just to help with his paddling speed and ability, and you can see him then popping up. We'll probably get to see that one next to his name now, unless the priority judge deems that one of the other surfers is closer to the peak.
Yeah, and as you see the style of Anthony Smith, where all of his projection comes from his left hand, they're also having to kind of lean on the board as they paddle to keep the board from turning in one direction as well. So a little bit of work to keep the board straight as they're taking off, which makes it even more difficult.
So Anthony Smith drops a 3.83 for that last wave. He's out there in the lead. Looking at the scores he carried from the opening qualifying round, that was a 7.9 and a 7.17. So neither of those waves will go into his top two. So he's in that similar position to Roberto Pino. At the moment, he's going to be the second seed, so he'll be separated in the semi-finals. Roberto will be number 1 seed, and Ant Smith will be number 2 seed. So both of those surfers wouldn't meet in the semi-finals, but of course, if they do progress through the semis, they'll meet in that final. And you get the feeling that these are the two guys who are going to be battling it out for gold. And it's, you know, there is a lot at stake for Roberto Pino, a lot of national pride, but a lot of emotional connection with the situation of his family. He talked about his daughter Lara. But Anthony Smith, 2 times world champion there, he's going to be pretty relaxed going into that final. How do you think that's going to play out with those different situations? Someone who's already got their 2 world titles. Pino's got his 1 world title, but he's got a lot of emotional connection to this win. Is that going to go in his favor, or do you think that can be a disadvantage?
I'm hoping that it'll become a driving force for him, and just doing it for his family, his daughter, his son. Spends a lot of time surfing with them, and being away, he's definitely knows that they're watching, sending their wishes, or sending their energy, and then he's also trying to kind of send that energy back with his performance. So it's going to be interesting, but this is a beautiful set here.
Camilo in first priority. He's got an open face ahead of him. He's up and riding, nice high line. Generates some speed now off the bottom, off the top, cutting back. Good, strong rail work, and then just comes back into this section there, cuts back and rebounds off the white water as this wave continues to generate speed as he accelerates into a nice lip float there, and I can hear the Portuguese team cheering, and he's happy about that. He might well replace that 5.50. That was a fantastic bit of surfing.
Yeah, and looking to the right at his requirement, 4.34. He could easily pop up on the top in this last 1 minute. And I'm sure as soon as, I'm sure Blue is as interested in what that score is as Red is as well, as he may just pop him down to the second place position with that wave.
Well, Anthony Smith's carrying that 7.9 and that 7.17 from that qualifying round 1. So Camilo would have to get a pretty massive score to really knock Anthony off that second seed. So, but we do have a third heat coming up. We do have Shingo Kato, Maxime Clarkin, we have Ian Soler, we have Ananias Amuda from Chile. So those 4 surfers are very strong, but what about this from our reigning world champion, Ben?
I love this, coming in with so much speed, and he gets that first turn, builds up this speed again. This one's a little bit more degree of angle in the turn, a little more rail work on that second one, and here he goes jamming into this, gets that hit there, and he's got to feel good. I'm also wanting to point out that he's got a much rounder nose, a lot more surface up in the front of the board, which in his paddling condition, he will be able to take off faster and easier than some of these other riders that have this narrow pointed nose.
And he drops a 4.23 as we move down into the last seconds there. So Anthony Smith stays out there in the lead, but he doesn't replace his top 2 scores from that opening qualifying round. Congratulations, though, to our surfer from Portugal. Well done, Dave Jeffrey. A fantastic performance. So proud to surf for Team England. But stay with us, surf fans, because we've got heat number 3 coming up. We've got Japan, France, we've got Puerto Rico, and we've got Chile, all at the center stage here live from Huntington Beach.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks for tuning in, Parasurf fans, as we kick off heat number 3, round 2 of the men's stand 1 division. We've got Shingo Kato, Maxime Clarkin, very talented surfer out of France, spends a lot of time in New Zealand as well, but watch out for the 18-year-old Ian Soler from Puerto Rico, and Ananias Omada, 2 times national champion from Chile, just 11 years old. One of the youngest competitors, along with Jade Edward from Scotland. So Ananias from Chile is in the white vest, Ian Soler in green, Maxime Clarkin from France in blue, and Shingo Kato in red from Japan. And having a look at that first wave, young Maxime, the 13-year-old from France, you know, also has kind of Kiwi in his family there. So I noticed that in the opportunity to do a post-heat interview with him on day 1, speaks perfect English, surfs brilliantly, a great ambassador for the French team. But what about this from Shingo? Off the bottom, off the top, smooth flowing surfing from the goofy footer. Really nice connection through to the inside, accelerating, speeding here, getting the opportunity maybe for another cutback. Cuts back, little pump there, right onto the inside and kicks out cleanly to drop a score. And that was absolutely fantastic from our Japanese surfer. Ben, what do you think of that?
I really enjoyed that ride, and that was already his second wave, and we've seen in typical fashion for the Team Japan, they're so about their heat management, as we have a paddle.
Wow, interesting situation there. So was priority already established, and if it wasn't, who do you think had right of way in that situation, Ben?
Well, definitely Blue would have had the right of way, being deeper on the peak. Neither were able to actually get into the wave, so it's going to be interesting how that would be looked at by the judges. But Japan, what I wanted to say is Kentaro Kondo also in that first 40 seconds made sure that he was the first one to get a wave. We see Shingo had already gotten a wave before we'd even come back from commercial. So yeah, they're really structured in how they do their heat management.
Yeah, and that, you know, that's team training, that's thought, that's planning, and as we can see right now, Ananias there has a look at that wave. He's not going to catch it. So looking back to the scores that our Japanese surfer got in that first qualifying round, this is his 2.0 that he kicked off with, but it felt like the left-hander that he gets next was the real money wave.
Yeah, this one's great. Just comes right off the bottom, hooks it in the pocket. That is the critical section that you're looking for. That's what the judges look for, the hardest, most difficult point in the wave to hit as it stands up, and he's able to smoothly keep that flow, keep that rhythm to the inside for another turn here, and really links this one all the way out and shows the judges he ended it with style and control. And here is that replay. And so I think had Blue gotten into the wave, it would have been looked at differently, but we're going to see how that works out.
So looking back to the scores in that first qualifying round that Shingo Kato got, his top 2 waves were a 5.17 and a 4.93. So he's just got a 6.17. So that, Ben, that already goes into his top 2. That really solidifies his chance of getting a spot in the semi-finals. He's on it left once more. Beautiful bottom top turn combination with some strong spray. That first turn was absolutely excellent. And someone else who was excellent, a 2 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion out of Cape Town, South Africa, Ant Smith, is with Shannon Hughes.
Sam, I'm actually down here with Camilo. He took away the win just on that last exchange, which was an incredible performance. He's also replaced his top 2 scores, meaning he's jumped up to number 3 on the leaderboard. I have Marta down here from Team Portugal, who's also a former gold medalist, to translate for us. Marta, can you ask Camilo, how does it feel to jump up to number 3 now on the rankings?
Sentes por teres passado para o 3º lugar no ranking?
Fico muito contente porque a primeira prestação foi muito fraca, com notas muito baixas, e o meu objetivo hoje era aumentar o meu score independentemente de se chegar a primeiro, segundo, quer passar dentro dos 6 primeiros para ir à meia-final.
Saying that his first heat wasn't that good, he had the 2 low scores, and his main goal for today was to improve that scores. And it didn't matter what ranking he was going to. It just mattered how good he would surf.
Fantastic. Talk to us about the conditions. It's absolutely beautiful out here this morning. Were you excited getting in the water knowing that the conditions were so good?
Fala das condições, as ondas, como é que estavam?
As condições estão perfeitas, estão altas ondas, o vento ao fechar dificulta um bocado a entrada na onda, mas melhor do que isto é impossível, quase.
The waves are beautiful. The offshore winds make it a little bit more difficult to paddle to the waves, but the waves are really beautiful and he enjoyed it a lot.
And let us know about what equipment you're riding this week.
Para hoje escolhi uma Twin Fin 5.8 com 32 litros, dado que o mar é um bocado mais mole, e então eu hoje decidi entrar com esta prancha e correu bem.
For today, he decided to ride a twin fin 5.8 32 liters. For these conditions, he thought this was the best option for today.
Well, congratulations. Thanks, Marta, for great translation. Camilo, you're through with that 3rd place on the rankings into the semifinals, and we go back to you guys.
Oh, congratulations, Camilo, getting the exchange at that last wave, riding his 5.8 Des Surfboards twin fin. I thought it was Anthony, but it turned out on that last score, Camilo got what he needed, and he moves up into currently the 3rd seed on the rankings. But watch out for our surfer Shingo from Japan, because he's already dropped to 6.17, so he's got a 5.17 to carry as well from his opening qualifying round. So the way it works is that we're combining your best 2 waves from the qualifying rounds. You might get them in round 1, you might get them in round 2, or you might have one from each. But what about this on the replay from our surfer from France, Ben?
Yeah, I like this one. He almost looked like he was thinking about going left. You could see the thing was stretching out. Got one turn, second one bobbled a little bit. We're starting to see that backwash make things a little bit more difficult here as we have Ian Soler for Puerto Rico with first priority. He's cooking into this one. Let's see, can he get into it?
Up and riding, Ian Soler, the 18-year-old from Puerto Rico, the goofy footer there, nice turning, takes a fall. He does have an interference as well to his name from that opening exchange, as we can see Maxime up and riding there, again takes a fall. So both of those surfers taking a fall on that set, as we can see our surfers getting round for more. This is our young 11-year-old from Chile, Ananias, on his 4-fin Mauian Sun swallowtail soft top. That looks like a fruity board, Ben.
Very interesting board. As you see Ian climbing on, that's a shape that I made for Ian, and I took him off of his soft boards that he'd been practicing on in Puerto Rico, and I actually shaped that board for him in Puerto Rico.
Cool, good stuff. Great, experience there for Ian as well. And of course, he has that fantastic clothing company, Create the Way. And, tell us a little bit about his prone paddling. I mean, that's something that he's really into.
Yeah, so Ian has done this island crossing from Culebra, which is one of their, Culebra to Fajardo, which are 2 different islands. It's kind of like the Molokai crossing of Puerto Rico. And he has, it's 26 miles downwind crossing.
First person to do it, I believe, from Puerto Rico, to do it paddling, prone.
I haven't heard that intel. That's great. But one thing that I do know is before surfing, he was a competitive snowboarder when he was young. And so he's got that stance. He's really comes from that balance of riding as a goofy footer. And it's not something that he just discovered. He's already comfortable with his riding and his balance and body positioning, and he just changed from frozen water to ocean water.
And his impairment, cerebral palsy, that he lives with, and you can follow him at ENCP Athlete on Instagram, and you can also tune into his clothing label, Create the Way, and we've seen that with Llewellyn Sponge Williams as well. He's founded his own clothing label, Hop Along Clothing.
So just since this last competition, Ian Soler got picked up by Laird Clothing.
Wow.
And so now he's sponsored by Laird Clothing, and he's really excited about that. And
That's
he's
fantastic.
been doing a lot of promotion, and he's really, really good about being active when he does have new sponsors, things like that. and I've been super happy to see my board on his Instagram. And his coach in Puerto Rico, one of the top bodyboarders ever from Puerto Rico, Babby Quiñones, has been the one that trains him. And we did some work together where they really didn't think he was ready for my board at first. They kept him training, kept building his strength and paddling on his softboard, but his degree of turning was way more than just that simple softboard could control. And so now dealing with, here we're gonna see this replay right here. Red off the bottom, that is Shingo-san. Nice big hit there, carves it back. And this is where he makes that inside connection.
So this was a 6.17, Ben, and a really kind of fantastic score, which will go into his top 2. So it's going to add to that 5.17. This came in at a 4.9. How was that turn, though? If he got more action on this, that could have gone well into the excellent range.
I love how he cracked it. If he would just put it that, here's this, the interference by Green. There was no priority established.
And this was Ian Soler's 2.33, Ben.
Yeah, I like this one. He gets this turn here. And the wave just dies right there. So he would have needed to get a little bit more speed to go into that other turn, but he did get rewarded 2.33 for that ride.
And you mentioned, you know, one of the Puerto Rican bodyboard legends. Yeah, definitely stay tuned through the day, because when we move on to men prone 1, round 3, we've got the joy of watching Joel Taylor. And I know I've had a lot of messages from the bodyboard community about how excited they are to see Joel Taylor here representing the Irakanji's Team Australia. He's a huge name in the global bodyboard community, and he has been looking absolutely red hot. But up and riding right now, our Chilean Ananias there. Nice work on his forefin Maui and Son soft top, connecting through right to the inside with a big cheer of support, not only from the Chilean team, from the whole athletes and supporters here on the beach, as it really symbolizes the camaraderie, the shared spirit of wave riding that the ISA World Parasurfing Championship stands for.
Yeah, unbelievable. And just when we saw that last one, I think that was possibly Ian Soler trying to get that right, and you saw his board just blow up in the air. So those offshores are getting stiffer, and that's going to make it even harder to get into these waves. So as beautiful as it looks, it's definitely very, very tricky out there.
So Ian Soler, he needs a big score because he's only carrying some low scores from round 1. But what about this? This is a great moment for not only Team Chile, but just parasurfing globally.
Yeah, I love this, and he really navigates. He almost started as kind of like a right direction on that whitewash, reforms it left on the inside. Nice speed as well.
Ananias, just aged 11 there, as we can see him going out for more. He's got 6 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. Also loves swimming, loves to play soccer. He's a 2-times national champion. He's got a 1.87 and a 1.6 to his name. If we look at the scores from that opening round, he's got a 1.13 and a 1.07. So he's already replaced both of those scores. So that probably won't be enough to book himself a spot within the top 6 across those 2 semi-finals, but it's certainly a proud moment for him and the Chilean team. And bearing in mind that he's only aged 11, he's going to be back for more for many, many years to come, Ben.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is we have that little red triangle that is the priority, and since priority had not been established, that will be deemed as a non-priority interference. So his backup score, whatever his backup score, is going to get chopped in half. Had it been a priority interference, he would automatically lose his backup score and be depending on one single score. So it's a little bit better position than if it had happened later in the heat when priority was established.
Yeah, and he's moved him up into their 2nd position. So Maxime Clarkine, a lot of pressure on young Maxime at the moment there, because he's got the surfing ability, I think, to get in these semi-finals. He's carrying a 6.5 as his top score from qualifying round 1, but his backup score was a 3. So currently that 2.1 doesn't replace the backup scores. We can see that beautiful left-hander down there at Machado's, and you can just picture yourself locked in that almond section there and kicking out and paddling back out for more. Come on down to Huntington, because there's 10 miles of beach breaks to enjoy.
I would be out there body surfing and have it be a quadruple overhead barrel. That was just insane. That had me drooling.
Well, I tell you who's going to be drooling, Ben, is the competitors who are coming up through the day, because we've got so many divisions. We got women's sit, we got men's sit, we got men prone 2, we got men visually impaired 2, we got women prone 2. We've got a full plethora, a full platter of action to look forward to. Is Maxine up and riding? Nice bottom turn, top turn, off the top. Just needed to ride out of that, but might replace his 2.10. He's carrying a 6.5 from his opening qualifying round. Is that going to replace that 2.10, Ben?
I believe so. I like that turn a lot. It happens so quickly that we'll kind of have to watch it again to really observe. But yep, there we go. Seen some movement here. He popped up in a second spot.
So that 3 is same as his second carrying score from round 1. So he still needs a little bit of improvement on that. He's currently got a heat total of 9.5, combining his 6.5 from the qualifying round 1 and the 3. You can take the 3 from this heat or the 3 from the previous heat. So he's kind of on the borderline for semi-final qualification. He really needs to get something in the 6 range to really solidify his spot in one of these semi-finals.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, 3.0. So the judges are showing that just one nice turn can get the score. And that nice downturn snap right there. Builds up some speed, starts eyeing up this section. You can see that was fault of the backwash more than his positioning. You can see that bump. And when we say backwash, that's energy of wave coming from the beach back out to sea. Put that big bump on.
So local time, 8 a.m. right now. So we've already gone through the high tide. Tide now starting to drop. I'm noticing a lot of the surfers paddling now down towards the south, a little bit closer to the middle peak. Why will they be doing that? What's the decision to go a little bit further towards those lefts, Ben?
I think it's just still so deep that you've got that flat spot next to the pier, as we have red on his backhand.
Up and riding, and like you say, Ben, starting and ending heat strong. Fantastic 2-turn combination from our heat leader, Shingo, looking to add a bigger score on the board, already carrying a 5.17 from his first heat. He's got a 6.17 from this heat, so if you can replace that 5.17 from the previous qualifying heat, you can't see that number at the top there, but if you want to follow all these scores, just look back across the results on the ISA website there, and you can work out what the top 2 carrying scores will be to book spots in the semi-final. Just 6 surfers will advance to the semi-final. Ian Soler, late takeoff, committed on that one. Maxime Clarkine up and riding, looking to get something higher than the 3 to add to his total. Nice flow into that bowl there, unable to carve out of that flow, but we didn't see the beginning of that wave, so there might have been something more on offer at the start.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Here we have that replay. Shingo-san, boom, nice crack there. Just keeps his rail out, able to come into another one. Navigates, looks for some more opportunity, and just wants to show the judges that he rode out with control.
Nice surfing, and like you say, that team strategy of starting strong and ending strong. But what about this from our Frenchman?
Yeah, so he'd gotten a little down carve right there on that wave. Met back up with the energy of the wave, and a little converging energy of that little north punch kind of pushed him out of the wave at the end there, but
and at 13, Maxime Clarkine from Anglet, you know, an epicenter of French surfing there, riding the Wive boards. He talks about some boards that he uses that are designed and made with 3D printing technology. He also loves to horse ride, involved in show jumping and polo and dressage. He skates, he plays tennis. He's waiting for a score to drop. It's an important opportunity for Maxine. Is he going to improve his situation? 20 seconds remaining. Our Japanese surfer hasn't improved his situation. He's got a 6.17 and a 5.17 for his opening qualifying round. So he looks like he's got a healthy spot in the semi-finals as we move down into the last 9 seconds, but we'll have to do some math to see if Maxine has done enough. Congratulations, Ananias and Ian Soler. Great surfing from everyone, and we have a fantastic champion coming up in the next heat. Stay tuned, surf fans, because we've got the mighty multiple Paralympian Elena Nichols. Let's find out more about her right now.
Yeah, so I'm a wave skier, and basically a wave ski is a surfboard that you sit on, you strap in at the waist, and use a kayak paddle to propel yourself into the wave. After you're on the wave, you can set the kayak paddle into the face to cut up and down it. And when you do fall over, you can either roll it like a kayak or you eject from the belt and jump back on the board. The ISA World Adaptive Surf Championships have given us a platform to work from. So all over the world, people with disabilities that love to surf have figured out how to surf, and now the ISA have really provided us a platform to grow from. And so as a female in the sport, it's really exciting to be a part of the infancy of this growth. It's an incredible time to be a part of this movement. It's really exciting. So the women's adaptive surf movement is so close to my heart. I feel so free catching a wave and being out in the ocean by myself. I just want to spread that love to every other female with a disability that wants to experience that as well. The piece of advice I'd give myself, maybe my 15-year-old self pre-injury, is regardless of what life is about to throw at you, and there will be some curveballs, no matter what you do, just keep moving forward, and everything's going to be okay.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California. It's a real classic November morning. The Santa Ana winds are blowing. The surf is looking really fun. And there's been some great waves being ridden so far in competition. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. And Mitch, this is the first time we're seeing our women's sit division hitting the water. There's only a single heat within the round, and they'll be looking for their best scores to be advancing through for the finals.
Yeah, and you know, it'll be a clean slate by then, so they have 2 chances to be able to participate in this event. But as you were mentioning, first time we've seen them so far, and that's basically what happens in this classification. Any surfer who rides a wave in a sitting position that does not require assistance paddling into wave and getting back on the board safely, as we do see people in this division have lumbar or thoracic spine cord injuries. Elena Nichols, Cass Heckroth, Myra Nelson, and Lisa Frank. So basically an all North American heat out there, with the exception of Hawaii in the green jersey.
Really classic morning here in Huntington Beach as we wait for the first opportunity. And style of equipment being ridden out in the water in the sit category tends to be a wave ski. Surfers can use a surfboard that they're sitting on top of without having a paddle, but for all 4 women competing in this category, they are competing on wave skis. Elena being our top seeded surfer from Team USA, Cass just behind her in that blue jersey. And we've got a paddle now for the opening ride of our women's sit category, potentially. Lisa with a strong paddle, unable to get into it. And we did hear from Camilo in that last post-heat interview that with those offshore winds, it makes it a little bit more challenging to catch the waves. So it's something to take into consideration if you're paddling out a heat this morning.
Yeah, and you need to be aware that the swell will be on the decline too. The harder and the stronger the wind gets throughout the day, it'll usually push the swell away. So keep that in mind. The swell not only is dropping, but also the tide, so it will get a bit hollower out there with these strong offshore winds, as you were mentioning. But you just need to really be under the lip. The wave won't usually close out with how strong the offshore winds are, but you do want to be under the lip in order to be able to get into it, because the hardest part about having these strong offshores is really catching the wave.
That's right, and we're just about an hour and a half off of that high tide. So the tide is draining, but it's still pretty full at the moment. So it'll make it just that little bit of extra more difficult to get into those waves on the high tide. And we've got the winner of that last heat walking away victorious for Team Japan down on the beach with Ben.
All right, here we are with the winner of that last heat, Team Japan. So I'm going to talk about the conditions, how different it is today compared to yesterday. And 今日のコンディション、もう最初はオフショアですっごく完璧な綺麗なコンディションけど、オフショアでテイクオフすっごい難しく見えるそう。どうでした？
テイクオフはちょっと難しかったですね。何本か逃したのもありますし、頑張ってパドルしないと、あといい位置にいないと難しかったです。
Yeah, so he said if you really didn't dig in, it was really hard to get into them. The second thing is I'm going to talk about their structure. Team Japan has had this really good heat management, the structure of where they're always the first ones to get the wave in the heat, and they always finish off with getting a wave in that last 1 minute just to make sure they seal the deal. もうすごくすべてのヒートのもう日本の選手もう大体一番最初の1本日本の選手が乗って最後の1本残ってその1本の中にもう絶対乗るそのコミュニケーションとかもう昨日もうコンペティションで終わってみんな日本の選手もみんなチームすごいいろいろ話してそのシステムはすべての選手はもう結構そのシステム決まってますか？
決まってますね。最後まで諦めるなって言われていることと始まる前のワッショイ日本で力が入りますね。
So he said that's definitely, they want to make sure that they always get that last wave in the last minute. He said on the way out, the whole team does the washoy, they charge up, everyone puts all their energy together and sends them out there just pumping. And so he's from Hamamatsu, that's in Shizuoka Prefecture, that's about 3 to 4 hours south of Tokyo. Also a lot of beach break conditions, huge wide beach, very similar to Huntington Beach. So I'm going to talk to him about his home break and the similarities. 浜松、僕も自分でも御前崎に住んでて、浜松の荒いとか、もう結構ハンティントンビーチの広さちょっと似てる。で、もう毎日多分ポイントがすごく動く。その練習はもうそれ大切ですか？
大切ですね。やっぱビーチブレイクなんで砂がついている場所を探すっていうのと、あとはポイントブレイクではないので、常にうねりを見つけてどこにいいの波来るかなって考えながらやらないと乗れないですね。
Yeah, so you're saying it's always moving. There's no point break conditions where it's spelled out for you. You always have to kind of chase after it, and that works a lot. まあ最後の日本の方の応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。またよろしくお願いします。
応援してます。ありがとうございます。またよろしくお願いします。Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Shingo. Really impressive performance, super consistent. As we take a look now at live action with Lisa Franks out of Team Canada, getting that opening ride underway for her, riding that single fin, and she's going to be putting a score down. We did see a great exchange during the interview, though, as Mira Nelson of Hawaii goes down on the inside section. She's got that 2+1 setup on her wave ski. And Lisa just repositioning herself. She'll have a big paddle to get back out into the lineup. But we saw that wave of Elena Nichols for Team USA in the red jersey. It's come through as a 9.40 and again sets the standard for a former gold medalist.
Yeah, and you know, she's a 3-time medalist in 3 different divisions at the Paralympics too. She's the first female to medal in 2 different Paralympic divisions, and obviously very notable that she's skilled in the water too. She's been a medalist here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships before. And going excellent in the upper excellent too, a 9.4 on her first wave. But look at how she was able to fight off everybody else for this one. So you saw Nelson right there go over the falls, and then Elena just right here fully commits to the use of the rails, excellent use of the paddle, and I didn't think she was going to be able to ride out cleanly out of this one, but maintained her center of gravity super low, and as you can see, clean finish right there, so dropping one of the highest scores of the event.
Yeah, full commitment for the engagement of the rail each time as we take another look at the replay here.
Well, it's the use of the paddle too. Look at how well she changes directions with that. I mean, brings it all the way around, and to move a board that big, especially with only your upper body control, that is of extreme difficulty and well rewarded for it, Shannon.
Fantastic performance. Opens up with a 9.4. Her partner, her son, down on the beach cheering her on this week. It's been fun to watch them, you know, involved in things behind the scenes. For Elena, there's her son there on the sand carrying the Team USA flag around. And the Ninja Turtles surf team, of course, being a very important team represented at this year's World Parasurfing Championships.
Yeah, Gunnar, his father Roy, down there on the beach supporting Elena, as you were mentioning. And, you know, they've been a big part of not only parasurfing overall, but Roy, the founder of High Fives Foundation, they've been able to change the lives of a lot of people within this event and within other para sports. As you see, Dariel Davila right there next to Roy, and they've obviously had a huge support crew. Jose Martinez as well. They've been very involved in getting this event a bit more funded year after year, Shannon.
Yeah, it's been great to see the growth of that. Catherine Beatty there in the background supporting the team. She'll be competing later today in the Prone 1 division. And there's just been it's been such a great week to see more of the competitors and that community element coming together for surfers from different countries from all around the world, getting to spend more time together connecting. And we've also had the Athletes Commission that's been happening for the ISA over the last few days. We've had surfers from around the world that compete in our World Surfing Games. On the ground, Lele Usana, Natasha Van Kroonen, Leilani McGonigal, as well as Elena Nichols in that conversation through the last couple of days. So Elena's been kind of wearing a different hat throughout the week. Now she finally gets to be in the water, put on that jersey, and show us her great skills as she comes in hard off the lip to finish. She'll just pull off the back of that wave and look to put a backup score on the board.
Yeah, and really this is just a heat for them to get warmed up. There's only 4 people out there. You're still going to be able to surf in the final, given that there's a small number of athletes in this classification, but you're dropping a 9.4 on your opening ride. You're sending a message to everybody else, excuse me, and you mentioned Leandro Osuna, Leilani McGonigal, and Natasha Van Groningen being here in terms of the Athletes Commission. Elena's done an incredible job, especially with the parasurfers in that classification as well.
That's right. Already up and riding one more time on the quick paddle back out, swings around, getting a feeling, and finally for this crew, they're getting to also surf out here at Southside without anyone else out, just the 4 competitors. Like you said, it's really just a seeding round for them. The placings within this heat specifically will go into their seeding for the finals, but that final will be a true final, being that results from that are everything that matters. It used to be that in these smaller the divisions that have a really small field of maybe just those 4 surfers, that they would be counting scores from both to be a round robin towards the final for their medal results as we take another look at this wave here.
Yeah, this seems to be the backup for Elena right now, which is going to be a good score, no doubt. Not going to be close to the 9.4, but still going to add to her heat total by a good margin, and a significant one too. Looking at the land angle right here, obviously knows how to do it with the use of her rails on this wave ski, but I just feel more than anything that she feels comfortable out there right now. Very much at home here in Southern California. She's been able to do well, especially in La Jolla, but I feel here that HB with these kind of conditions, she's going to be hard to beat.
We got a strong paddle now from Cass Eckworth, also for Team USA. Taking her a while to get into that first wave, and now she's really able to unleash using that paddle. Great change of direction, showing a lot of control. Love that layback as well, as she finds that speed to finish off with and controls that kick out as well.
Yeah, and a really young surfer coming out of Reno, Nevada, only 21 years of age. She's had the chance to be able to move around this year, travel quite a bit internationally. She was in Costa Rica for the one event down there, and I believe she was actually even in Dubai on vacation as well earlier this year. But the USA, another great fielding in terms of their teams. Mayra Nelson, originally from Idaho, represents Hawaii though. She's a mother, loves to be out here chasing her kids around, but representing Hawaii, something that is very close to her heritage out there in the green. And Lisa Franks from Moose Jaw in Canada, her favorite place is actually here in Southern California too. She loves to surf Sano.
That's not a bad place to have as a favorite surf spot. It's one of my absolute all-time favorites. As we take a look here at Cass repositioning herself. So she's going to have a first score to drop through, and now looking to get into a second wave. Can't hold on to that control, so she'll have to just get back onto her equipment, reposition herself out in the lineup. We're down to 6 minutes on the clock. Great to see how peaky it is. The conditions are just looking really fun this morning for the first time that the women's sit division has hit the water this week, but also the first time in ISA parasurfing history that the women's sit division has had their own category. Typically, prior to this year, there hasn't been enough women to actually field out an entire category, so they've been competing in a combined division with the men in the sit category. So it's pretty amazing to see the growth of this specific category for parasurfing sit on the women's side, that there's 4 women to fill it out, which also I think just speaks to the inclusion of getting more women involved, and also the hope that more women around the world will continue to get engaged with their national surfing federations, find out about an event like this, and start to enter the draw. If you're a woman that's out there that's watching, that's competing, that's maybe not competing yet, but is surfing your home breaks, and you classify for the sit category specifically, you're at home riding a wave ski, get in touch with your national federations, because there's so many spots available to be competing here, and it would be amazing next year to come out and see 8 women in this division, doubled compared to the 4 this year. As we see a heavy takeoff out the back. We've got 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Lisa Franks from Canada, we need to get back onto that equipment. Full commitment to that section.
Fully, and I mean, that's what I'm talking about with the offshore wind. If you're not dropping in under the lip, you're usually going to get held up there. And as you could see with that wipeout, not something that you want to be doing when the offshores are this strong. And usually these offshore winds intensify throughout the day too. They usually go around for 2 to 3 days, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them up until finals day. But yeah, as you were mentioning, in this classification specifically, you don't necessarily have to be on a wave ski either. You could ride a surfboard if you chose to, so go ahead, find out. There's options, and yeah, I think there's definitely a lot more availability for a lot of women to be in this classification.
3.5 minutes to go. A dedicated paddle from Elena. She's under second priority, but she's in a perfect position for this bomb. Sets her line, ducks in for the barrel. She makes it out as well. The crowd on the beach is going wild. You can see the excitement on her face as well. That was an incredibly well executed wave.
That was pretty sick. I mean, not every day you get to see somebody in the sitting classification get a barrel like that. I mean, it wasn't a fully clean exit, but she got in there. And to replace the 7, I wouldn't be surprised if she's able to do that, as we'll look at the replay here in a little bit. But that was some cool stuff. I mean, she's been active. She's been moving around from the pier bowl over towards Middle Peak. And I just feel like she's in sync with the ocean right now. I mean, she fully commits to the drop. And as I said, under the lip, look at that bottom to position herself in the barrel. I mean, that's full commitment right there. To keep that line going into it was really difficult, especially with that long drawn out bottom turn. Some great stuff.
That's right. And to stay, you know, actually to be able to ride out of that with the lip coming down essentially on top of her, that's really difficult if you're a stand-up surfer. Much more challenging in this position as well in the sit category, and she's able to ride out. So we'll see where the judges go with that when it comes to actual execution, you know, depth of the barrel, all of that comes into play. But really incredible to see that sort of commitment coming out of Elena Nichols. It's what we would be expecting from her as a multiple gold medalist in the category. And remember the medals that she's won in the parasurfing category before, they've been in a mixed gender field. So she's been taking out the men in that division as well. Now, for the first time in competition this week, we've seen a 10-point ride dropped for Elena Nichols, and that is an incredible way to kick off her campaign.
Well, 19.4 heat total too. It's a bummer that this result isn't counting towards the actual final, but either way, you got to be stoked with your performance, getting something close to perfection on both of your scores and making it clear to everybody else that you're here to win right now. The first perfect 10 we've seen out of the event, Shannon, well deserved, a lot of commitment, not only in the drop, but also to the barrel. And it was really cool to see that, because I think overall we've seen good performances this week, but she's elevated a lot of these performances with this one in the water.
She's showing what's possible, and that's what we love seeing at an event of this magnitude. It's the World Championships. We want to see the level of progression pushed. We've already seen that level of progression pushed with some new athletes entering into different categories. We've seen the greats of the sport start to get challenged to really have to push their performances as well. And now we're seeing Elena just raise that level with great consistency in her surfing, full commitment to wave selection, to use of priority, to everything that really encompasses being a great competitive surfer as well. So we see Cass go down over the falls. She's been able to hold on to that second place position off the strength of her 4. Lisa Franks in second, and Mira Nelson for Hawaii, giving a committed paddle, but again with that offshore wind, it's just making it a little more difficult to get into the right position for takeoff.
Yeah, and I think this is a clear reminder that somebody with experience, and especially a Paralympian that has been in different disciplines, different sports, and different kinds of classifications, has an extreme amount of experience when it comes to moments like this. She embraced a lot of that pressure and used it to her advantage drops the single highest heat total of the event. Well deserved.
And I just found out that it is the single highest heat total in parasurfing history. A 19.40 has never been reached before. Incredible record-breaking stuff from Elena Nichols. Throws the shaka, and she'll get to just cruise her way in after a really incredible performance out in the lineup. Coming up next, we're going to be heading into our men's sit division, and we've got Spike Kane hitting the lineup. It's going to be really fun, so stay tuned.
My name is Spike Kane. I'm originally from Liverpool, England, and I now live in Vista, California. Right, so my wave ski is modified. I'm a pretty high level injury. So I'm a T1 complete spinal cord injury with a C5 incomplete. So I have limited hand movement in my right, but very good dexterity. I have no core whatsoever, so I have a backrest with a body support here. So I strap in around the chest, which helps me stay seated upright. And then I strap my legs down, and I use the paddle to manipulate the wave ski onto the wave. For somebody who's been recently injured and finds that their life has changed dramatically to a format that they have absolutely no experience with, my message would be, you're going to be okay. You're going to be more than okay. Your life is actually probably going to get a lot more interesting. You're going to meet incredible people, and you're going to experience a soulful therapy through recreation. You know, there is struggle, but we're all out here, we're doing this. We'll get you in the water. You need to know about it, give us a shout. I guess what I would like people to know is that there's very little difference between a person in a wheelchair and a person not in a wheelchair. I'd just like to see barriers knocked down and people be comfortable to see people with disabilities in the community doing exactly the same things that they do, and just accept that.
Powerful words from Spike Kane, who's just looking to get into his opening wave out in the water, up against Ethan Carrier from the USA, Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil, who's been putting together some incredible waves in competition already, Juan Camacho Solano of Costa Rica, and of course England's Spike Kane now in the water. This is their round 2 heat, Mitch. They've got the opportunity to improve their scores and finish out within the top 4 to the final.
Yeah, and I mean, important heat, given that a lot of these men already had some good scores posted in their opening round.
Ethan now riding on his second wave. He's got a 3.83 that he opened up with. This one should go even better as he's able to engage that rail, uses that paddle for multiple turns now as he comes through to the inside section. Tries to find that trim line just for that closeout finish, and he'll have a clean exit with 16 minutes remaining on the clock. He's the only surfer with 2 waves on the board, and he'll find that consistency early.
Yeah, and he's from Oceanside, so just around an hour and a half south from here, a wave that is extremely similar to HB Southside. You surf the pier, you surf the jetties over there. Those are waves that resemble this wave quite a bit, so I would think his practicing quite a bit good. Once again, parasurfing sit, any surfer who rides a wave in a sitting position that does not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. But contrary to popular belief, a lot of people that actually like beach breaks or tend to surf them quite a bit don't usually tend to be their favorite waves. In the case for Ethan Carrier, his favorite wave is actually Cardiff Reef, further down in south in San Diego.
I love Cardiff. Such a fun opportunity to get lefts and rights, long rides, a little bit of sea life usually swimming underneath you. You can see the Garibaldi, the California state fish. 4.67 drops through for Ethan Carrier for Team USA in the blue jersey. So that's going to improve his results already. He was sitting right there on the bubble at the number 4 spot on the rankings coming into this heat. And now the 5-time gold medalist, Kizu, Felipe Lima. Great looking carve, drifts that tail around, sets it up for the second. Now looking to really go explosive on the finish here, keeping it in control, finds that little wedgy section as he disappears behind the tent. And you'll look to finish off right on the sand. Goes for that 360 on the finish as well and demonstrates some control. How dynamic was that opening turn?
No, that one where he slid the tail around was pretty sick. It was fully committed to that one section he had.
Spike K now up and riding. Hits the lip on that second section and it'll just take him out. So he's going to improve on that 1.83.
Sorry, Shannon. For the most part, a lot of people are riding thrusters here. You do see a lot of people with bigger twin fins on the side as keels, or you could usually see somebody just ride a single fin in this kind of setup too.
Elena Nichols getting the chair up the beach like a true champion. If this had been the final, it would have been an exceptional gold medal finish. But she's just taken out a 19.40 heat total, which is the highest heat total in the history of para surfing here at the World Championships. Incredible performance. We'll catch up with her shortly. And it was really fun to be able to see that last heat. Benway, if you've got me in your ear, I'll let you take it away with Elena. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Hey, Sean, beat it, man. We got stuff to talk about here. So I'm here with Elena Nichols. Team USA just broke a world record. You had a 19.40 record-breaking heat total, first 10-point ride of the event. You got to be feeling amazing.
I'm actually going to cry.
Go ahead. We've got plenty of tissues on site.
I just whew. You know, all these years of surfing, and, you know, it's only been 10 for me. For a lot of people, it's been their whole lives, and I've been waiting for that moment the whole time. I was sick.
Man, everyone is over the moon. The whole beach was cheering, and you've been such an amazing personality for the sport and so important as far as just your position as being a multiple Paralympic gold medalist. And what do you think as far as we've got a record number of participants, and we're just seeing this sport explode, but thanks to the likes of people like you.
You know what, there were so many other wheelchair folks and adaptive surfers that I'm on their shoulders right now. So shout out to all the homies that actually started the movement. I went out at San Onofre early on with Spike Kane and Chaka and Mark Thornton and all those guys that were like pioneering it. So, you know, this movement has been growing exponentially since 2015, since our first ISA World Adaptive Surfing Champs. And the best thing and the most valuable, priceless thing is when a new person comes along and the lights turn on and they come alive and they realize they can do it too. It's so sick.
That's one thing I really want to talk to you is you're with High Fives with Roy, and you guys make this introduction to all these multiple sports, mountain, snow, mountain bike, surfing. You guys just did a wave pool session, and you guys are making the sport so accessible, no pun intended, but making it so accessible to the new competitors. And tell us a little bit about what it takes to apply for grants and to kind of communicate to all these different companies that have money for equipment, travel, training, everything that anyone knew who has interest in the sport is available to them.
Yeah, so the best part about this event too is everybody's networking. So we're talking about those grant cycles, the quarters that come up when people need to apply for those grants. There's grant money through the Challenged Athletes Foundation in this area of the country and all over the world. So if there's a will, there's a way. And if you need anything, I'm actually on the ISA the Athlete Commission Board. So I'm the point person for any adaptive folks that need to talk about what they need to do differently in their organization, or if they have a problem here at ISA, I'm that person to talk to. So also, I'm open and willing, hit me up on Instagram, whatever, to find out more about where you you can get the funds that you need to come to the ISA Worlds or to compete in any adaptive comp.
Well, we thank you guys so much for all the work that you do. Business in the front, party in the back. We're going to go for the mullet. How sick are the waves out there, dude?
Dude, oh my God. Well, you know, yesterday was pumping and actually pretty kind of scary. So when I found out I was surfing today on a glassy morning at 8 a.m., I couldn't have been more stoked. And just shout out to ISA for the wonderful event we're holding here. It's been phenomenal. The best waves we've ever had for an ISA World Adaptive Surf Champ. So
as far as the conditions, we saw the previous heat is the upper limb impairment. A lot of these guys are trying to paddle into these really stiff offshores. Kind of, it was high tide earlier, really hard to get into the wave. Having that use of the paddle and having probably the strongest wave entry in your classification, the timing was perfect, I would say.
yeah, you know, I was actually working on that closer to the pier, and it was working really well for me over there. And then I saw one of my competitors, Cass, really struggling to get on the wave, and I said, move in, get a little farther on the inside so you can drop in instead of the offshore winds are just pounding her in the face. So I was trying to mentor a little bit and help her out, and hopefully, you know, everybody's picking up on those cues. Like, you got to be in the right spot with those offshore winds pushing on you.
And thanks to those offshores, that barrel just opened up and gave you a perfect picture frame. Talk about that image that's going to be stuck in your head forever.
Okay, so that was my first ocean barrel. I've never been barreled before in the ocean. I got covered up at Waco, but when I felt it hitting my face and I felt like the feeling of it happening, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was just truly like, wow, you know, like this is it, this is happening. And I knew when I dropped onto that wave, I just said, hold on tight, like to myself. I was like, hold on, buckle up.
Well, unbelievable. We are so excited. This couldn't be a better day here in Surf City, Huntington Beach, and we can't wait to see you in the final. It's going to be so fun.
Thank you guys so much for everything. This event's been phenomenal. That's my little guy.
Hey, Gunnar, are you having fun? All right, we're back in the booth with you guys. Let's see if we can get some more 10s. Records all around the books. First record barrel for this lady. This is amazing. We can't wait to see some more action. We'll get back to you guys.
Thanks, Ben. That was such a great interview from Elena. First time barrel, a 10-point ride. Record-breaking stuff when it comes to heat totals of a 9.4. But also, like she was saying, get in touch with her. Alana the Jane on Instagram is what her handle is. Reach out to her and find out more about how you can be involved in an event like this. As we take a look at Kizu flying down the line, beautiful looking wave, just dragging that paddle, little top to bottom. Now going for that first big turn and redirection as he disappears behind the tent, and he'll kick out quickly.
That was a really tough wave to surf. I mean, he was flying down the line
So
and
much speed.
wasn't able to really attack a lot of those sections because they were still going down. So if he would have tried to commit to one, he probably would have lost the rest of the wave. In the end, though, I feel like there's a chance that he's no doubt going to replace the 5.67. But just getting back to Nichols for a little bit, you know, she's an incredible role model. She's obviously done a lot for the sport, but I think more importantly, she's telling people that there are opportunities and there is availability. So go out there and find a way to be able to fund your travels and get in touch with not only her, but everybody else to potentially get one of those grants from High Fives Foundation. But, you know, there's opportunities to go out there and look for them because we want to see more people in this event in the years to come.
That's right, and like her story, her journey to actually getting on a surfboard, already an excellent athlete competing at the Paralympic level, you know, walking away with medals as well. For her to actually get into the water, it was this guy, Spike Kane, who's having a paddle that was one of those. It was really important in, you know, the first opportunity for her to get onto that wave ski at Sano. There's so many opportunities like that around the world for those that are maybe not quite surfing yet but are hoping to. As we see Juan with a great looking attack, and he's looking to put down the first score on the board for the Costa Rican. Makes that transition real easy over that next section and is just cruising to the inside here. Might have the opportunity for one more dynamic hit on the inside. He'll just keep that control. He's going to be in a great section as well to get a clean paddle back to the lineup.
Yeah, he's going to be right next to the pier from Coronado, Costa Rica. Favorite place to surf is over there in Jaco as we look at Team USA. Kristen Otter-Bailey right there and Coach Sean Brody with the flag. As always, fielding a great team, and I think it's very beneficial to them for the most part having the event here in the United States and especially on the west coast of California. they're able to get a lot of their athletes out here. Most of them reside within the state too. So cool to see them fielding a full team once again here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. But just speaking of how good the waves are, and I obviously want to touch on the conditions because they've been stellar throughout the event. But today, couldn't really ask for anything more. 4 feet on the faces, and you're obviously seeing some barrel potential on the line too.
Spike K now riding, looking to improve on the 1.83 that he has on the board. That'll be his second score. Enough to get himself back into position. You can see how good it must feel to just find that speed line for a moment on a day like this.
Yeah, and it seems like he might have a small inside wave too, so more of a whitewater takeoff. But yeah, when you get the right angle and you're going at a certain speed, it helps out when you're trying to read a wave or analyze it from a certain point of view. But I think overall, same thing with a lot of the shortboarders that we see. It all comes down to preparation and how well you've done your work before leading up to the event. I think we've seen that with Nichols. We're seeing it with Lima right now. There's a good chance he betters on the 5.67.
That's right. I had dinner. Well, we'll get back to that in a moment. Ethan Carrier now for Team USA. Great looking wave in front of him. Nice high line to start with. Drops down to the bottom. Flicks a bit of spray off that second turn. Now really engages with that paddle and whips the board around for that second and third. Setting himself up here for the inside section. Looking for more maneuvers if possible. He's trying to build on that 4.67. Now, quick reflection on the leaderboard. Ethan is sitting at number 4 coming into this. It's the top 4 surfers that are going to be advancing through to the finals out of this last matchup. And he's got some work to make sure he stays in that position. Lima, on the other hand, he was already sitting in the lead with an 8.83 and an 8 from his first round. He hasn't quite improved on those scores yet, though he's putting together some great surfing and showing that consistency out in the lineup regardless.
And we're still waiting for his previous score as well, just under 4 minutes. And you mentioned, you know, getting into the top 4 is vital for them to advance into their finals. But as of right now, I don't think a pair of 4s is going to cut it. I feel like Ethan still has a bit more left in the tank. And with 3 minutes on the clock, that's plenty of time to get one good wave out there. We've seen a lot of consistency with the swell, despite the strong offshore, usually seeing a lot of waves on the decline in terms of the swell. But it seems as of right now, it's not really affecting it too much. We have seen the northwest wind pick up a lot in the later afternoons the past few days. I don't think that's going to be the case today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be clean with the offshores all day long.
That is the hope with lines like this rolling in. 3 minutes on the clock. And just before, you know, you were mentioning the need to put in that work behind the scenes before coming to an event like this. At dinner last night, Dr. Mo Johnson was sharing with us that she's been, you know, talking to athletes about the fact that for professional soccer players, they don't kick a soccer ball 5 times and then get into the World Cup. They put in years and years of work, of training, of time on the field, time in the gym, everything in between, learning how to read a field, learning how to play the game. It's the same thing coming into the World Championships here. It takes all that work in the preparation before to be able to put together the types of performances that Elena Nichols just did before that we're seeing from Felipe Lima in this heat as well. Juan, on a great looking set, took off deep out the back, had the lineup just to himself. He's looking to try and improve on that 3.60 at the moment, and he's sitting in that number 5 spot. So the 3.6 is going to help his campaign, although it's still not going to be enough to bump him into 4th ahead of Ethan, because Ethan has already increased his heat total up into that 9-point range roughly. So Juan's got a bit of work in front of him.
Yeah, and he still has 2 minutes to go, and there's the 2 last scores of red, so he does improve a 7.27 as his low score now that he's carrying in this heat. And Spike K, nothing better than the 2.33, but it's close between blue and green at the moment. You're mentioning that Ethan right now at number 4, Camacho just right there in number 5, and he is literally on the brink. He needs to make it outside though with 90 seconds. Let's see if he can get a wave, and I just feel like the southern peak is really a good option right now for a lot of those lefts coming into the athletes area, or the competition zone rather, because the rights, you could deviate a bit too much. It'd be a lot harder for the judges to be able to see you down there.
So true. Down to 1 minute on the clock, and with these couple of waves rolling through, we may or may not see another opportunity for Juan or for Spike. They're able to get themselves into position. There you can see Juan just turning and kind of giving in to the moment, recognizing he's put in all the effort that he could have. and he's not going to be able to get into another set wave that would be the score he's chasing. Looking for a 6.47 to take away that 10-point heat total of Ethan Carrier in this current heat, but also he would need at least that to be able to jump into that leaderboard position, because Ethan's dropped in a 5.4, so he's doing well to improve his situation on the leaderboard. So far, Lima hasn't improved the situation because he had 2 excellent scores in his opening heat, but he's making it look really fun out there. Some great consistent surfing, and just getting to enjoy another moment here in Huntington Beach with the south side of the pier pretty much empty.
Yeah, I mean, 4 people out there at the same time, you're not really going to see this on a normal, regular day, but he's just going to town. I mean, the control that he has over his wave ski is truly something incredible, and you know, I feel like he's going to be a strong contender for gold once again at the end of this event.
Finishing off, he'll have one more score to drop through. That last of blue was that 5.4 for Ethan, so that was great improvement to his overall standings. Green and white will be staying in the same position on the leaderboard, which is outside of that top 4. Now we'll see if Chris Oberle or Elias Valencia, USA and Chile, coming up in the next heat, will have a chance to try and get themselves into the top 4, possibly push Ethan and Guilherme outside of that qualification. We're gonna have more action to come. Stay tuned for day 5 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to Southern California. The Santa Ana winds are blowing. The surf is looking so fun and peaky. There's lefts and rights available for day 4 of competition for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it's the first time we're getting to see performances here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier from the parasurfing community, and they have been lighting it up. As we see Douglas Hendricks getting to work on the inside section. He's from South Africa. And in live action, we have Guillaume Collin from France with a good-looking left and connects off the lip to finish off on the inside with one more chance at another turn. And he'll be putting a score on the board to kick off his heat. Chris Oberle for the U.S. in the water in green, as well as Elias Valencia of Chile in the white jersey. And we've got 17 minutes remaining on the clock. Shannon and Mitch to call the action, as we see Elias have a quick paddle.
Yeah, and he's one of the few people in this classification that doesn't like to use a paddle, so you As you mentioned before, you don't necessarily have to be on a wave ski or use a paddle. As we look at Hendricks in red, Colin in blue, Overlay in the green, and Valencia, the Chilean, is in the white. And Elias, a great surfer, comes from a beautiful area in Chile that offers up a good variation of waves, beach breaks, point breaks, and a great number of reef breaks too in the northern part. But you know, a beautiful country. I was just there earlier this year, and I feel like they have a lot more to offer when it comes to World Championship material.
This is our parasurfing sit category. Surfers suffering from lumbar and thoracic spinal cord injuries. They're riding in a sitting position, and they do not require any assistance paddling into waves or getting back onto their board safely. They've got that full strength and mobility of their upper body and their core, which makes it possible for them to be in that sitting position and control things entirely. Now we've got 16 minutes on the clock, and it looks like we might have a paddle here from Overlay. We'll stay with live action for a moment, see if he's able to get into it. Might just be a little bit far out. He's gonna have a dig, won't get into it. So with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Felipe Lima after another great win.
Thank you so much, Shan. Here with Felipe Lima for Team Brazil. Congratulations, parabéns.
Thank you. So happy to be here again.
We're so happy to have you. 5-time gold medalist here in the ISA, 2-time ASP gold medalist. You're one of the faces that we just saw. Elena Nichols. She's like the female apparent to you as far as driving the sport forward. I quick want to mention how important were the godfathers of the sport. We have Spike Kane here. You got Charles Chaka Webb, Jeff Munson, Ethan Kerr, all these guys that have been going at it. And how important is it to have that community and kind of those big brothers to shape your career?
Yeah, it's super important. I used to compare what we live today like the able-bodied surfing on the 70s, and it's the equipment improvement is so fast, and it's like a big community, you know. It's not so big yet, but it's good to see it's growing fast because of all the influence from the guys on the beginning of it, you know.
Who was the first person to put you on a wave ski?
Myself. Yeah, because I didn't know wave ski before. I used to surf on a shortboard before my injury. But after my injury, I tried to find a way to surf, and I tried prone because it was the only thing I have seen. And I didn't like it, and my body position doesn't fit on prone. So I start trying to find different stuff. I find the kayak surf. And when I went to a contest of kayak surf, I saw people surfing on a wave ski, and I said that's what I want, because you can shape it the way you want, and it's a safe way to surf. It's a high performance, and I fall in love very fast for it.
Well, it looks like you're in love with your new machine you have here by New Impact. Tell us a little bit about this carbon fiber machine you got here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. I like it. It's just the 4th time it goes to the water. I'm still getting used to it, but I love it. And the rails are very, very steep, and the bottom got a beautiful curve. Not much, because makes it fast, but got a step getting close to the rail, and this is very good. So you don't tip the rail when you don't want, but if you need the rail, it's there. So it's a very good board. I love it.
Yeah, very interesting bottom. We have this bevel here. This roundness here is what makes the board forgiving. If you do come out of maneuvers, that's going to save you. And all of this, where it flattens out and actually creates an edge, is going to engage that control when you need to. Those are very small fins. I want to ask about those fins. Are those wave ski specific?
Those are future fins. I love the future fins. Last year I came here and they sent me some fins. And I've been trying different ones, but gotta be small. So I use the 4-fin setup, and the middle one, it's always hard to find one because the 4-fin set doesn't have it, but I always try to make a similar one and put on the middle. So it works really good, really good.
Yeah, and I've talked to Chaka about, he had me actually reshape one of his center fins because he said they're no longer available. He likes the little 5-inch cutaway. And it's amazing how all the different ways that you can get these boards to maneuver. Finally, amazing conditions. Could you ever believe in those earlier days where it was really closed out, hard currents, chunky and windy, in the afternoons and to be a picture-perfect day in Surf City with nobody out. If this wasn't a contest, no one would give anybody waves.
Nah, it's bumping, man. It's so good to have the opportunity to surf so good waves on a heat. And it's been pretty good days. Yesterday was pumping too, and the day before there was some waves. But I've been seeing this forecast for a week and seeing that today would be very good. It's a size that fits better here. It's not big and not so small, so it's just perfect.
We already have a win by Pino this morning, so Brazil for the team medal is looking very, very strong. I'm pretty sure you guys are in the lead at the moment. Have you checked up on that?
I didn't check it up, but I know that we have the best guys on earth, you know, and we don't have the complete team, but we have the best guys. So I think we're willing for the gold. I hope we get it.
So at last, a message for those team members who couldn't make it, as well as everyone in Brazil in Portuguese.
Eu queria agradecer à Secretaria Nacional do Paradesporto, a FECASURF, né, que através da CBSurf estão dando todo o apoio para a gente esse ano e todo o conforto. Assim, eu acho que é a vez que eu vim para o Mundial que eu tive mais conforto e mais tranquilidade para fazer as baterias sem me preocupar com as coisas do dia a dia, né? Só preocupar com entrar e surfar. Então é muito bom ver esse apoio aí no Brasil. Espero que isso continue e aumente cada vez mais para todas as categorias, todas as idades, né? Então, muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. We'll see you in the finals. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Well done, Kizu, on another great performance. And he'll be looking strong heading into the finals to back up his gold medals and to be able to take it away again, as well as Team Brazil looking really favorable throughout this week. We're down to 10 minutes on the clock in the current heat in the water, and Guillaume for Team France is currently out in the lead with a couple of fours. That 4.83 does factor into his top two scores, looking at his round one total. He had a 6.17 as his high score, Mitch, so that 4.83 is going to improve that and keep him in that top three position, which is great. Douglas Hendricks now with a 4.9 and a 3 on the board. That's actually not going to factor into his top two. He's already sitting at number 2 on the rankings and needs to improve on a 5-point ride to get himself in a better situation to hold on to number 2 or possibly try and take away the lead. It would take a couple of excellent scores.
Yeah, and we saw Valencia up and riding too, the one surfer that doesn't have a paddle in this heat. Really cool to see him get an entry point into the wave, and he has to be even further inside to be able to catch the wave with how big their wave skis are. But Hendricks had one really cool turn on his 4.9, which I thought was a little late when he got out of it, but just getting his board up and over the one section right there is something of extreme difficulty, especially with the offshore wind kind of pushing you out to sea. So the more vertical you get, the more difficult it is to always stay on the face of the wave. I think that's something really cool that we're able to see with a lot of the wave ski surfers.
Is that where maybe that use of the upper body comes into play to actually keep that weight and momentum moving back down to the bottom of the wave?
Yeah, you want to bring it down with you, and it's the use of the paddle too. If you do have it with you, you want to be able to keep that in the water and kind of balance yourself, bring you back into the wave. But I feel that overall, it does come down to your core strength and your upper body. So if you're bringing your shoulders up and hitting the section, they need to be coming down with you, and that's where the extra paddle weight will help out quite a bit too.
So many different things to pick apart when it comes to great surfing and the opportunity to improve performances, especially in a variety of conditions like Ben mentioned in that interview. We've really seen all the faces of Huntington this week, aside from the really small days, though I did look at the forecast this morning and it seems like the swell is tapering off over the next few days. It could be getting quite small, which adds a different element of challenge and ease altogether. But we've really been able to see, you know, those onshore conditions, the big closeouts like yesterday, some more fun days like this. So it's been great to see everyone have to adapt to the varying conditions as we take a look at some replays.
Yeah, the heat recap here. This is the 3-point ride of Hendricks, and then Guillaume was able to get something good on the left over here, and not only is he in the lead, but dropping a 5.27 and a 4.83. That's a solid heat total that is keeping him at the moment in the top 4 heading into the grand final. And as you can see, he has great mobility of his upper body and excellent use of that paddle as well. And this is the one wave that I want to look at, the 4.9 of Hendricks. just a couple of smooth carves, but look at how he gets to the lip right there. I mean, he has to fully commit to that one section, and the way he was able to bring his upper body up and use of the paddle down with him in order to gain control. And then looking at the backup score here of Colin, a 4.83 on this one. Of the wave that shoulders off a bit more, still in the top 4, and that's really what you want to be doing if you want to get yourself a gold medal and your team medal overall.
That's right. Well, that 5.27 that's dropped in for this wave of Guillaume has him now sitting in that number 2 position. It's pushed Douglas Hendricks of South Africa down into that 3rd place position as Douglas just bites the nose, but he's going to be able to pull it off somehow. That was incredible the way he was able to ride out of that one. Douglas now looking to improve on a 4.9 and those 5-point rides that he had on the board to get him back into that 2nd place standing on the rankings, but he's still in a pretty convincing position to be taking out the top 4.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get seeded into the final, what color jersey you're wearing. The only thing that matters is getting there. And you were talking about the different faces at Huntington Beach. You got to be prepared for everything. We're talking about a world championship, medals on the line. If you want to be the best in the world, you have to be adaptable to different kinds of waves that you're going to be seeing throughout a week-long event. So for a lot of these men and women having the opportunity to compete here at a beach break, you'll probably be seeing different conditions, especially in differing tides. As we look at Overly up and riding now, this is a great looking wave on the right-hander, and he's got a lot of flow on this one. Excellent use of the rails and the ski overall with the paddle too. No doubt going to be his best score, and he's needing a strong one to be able to move up into the top 4, Shannon.
Chasing down improvement on a 2.33. His results from his first heat, he had a 4.67. That heat was a bit of a challenge for him because he only got the one wave. He wasn't able to get himself into a backup score, so he just had that 0-point ride sitting behind. But now with that 4.67, we'll see where this score drops through. It could be really helping that conversation to get him above that mid-range 9 points to get him into that top 4 conversation. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. And it's been an exciting morning of surfing so far. We've already seen records being broken, and we've seen some great performances from both our men and our women. We've got a big day of surfing still ahead of us. We'll be looking to finish out the day around 4:30. Could be closer to 5 by the time we actually get there, and maybe just, as that sun's kind of setting, trying to finish out our finishing heats for the day, because we still have 2 big days of competition before we're able to finish crowning all of our champions on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and seems like a couple of waves approaching right here with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Valencia having a dig at that one. He's going to lose priority. There might be a rebate wave right behind, though, but looking at that right-hander going by itself, that was a good opportunity as we look at the heat leader now.
Great takeoff for Guillaume, and he just gets clipped by the section. Looking for that same sort of barrel that we saw Elena Nichols go for.
Well, I think he wanted to hit the lip, but was just kind of caught in between 2 minds right there. Didn't fully commit to getting all the way up into the lip line, and he paid for it too. But really easy to get back out on the wave ski when you're talking about somebody that's already floating on top of the water rather than having to paddle. When you have the paddle like this on top of the wave ski, as soon as you rotate and flip around, you're able to get back out immediately and reestablish positioning and priority too, Shannon.
3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and Guillaume got into wave skiing after watching the likes of Felipe Lima, Spike Kane, putting together some great performances, and rides out complete from that last section. Great looking wave for Guillaume. It's been awesome to hear from him, just, the improvements that come within his surfing, but also the opportunity to just get himself into water after the accident, for him to be able to find a sport that he really enjoyed and to learn from some of the world's best, and now to be competing in heats against them and to be putting himself into the finals conversation to try and walk away with a great medal.
Yeah, and to help your team out too. I mean, we've always known that France has been an excellent, team competitor overall, and bringing a great team once again to Huntington Beach, a place where they have a lot of experience, not only in the shortboarding but also in the longboarding side too. I feel like this is a great opportunity for them to showcase their skills overall as a team, especially with the new kind of classifications that we're looking at for this year's event, Shannon.
2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. It's been awesome to see those classifications. We've had 9 classifications for a number of years. It's been great to see, that kind of growth and the number of surfers being able to split off into even more specific categories and classifications, but also this year for the very first time to have all 9 classifications for the men and also all 9 classifications for the women's field, where it used to be 9 for men and 8 for women with that mixed gender in the sit division. So this year we've got a women's sit division specifically, and we're continuing to see those numbers grow across the board. Over 180 athletes competing and 27 nations in total representing. There have been other years where we've had more nations representing, but it's amazing just to know that, you know, there's about 37 nations around the world where parasurfing is established, where there's athletes that are competing, there's surfers getting in the water, and those movements are growing. So we'll be hopeful to see that, you know, we can continue to grow the numbers that are actually able to put those teams together to raise those funds to get on the plane to be present for World Championships in the next few years.
Yeah, there's involvement, you know, and people are getting out there and getting inspired by the motivation that they're seeing from other people do well, especially I would have to say Lima and Nichols that we saw in the 2 previous heats. But more than anything overall, you're seeing the great opportunities at an excellent competition venue too. You come to HB, you know what to expect. There's going to be at least something to surf every single day. But when you show up and you have different kind of conditions on all 5 days of competition so far, something spectacular, not even including the opening ceremony when I count that as our first day. Waves are still really good on Sunday. So I think overall this has been a great venue for a lot of these surfers. And more than anything with the new classifications, as you were mentioning, they're being able to broaden their experience in terms of what they're surfing usually at home. Some people may not be able to be used to surfing a wave like this where they're originally from.
Yeah, it's been a really great location to move things from Pismo, which was a really fun contest because Pismo Beach is a lot smaller than Huntington. It's a nice kind of, you know, it's a small community and it brings everybody together in a really beautiful way. But to be in Surf City, Surf City, USA this week, to be here in Huntington, a spot that has run, you know, hundreds and hundreds of iconic events through the years, is awesome to now see the parasurfing community. Douglas Hendricks on the final 10 seconds uses his priority on this wave. He's looking to improve on that 4.9. Remember, he'll have to get himself into the 5s in order to be improving on his overall standing to keep himself in that top 4 conversation. But so far he's been doing really well. And Elias with one more opportunity on the inside. He'll be dropping a second score behind that 2.83, though he missed the opening of that wave, so we're not sure what happened off the takeoff. That was a great heat though. Guillaume taking away another win, and scores to come through. If Douglas Hendricks is able to get himself a 5.21, he'll be moving into that leader position as we take one more look here at the replay.
Yeah, and this is Valencia's last. You can see the strong offshore wind, and the only surfer out there opting to not use a paddle, so great to see him paddle in with his arms, and that is way more difficult than having to use the paddle, so right on for him. Won't be moving into the top 4, as you were mentioning, into the grand final, but still a nice performance overall for the Chilean.
Well, we've got more action to come. Stay tuned. We'll have Sam Bleakley and a very special guest, Catherine Beatty, joining the conversation right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in as we kick off a new division. It's our elimination round of men's prone to round 3, and we got some massive names to look forward to. We got Jose Martinez, Andy Guy, Onda Ganaga, and Brock Lettner, USA, England, Spain, and Canada represented. I'm Sam Bleakley, and I have the absolute honor of having a very special guest in the booth with me, Catherine Beattie, last year's silver medalist, and you're representing Team USA. You're not competing today, but you've got a lot of excitement to look forward to. And first of all, I mean, let's have a quick reflection on Elena Nichols' 10-point ride.
I'm still so stoked on. I can't even get over how good that was, and her wave before it, the 9.4. I mean, I feel like that would have been a 10 had it not been the first wave of the heat. Like, she's just on fire, and these conditions are amazing. I know Jose's going to want to go for a barrel as well in these perfect prone conditions. I'm so excited for this heat, and yeah, I can't wait to see what they do up there.
And what was so special was the fact that she emphasized that was her first ocean barrel. She's had a barrel at Waco, but nothing compares to that experience of getting in the tube in the open ocean. It was a big, fast, shifting wave, a perfect 10-point ride. You've also been a role model, a trendsetter, a pioneer, the first woman in wheelchair BMX to do a backflip.
Mm-hmm.
You're our silver medalist from last year. How important is it now with this push for surfing inclusion in the LA 28 Paralympics to have everybody performing at such a high level here at Huntington?
Oh yeah, I mean, we all feel, I think, the pressure to represent our sport and our countries really well with LA 28. They have their eye on us, and just to get parasurfing in the Paralympics would be amazing for the visibility of the sport. A lot of people would love to surf, they just don't know it's an option for them. So we're really crossing our fingers that we put on a good show here and get to show the world what we can do.
And putting on a good show, surfer from Spain, Onda, who's been looking fantastic all week, the youngster out of North Spain there, the 19-year-old, got himself a nice barrel there. He comes off the back of winning the 2023 European Championship based in the Basque Country in San Sebastian. Up and riding around now, Jose Martinez, and of course he got a near perfect 10, Catherine, 2 days ago.
I mean, this guy, I don't know anybody who surfs like Jose. He just sends it, no fear. He'll go for anything, and the control he has over his board with just really one limb is amazing to see. He really puts on a show out there every time.
And talking of putting on a show, your own career, you work as a TV writer. How important is it for all the marketing and media, big names like Onda, like Jose, can bring to push this opportunity to get surfing in the Paralympics?
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to consider that Olympics, Paralympics, they're a televised event, and it's a show for the world. So they want to showcase the best, and they want to have those sports in there that are going to look great on TV and get the world excited. So anything these guys can do to represent us well is amazing.
And what's the vibe like in the Team USA camp?
I mean, right now we're on a super high after Elena's amazing heat. We're just so happy to be here, and this is a home break for a lot of us here in Huntington. So it's beyond convenient. It's just awesome to kind of be at home and feel comfortable and welcome all these other countries to our amazing waves out here.
Well, someone who had some amazing waves taking the win on that last exchange out of South Africa, Douglas Hendricks, is on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. First heat win for Douglas Hendricks. First of all, congratulations. You move into the final, which is really the main goal, but you did improve on your scores. How to feel out there competing with the strong offshores this morning?
Compared to the conditions on Tuesday, was amazing. So really grateful that the conditions turned out well. Tide was finally in our favor, conditions were finally in our favor, so I'm very happy.
How did you originally get into wave skiing?
Well, I started prone surfing and then I found out I'm useless at it. And then someone suggested wave ski. They organized me a wave ski through Viking down in Durban and got me on, and since then it's just, yeah, I mean, I come from a rowing background as well, so having something in my hands to paddle with, it really helps.
Yeah, you're a strong dude, but talk to me about the surfing scene, not only in Durban, South Africa, also within the country. Natasha, part of the Athletes Commission right now. You obviously have a lot of surfers that have made it to the championship tour, but in terms of wave skiing, how are we seeing development over there in Durban?
It's a bit slow for the adaptive athletes. I think everybody's a little bit scared to try maybe, but we're trying to grow it. We are doing demo days. We're trying to promote the wave ski, adaptive wave ski as much as possible. Last year we had Martin at Pismo, so there were 2 South Africans. Unfortunately, he couldn't come this year. But we're growing it, and we're trying to grow it as much as possible. We're looking for female athletes, female adaptive wave ski athletes to come and try it. You know, hit me up, get me on Instagram. Let's see if we can get something happening. Hey?
How do they contact you in case they want to get in touch?
Instagram, hey? They can get hold of me on Instagram, or they can get hold of us through Viking Wave Skis in Durban. Or we can get them set up and, you know, get them started.
Anything you want to say to people back home?
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, JBF and Design. Thanks for my sponsors. Thanks for getting it here. All the guys that bought raffle tickets, you made this happen, so thank you so much. Really appreciate all your support. Go Boca.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Douglas, there, of course, the reigning rugby world champions there, representing wave ski Viking boards. Beautiful surfing from Douglas Hendricks, looking to go for gold once again. But let's catch up on the action, Catherine, because Jose Martinez is waiting for a second score to drop. We've seen Tubes, we've seen Andy Guy pulling into a barrel there during that post-heat interview. He had a pretty nasty wipeout, but he looked like he's okay.
He looks like he's fine, and I actually just want to give him props for, he really tried to hold on to that one, and you know, grip strength is so important in prone too, and for a quad like Andy, it's really difficult, and he was giving that wave everything he got. It was amazing, and I'm glad to see he was okay.
Yeah, and Andy, like yourself, he's excelled in other para sports. Wheelchair rugby. He's in the national team for wheelchair table tennis. And you know, for you, what can surfing gain from excellence in other para sports? You know, what are you seeing these different athletes bringing now to this para surfing movement from their achievements, for example, in sit skiing, from other types of activities?
Yeah, I think all the athletes that you see, especially those of us that come from other extreme sports, skiing, WCMX, I'll throw rugby in there because, you know, they're really smashing into each other. I think a lot of us come from the mentality of just send it. You know, we're used to going big, and I think the more and more crossover athletes we get from those sports, you know, we're just going to push the progression of parasurfing even further. So that's huge for our sport to get other athletes to come in.
And coming off the back of having won silver last year, what are your aims now going into 2023?
Oh man, you know, I just want to continue to progress. For me, our division is so good top to bottom, so anytime I can better my performance, I count that as a win. I'm still a relatively new surfer. I've really only been doing this about 2 years at this level, so I just want to continue to go out there and improve and have a good time.
Brock Lettner there just got a nice long silky right-hander from Summerland, British Columbia, BC. Also keen on waves, kite surfing and karting and golfing. You can follow him at his YouTube channel. If you look at his Instagram, brock.lettner, he's just launched a YouTube channel to really talk about his transition into parasports, because he grew up as a motocross racer competing on motorbikes all over Canada and the USA. And I've been looking at his YouTube channel. It's really interesting. And Catherine, what would be your advice to parasurfers keen to get into the prone divisions? You know, where can they start? Who can they talk to? How can they get these experiences to access some of this coaching and equipment?
Yeah, so I think that's the biggest barrier to entry to surfing, is actually just finding the equipment and the access to the beach. So, you know, there's the para sports organizations in many local communities here in Southern California. We have Waves for All in Oceanside, Life Rolls On, and I have found really as a para athlete, people are just so excited to help us get into the ocean. So a lot of us don't like to ask for help, but don't let that hold you back. You know, everybody wants us to be out there. So I would say just look for local para sports organizations, you know, in your city, and call them up and ask them if they'll take you out surfing.
And one of the big things we notice with this Prone 2 division is the teamwork. Explain to all of our surfers and viewers tuning in how important the role of the pusher and the catcher is for these athletes.
Yeah, so here we see Jose on screen, and his pusher Joe he's just a beast, and so it's really important to have the communication between the athlete and the pusher. The athlete, chooses the waves, but the pusher is really responsible for angling them in and getting them right there in the pocket. So communication is key, and then you have the catcher on the inside, whose job is to meet you as soon as your wave is over and get you out to the back as fast as possible to get you another one. So that's what I love about Prone 2 is it's such a team sport, and I think that the pushers and catchers don't often get as much recognition as they deserve because they are a huge factor in how well you can do out there.
And someone who's doing very well, Jose Martinez. He's dropped an excellent 8.33. Let's get a little look at our replay here of Jose. What do you think of this, Catherine?
Look at that. I just love the way he, puts his little nub in the water and redirects. It's amazing. And just keep in mind for all our viewers, he's doing this with one full limb. So the board control that he has, I know he's still looking for that barrel, so he's going to want to go back out there and get another one, but that was amazing.
And tell us the different techniques we'll see from the likes of Jose Martinez, who has that trunk movement, compared to someone like Jesse Bilao, who'd be more using the elbows.
Yeah, so Jesse's really locked in there with his elbows, and he does not move his arms off the board, otherwise, he'll lose his balance. So Jesse's such a graceful surfer, and he's doing that all really with elbows and head movements. And, he's a world champion for a reason. He's amazing. But, it's really fun to watch the different styles in this division because we have so many different disabilities. And this is a great wave for Andy. Oh,
nice.
I'm
long,
loving this, yeah.
Open face right-hander. Andy Guy redirects, connects that section there after committing to an opening barrel on that 3.40. This is going to be a stronger score. Andy Guy out of Bobby Tracy, Devon there. Fantastic surfing for the Englishman. He's going to drop a big score. What do you think of that, Catherine?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be an improvement for him. And I love the commitment. And, and like we were saying, Andy, he comes from rugby. He's used to just sending it. And you could see he was holding nothing back on that wave. So that was great.
And from Spain, looking at this left hand, but it's Jose Martinez up and riding, high line, drops in, takes trim speed there, redirects, carves hard off the bottom, top turn, sweeping roundhouse cut back there again for another re-entry. Incredible loose, lively surfing from Jose Martinez. That was absolutely outstanding, Catherine.
Mm-hmm. I mean, his surfing speaks for itself, but he's such an inspiration and a motivation to all of us on Team USA. We all just want to surf as well as Jose does, but I have to say he puts in the work. He lives in the desert and drives to San Diego hours every day to get out there and surf, and he's in the gym, and he really puts in the work, and it shows out there on the wave.
Yeah, and I've seen even from last year at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo, where you got your silver medal, that some of the established athletes, even between then and now, the amount of training they have done. I'll take the example of Llewellyn Sponge Williams, the Welsh in the Neil categories, the reigning gold medalist. I see with him someone who's put a lot of focus into his training, and that really says a lot about the combination of what is it like as an established athlete when you've got young people coming up putting pressure on you. How does that inspire you to go further?
Yeah, you always have to be pushing your limits because there's going to be somebody coming up behind you, and that's what we want. We want the sport to grow. We want new talent to come in. But you can't let your foot off the gas, because if you do, somebody's going to come up behind you and take that title.
Absolutely, as we wait for that second score to drop for Andy Guy here in this opening knockout round of round 3 of the Prone 2. We've got big names coming up in Heat 2 and Heat 3, the likes of Davi Teixeira, former gold medalist, the reigning gold medalist, Eric Lazar, Jesse Bilao. We've got Mark Hager also representing England, but right now it's Jose Martinez with an 8.33, looking to replace that 2.50. Is that last wave? Do you think, Catherine, it's going to go into the excellent range?
I hope so. I mean, I don't know what more he could have done with that wave. I know if I surfed, that would be excellent in my heart. So I'm really anxious to see what the judges drop for that one.
It was great listening to Quinn Waitley yesterday after her heat win. One of the best post-heat interviews ever. I mean, fantastic. And, her interest in dancing as well. How much does that really help with her training, the fact that she's really passionate about her line dance?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, so much of prone surfing, especially Prone 2, is about rhythm and like connecting with the ocean and your pusher. And so I think like dancing actually really does cross over a lot. And Quinn is committed to dancing. You watch her Instagram, she's out there all the time line dancing, and she just likes to put on a show. I mean, we've all seen Quinn surf, and you can see that showmanship when she's out there on the wave, and I think she brings that in dancing as well.
Well, what about this replay from Jose? Waiting for that score to drop. It's a 7-1-7, Catherine.
You know, I'm not going to disagree with the judges, but I thought that was amazing.
Beautiful, loose, lively attacking surfing as we get the other replay from the drone clip. I mean, look at those lines. Tell us a little bit about the technique he uses coming off the bottom, Catherine, with his turns very loose, very lively.
Yeah, and you can see him put his nub in the water to redirect, and his arm that he has on the board is so powerful. He's just able to like whip that board around. So impressive, the strength that he has.
So at the moment we got Jose now moves into first. We got Onda there in second. Andy Guy needing a fairly attainable score. You know, what goes through your mind as an athlete when you're in third? It's knockout. Only top two will get through to the semi-finals. You know, you know the score that you need. What goes through your mind at that moment?
Yeah, it's so much strategy. It's do you wait for that perfect wave that's going to give you the score that might not come, you know, as time's winding down, or do you go for it? You really have to kind of zen out and not get too much in your head at that moment.
Well, Andy Guy chasing a score of a 7.33. Onda up and riding. Nice high line. Takes that trim connection there and just readjusts, engages that inside rail, cuts back. Now at the bottom of the wave, foaming up a little bit, but beautiful positioning in the pocket as he just accelerates into that foam ball. Doesn't quite ride out, but that looked really strong from the young Spaniard, who's been a fantastic standout at this event.
Yeah, you know, I'm relatively new to the parasurfing community, so a lot of these guys, it's the first time that I'm seeing them surf or really paying attention. And every year I come here, I'm just amazed by the quality of surfing and the countries that, you know, are bringing new surfers in. We have Saudi Arabia here this year, which is awesome. So I just get so stoked on seeing all the other heats. You know, I'm excited to be out there, but I also love being on the beach and cheering everyone on. And that's the great thing about ISA parasurfing is we'll cheer for whoever. You know, a good wave is a good wave, regardless of whether they're on our team or not. The atmosphere on the beach is just amazing.
And what's the difference between the you know, the community you've experienced from your life in wheelchair BMX in contrast to the surf wave riding community?
Yeah, so surfing is, I think, a lot more established than adaptive skating is right now, and I think everybody knows skaters are an awesome community as well. Everybody just wants you to go out there and get your trick and have a good time, and I've seen that with surfing as well. And the thing about surfing is it's a lot more difficult, a lot more challenging to access the water, you know, to find equipment, and so I think because of that, everybody's really willing to help and share ideas, and nobody's trying to hold back secrets, you know, to see that they can perform better than the next person. They just want everyone to get out there and get good waves and surf well.
And yeah, that's a really important point about that opportunity to share expertise, development, and what we're seeing is so much precise engineering, people experimenting with new materials, equipment, fin configurations, but also a very open attitude amongst the teams and the athletes to inspire one another and say, look, this is what I'm using, it's working well, and this is why it's working well, why don't you try it? Tell us a little bit about the equipment that you use. Who shapes your board, and what will we be looking forward to seeing under your body when you paddle out for your next heat?
Yeah, so I have a couple boards. Right now I'm working with a shaper, Ryan Siegel, who I met through Life Rolls On, which is Jesse Blauer's organization. He's a great shaper. He actually never shaped any prone boards before we started working together, so there was a lot of communication between the two of us. Mine has a lot of rockers, so I can get into those waves, you know, because my face is right there at the water, and I got my fins a little higher up under my hips to turn, and we're kind of, you know, playing with the rails, hoping that I can get, you know, engage them a little bit easier. But I think every time you go out there and surf, you learn a little bit more about what works for you. So I'm just excited to, after this contest, continue to refine my equipment and like really be able to lock it in.
And talking of locking it in, I mean, look at those conditions today. I mean, how special is it as a surfer to see waves like this on offer, knowing that you're going to be feasting on this pretty soon?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So unfortunately for me, we did not have these conditions yesterday, and I'm so jealous. Like, I'm just out there, like, I mean, I surf at Huntington regularly, and we have nice waves, but to see them this nice and this empty, it's beautiful out there. And I'm so glad that they picked this week for the contest because we can really showcase how great Huntington is to the rest of the world.
Absolutely, and now we got the Santa Ana winds blowing just to really clean things up. But it's Onda from Spain in second position as we move into the last 30 seconds. He's got a 6 and a 5.73 with another score waiting to drop. Andy Guy up and riding, chasing a big score, committing to that. It was Brock Lettner out of Canada needing that big score as well, an 8.26, so he won't get that. Andy and Brock, if things don't change, will unfortunately be eliminated, but incredible performances. But look out, because Andy Guy is in that bowl section committing, not holding back, and we have to really give a big shout out, Catherine. Andy is absolutely been sending it all heat. He has been charging.
Oh, absolutely, and you know that's what it takes. And even though he's not moving on to the next round, that performance was amazing, and you gotta love the heart and the dedication that he puts into surfing.
Catherine, it's been such a pleasure to have you in the booth. Last words to say, what are you looking forward to most about the next couple of days?
Oh, I'm just looking forward to getting back out there. It's beautiful right now, and anytime I can get in the water is a good day for me, so I just want to surf.
Well, we've just seen Jose Martinez take the win. He books himself a spot in the semi-final. Coming up next, we've got David Teixeira, our reigning world champion. We've just had the honor of sharing this heat with Catherine Beattie. Stay tuned, tune into her Instagram, watch her competing tomorrow. But coming up next, we've got Brazil, Japan, Colombia, Italy as we continue day 4 live from Huntington Beach for the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks so much for tuning in. A pleasure to have your company. We have just seen Jose Martinez and Onda Gonaga from Spain book themselves spots in the semi-finals. But coming up next, we have David Teixeira, Tomoke Fujiwara, Freddie Maramon, and Lorenzo Bini. Brazil, Japan, Colombia, Italy, represented in heat number 2, round 3 of the knockout stage. Up and riding, Lorenzo Bini pulls out of that wave. Tomoke doesn't drop into that wave. So 20-minute heats, best 2 waves, top 2 will advance into the semi-finals. We just had the pleasure of Catherine Beattie in the booth, our silver medalist from last year, based down there in Southern California, and she's going to be competing tomorrow, the first woman to do a wheelchair MX backflip. So she's very close to the action sports community, works as a TV writer. And now back in the booth, Ben Way, I'm Sam Bleakley, and this is Parasurf Prone 2. Any surfer riding in that prone position that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and paddling back out as we've got live action again. All of these surfers just having a slow start, a little bit held up in the wind, but then another great performance from Jose Martinez. He's booked himself a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone expected him to be in this final. The guy put so much work in and did some amazing surfing. We know that one huge turn in his first heat was one of the maneuvers of the event so far, as far as my eyes go. But did you notice that we had a couple attempts, but to avoid any kind of interference call, we had them pull out at the last minute.
Freddy Maramon looks to be deepest on this section. High line there, unable to drop into the wave. So no scores on the board so far. Carnival atmosphere on the sand here for day number 4 of the World Parasurfing Championship as reigning gold medalist David Teixeira off the bottom, off the top, projects and charges out of that section with control, and then just engages the rail, goes back into the left. He wants a couple more maneuvers here. He's heading in the direction of the pier because he knows that's going to be the spot that's going to facilitate the easiest paddle out, but then he redirects to the right with the reform because he's got some open face, and this wave is just going to bowl out for one more opportunity for a beautiful rebound onto the sand in style. Brazilian David Teixeira answering back Lorenzo Bini out of Italy with a nice trim line there, locked into that inside rail, floats there inside through the foam, just looks to readjust that rail trim and then might well veer off slowly but smoothly back towards the left as that wave just starts to fade. And with that, someone who's booked himself a spot in the first semi-final. Jose Martinez is with Shannon Hughes.
With Mitchell, Sam, but thank you. I try to be as good-looking as Shannon. Congratulations today. You're into the semifinals. Once again, a great performance. You go up against some excellent competitors, though, and when you have to reset, knowing that it's the quarters, it's single elimination now, how do you kind of prepare yourself ahead of the heat?
You know what? Today, I wanted to get a warm-up. I saw how calm it was, and it kind of told me, hey, you need to pump the brakes. You need to recenter yourself. I was out there doing breath holds, making sure I was holding on, preparing myself. I changed my equipment all over again because I felt like it was a little bit too loose for you guys. I needed to show you that I can control the board more, so switched up my fins all over again. Still 2+1, now this time it has a little bit more rake in it, so I can have my hold. But to be quite honest with you, it's kind of a reset. For a long time, I always worried about my competitors. Now I'm just more focused on showing the judges that I know what I can do on these waves. And that's all I'm focused on, and I'm grateful that I've been able to change that mindset.
Presentation is a big part of how you explain a lot of these scoring to a lot of the surfers and the judges, obviously, too. When you're finishing a wave, how much posture is involved in a lot of your presentation at the end of it?
It's everything, to be quite honest with you, because if you don't show the judges that you have full control of your board and you know what you're doing, then that could knock you down 8.2 points or maybe not give you the score that you know you should have had. So for me, I'm always trying to make sure that I finish the wave. I'm trying to show them that I'm on the board, even though it's a little hard for me because this is how I'm built, you know, so I'm a little sideways sometimes or whatnot, but as long as I show them that I have control, that's all it's about. And now that I'm starting to emphasize and advance a bit more, I'm starting to show that right as it's closing that I'm going to drop down and show them that I have full control now. So I'm grateful for everything that Huntington's giving us. I'm grateful for these waves, and I'm grateful for you guys for giving us a stage for it.
Two proud Mexican Americans right here. You're from South Central LA, Compton to be specific. Around 2 out of 5 kids that are Mexican Americans don't know how to swim. What's kind of your message to get them involved, especially with the ocean and more events like this one?
Well, one Mexican, one Salvadorian American. My parents are from El Salvador, and to be quite honest with you, seeing the Team El Salvador here, I was training with them earlier this year at their beautiful training facility that they just built. Make sure you guys talk to one Team El Salvador because they're absolutely amazing. But to be quite honest with you, it's just I'm just grateful that I've been able to put 2 different types of uniform, one to defend my country and one to show the rest of the world what we Americans can do and to show them how big our love is for everybody.
Felicidades, congratulations in the semis.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, everybody. And again, remember, the only way we're going to get into the Paralympics, if you guys make all that voice for us, make all the noise for us, and continue to support all of us. Thank you guys very much. Have a wonderful day, and let's get it, baby. The waves aren't over. Let's go.
Vamos con todo, Sam.
Oh, wow. Puts my hair on end. Fantastic words, Jose. And, you know, got his game face on as well, recognizing the value of mixing up his equipment. Talked about a change of strategy, stiffening the board up to give more drive to some of the turns, and it paid off. We've seen the loose, lively surfing. There we saw more arc, more carve, and really emphasizing how he's motivated to really finish these waves with complete maneuvers. That last turn counts.
Yeah, and also just being so conscious of exactly what the judges are looking for and constantly tuning up your game in reflection to the scores that you got for certain types of riding.
And big shout out to our Spaniard, Onda. He has booked himself a spot in the second semi-final. So there's now 4 spots remaining across those 2 semi-finals. So this is the second heat of round 3. 2 surfers will advance to the semi-finals, and then we have heat number 3, where we have Eric Lazar, Jesse Balawa, Claudio Morales, and Mark Hager. As we can see, our surfer from Japan getting ready to get involved for more rides. He's got a 4.83, so he's in second position as it stands if things remain the same. It's Davi Teixeira and Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan. Tell me a little bit more about Tomoki, Ben.
Well, we've seen him so much in all of our events, and he's just got this really relaxed sort of Jedi style to him, where it looks like he's doing very minimal body movements, but the board reacts to him. He's so connected to his equipment. The other thing is his pusher is a really good surfer, and he always seems to put him on waves that are without a doubt going to provide a score.
Absolute incredible teamwork from Japan. On your screen right now, this is Freddie Maramon, the 18-year-old from Colombia who won gold at the World Parasurfing Championship in 2018. But that was a classification that we don't see anymore. He's now shifted into this prone 2 classification. Very similar style to Davi Teixeira and Jose Martinez. Extremely strong core strength, and has that smaller board and really active on the rail engagement, weaving, climbing and dropping and attacking sections.
Yeah, and when we speak of Freddie and Davi, they both have, I believe it's the same congenital limb disorder, which is, I think, 1 in 300,000 people, something crazy like that. And they just happen to come into this with the same condition and the same strength. And so early on, when it was basically Davi versus Freddie, it was such a show to see these guys who have similar strength, similar mobility, and they just attack it.
Both born with amniotic band syndrome, which is known as Adam complex, which is a trapping of the limbs in the fetus during development before birth. So both of these surfers have that impairment, but both of them absolutely rip. But it's right now Freddie Maramon who's chasing a wave. The Colombian needs to get the score on the board, because Davi Teixeira has dropped a strong 6.5 for the opening waves. We can see those Santa Ana winds continuing to groom these lefts and rights, and it looks like Davi Teixeira dropping down into a bowly left-hander off the bottom trim line there. Perfect positioning into a radical cutback, engaging that rail, locking the fins, and then accelerating out of the turn, looking to float right out of that floater with control, and then cuts back into the right-hander reform there, little bowl section just to finish close to the shallows with style, adding to that 6.5. Hey presto, Davi Teixeira is looking sizzling hot, Ben.
Wow, and just if you ever zero in on his riding, he is so focused, and he makes this just determined face to make every maneuver. And when you see Davi's Instagram, he's a competitive karate competitor. Same face when he's doing that. He's just completely locked in with laser focus. And you could see at that last hit, it would have been so easy to get pushed over the back, and he just stuck that board in, and there's just, he's not taking no for an answer.
Absolutely. Red hot surfing. He's got 460,000 followers on Instagram. But what about this, Ben?
Look at this, off the bottom, and he was almost in the barrel there. He finally finds some open space, lets off that outside rail, and just leans into that inside rail. to carve it up. And this is where he was slightly lacking speed up into this, and he just made it happen, connected the wave's energy, hold that one in, and then reforms it. He makes sure to milk every little scoring opportunity out of every wave.
And as we progress to the opportunity to match up the likes of Eric Lazar, Mark Hager, Jesse Bulauer with the surfers riding smaller boards like David Teixeira, what will be the pros and cons of a longer board and the potential increased trim speed that would allow in these conditions?
So you have, it's their strength, their core strength, and their mobility that allows them to ride a short board. The thing about the short board is that's going to cost you more time getting out into the lineup, and that's also a little bit more work for the pusher to push a smaller board out into the lineup. However, getting under waves, if you go out when there's a set, you're going to get through those waves easier. And now we see them. It looks like Freddie might find his opening ride here.
Freddie Marimon, a great skateboarder himself, our 2018 world champion, off the bottom, off the top, up and riding still. That wave now is foamed up a little bit, but he's still engaging that rail, pushing out to get some reform opportunity. Nice trim speed there, even through the foamy white water as he gets a bit of more of a reform right here onto the inside, still heading to the left. He's got a score on the board. He's got just under 6 minutes remaining to get out there for more. And this is where his catcher will come and really participate in that opportunity to help the athlete get out to the lineup.
Yes, so Freddie's pusher is also a very, very talented kind of pro-level bodyboarder, Mimo, which is the coach for Team Columbia. And here we go. Pushes him in a perfect one. Quick top turn there. Make sure that he doesn't get hung up with the wind. Fights his way down back into the face. Finds his bottom transition. And you can see there's, even though he's in whitewash, there's still some face and transition on the bottom of this, giving him this room, giving him the chance to get that speed and fit in these different maneuvers. And just make sure, since that is his first ride, he wants to juice every point that he can out of that ride, and we're going to see what his first score comes in.
Well, here's our surfer from Italy, Lorenzo Bini, on a beautiful right-hander there at the pier bowl, and that wave just crashes over him, but he comes out of that section and then just catches that inside rail. But he did complete that incredible drive through that bowl as it just blasted him, but he still came out. It was the second section that he just dagged the rail.
Yeah, and that's that difference that you were just mentioning about the longer board. The surfers who have less mobility, less body strength, they need a longer board to keep carrying them in. They also needed to keep that stability. And so some of them are able to manhandle the board. Some of them just basically need to keep on top of the board. And he's able to do such dynamic turns with such minimal body movement.
Out of Okayama, Western Japan, our surfer Tomoki. Nice long right-hander, adding to that 4.83 as his Japanese teammates come onto the shore break there to just assist. How will that compare to his opening 4.83?
Well, you know what? It seems like he got possibly a couple more turns on this one. A little more dynamic range of depth in the turn, so we'll see what happens as far as that. Looks like Davi's going to be on a good one.
Davi Teixeira looking to replace a 6.5. Beautiful right-hander there. Straightens out. That one runs off down the sandbar, but he's already got some strong scores out there in first position. As things stand, he has booked himself a spot in the semi-finals, but Lorenzo Bini has just dropped to 3.5 to add to his 2.83, so he's now in second position. So our surfer from Japan, waiting for a score to drop, only needs a 1.5 to move back into first. You'd imagine he'd get that. Freddie Marimon dropped to 4.27 for his opening ride, so he now needs a 2.06, so it's going to come right down to the wire bend. 3 minutes remaining, sitting out there on your screen. Freddie Marimon looks to be well placed to go for that 2.06 that he needs, but let's wait to see what our surfer from Japan gets, because if he gets a score above a 1.5, he's moved up into second and he's booked a spot in the semi-finals.
The other thing is he will change the requirements that they're needing, so those could drastically rise depending on what his score is. So we're going to see, we're basically going to have to wait on his score to really see how this is all panning out.
But Freddie Marimon carrying that 4.27. It's close to Tomoki's 4.83. So everybody evenly poised in third and fourth, but the Lorenzo Bini's combination of those lower scores, a 3.5 and a 2.83, that combination is enough to keep him in second, but not for long. Davi Teixeira is waiting to drop a score. It's probably not going to replace his 6.5, so it won't increase his lead. It's unlikely that we're going to see anybody move into the lead because they'll need a combination of scores with just less than 2 minutes remaining. And there it is, a 3.2. Tomoki moves up into second position. And as it stands, now Freddie Maramon needing a 3.77 and Lorenzo Bini needing a 4.54 with 1 minute 40 seconds remaining.
So with that single wave, things just got a lot more heated for that third and fourth position. And I know Freddie's out there with first priority. They're going to be really, really selective, and it looks like they're going to be on a wave here.
Up and riding on the left-hander, Freddie Maramon looking to book himself a spot in the semi-finals. Comes off the bottom, comes off the top, but he doesn't ride out of that re-entry. So the frustration will really kick in because he was chasing a 3.77, and had he completed that turn, there could have been a possibility of getting close to that score.
Here's the positive side, is that luckily he had bobbled on the first turn, so he wasn't that far away from his pusher Mimo. They're going to be able to get right back into position and still have time for another one as long as they stay out of any kind of priority trouble.
Davi Teixeira sitting to the top of your screen there with his pusher. He's in first priority and he's in the lead. So what is going through the Japanese team now, knowing that they're in second priority and both Lorenzo Bini for Italy and Freddie Maramon for Colombia are chasing small scores with just 35 seconds remaining?
Well, normally in a competition situation like this, second priority would go move on the lower priority surfers just to make sure that you can block them and make sure that they don't make it up into your advancing position. However, maneuvering and kind of making your way around the lineup is not as easy with this pusher-catcher situation. So they're basically just going to leave it up to trying to improve his scores and put those other two in a tougher situation to move up into his zone.
Well, there's just 5 seconds remaining. I can hear Iksa, the beach announcer, counting it down, and there it is. Our Japanese surfer has advanced in second position into the semi-finals. Davi Teixeira has got a wave to maybe replace his 6.5. We'll wait to see if that score changes, but as it stands, Davi Teixeira takes the win. Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan in second, and that will mean so much for the Japanese team to know that he's in a semi-final.
And that's the third Japanese surfer that got a buzzer beater in the last 1 minute. They've just stuck with getting sticking with that system. That was a really exciting heat.
Wow, we've got another exciting heat coming up, Ben. We've got the laser, the mighty, majestic Eric Lazar out of Hawaii, surfing against the Zen master, Jesse Balawa out of the US of A, Claudio Morales from Chile, and Mark Hager. Mark, a fantastic long-time surfer from England. Boscombe Beach, Bournemouth, massive. They'll be tuning in to support Mark Hager. He's represented in white there as we got Claudio Morales in green, but watch out because Jesse Balawa in blue and Eric Lazar in red. These guys are the leaders of the Pro 2 division historically. I mean, Jesse Balawa's multiple ISA World Parasurfing titles, his 6 US national titles. He won the inaugural gold in this division and up and riding right now. The laser's having a look, not able to drop into that wave. So nothing ridden so far for any of the surfers, but this, Ben, is an absolute smoker. This is probably one of the more exciting matchups of the day. Big names, hard-hitting surfers, all extremely capable of going well into the excellent range.
Yeah, really balanced abilities here. All of these are big names in the sport, and we can expect to see some amazing rides. And so everyone is being a little bit more selective. We have seen a lot of pushes that didn't work out because of that offshore. We still have kind of the tide on the higher side, so you got that little bit slopier takeoff. It's not as easy to get these guys into the waves, and so they need to make sure that they're going to get him in the waves, especially once we get into people holding priority, because that can be crucial to holding your priority spot and not pushing them and losing your priority position.
So we have two Jessies, Jesse Balawa and his pusher Jesse. The laser, Eric Lazar. Do we know much about his team?
This time I'm not sure who he's using, and we have White up and riding.
Mark Hager, big takeoff there. pulls in off the top, off the bottom, accelerates down to the section there. He's come unstuck, but will get a score on the board. Mark Hager from Bournemouth on the south coast of England, a stalwart of Kimmeridge Bay, long-time surfer, 3 times national champion, 1-time Welsh champion, loves to shoot the pier at Pismo last year. He famously did that, and we called him Mark Mad Dog Hager for his attacking approach. A big shout out to all his family tuning in, his wife Lizzie, his son Teddy, his parents Perry and Teddy. But up and riding right now, Claudio Morales, looking really good, an incredible bowly right-hander section, and then back into the pocket with style, and then puts that board on rail on the Pearson Arrow, based out there in Santa Cruz. The psychologist is the laser Eric Lazar on a beautiful left-hander in the bowl, in the pocket. Full shadow coverage, shade there for the laser, looking strong, and the mighty Eric Lazar charges out of that section and puts that board on rail to carve back into the right, and that looked absolutely stunning. Picture postcard quality waves, and the laser putting it all on the line.
That was insane. And that was the same spot on the sandbar that Davi had gotten his wave, except a bigger wave with more punch, and you did see the shadow of the lip going over him. And it is so cool to see. Anyone loves the barrel. This was an amazing ride. Claudio comes off the bottom. He basically sneaks into the pocket right here, and then comes flying out, and that cross wedge makes him air into the flats. Really like that one right behind him. Here we go. Laz off the bottom, sees this, he's kind of putting on the brakes, gets in the shadow of the bowl, comes shooting out, crosses over this little side wedge right here, and then he makes room to keep it going and reform it over to the inside, where he kind of turns over this double up.
Well, let's wait to see the scores of those brilliant 2 rides, and let's get a little catch up with Davi Teixeira, who's on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Davi, muito parabéns. What was your stoke level like this morning when you saw the strong offshore winds and knew that the waves were going to be pumping?
Yeah, the battery was great, it was nice, and today the waves were better than yesterday and the other days, and I think I made my best. So just let's focus on the semifinals and the finals, and in the name of Jesus, let's win.
14 points, not bad, but when you come from Rio, you obviously surf a lot of beach breaks, some heavier waves down there. What was preparation like, knowing that Huntington Beach had different faces, especially during a week-long event?
Yeah, I've been improving myself to get bigger waves, to get strongest waves, to be more brave, you know. And I think I'm showing it here in this championship, and that's it. I say in Brazil, lapada na beça, just the turn on the face of the wave. So, vamos dar uma lapada na beça dela até a final e ganhar tudo. Isso aí, vamos embora pra cima.
Hey, what about the relationship with your handler and your pusher today? I mean, important really, because the offshore wind can really push you back out. When it came to being in the right position, how important was communication today, especially with the strong offshores?
Yeah, the communication with my team is, I think, one of the most important things when I'm surfing. Bibi Lima and to Marcelo Cabello, they are, I think, the best, you know. When I'm surfing, they are part of me. So I don't need to like say words, you know. I just look at, for example, a wave that I want to catch, and they know what to do, and it's nice for me. It's very grateful to have people like them with me in my team.
Mensagem para a galera do Brasil?
É isso aí, galera. Conseguimos mais uma vez passar mais um round. Não foi, né, aquela coisa toda que eu queria, mas vamos com tudo, vamos para cima. Em nome de Jesus, dando o nosso melhor. Tenho certeza que ele vai fazer a vontade dele. Valeu? Para cima.
Looking good into the semis, Davi Teixeira, Sam.
Thanks so much, Mitchell. Congratulations, Davi. He's booked himself a spot in the semi-finals, but we're waiting for scores to drop. There's going to be some big ones. We got a 2.0 for Mark Hager's first ride, but I get the feeling that the Eric Lazar's score is going to be pretty massive. Claudio Morales from Chile, riding the Pearson Arrow, based up in Santa Cruz, bronze medalist from 2021 in the Prone 2 division. He's going to get a decent score, but Jesse Balawa also got a really, really nice long right-hander. And what I love about Jesse is that the style and the flow, you know, the long history of wave riding that he's connected to. Like Eric, somebody who was a keen, long-time surfer, pre-injury. The same goes for Mark Hager as well. Mark Hager has been surfing for a very, very long time, but look out because Lazar drops a 7.5. Jesse Ballauer drops a 4.33. Claudio Morales drops a 5.0. Second score to tabulate for Claudio as Mark Hager has a look at that one, doesn't get it, so he'll be going out there for more with 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell where the other competitors are at the moment. He does have first priority. If the other competitors are out in the lineup, he will lose that first priority because that was an unsuccessful push. Doesn't matter right now because there's no one around them for any kind of priority interference drama, but here we go.
Mark Hager up and riding on this right-hander, engaging that rail there. That wave just exploding along the sandbar. So he'll add to that 2.0, and Claudio Morales will add a 1 to his 5.0. But it's Eric Lazar who kicks off with the best wave, that 7.5. Of course, Eric Lazar, in a post-heat interview on day one, reminded the audience that Huntington Beach is where he learned to surf in the mid-70s. Of course, now living in Hawaii and based out there riding the Mitchin boards. Mitch Haney, you know, who's been somebody who's been very instrumental in his whole parasurf career, you know, with him from the beginning, developing adaptive equipment for one of the mighty wave riders on the planet. And look at this replay. I mean, he was right in the zone there.
Oh, yeah. You can tell by the shadow of the sun right there that he was underneath the lip, getting a vision, and tons of fun. And, of course, this prone style is the very best way to get into the bowl because it's always overhead, and even the tightest of little caverns still have ample room for you to come shooting out.
And what about that technique, Dan? I mean, the way he just kept that trim line, stayed in the middle of the wave, but just managed to shift body weight over that inside rail and keep that acceleration so perfectly lined up. It would have been very easy for many surfers to get sucked over the falls in that instance. But what we saw from the laser there was intrinsic deep wave riding experience. That guy knows what it feels like to be in the inner caverns of a barreling wave for many a year.
Definitely. Yeah, he's got a lot of ocean experience, and there was so much technique going on there.
Matthew Thorne coming up for Wales. He's going to be surfing very soon. Exciting stuff there as we see 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Pierre Gagliano and Alexander Schub. I've got a big shout out for Adi Gluska, Alexander Schub's coach. He said a big hi. He wanted to be here. Unfortunately, has had to stay back home in Israel, but he'll be looking forward to seeing his rider, Alex, coming up next. But there he is, Jesse Ballauer, the Zen master, getting taken up the beach by team manager Sean Brody. Big congratulations to all the fantastic work that Sean has been doing. I met Sean many years ago when he ran a surf camp in Robertsport, Liberia, and he's since then been at the cutting edge of the adaptive surf team here in the USA, and he's really, you know, kind of gelled and kind of brought some fantastic big names together. Not easy to do when you have big superstars to create that team ethos.
Yeah, and speaking of superstars, we saw the end of the ride with Jesse Ballauer. He spent a lot of time at the end of the ride floating with our water safety, and I'm not sure where his catcher is. And a little bit of a stressful situation for me because I did work as his catcher in the U.S. Open last year. And the catcher should be on your rider right away. You need a body surf. You need to see which direction the rider's going, get right back to them so that you guys give yourselves ample time to get out there and get back to the pusher. It looked like he had to just basically wait to get chaired up back to the little riptide next to the pier, and hopefully his pusher Jesse's going to be over there to meet them to get him going really quickly.
Yep, big shout out for Mark Hager's college that he works at, Paul College, where he lectures construction back home in the UK, and also Claudio Morales. I know he surfs with his partner Carl Marty, big wave charger as we see up and riding, based in Santa Cruz, the psychologist, bronze medalist in 2021 at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, the Chilean representing all the way through to the inside on his Pearson Arrow board, looking to secure that spot in the semi-finals. Currently sitting in second with a 5 and a 1, could replace that one with that ride.
Yeah, I would figure so. And yeah, I've noticed that Claudio's been on that board for a long, long time. But another thing that you notice is that with all of these kind of perfect A-frame peak options, Claudio is sticking what he's practices on at the steamer lane on all rights. And so they're basically sticking to their game, it looks like, on just taking rights. And we're going to see what happens here as we had this view of that nice top turn, setup turn, gets a little more degree of angle in this carve, comes back around, and then unfortunately catches the corner of the nose, which it's going to get a little bit trickier as his tide goes lower because the flats are going to become more square, and you're not going to have that landing pad. I like that turn right there, but you can see right here, had it been 1 hour earlier, we would have had more transition, and he would have rode out of that a lot easier.
But looking just to replace that 1.0 as we see Lazar having a check of this right-hander, beautiful arc into the bowl there, and a nice down carve, readjusts, and then takes that high line, and then some cover-up coverage, but accelerating out through that section and getting a second bit of coverage there, committing for that third section on the twin fin, looking strong. He's going to add a second score on the board, and that was brilliant surfing from Lazar.
That was amazing. I love it. And it looks like one of the little leg supports possibly, I don't know if it's a handle or if it's a broken one of the fins that they set into the decks. We'll have to check that out, but I like that they took the right option. The other thing I noticed was that white was in second priority, so red also kept him from moving up. It was both a block and a chance to get another score.
So it looks like Lazar is going to get the opportunity to just get knocked forward by this white water so that he can come back around to paddle back out for more. He's got 6 minutes 30 seconds remaining, but this is going to be a strong score, so he might be in a pretty comfortable position. He doesn't really need to rush too much here because I think that he's sitting pretty solid with 6 minutes remaining when the judges tabulate this second score, Ben.
Oh yeah, no, he's got to be feeling a lot more relaxed, able to take some deep breaths. Let's watch this one. I love how he just comes off the bottom, so much body strength, and navigates his way right there. That could have been easy to go over the handlebars on that first section, and then comes blazing in there. And there's that inside little trouble section that's starting to happen with the low tide.
So the story to Eric Lazar is in 2:03, had a motorcycle accident which rendered him a paraplegic, but up and riding right now. It's Mark Hager committing to that left hander there, pulls into the barrel section and then unable to ride out of that tube, but he's still got more time. He's going to add to that 2.6. He might well go into his highest score there, as we can see Jesse Bilauer paddling out onto the peak with a 4.33, and his pusher Jesse, there's Mark Mono Stewart. He's keeping Team Irakanji's focused, eyes on the prizes. He's been eliminated from the competition, but his role will continue to be extremely important for Team Australia, Ben.
And right behind him, you see Aaron Pock, which will be coming up in the visually impaired, and as well as Jack Jackson for Australia up there having a chat, and that will be coming up soon too.
Yeah.
But right now we have another score, still waiting on that score for red. So.
But Claudio Morales drops a 5.13 for that last ride, so it pushes him back into first. However, Lazar there waiting for a score, so he only needs something low, a 2.63. You is pretty sure that he's going to get at least a 2.63. My anticipation is it's going to be a pretty big score. So is it going to rival that 7.5, do you think?
No, it won't rival the 7.5. No barrel there, but let's see what we have. 4.83. So that was slightly where I was about to start playing our guess the score game.
Fantastic energy there for Eric Lazar. In 2:03, had a motorcycle accident, but was already a hardcore surfer, shredding all over the Southern Californian and Central Coast, and even up into Northern California. But he moved to Hawaii and met shaper Mitch Haney and really became a kind of a trendsetter, pushing boundaries with parasurfing. Jesse Bilauer out there on the peak, chasing a score of a 5.80. So what will be going through the mind now of the two Jessies? What will be the communication and what will they be hunting?
Well, you know what? They've got one chance to get that score in the amount of time that it takes to get him back out into the lineup. Not sure he's working at his catcher. We have seen a lot of wasted time in not getting to the rider quick enough and getting him back out there. And so this has been very, very crucial time going by in the heat while they relocated them, and Jesse had to go reconnect with the rider. So they're definitely not going to push him into something that doesn't look like it's going to reward the score.
But we have to emphasize that you can only have one pusher and one catcher. So the coordination is absolutely essential. And of course, those catchers have got to make that decision as to whether they stay in the shallows and they can cover ground quickly, or whether they stay more in the middle of the lineup where you might not be able to cover ground so quickly, but you might be in the right place if there's a wipeout.
Yeah, Jesse had actually asked me to be the catcher in this, and I told him it would be too hard to arrange getting a suit on. Got a little back trouble right now, but had I been out there, I would have been right on him, and he would have been hopefully with 2 more scores by now. I don't know what's going on with their team communication there, but it looks like Jesse's having to do a little more work than normal.
So he's got a 4.33. He's chasing a 5.80. Mark Hager's got a 2.6 and a 2. He's chasing a 7.53. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Eric Lazar out there in the lead with a 7.5 and a 4.83. So as it stands, he's booked himself a spot in that first semi-final to surf against Jose Martinez and Tomoki from Japan. So that would be semi-final number 1 if Eric Lazar stays in first position. And if Claudio Morales stays in second position, he booked himself a spot in the second semi-final to surf against our young Spaniard, Onda, and our Brazilian reigning world champion, Davi. But everything could change because there's 2 minutes remaining. Both Mark Hager and Jesse Balawa are sitting in the lineup with first priority to Jesse, second priority to Mark, chasing attainable scores. A 5.8 for Jesse, a 7.53 for Mark.
Yeah, I want to point out one thing. As we saw Eric waving at the crowd, getting booted up, did you notice the colors of his suit? So he's got this brand new wetsuit for this event. It's got yellow legs and a maroon top. Let's get to the live action.
Mark Hager, great readjustment there of the trim line in the ball pocket section there, committing to that left-hander. That just slams shut on him. So he's chasing a score of a 7.53. Mark Hager pops up there. He's got that 4-fin board ready to be flipped over, and they're going to hustle to get out back for more. They've only got 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Jesse Balawa sitting out there with his pusher, waiting, hoping, positioning. Now, as we see this small set coming through, what will be the movement that we'll see from the 2 Jessies? Are they going to look for these lefts, or are they going to look for these rights?
They're going to look for the rights. I had a quick chat with him, with both Jessies actually, but as Jesse was running down, he was like, is it the lefts or the rights? And at that moment, all of the higher scores had been done on the rights. And so it seemed like their game was to be in position for one of those long rights, and they are migrating over. They have first choice, first priority.
Well, it looks like we've got a rider up, and it is Jesse Balawa, the Zen master. Smooth, stylish off the bottom, puts that board on a beautiful roundhouse cutback, an incredible maneuver there, full carving turn, switching planing edges from rail to rail, which I must emphasize is such an incredible achievement, because if you look at the subtleties of the way Jesse rides the board, it's that subtle elbow control on his Bob Hurley built favorite green 9.6, gets the wave in the dying seconds, and he's chasing a 5.80. Ben, it's in the hands of the judges, but there was a lot of good surfing performed on that right-hander.
And just in the nick of time, being in the right position to lock up onto that one. We could see our other pushers and competitors right surrounding them on that same peak. So having that first priority at that moment was crucial.
There's Eric Lazar. He's currently sitting in first position there, but it's unlikely that anybody's going to overtake him, but Jesse Balawa chasing the opportunity to get a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, I like this big open shoulder where he's able to get on rail, bring it back, staying with that power spot. And right here, a little bit of converging energy. He had a little bit more wall, and here you have another option for a turn, but it's basically going to be on that one big cutback.
So we're still waiting for a last score of Eric Lazar. He's got a 7.5 and a 4.83. If it replaces the 4.83, it might improve his situation. And the real important score to drop is this score of a 5.67 for Jesse Balawa. As it stands, not enough to move up into second position. So Claudio Morales retains his spot in second and advances to the semi-final. And our winner, booking himself a spot in the first semi-final, Eric Lazar. Congratulations. Stay tuned, surf fans, because coming up next, we've got men's visual impairment 2 division, and we've got Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar coming in to call the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action here in Huntington Beach, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's been a great day of surfing so far with some clean peaks coming through, A-frames with lefts and rights on offer. Offshore winds have gotten a little stronger over the last hour and have proved to be slightly more challenging to get into the right waves, but they have been holding open and really world class. Shannon here alongside Mitch to call the action. And we're into a brand new division with our visually impaired 2 hitting the water.
Yeah, and they only have 2 rounds to qualify for the final as well, so it's a must-win situation for certain surfers in this second qualifying round. Piero Gagliano, he opened up with a strong score, Shannon, in the first 2.5 minutes of this one.
He's put a 6-point ride down on the board for Team France. He took out a win in his opening round, so this will be feeling good for him to start out really strong again in the water up against Alexander Shub of Israel and Matthew Thorne for Wales.
Yeah, and a big heat out there, as you were mentioning. Gagliano has been a great surfer throughout the event so far. As we look at Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with IBSA classification level B2 and level B3, so low to partial vision out there.
That's right, so they have a little bit of vision, but they will have a spotter out in the water with them. That spotter is not allowed to touch them or assist them getting into the waves, give them a push off the tail or anything of their boards, but they are there as that communication, really to be able to have that crisp, clear vision out in the water as we take a look at the 6-point ride of Piero.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fully committed turn right there on the backhand. Just some beautiful stuff. Unfortunately for him, the wave shouldered off a little bit more, but you could see right there the communication between him and, you know, his communicator out there, the one person that is assisting him in a verbal way. As you mentioned, there cannot be any physical contact out there in this classification, Shannon.
Well, Sam Bleakley is down on the beach with Eric Lazar, putting on a great performance in that last heat.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Yeah, Lazar, talk me through that pier bowl left, that tube.
You better pinch me. Is this really happening today? This is a magical day in HB.
Well, talk me through that barrel you got on that opening wave.
Thanks to my pusher, you know, he got me in the perfect spot. That was awesome. Felt so good.
Full shade coverage in there.
I want to get deeper now. Let's go.
Talk me through the colors on your wetsuit and your board. What's the significance of those colors?
Well, if you know who my favorite surfer is, Tom Curran, you'd probably know what this wetsuit is like.
Absolutely. Tell all our fans back home.
And this board is dedicated for Dane Kealoha, who passed away this year. This is his airbrush model.
Big stuff and huge spirits for Team Hawaii. You know, how special is it to have all of these brilliant surfers in your team?
It's amazing. It means the world to me to be a part of this. This is what I live for.
And with our horizons on the possibility of getting parasurfing in Los Angeles 2028, what do we need to do as the international surf community and surf fans to get parasurfing in those games?
Oh, you guys know. I don't know. You guys know better than me.
Well, I think what we need to do is keep celebrating incredible surfing from the likes of you. You've got to have some messages for all of your fans tuning in.
Yeah, I love you all. I couldn't do it without all your loving support.
Brilliant stuff. We look forward to seeing more of you. Eric Lazar taking it to the semifinals. Let's get back to the action.
Aloha.
Aloha, Eric Lazar, sharing his heart and his soul every time he opens his mouth, putting together an incredible performance as well, and really just showing what, you know, this entire event and community is all about.
Yeah, he's a super rad dude, and he's, as he mentioned right there, his favorite surfer of all time, Tom Curran, really wanted to bring that inspiration to his surfing in his airbrush. But more than anything, Dane Kealoha, one of the great surfers coming out of Hawaii, and that specific airbrush right there in memory of Dane, who passed away earlier this year. So great representative of both the parasurfing community and really embodying the spirit of aloha out there, representing Hawaii, Shannon.
And what a way to do it, by getting that barrel, that cover up over his back. Great positioning as he was heading towards the pier. An incredible way to showcase colors that really represent a lot.
They do, and you know, for him, especially having to get a lot of work in before the event, especially in terms of not only traveling, but getting all of your equipment here to California, despite the travel not being that bad from Hawaii, it's still a significant one, around six and a half hours, depending on how the flight pattern can be. But you know, that's a good amount of traveling, especially when he's originally from Kauai, tends to have to grab a flight to Oahu and then travel from Oahu to here.
Always challenging no matter where you're coming from when you've got to connect multiple flights if you're going domestic first before going international. Just adds that extra element of changing planes, of making sure, you know, hoping that your luggage actually gets from plane A to plane B and actually makes it to your destination as well. And all that time in the airports can add up, be quite exhausting. But he's putting together a great performance here. Now out in the water, we're down to 12 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Piero putting it down that 6-point ride. He did have a couple of 8s in his opening round. Sorry, 1 8 and a 7.83, close to an 8 for his backup score. So he's going to need to go at least into the high 7s to be replacing that and improving his lead on the leaderboard. Now, you were mentioning at the start of this heat the fact that these surfers will be going straight to the finals. So we've got the top 4. Any category that has 9 surfers or less within it will have 2 qualifying rounds, with just the top 4 advancing straight to the finals, taking away the need to have a semifinal within their draw. So we've got a few categories that have, you know, a decent field with those 9 competitors, but it will just be those top 4 looking to get their foot into the door for the actual finals.
Yeah, and it seems like Thorne right there, the Welsh surfer in green, had a look at that one, wasn't able to get into it. And towards the south, a wave that's going to go unridden here under everybody else's positioning. A lot of these waves that are going unridden on the inside tend to open up quite well. They line up quite a bit better than the ones all the way on the outside. But the one thing is, all it takes is one big section for you to get a big score, and we've seen that in the last few heats, but now in a different classification whatsoever, we are seeing these men stand up fully. So having that ability to stand up fully and truly engage your rails in a different way, the judges are going to set a standard for this division a lot better than we would normally see for a lot of the prone surfers, Shannon.
That's so true. Judges taking into consideration each different classification that paddles out. They've got a big job on their hands with the 9 different classifications and varying levels of surfing abilities across that.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming, to be honest. You have to go from one division to the next, and we'll be seeing that on finals day specifically, but thought they've done an incredible job so far. We had a really close heat on the last one. Jesse Blower needed a 5.8. The average comes out as a 5.67. So it goes to show you that despite this being a subjective sport, we do have a criteria where a lot of these scores fit into. So go out there, find your best waves, and use your surfing to the best of the criteria to where you can adjust it to.
10 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. We've got a set coming through now. You can see surfer in the blue jersey having a paddle, deciding to pull back on that as Piero is sitting with first priority and in a better position. Flying down the line, he'll have to duck out under the cover and use his priority on that one. Just throw it away.
Well, you can just tell that he's a very skilled surfer, though. I mean,
extremely.
Just by the way he's pumping down the line, he has great use and mobility of that board. And as a goofy floater, he's definitely going to be eyeing a lot of these lefts that open up, with that inside sandbar being a great option for him in terms of the barrel selection. But with the swell and decline and that, you know, trade wind from the offshore pushing them down a little bit, a lot of these smaller waves might not be the best option, Shannon.
Yeah, that was a challenging takeoff for Matthew, for Team Wales. You can see the width that's in that board, a little bit of extra foam and length as well. Will be challenging with these offshore conditions to get down the face of the wave.
Yeah, look at how clean that one right was, though. I mean, all you need is really 1 or 2 turns, and you're banking yourself a good score. So something above a 6 is really something that I'd be feeling you're going to be carrying into your scoreline moving into the final. It will be a clean slate from there, but the thing is, to qualify, if there's only 9 surfers out there in this classification, you want to be up into the top 4.
Paddle now from Alexander. Unable to get into it, just a little bit too deep, but again, it's those smaller sized waves. And he's just putting himself into a position with his spotter paddling close behind. He is down into that 3rd priority now. Pierrot sitting in the lead. He's backed up that 6 with a 2.67. And Matthew with just a couple of throwaway scores at the moment on the board, those zeros to his name, 0.37 and 0.27. For Alexander, though, he needs to get himself into that opening ride and actually put a score on the board.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it in the next 8.5 minutes. As Gagliano all the way on the outside, you can just tell that his relationship with his communicator is crucial right now. And it seems like Shub might be having to look at this inside left.
All right, a good opportunity for Shub to get a score on the board. Quick up and down. Judges will take that into account. First priority still with red, second now sitting with green. Matthew Thorne paddling hard to try to get into it. Just a little too far out on the shoulder.
Yeah, and you can see all the way on the outside, a couple of lines approaching, and it seems like they're going to break extremely far out, but because of that offshore wind that we have this morning, a lot of these waves not fully breaking until they hit the very inside sandbar. So smart thing to me would be position yourself on the inside. If you need to move out a little bit, it's way easier to reach the outside because the offshore is pushing you towards that direction right now.
Big day of surfing ahead of us. We've got 3 heats to go within this current division. Top 4 will be advancing through into the finals. And beyond that, we'll have both men and women's second rounds coming up across the board, which is exciting to see. That puts more pressure specifically on the women's field. It'll be the first time that we're seeing the women paddle out for the second time in a lot of those divisions, like Prone 2, Stand 1, and Stand 2 and Stand 3 on the women's side. They'll be kind of finishing out the end of the day for our standing divisions. And from there, we'll be able to really narrow down that field as we're getting towards that finals conversation. Classic November conditions here in California this morning with the offshore winds. Peaky conditions. It's nice that that swell has dropped off a little bit. I've heard quite a few surfers feel really stoked on conditions today compared to the size yesterday. As we take a look at Piero with a great backhand snap to start. Car's back for the second turn. Now sets himself up down the line. He'll kick out. 2-turn combination.
Yeah, and I mean, he just fully engages the rails right there with that great bottom turn, excellent positioning of that wave, getting into it too with 6 minutes on the clock. You said that the 6 isn't even carrying into his total right now, moving into the final rounds, which is quite impressive given that both surfers outside of him in this heat haven't even broken a 1 so far. So some excellent stuff right there, and the score is in Shannon his best.
7.50, so a great heat total for him so far in this heat, 13.5. All up, he'll be working his way back to his spotter. As the tide is getting a little bit lower, Mitch, it's looking like it might become a little more challenging. What are your thoughts on the tide in comparison to the swell that we're looking at today?
I like the lower tide with an offshore wind, and the reason I say it just opens up more opportunities. It hits the inside sandbar a lot better. You're seeing a lot more barrels on option 2. But with the higher tide, you're not seeing a lot of these smaller waves really break as much because the tide's too full and the offshore wind is just pushing those waves out the back. Meanwhile, on a lower tide, you're seeing even that small wave potentially be a scoreable one because will tend to be a closeout because the offshore wind is so strong, it keeps the face a lot more open. So I personally like a lower tide when the offshore wind is this strong. Oh man, I could assure you if a few people were out there right now in a free surf, we'd be seeing a barrel fest. But as of right now, Gagliano has just been in control of his own destiny dropping some good scores in this one, Shannon.
Yeah, he's been looking super comfortable. Great takeoff and setting his line here. Now going for that first big turn. What went wrong there?
Well, he thought about the barrel, and he could see it. He was thinking about stalling right there. I think he got caught in between two minds. But yeah, I mean, he's so in control of his heat right now and way out in front of everybody. So really no harm, no foul for him. I just feel like if you're able to sneak into one of these barrels, we could potentially be seeing a 10 in this classification too.
Incredible. I mean, just look at that picture perfect Huntington Beach. Plenty of barrels. Love that breakdown of actually the positive side of the low tide being really the middle of our day of competition today means that we should see the best of the surf for the majority of our day of competition.
Yep.
Just with that low tide was around 6:30 this morning, and that high tide is going to be just past sunset.
And let's hope that everybody is prepared for that. The people that know that they're surfing at a lower tide, be aware that if this offshore wind is sticking around, and depending on your classification, what are the best opportunities that you're going to have during your 20 minutes out there for your heat. As we look at the replay here of Gagliano, this was the 7.5. I mean, just incredible use of the pocket the entire time, the fade and the great bottom turn. I mean, he's turning right next to the whitewater there. Really critical section for Gagliano, and as you can see, brings it all the way around once again. So a strong combination of critical maneuvers right there.
Incredibly strong surfing coming through from the Biarritz local. 23 years old, as you said. He's a French champion in the visually impaired 2 division specifically. He'll be looking to put himself on the podium this week, trying to walk away with a first-time medal for him in these games when it comes to a gold medal conversation. We've got a couple of former gold medalists in the draw for this division specifically, being Roy Calderon and Matt Formston, Costa Rica and Australia, that have dominated that conversation over the last 5 years.
Yeah, and I actually had a chance to free surf the other day with Matt and his helper, and you know, he was telling me that the last few years in the finals, he's gotten skunked with waves. He's had really bad luck. I feel like he might be turning it around this year. He needs some good scores in this next qualifying round, though. He's down on the leaderboard, and as you mentioned, 9 people or less in this classification. It's only the top 4 that will be moving into the final. Calderon, a great surfer from Costa Rica too. I feel like Gagliano has the ability to be able to get that gold medal around his neck later on this week, though. He's surfing spectacularly well, and his wave selection and his communication with his assistant has been key in getting those big scores, at least in this heat so far.
That's so true. Has really been just on the drop. Every wave he's taken off on, he's really excelled with. Matthew Thorne for Wales has improved his situation on the leaderboard. Paddling out for his first heat, he was unable to get himself a scoring ride. So now putting those 2 scores on the board is great improvement for his campaign. He won't be moving through into the finals, but for the surfer out of Wales, loves traveling and competing within the parasurfing community in the UK. It's been great to see him find himself a couple of scores on the board here at the World Championships.
Yeah, and I mean, you're only as good as the person that you're out there with, and you know, it comes down to the athlete whether or not they're making the right decisions. But in visually impaired too, it comes down to whether or not you're getting clear communication from your assistant. It's like the communication that a pitcher has with the catcher. The catcher's calling the game for the most part, and the pitcher is actually executing the pitches. So if you're getting a sign, make sure that you're on the best waves.
Pierrot up and riding, snap to start, cut back on the second turn, and that wave will fade out. Beautiful, beautiful execution every time he's up on his feet. Can tell that he wants to find an even better wave before he turns it in on this heat.
Yeah, and I think he got a little ahead of himself right there. It's really hard to determine when you're riding these waves down the line, the speed that you're going up, but more importantly, if the wave's going to close out. You always kind of get caught in between two minds because the offshore is so strong. You don't fully know if a wave is going to close out ahead of time or not. Seems like he might have had an opportunity to catch that left at the end, but he's so far in the lead. None of this really matters. It's just the extra icing on top of the cake right now, Shannon.
So true. Now, he hasn't improved his lead on the rankings. That 7.5 is still just shy of the 7.83, which was his second best score. He had an 8.27 in that opening round. So you got to know that he'll be feeling like he wants to go back to the excellent range qualifying for the finals. But as of now, with the surfers in the draw, we do have 2 more heats to come in this division. The rankings will remain the same, and the surfers of the bottom two will stay in their same positions outside that top four. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned, and we'll be back to talk you through it right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action. Santa Ana winds are pumping and the surf is firing here at Huntington Beach, California for day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're currently in our men's visually impaired 2 division with Roy Calderon from Costa Rica, Oscar Perez of Spain, and Aaron Polk of Hawaii, looking to improve their results from their opening round and try and keep themselves in the top 4 to advance through to the finals. We do have the 2-time gold medalist in back-to-back years for 2021 and 2022. Roy Calderon in the water right now, looking to go for a 3-peat and get a 3rd gold medal this year.
Yeah, and he'd be one of the very few that have done it in consecutive fashion too, especially in the VI2 division. But both Calderon and Polk have shared the water before many different times in ISA competition. Aaron Polk, though, is the AASP World Champion in the VI2 division earlier this year, though, so has a lot of competitive experience, the surfer from Maui, Hawaii. Meanwhile, Calderon from Costa Rica, the land of Pura Vida, he's not going to go out there and demonstrate why he's been back-to-back world championships. As we are in VI2, Shannon, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with IBSA classification level B and level B3, which means low to partial vision.
17 minutes on the clock, 20-minute heats throughout the entire event this week. Aside from finals day, the hope is to add in that extra 5 minutes and give everyone that extra time to be able to get themselves some good waves in the final. We've got Aaron Polk putting himself in position here, as well as Oscar Perez. And we'll see if either are able to get into it, not quite with a strong paddle. It's been exciting to see the performances so far from this division, being that these surfers, they rely a lot on the feel of the wave, but they do have that partial vision. And for each competitor out there, that will vary in whether they can see color, or if they're not seeing color, if they can just see those shapes, if they can see any clarity with really the sharp lines of the wave. Every surfer has that little difference to their partial vision. And you can see, you know, the benefits that it has, that they're able to see that wave opening up in front of them.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, everybody's different and everybody sees different shapes or colors, but in the end, it's what you feel comfortable with, and you need to be able to relay that information to the person that is assisting you out there in the water, as we had a paddle right there from Oscar Perez. No priority established by anybody out there in the water yet, but yeah, I mean, just getting in position really, I think, is the main thing today. Once you're on the wave, it's usually a lot of muscle memory and just kind of understanding what you've done before leading up to the event, but it's getting into it and positioning yourself for the correct wave out there.
That really seems to be the most crucial part of this division specifically. This in the VI1, which is those surfers that are completely blind as if they're wearing a blindfold out in the water, is actually getting into position and catching the wave. Once you're up and riding, we're seeing really fantastic surfing. Aaron Paulk now with a paddle. He's in a great position. He's got that shoulder opening up in front of him for the Hawaiian and engages with that first turn. Nice snap, sets it up for the second. Pumping along here, hoping this wave will stand up a little bit steeper. It goes flat on the inside, but he's been able to get a few maneuvers together.
Yeah, that was a strong wave for Aaron to open things up right here. Great first opening maneuver where he was able to fully engage the rails on that one. Seems like he's riding an epoxy yet again in this heat, despite the strong offshore winds. You usually see that lighter board get flown out the back. It worked on this occasion though.
Well, a score to come through now for Aaron. He'll be improving because his high score from his last round was just a 2-point ride. This is going to greatly help his campaign to get into the top 4. And we've got Sam Bleakley now down on the sand with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks very much, Shannon. Pierre, you are absolutely ripping. What have you been doing for training coming into the event?
I've been surfing pretty much every day with my friends, my girlfriend as well, traveling a bit, and that's it, just surfing kind of at home.
Which waves do you surf back home in France?
I mostly surf in Biarritz, La Grande Plage, and then all the beach break we have in Les Landes, like Hossegor, Senioros, all these kind of waves.
How do those famous waves in southwest France compare to Huntington Beach?
I have to say the last days it's been pretty much the same. It looks like a good day in Hossegor or Biarritz, so it's a good feeling for me. I'm used to these kind of waves.
And as a French surfer, how exciting is it knowing that Paris is hosting the Summer Olympics this year?
I think it's a good thing, especially for Teupo. We have two local surfers from Teupo surfing for the Olympics, so yeah, it's going to be exciting.
And what do you think needs to happen for Los Angeles 2028 to include parasurfing in their program?
Can you say again?
What needs to happen for us to get parasurfing in the Paralympics?
I guess having more and more people coming to the competition, to the ISA, and everybody keeps pushing the sport, so I think it's going to be a good way to reach it.
Well, you're certainly pushing the sport. You're looking incredible. I'm sure you've got some messages in French for your fans back home.
Yeah. Eh bien, coucou à tous les copains à l'escale. J'espère que vous êtes ronds comme des pelles. Et coucou à petit chacha, à mes parents, à tout le monde. Je vous aime. Merci à tous.
Allez le bleu. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much, Sam. Great to hear from Pierrot with the hope of Paralympic inclusion one day.
Yeah, and it would be cool to see it in Tahiti too. I mean, I know we got Paris 2024. It's going to be at Chopes next year. He mentioned Vahine and Kalivast already being in the event, as both local surfers have qualified for Team France. But yeah, I think LA 28 seems like so far the discussion has been going the right way, and a lot of people really want to get surfing into the Paralympics for this next event in 28 here.
Yeah, it's been great to know that the ISA behind the scenes has been lobbying on behalf of parasurfing to get into the Paralympics. They've been in all the right conversations, and it's been amazing to see so many surfers show up and represent their countries, to be able to showcase the numbers, to be able to showcase that equality, the fact that a third of our competitors this year are women specifically. Those are all really good things to push for that inclusion, as we've got a barrel opportunity from Roy Calderon. Pulls in and gets shut down.
Yeah, he pulled in though, and that's really what matters. So they'll give him a little bit of love for the incompletion, but at least charging that pit right there. And speaking of, you know, people that really put in a lot of time into heavier waves, coming from Costa Rica, I would say 80 to 90% of the time you are surfing beach breaks, and as somebody who is visually impaired, that's got to be very difficult for a wave that moves around quite a bit. It's never breaking in the same spot all the time, so he is very well versed in these type of conditions. Probably doesn't see these offshores last all day like we do here when we do have these offshore winds coming from the desert. They'll last 2 to 3 days. But as of right now, we could definitely see a decent score pop in for Calderon.
Scores to come through for Calderon. Polk drops in a 5.17 for the Hawaiian as we have a paddle now for Calderon, already up and riding on another wave. Turn for that second maneuver, and he just gets clipped in the white water. He's going to put a second score on the board, so we got 2 scores to drop through for Calderon. He's currently sitting in second on the rankings. If he improves on a 3.67, he's going to be getting closer to taking away that leading position. For Polk, getting that 5.17 actually just jumped him from number 8 on the rankings into that number 4 spot, and has pushed Jack Jackson, the Australian, coming up in the next heat, down into number 5.
Yeah, and it comes down to getting a backup score too. If you're able to get something either better or close to the 5.17 now, that would be huge. You'd be maintaining a good positioning in the top 4 in the rankings. And now halfway through the heat, Shannon, you mentioned Vargas, or Calderon Vargas, having a good opportunity to not only consolidate himself within the top 2. If he keeps charging with that barrel hunting that he's got going on right now, pulls out one of those, we could see something in the excellent range, or maybe even a perfect 10 like we have seen earlier today. So I don't think it's actually a bad strategy. He just needs to be in the right position, but at least his second score should be a good one given that he was able to lay things on rail.
Yeah, it's so true. I think that second score is going to help his heat total overall for the leaderboard to back up his 8-point ride that he had in the opening round. But if he keeps hunting for those barrels and he's able to stay on his feet during one, we're definitely seeing that, possibility of another 10-point ride like we saw from Elena Nichols earlier today.
Yeah, and I mean, 10s are hard to come by, especially when you are talking about a world championship event. As both scores for Calderon drop in, they could potentially improve on his low score.
Yeah, that's right. The 4-point ride does improve on his 3.67, so he's now sitting with an 8 and a 4 on the board into that 12-point heat total. So it's going to at least be that to take away that second place position as we see the Hawaiian crew down on the beach.
Yeah, Josh Bogle right there carrying the flag for Hawaii. Great representative coming out of Maui too in this event. Supporting Aaron Polk, not only his teammate, but his good buddy from Lahaina. And speaking of, how much Maui has contributed to surfing overall, especially this year, 3 people from the island of Maui on the championship tour on the men's side. Eli Hanneman, you have Imai Kalani DeVault, who requalified, and you have this year's Rookie of the Year, Ian Gentile, on for 2024 as well. So they've had a big kind of impact right now in society in terms of getting Hawaii back really on the map. But overall, I think they're going to have a big impact in parasurfing too, because the more eyes you get on the island, the more eyes you get on parasurfers as well.
It's so true, and they've been putting together some really solid performances throughout this week. Their new team manager, Jen, coming on board has really helped facilitate getting everybody here and pouring into that development behind the scenes. If you're watching us, be sure to check out ISAsurf on Instagram. Be sure to use the hashtag parasurfing this week as well. If you're taking any photos, or if you're out there watching and listening into the event this week, look up that hashtag on Instagram, and you'll be able to find some great photos from the crew on the beach.
Yeah, and look at the event schedule right there. Competition days up until the finals on November 11th, which will be Saturday. The closing ceremony probably early afternoon on Saturday, right here at Northside HB. That's it's gonna be up top on the amphitheater level, but here Southside HB, it's been host to the world's best parasurfer so far in the first 4 days of competition. Here for it, Shannon, because the waves have been cooking, and no doubt one of the best days of waves that I've really seen so far for an event in 2023 here in HB.
Yeah, really exciting that we're able to run parasurfing this week with such a great forecast. Oscar Perez of Spain has dropped in a 3.60, which helps his campaign in that second place position now. The 42-year-old out of Telde loves surfing and loves listening to music. I'm sure he had some headphones on before paddling out in his heat to get himself psyched and ready to go.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him the other day. He's from La Gran Canaria, the main island in the Canaries, and a really cool dude, loves to surf, charges some heavy waves over there in the Canary Islands too, but he was telling me how tropical it can be, a little bit more arid than you would normally see kind of in the humid temperatures of Central America, but some amazing waves, amazing consistency of waves. They also have some great food on offer over there in the Canaries.
Aaron Polk looking to back up the 5.17. Nice snap to start off the lip line. Great looking turn. And would you deem that complete?
No,
Incomplete.
that's incomplete. And unfortunately for him, he was on his way to an excellent score, I felt. Still had one great opening turn, though, but left some meat on the bone right there. Maybe pushed a little bit too hard, and the offshore wind maybe slid out his fins and pushed him back out. Still in the lead right now, and luckily for him, he has replaced both of his scores that he was keeping from the previous round.
That's right. With that 5-4-3, his heat total now being above the 10-point range. He's actually jumped into number 3 on the ranking board. So this heat being that full example of the fact that if you have a shocker in your first round, when there's a round robin format, which is how it functions every year at the Parasurfing World Championships, don't get yourself down. You've got another opportunity, and 2 scores can come in that second round.
Right, but you don't want to leave everything for the end either.
Definitely.
So don't put yourself in that position where you're backing yourself up against the wall, and next thing you know, you're needing 2 scores in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So at least try to get some of the work done in the first opening round heat, and afterwards alleviate the pressure by perhaps only requiring 1 score that we'll be carrying into the finals.
Look at these waves. It is so good out there today. Amazing shape as we see that right just run down the beach. Good looking left setting up here as well. I believe that's our surfer in red. Our 2-time gold medalist, Roy Calderon, in that pig dog stance, trying to pull into the barrel.
He was a little too low all the time and needed to pull up a little bit, and I think if he would have been a little higher on the face of the wave, there would have been potential right there for an excellent score. But as you saw, when he was trying to kick out and straighten out a little bit, the lip clamped down on him, got him on the back, but he was on his way to a big number if he was going to be able to pull in cleanly right there, Shannon.
Wow, that was really exciting just to be able to watch and to see his positioning as we take another look at it here.
Yeah, and see how he grabs his rail. I mean, he's pig dogging already, but see how he needed to be on the upper third of the wave. He's kind of on the halfway mark of it, so neither fully up or fully down. He would have been a little bit higher. The pull-in technique would have been much easier for him, but still, I mean, he's in the top of the leaderboard right now, so he's pretty clearly out front. Doesn't need to replace the 2 scores, but I'd be looking for a few more of those barrels in these next 4 minutes, given that the offshore is still very strong out there this morning.
So true. Well, he doesn't have a great backup score, so he's got that 8-point right on the board, but having just a 4 as his second scoring wave doesn't have him in a particularly safe position. He's going to want to get some kind of clean maneuver. If he can even just get himself 1 good turn and put himself with, say, a 6 on the board, then he'll be looking really good on the leaderboard. Still sitting in that second place position, but seeing the strength of Aaron Polk improving on his scores. If he gets a good wave, he could be going excellent with 2 of those turns connected together with some combination surfing. And we also have coming up in our next heat the 3-time gold medalist in Matt Formston. So we've got some really heavy competition still to go within this round.
Yeah, and Matt's backed up against the wall himself, so he's needing 2 scores to move up into the top 4. And unfortunately for him, in 20 minutes, you need to get to work real quick. If not, he's not really going to have a chance to get the scores that are required to move up into the top 4. It seems like we have a paddle here.
Got a paddle, and Oscar just a little bit too deep on it. I think from what we're seeing reflected in the leaderboard specifically for this division is that the standard is very high across the board. To get into that top 4 is a really challenging task in front of you from the beginning of the event.
Well, I think the thing is with this classification in specific, their mobility is still there. The only thing that's really impairing them is whether or not they're in the right position for a lot of these waves. So once they're actually on the wave, they can maneuver as good as a normal person can. But what happens here now, though, is with the offshore wind and adding the other environmental factors to a lot of these situations, is that if you're not fully committed to a certain wave, that means that you're not actually doing your job. And the person that's actually communicating to you whether or not this is their wave, that's the person that really has a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. The person that's communicating everything and getting you in the right spot for the wave.
It's so true. And talking about Matt Formston, who's coming up in the next heat, he didn't win the last 2 years. That's where Roy got away with those gold medals from great performances. But for Matt Formston, it was kind of some of those moments that came down to whether or not his spotter was getting him in the right sections of the waves. He didn't get those opportunities of actually riding the right waves to get those scores. As we take a look now at Polk up and riding, he's already got a couple 5s on the board. He's going to go big with a great looking end section, throws the claim. He's feeling it. I love his style that came through in that last turn.
Well, and he fully brings the turn down with him too, and that was great recognition of the section right there too, because if he just goes straight up and tries to hit the lip, he probably isn't able to bring that board around due to the offshore winds being so strong. But he more of wraps it down rather than just commits to hitting the lip up top of the wave. But I felt it was great execution to me. No doubt that he's bettering the 517.
Yeah, I just feel like he's putting together such a great performance within this heat. Great wave selection and capitalizing on every opportunity as well. He's only had 3 waves, his first 2 scores in that 5-point range. He's now looking to better that with that completed maneuver on the end section. So we're just waiting for that score to drop through from the panel. As we see Roy now up and riding a little bit deep on that one as it clamps down in front of him.
Yeah, and bad wave selection right there. Really a wave that kind of closed out from the get-go. And, you know, Aaron Paulk, when he needed 2 big numbers, he's going to be able to get them. And I feel like he might even potentially take the lead with this last wave in terms of the leaderboard too, adding more pressure to the people that will be in Heat 3, needing some big numbers to qualify for the finals as well. Oscar Perez, he's going to be out. Dropped a couple of decent scores in this one. Still strong performance from him throughout the event, but it's both Calderon and Paulk with some strong ones right here.
That's right. Well, a 7.5 has dropped in for Lasse Paulk. Let's take a look at the replays here.
Yeah, and this is a 1.53 for Oscar. Just the drop right there, so a little bit far behind the section. And then this is the one wave that comes in as the best of the heat. Fully committed to this turn right here. He brings it down around. Great positioning and balance on top of his board, and he loves it. So not only the claim, but the score to back it up too.
What a fantastic performance. He'll be putting himself into a great position on the leaderboard. Roy improves his situation with the 8 that he had from his first heat. He'll now have a 4.3 to back it up. We'll do some of that math and we'll give you the kind of current standings when we return. We're just finishing out heat number 2 for men's round 3 of the visually impaired 2 division. And we've got another great heat coming up. That'll round us out for our visually impaired 2. More to come right after this. Stay tuned.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action. We're in our final heat for our round 2 of the men's visually impaired 2 division. We've got a world champion in the water in Matt Formston of Australia, alongside a younger team member of his in Jack Jackson, and Miguel Flavio of Brazil, all looking to keep themselves in that top 4 conversation.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about Formston being a former champion, but Flavio, a great surfer from Guarujá, Sao Paulo in Brazil, and Jack Jackson from Woi Woi in Australia, only 21 years of age, one of the younger competitors on Team Australia this year. Seems like we have a couple of waves approaching right now, Shannon.
Good looking set to start things off. Few minutes down, snow waves ridden up until this moment as we've got a paddle. And it's our surfer in blue who just gets up a little too quick for Jack. He won't be able to get into that wave. Green also had a look. Could have been fun to see that split peak for Team Australia off the takeoff.
Yeah, definitely. And
I mean, the goal in the end is to at least get one of your surfers through, and if that means having to block the other surfer or use priority in a defensive way, they'll be able to do that, especially there's going to be clear communication between the assistants as well for Team Australia.
We've got a paddle now for Jackson. He's going to take off to the right and just has to pull back. Forbeston also pulls back from that wave. So everyone's still sitting pretty close at the moment. And it'll be up to that positioning and if the wave is really predominantly a right or a left for who has that inside priority at the moment.
Yeah, and you look at Formston right there, he was looking at that right again. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You want to be in a good position, but if that means keeping another surfer off of the wave too without blocking them in terms of the use of priority, that's a great way to keep somebody else off of the wave too.
Got a wave starting to come through here. We'll see if anyone's able to get into it. We've got 16 minutes on the clock, and this wave might just sneak underneath the pack. We'll see if Red's going to have a paddle, and he doesn't. With that, let's go down to the beach schedule with Aaron Polk, who, off the strength of his last score, has moved himself up to number 2 on the rankings board.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Well, we've just confirmed that as it stands, Aaron, you're number 2 on the rankings board. So it's looking promising to get in that grand final.
That's awesome. Just emotional, totally. So, yeah, I'm stoked to go out there and have a good time, catch some good waves, do it for Lahaina. So, yeah.
Well, let's get that message over with because I know it's emotional. You know, of course, Maui, what do you want to say to the community?
Man, there's so much. Yeah, hang in there, you know, one day at a time. You know, as you know, we lived in Lahaina town, so. But yeah, just super emotional and just hang in there. We're all in it together, and through community, we can do anything. And this community really shows that and holds that space for me, so thank you guys.
And of course, you know, big emotional topic there, Aaron, but moving on to the quality of the waves here, I mean, it's absolutely pumping out there. Tell us a little bit about how good that last turn felt and how good the conditions are here at Huntington.
Yeah, today really, Huntington really showed its face, you know. Last heat was really challenging, but today it's so good out there. It's like it's kind of perfect right now. Perfect for all the competitors to really show what they have, you know, what they're made of, and consistency is amazing. The wave quality is amazing. I mean, the sun is out, the weather is good. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. It's the best waves I've ever surfed in the competition by far.
And you know, we've got great waves, but we've also got great competitors. How special is it to have Mike Coots in your team? You know, he's such a legend.
Mike's great. You know, this is the first time I ever met Mike here in this competition. The guy's so chill, so cool, and just good vibes all the way. So it's nice to see Mike on the team and have an amazing team and an amazing coordinator to really put it all together to really bring the aloha to the event. So.
And what's the plans now if you do get in that final, which looks pretty likely? How are you going to stay focused on going for those medals?
You know, the best I do is when I'm just having the most fun, keeping positive people around me and keeping a calm mindset and just sharing the stoke with our whole team and the whole community here. And yeah, and you know, my division, everyone's getting way more progressive, and there's more and more guys that are really throwing it and sending it. So I personally have never surfed better in my life, so it just pushes me to do my best and to continue to push the sport for the next generations that come.
Not only are you bringing aloha, you're bringing amazing surfing. I'd like you to round up with some messages for all your Hawaiian family and friends tuning in.
Yeah, aloha everyone. Yeah, it's super emotional, but yeah, man, we'll hang in there, stay strong, and everything I do in this competition is for the town of Lahaina. Hi, Emily, my girlfriend. I owe a lot to her, too. She surfs and charges, so we travel the world and surf, so sending her some love. Everyone else back home, aloha, love you. You.
Good luck for the finals. Let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much for that, Sam. Thanks, Aaron, for sharing your heart, and Maui strong to the community tuning in back in Lahaina. We're down to 13 minutes on the clock now, and it's been a really quiet heat, Mitch.
Yeah, I gotta throw in a chee-hoo for all the Hawaiians tuning in too. But you know, it's consistent. This heat in particular, though, they've had some struggles to be able to find positioning with the best waves out there. To me, I think breaking it down, you still have the pier bowl option. It seems to be that a lot of the best waves are closer towards the pier, especially the rights. Middle Peak, where 2 of the surfers are at right now, and then you see Formston in the green a little bit further south, kind of in between Machado's Peak and Middle Peak, where the other 2 athletes are. So I think the significance of this heat carries a lot of weight. People are trying to move into the final. You only qualify 4 out of the 9 competitors that are in this classification. So overall, if you need to break it down into just getting 2 waves in 12 minutes, that's all you need to do. Make sure that you're getting your 5s, your 6s, whatever you need, but get to work as quickly as you can.
It's so true, especially considering the shakeup to the leaderboard that we saw in that last heat. So at the moment, we have Pierrot from France still sitting in the lead with that 16.10 as his heat total. Sitting up into second now is Aaron Polk that we just heard from Team Hawaii. He's got a heat total of a 12.93 from that last one that's taken him into that second position. As we take a look at live action now with Jack Jackson going for the head dip.
Yeah, and you usually tend to see a lot of these younger surfers kind of make some decisions when it comes to getting these inside waves as soon as you can, as Flavio up and riding now.
Flavio with a great wave in front of him. Wave closes out, but he's able to get a bit of distance. He's currently going to be sitting down at number 4 on the rankings board. As Aaron Polk's jumped into 2, that's pushed Roy Calderon down into 3rd with a 12.83 heat total for Roy Calderon. Miguel Flavio coming into this opening of the round was sitting at number 3, but he's down into 4th with an 8.5 heat total. Now that's not very high to be keeping himself in that advancing position. Should we see Matt Formston or Jack Jackson, who just had another opportunity, get themselves a couple of good waves?
Yeah, we don't need much. That means a 6 is probably going to do it for a lot of these surfers out there. If you pair it up with a 2 or a 3, you're going to be able to overtake that 4th place position. But Flavio is also in control of his own destiny because he's out there right now with the 2 people that can overtake him right now. So if it comes down to you playing a little bit more defense toward the end, as a former competitor, I'd be totally cool with that. If that doesn't mean that I necessarily have to improve on my scores and I need to move over and just be hovering around them the whole time, I'd be doing that myself. As of right now, though, if you feel that your scores aren't good enough to progress you into the final, let's get to work, because there's 10 minutes on the clock.
It's so true. And for Miguel, he had one really solid wave in that opening round, a 6.17, just a 2.33 behind it to improve on. Formston now up and riding, nice couple pumps. You can see how comfortable he is on his equipment, even just to make it around that whitewater and back into that open face for a moment.
Yeah, and he's riding an epoxy too. That thing has a lot of spring in it, but once he made it to the open face, that wave just kind of shouldered off, so not much on offer right there. Probably going to be keeping the 2.17 as one of his top 2 scores in this one, but overall, there are waves. It has slowed down a little bit, but I feel like there's still potential. They're just kind of been out of position the entire time for the best waves coming through. Seems like a good left right here, though, Shannon, for Jackson.
Beautiful looking wave, clear corner on it as well. With that open face, and Jackson now up and riding for Team Australia. Great looking turn to start things off with. Carves hard back into the whitewater for that second turn, and he's going to be improving on that 1.5. If he can improve on a 1.57 specifically, he's going to be increasing his chances to take the spot. Miguel Flavio, though, also with a great opportunity in front of him.
Yeah, and he misread that section right there. Was going to try to pull in, didn't stall in time, though. And Jackson, no doubt, going to get a good score right here, and his chances of making it into the final have increased exponentially with this last wave, and a missed opportunity right there for Flavio in order to get something that would improve on his low score. But Formston right now with first priority and good positioning on the outside, having heard that the other 2 surfers got waves right now, that must be adding a lot more pressure on his shoulders, knowing that he needs to replace both of his scores. Here he goes.
This is so true. Up and riding now, and he connects with the lip line. Straight-legged coming down. It's going to be hard to ride out of that wave.
Yeah, and I think he might have had to go around Jack Jackson a little bit. That's his teammate. You don't normally see a lot of interferences when it comes to that, especially I'd be thinking they'd be a bit more lenient in BI2. If it were any other classification and you were fully able to see a lot of the other competitors around, I think they'd be calling this. It seems like Jackson up and riding again.
Oh my goodness, the surf is just so good. Jack with a steep takeoff. Just can't stay to his feet. That was a quick turnaround, though, to get himself back in position.
Yeah, he's at back-to-back waves right now. He needs to settle down, though. Seems like he was a bit fatigued when he tried to stand up for that one. And I'm really interested to see what the score is going to be for his previous ride, because if he gets something in the 4s or the 5s, it's going to be really easy for him to get something in the 3s just based off of what he was able to do on this previous ride, Shannon.
It's so true. So we're waiting for the score for the previous wave of Jack Jackson, which is the one that's really going to matter in the situation of the leaderboard, as well as the context of this heat. We'll have another score to come through for Flavio of Brazil and for Formston of Australia. So a great bit of action. Strength of Jack Jackson's second to last wave being that likely the highest score to come through. We're waiting on, we got about 7 minutes remaining on the clock, and we've got our surfer in red that's just on the inside there. You could see his coach just catching that wave to get a little closer to him, as we saw a takeoff from Jack once again. So he's charging every opportunity he can get up to his feet today.
Yeah, but in the end, charging isn't necessarily going to get you into the final. You need to be able to commit to these sections and really engage your rails. As the score's in for Jackson, it is a big one, Shannon.
A 6.17 for Jack Jackson will move him up into that third place position.
So that means that Flavio's down to 5th, and he's needing a score to move back up into the top 4. Wow, things are getting intense right here in the last 6 minutes, knowing that people are in control of their own destiny. And I mean, if Jackson improves on his low score too, where he can definitely do it with 6 minutes on the clock, Formston right now needing to replace both of his scores because his teammate moves up all the way into 3rd. As we look at the replay here of the 6.5, and the 6.17, excuse me, and I mean, just fully committed to that first turn. A little straight-legged on the second carve. If he pulls that one off, probably seeing something close to excellent. I mean, really engages the rail there on the first one and brings it back around, but see how he had a super narrow stance coming out of that second turn, a bit straight-legged too, but still, he did the job, and it was necessary to move up into the top 4.
That's right. Well, with that 6.17 paired together with the 4.67 he had from his first heat, he's now on a heat total of a 10.84, which has him sitting in that 4th place position, just behind Roy Calderon and Aaron Polk, with Piero Gagliano currently still sitting in the lead. Miguel has that opportunity to get himself back into that equation as well. Sitting on that 4-point ride, his heat total now will be a 10.17, so it's just shy of where Jack is currently sitting. And we've got some live action here. Jack up and riding once again. Goes for a huge re-entry.
Well, he pulls that off, though, and he's only looking to replace a 4, as you were mentioning. Can easily do that, and Flavio drops a 4.0 himself. So things are getting heated here in the last 5 minutes. I mean, that battle for 4th place is going to be big.
It's going to be so tight coming down to the final 5 minutes of this heat. They would be hearing that from the beach announcers. Another really important element to having their spotter in the lineup or their coach, not just to help get them into waves, but actually to be able to see times and their priority situations on the board. Aleli from Team Puerto Rico was here in the booth with me yesterday. She's competing in the VI2 division. She's got low to partial vision, but she can't see priority boards from sitting all the way out in the water. She said one thing that's been really instrumental in her competitive success back at home, because back at home in Puerto Rico, she's just surfing in normal surf events. She doesn't have parasurfing contests to be paddling out in every week against other visually impaired competitors. So she's just out there amongst the other kids in the neighborhood. And for her, being able to paddle out with her dad in the lineup over the last year and the change of rules that they've allowed them to do that together means that she now knows what priority is happening in the water, and she's able to use that for her advantage, where in previous years before, she was at a huge disadvantage where maybe she could see the waves a little better, but not knowing if she was actually allowed to take off on the wave or not.
Right, and that's why the beach announcer and the beach marshal are so important. They're giving you your information before you paddle out, how much time you have per heat, where the priority board is, what the announcer will be saying, and how much time and the positioning of the clock will be at. Most events, Shannon, you're not either having a priority board or you're having a big clock on the tower to be able to tell you time. So a lot of times you're having to rely on wearing a watch, and I truly think that I'm one of the firm believers that if you're a professional athlete or professional competitor, you should always have a watch on you at every given time. If you're out there in a 20-minute heat that goes by really quick, you need to be able to look down at your wrist and be able to see what kind of time you have.
I couldn't agree more. It's a really simple way to make your heat a lot easier, to be able to structure it well and to make sure that you're not making really minor mistakes.
And you can find very cheap clocks. So I mean, just go on Amazon, find something that's 15, 20 bucks that's, you know, easily submersible in water, and there you go. But, you know, having a lot of control in terms of those things that you can control, it's essential to your performance.
2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Jack looking to put himself in position, Matt as well. The 3-time world champion in Matt Formson. He's a real charger. He's been traveling the globe, representing Australia, and getting some of the best waves that we've seen from a visually impaired surfer anywhere.
So is that a fighting kangaroo, or what will we call that? Because I know that the soccer team are the Socceroos.
I can't remember what the actual name is for the kangaroo.
But that's like the mascot, right?
It's the mascot for the Australian team. There we saw Jocelyn Newmuller, who's been competing on that side of the draw for Team Australia, down on the beach with the kangaroo. We'll have to ask the Irukandji's team exactly what that represents. Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock. And the pressure is really on. For Matt Formson at the moment, it's still gonna take 2 waves, because remember that heat total now for that 4th place position is above a 10-point ride. A perfect score is not gonna get you that advancement to the final.
Well, an 8 would do it right now, though. He's capable of getting that. A 617 has been attained already. We saw what Jackson was able to do. He just needs to be on a wave. He has 45 seconds to do so, and I'd be really hustling right now if I were Formston's assistant right now. You can see him right there splashing the water around. Seems like there might potentially be a pierable in the next few waves, though. He needs to hustle with 30 seconds on the clock now.
30 seconds to go. Can see him starting to reposition.
Oh, this next wave has potential.
Jack Jackson's gonna have a paddle on the inside. If he can improve on a 4.67, he's gonna make the job that much harder. That takeoff's not gonna do it, so we'll focus on our other 2 surfers in the water. 10 seconds remaining on the clock.
And once again, he's just a victim of bad luck and unfortunate timing. The ocean goes slow on him, and for Miguel Flavio too, who was in the top 4, gets knocked out and isn't making the final anymore, Shannon.
Well, what a way to finish things out. Jack Jackson unofficially advancing through into the top 4. We'll get those official results from the panel. But an incredible performance, putting down that 617 to back up his 4.67 from his opening heat. So taking both heats to get the work done to get into that Final 4 conversation.
Yeah, and he never gave up either. It's a good performance for him. We'll be seeing him in the final, and what an exciting round of competition too. As we look at Jack right there, the 21-year-old has a chance to go for gold, Shannon.
Incredible performance. We've got more action to come. A big day of surfing ahead of us, and we've got Sam Bleakley alongside Ben Wade that'll be coming in the booth to talk you through it. It's been really fun to call the action with such firing conditions here in Huntington Beach. We've got more of it through the day.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome to the opening ceremony.
It doesn't matter the color of skin, it doesn't matter where you were born. The only thing that matters is that you're alive and you have equal rights to enjoy the ocean like everybody else. I love you all. I will miss you in person in the beautiful Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. One of the potential hosts for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And you could be a Paralympic contest. I'm sure we can make it.
As the mayor of Huntington Beach officially declared the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championships open.
Nice opening turn, and he's ducking into the barrel.
This is day one of competition here in Surf City, Huntington Beach.
Up and riding right now. Sponge, it's big off the top. Second speed drive, little coverage there in the little section, and it rebounds off the lip there.
And this wave of Team USA's Jesse Billauer earns him a 7.83.
I am new in this sport. I started surfing like half a month ago. So it's really challenging and good sport and meeting new people.
Seen him going right a lot throughout this heat. That was a great re-entry.
This is the place to do it, Shannon.
Navi now up and riding. Great looking wave, goes in for that second turn. But Roberto did have first priority over him, so he's gonna opt to go farther down the line. Great two-turn combination.
Eu perdi para mim mesmo no ano passado. Hoje eu vim muito focado, esse ano eu vim muito focado, treinado.
And in the last heat of the day, Joel Taylor from Australia gets an 8.67. So that wraps up our day one of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action in day two.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in wherever you are. It is moving into women's prone 2, the second qualifying round. We've got Sara Almagro from Spain, a bronze medalist from this classification last year in 2022 in Pismo. She's been on a tear, and she's going to be surfing against two wonderful women from Scotland, the 11-year-old Jade Edward and a multiple Paralympian, Karen Dark. Karen Dark won gold in the Paralympics in high-end cycling in Rio de Janeiro in 2016 and silver in London in 2012. So she brings incredible sporting prowess all the way from Inverness in Scotland right here to Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. We've already kicked up this heat. We're on a fly here because we've got 15 minutes remaining, and up and riding our surfer Karen Dark in green, in trim, locked in that bowl section, takes that little tumble there on that 3-fin board, but Karen Dark is going to get that first score on the board. Back in the booth with Ben Way. Ben, a carnival atmosphere out there. Tell us about these conditions for these prone surfers.
Oh, it's beautiful conditions. The one challenging aspect is that the tide has gotten lower, as we saw that last one with Karen. Sunk her nose there, and we have live action.
Sarah in the bowl section, in the pocket, all the way from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast of Spain there. Locks into that section. She's going to wipe out those. So those first two rides between our surfer from Scotland and our surfer from Spain, resulting in a wipeout. But look out, because it seems as though I saw Jade Edward tearing herself across a right-hander as Sarah paddled into that left. So we might well be waiting to drop a score for all three surfers. Ben, good start for everybody. Let's wait and see what unfolds, because there's 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And we did see this. The offshores have calmed down just a hair from the morning, making it a little bit easier for these surfers to make it into the wave. However, once they make it into the wave, we do have shallower conditions and really steep drops. And both of our surfers had a little bit of a bobble trying to make it down the face smoothly on their waves as the bottom drops out quite quickly.
We've got Santa Ana winds. It's dry, it's warm, it's absolutely quintessential fall conditions here at Surf City for day 4, a day of carnival celebration. We've already seen a perfect 10-point ride from Elena Nichols in the women's sit division. We've seen some incredible performances from the visual impaired division. We had a fantastic men's prone 2 second qualifying, and this situation right now is the first of the second qualifying rounds. We got 4 more heats to go, and the top 8 surfers will progress through to the semi-finals. And how that will be determined is the top 2 carrying scores from each surfer will be combined together. It may well be that those 2 scores came in their first heat. It may be they come in this second heat, or it might be a combination of their top ride from qualifying round 1 and their top ride from qualifying round 2. As it stands right now, Sarah from Spain, she's looking very strong at the top of the leaderboard with an 8.27 and an 8. Now looking down to the scores that Jade Edward and Karen Dark have had, Jade kicked off with a 4.9 and a 3.5. and Karen kicked off with a 4.4 and a 3.93. So as it stands, they're down in respectively in 8th and 9th position. There's going to be spots for 8 surfers to get through to the semi-finals. So Sarah is going to be pretty relaxed. You know, it will be an impressive achievement for her to better some of those excellent 8.27s and 8s. But Karen and Jade will both need a big score to carry, because if they want to get a chance of getting in that semi-final, surfing against the likes of legends Justin Newmiller, Quinn Whaley, newcomer and brilliant performer, former Paralympian Hannah Dines, she's been looking good. But there are other big names. There's the likes of Ann Yoshida, there's Natasha Siebert from South Africa. There's some really strong surfers coming up in heats 2, 3 and 4. So the 2 Scots women, they need to go big with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this is exciting. We got a little bit of lull in the action here as we see everyone really kind of clustering up on that middle peak. In the morning high tide, it seemed like there was about 3 options, but now it's starting to look like it's kind of slimming down as we get shallower and shallower on the sandbar. It's getting more pronounced.
Looking like an opportunity to strike on this right-hander, Jade Edward. She's going to add to that 2.0. She's got a nice high line here. She's just pumping to drop down into that section, which she does with control. And then she just gets accelerated as she connects with that right white water. And you can just see her putting her float foamy there on rail and then going back onto the outside rail, looking to head to the right. You could just really see the technique of angling first the upper body and then that board following. Strong surfing from 11-year-old Jade Edward, representing Scotland for the 2nd time at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And with that, let's go down to the glass with Shannon, because she's with the winner of our last heat.
Thanks so much, Sam. Jack, congratulations. That was a great performance. With the strength of your 617, it's jumped you up into the top 4 and you've qualified for the finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I didn't think I'd made it. And then I came in and they all said, oh, you might have made it. So I was like, yeah, pretty stoked that I did make it.
Talk to me about what the conditions were like in the water, how it worked between you and your spotter, Chuck.
Oh, the conditions are pretty good. It's hard to get into some of them because of the wind. I got blown out of the first 3 I paddled for. I wish I got them, but yeah, no, a lot better than heat 1. Yeah, Chuck, he just, he gets me into them. Yeah, he sends me, and yeah, it's good.
You were certainly sending it on a few of those waves. They were like overhead and you were taking some pretty late drops. How did it feel when you finally got that 617 and you were able to engage with the rail and get a good turn?
Oh, it felt pretty good. I haven't been surfing my most confident lately, so it felt good to not just bomb out straight off the takeoff. But yeah, yeah, it's good.
Well, congratulations. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to that's tuning in back at home in Australia, supporting the Irkundjis?
Yeah, hi everyone who woke up early. Thanks for tuning in. Cheers to all the sponsors and all that. Yeah.
Well done, Jack, and we'll see you guys in the next round. Back to you.
Brilliant stuff, bringing the sting for the Irkundjis is Jack Jackson, but up and riding now for Spain. Sarah Almagro, top to bottom rail work, radical cutbacks, really engaging that board beautifully in the pocket, in the bowl with speed, power, and control. What a performance so far in this event. This woman finished in bronze medal position last year. Is this going to be her chance to get gold, Benway?
Wow, she looked very, very strong since that first round. We had an amazing performance with her winning that first heat. And her first wave, they did try out that left, got closed out on, so they're testing it out and tested out on the right this time. It seems like the right has been opening up a bit more, and so going to allow for a little bit more space to get those direction changes.
And there it is. This is this division. Surfers riding in that prone position, requiring assistance in the water, paddling into wave and getting back on the board safely. So limb amputations, spinal cord injuries, multiple sclerosis or cerebral palsy, maybe some of the impairments. Karen Dark, the 52-year-old, age 2, she was paralyzed from the chest down in a climbing accident, but she has got into surfing working with Surfable in Scotland, founded in 2017 to provide full access surf therapy, and based in the northeast of Scotland, and founded by Glyn Morris and Kev Anderson. As we can see, up and riding Karen Dark on a beautiful right-hander. Can she drop into it? She can't, but she's got sporting pedigree as a gold Paralympian in hand cycling from Rio 2016 and a silver medalist from the Paralympics in London in 2012. She's from Inverness, and she's competing here with 11-year-old Jade Edward, who's dropped a 3.3 and a 2.10, as Sarah drops an 8.17 for that last ride. Wow, big scores to drop, and that would go into her top 2 because it would replace her second scoring ride of an 8 from round 1, Ben.
Yeah, definitely well deserved. And as we saw, Karen was looking first priority. They gave her a little nudge there, but that offshore just got the better of the board and pushed her out. Luckily, she hadn't gone very far, so she was able to reconnect with her pusher. And just before that ride, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you had her pusher wave up in the air. He's communicating with the catcher, and as the catcher is basically the goalie for the rider, and you need to meet that rider as soon as possible to get them headed back out there, giving them best possible chance to get more waves. And so sometimes when you're at that water level, since you are underwater swimming, you don't have the best vantage point, so you're looking out to see where you're lining up. And also it's great to have that signal that we're going to be sending her on one, be ready to receive her.
The Scots sending it here in Huntington. Jade Edward from Meldrum in Aberdeenshire in the northeast of Scotland, but it's our Spaniard from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast. She is sitting out there looking like she's booked herself a spot in that first semi-final, as we can see a nice, beautiful right-hander, and in trim, Karen Dark takes a high line. You can just see her just locking in that rail edge to accelerate, eyeing up the trim line, takes a little look over her shoulder to see if she needs to cut back, just controls that bounce, dealing now with the foam, and then looking off to the left, and see how she initiates that turn with the upper body rotation, then just leaning on that inside rail. Beautiful technique from Karen Dark there, and you can just see her catcher, Ben, now chasing her. What's going through the mind of the catcher in this position as she comes through to the inside?
Well, when we get in the shallow water, we did see some of the Japanese catchers would put their swim fins on their shoulders, as you have to determine if it's faster to get to them swimming or faster to get to them running, depending on how shallow the water is. And it looks like Green possibly has fins on. They're going to move her in and move her on over. So currently, I bet the pusher is starting to kind of migrate over towards the pier. That's probably where they'll take her to start heading her out.
And she's got a 5.33 for that wave, Ben. So that is a fantastic score, and that would add to her 4.4, which is one of her top scores from her round 1, as we can see Machado's left there just peeling off with perfection as the Santa Ana winds continue to blow. And it's been an absolute honor to be able to share the live coverage of this world-class event in the push for Paralympic inclusion in Los Angeles 2028. We've had a lot of emotional post-heat interviews. It's getting to that part of the competition, Ben, where as you come outside of the booth and you start to absorb the energy on the sand, there's that disappointment for surfers getting eliminated, there's that passion, there's that energy, and there's that drive, and you're really starting to see the big personalities rising to the top. Eric Lazar looked very strong, a big personality, and wow, that was a very impressive heat if you get the opportunity to watch the video replay if you missed it.
Yeah, and I sent a message and some shots over to Kazuma Surfboards, Matt Kino Shtuk, as he made Eric Lazar's board, and he hasn't been able to watch him ride it. And I said, well, look at the replays. He just got barreled on that thing. Fashioned in the Dane Kealoha spray job. We just did lose a very, very important legend in surfing.
Yeah, and board design's so important today. I had a conversation with Mark Hager, who was eliminated from that same heat that Eric Lazar won. And Mark just recognizing that he felt like he needed to be riding something that was going to come out of those sucky sections. The conditions have been absolutely spectacular. I mean, this is A-grade Huntington Beach we're seeing today.
This is unbelievable. I'm sure everyone on the beach is hungry to get out there. People waiting for the upcoming heats are probably just frothing. Let's watch this replay.
So this came in at an 8.17, Ben.
So off the bottom, make sure she does a real pronounced direction change, even more on the second turn. And you can tell just by that spray coming off the board, that's a great sign to the judges of how much effort is going in, how much rail work, and digs in, gets a real nice direction change there, down carves it, and then gets a last turn in the pocket. And that's on that super thin pop-out molded board that she's on. It said made in Spain. I didn't get what brand of board it is, but the thing is paper thin, and it looks like it's definitely a little bit of a different design, doesn't have the flotation as a stand-up surfer would normally be able to ride, but as she said, with her body condition, she is very, very lightweight.
Yeah, it's actually made of recycled plastic, a brand called WEBCAST. So, you know, definitely pushing the sustainability boundaries with her equipment. She's in the 5th year of studying a law degree. No mean feat studying a law degree. She's been boogie boarding since the age of 5. So you can see in her performance, she's got that intrinsic wave knowledge. That's definitely very prevalent in the way she's able to stay in the pocket.
Yeah, I wonder if that was possibly her previous equipment, because we do have a lot of the people from Spain and France using that 3D printed WYVE. It might be, because I looked that in the bio, and I think it might be a little spell typo. We'll check that out, because it's a good chance we'll have a post-heat interview. We can kind of zero in on that. But
and she is so into her equipment, and that's been something that she's been talking a lot about in the last couple of years, with that opportunity to really develop equipment that allows that driving turn, you know, recognizing the pressure points in the maneuvers. Because what we see and what we've talked about a great deal, Ben, is the fact that these prone surfers have a variety of techniques. Some will have a lot of core strength, like Jose Martinez, David Teixeira. Others will just use their elbows to initiate the turns, and it's about how they can translate those subtle or strong body movements into the right part of the board to initiate rails to lock, tails to lock, and fins to engage.
yeah, and also depending on that condition, it's up to the designers to really communicate up to where they have feeling. Some people have feeling all the way below their abdomen. Some people only have it up on the top of their chest and their upper torso. And that has a lot to do with how the board needs to be balanced and how it's also going to be maneuvered.
So scores coming through. Karen Dark drops a 5.33 to add to that 2.90. So that really improves her possibility of securing a spot in one of the semi-finals. Jade Edward has a 3.33 and a 2.10. So both of those Scottish surfers now look like they might not have time, with 50 seconds remaining, to get back out into the lineup. It's Sarah Almagro from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast in Spain, who's the heat leader, the highest heat combination of scores across this division. It's going to be very difficult to stop her from getting in the semi-finals, but Jade Edward has a very good hope. Well, no, Karen Dark has a very good hope. Jade Edward, those scores to me look a little bit too low to get into the top 8. We'll have to wait and see, but I think Karen could be on the borderline, so she'll be watching with excitement and anticipation as we continue through heats 2, 3, and 4. And Sarah gets a swan song ride here, going left, dropping into the bowl there as that splashes over the top of her, and she won't replace that 3.83, but she's booked herself a spot in the semi-finals, and that performance from her continues to be world-class, Ben.
As well as excellent heat management by her brother, who is her pusher, and they got her in the last 5 seconds. Great positioning, and what great teamwork.
Brilliant stuff. Coming up next, we got some big names, Ben. We got Jocelyn Newmiller, Quinn Waitley, and Hannah Dine. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here. Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action, Parasurf fans, as we have Jocelyn Newmiller and Quinn Whately and Hannah Dines out there at Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA, as we move into heat number 2, qualifying round 2 with some big, hard-hitting names. Jocelyn Newmiller, a gold medalist from 2021 in this division, a para-canoe world champion, as we can see, up and riding our surfer from England in green, Hannah Dines. She's just come off the back of a second place at the US Adaptive Surf Championship in Oceanside very recently, and she's looking incredible on her Johnny Purton built boards. A 2018 European champion in 100-meter para race running and a Paralympian, having represented Team GB at 2016 in the Rio Paralympics in the cycling team. Born in Manchester, raised in Glasgow, now surfs in Swansea, Wales and Constantine, Cornwall. And I have an opportunity of catching up with her earlier in the season, and she just talked to me about all of the different approaches to prone surfing and how using bodies in the surf to direct and you know, and kind of really kind of engage with the different types of equipment in different ways. She's got a big heat on her hands though, because she's got Quinn Whately, who is a US national champion in both 2017 and 2023, a Dukes champion at the adaptive event in Hawaii back in 2018. And Quinn's good friend, Catherine Beattie, joined me in the booth earlier. But Ben, this is a real big one. Jocelyn, Quinn, Hannah, 18 minutes remaining. All of them want a spot in that grand final. All of them could be in that grand final. Who do you think the favorite is for this heat?
This is an all-star lineup. And, well, I mean, of course, Team USA here in Surf City, USA, they've got a ton of support, but also Team Australia has been doing great. We just saw Jack Jackson winning his heat. They're keeping their momentum, and a lot of support right in front and center on the beach, as well as Hannah Dines, who has been very, very monumental in the sport, and also helping to start design accessories for these parasurfers as we have a push.
Up and riding right now, Quinn Whately from Coronado, San Diego County. Big bowly section there, committing to that wave with control and then just eyeing up the opportunity, and then incredible use of technique. Just see the way she engaged that right hand, initiated that turn, and then engaging that left hand to then steer off and accelerate on the reform there, heading towards the harbor. And once again, another full cut back, and just using that arm beautifully, demonstrating variety, maneuver, direction change, control. And that really was strong surfing from Quinn Whately, and that's why she's one of the best prone surfers.
I think that's something new that they've been working on. I haven't seen Quinn use her arms that much. Usually we're dealing with colder water, so she's more locked up. Of course, she has cerebral palsy that's very affected by the cold water, and the spasticity that their muscles lock up, they tense up, and they just turn into a rock. She's able, with this warmer conditions, to be a little bit more loose and provide some use of those arms. That was really impressive. And
often rides the Daniel Thomas boards. You know, we'll have to update, Daniel Thompson boards from the Gold Coast. And, you know, not always, you know, changes. We'll catch up what we should be riding very soon. But with that, let's go down to the post-heat interview with Sarah from the Mediterranean coast of Spain. She's with Shannon Hughes.
Sarah, congratulations. That was a great heat. Now, we know you're from the Mediterranean coast. It tends to be a little warmer. How are you feeling coming out of a chilly heat?
Well, I'm a bit cold. I'm freezing because of the wind, but it was kind of good. The waves also better than the other heat, so yeah, it was good.
It's been incredible to see your consistency, to be able to find excellent scores every time you paddle out. What have you and your team been doing back at home in preparation to make sure you can excel like that?
As you know, I'm from the Mediterranean, so every time we have wave, we have to go, even though the conditions are very small or very big. So we have to go and kill it.
Have you been doing any trips and traveling to prepare in conditions maybe more similar to this, or is it just the waves that you have available at home that you're able to surf?
Well, normally we have the competitions in the northern Spain, so we go like a few days before to train. But as I'm looking for sponsors to go to have some trainings outside, yeah.
And talk to me about your feelings heading into the next round. Are you going to try and reassess anything, or are you just going to stick to that same game plan with your pusher?
Well, maybe we have to talk depending on the conditions, but maybe we are going to continue with the same strategy.
Great. Well, congratulations. Go get warm. Get that wetsuit off. We'll go back to you guys in the booth, and we'll see more of this ripper out there later this week.
Absolutely, we'll see more of this ripper out there this week. She has been on fire all the way from the Mediterranean coast of Spain, Malaga, looking brilliant. But what about Jocelyn Neumiller? Looking at the scores, if you're watching live at home, you'll see an 8-1-7 flashing up under the name of Irakanji's team leader, Jocelyn Neumiller. Wow, what a score to drop. And that would go into her top 2 because she's carrying a 6.67 and a 5.67 from her first qualifying round. And let's get a look at the replay, Ben.
Yeah, so I'm trying to check what color we're looking at right now. That looks like red. Okay, so that is Jocelyn. And so she had just gotten pushed in the first seconds of that heat. Here we have Quinn making that big drop, connecting on through, and now you'll start to see that use of that arm, kind of working as a rudder as it starts to pull her to one side, throws off the left arm, redirects quite significantly, and then has another chance in here as she makes it over this little bump. And so, yeah, as Sam was speaking about equipment, this does look like her older board. So this might be the Dominique Picon, which I believe was shaped at Bird's Surf Shed's Shape Shack, as we have live action.
Jocelyn Neumiller off the bottom, off the top, carves it, re-entry, great setup for that top turn there. Doesn't quite ride out of it, but you can see this is someone building momentum, looking lively, strong, committed. She's been in a great state all week. We've had the opportunity of seeing her around the site. Already had a heat earlier in the week, some good free surfing, and she's got a great team behind her. Her pushers and catchers, they were out free surfing this morning, pulling into a couple of barrels. Of course, that's a big part of this element, Ben. So explain to all the surf fans tuning in around the world, you know, what the pusher and the catcher will do, what their different roles are.
Okay, so basically the pusher will be the one on the outside selecting the waves, having the communication about there's a wave coming, do you want to take this one? A little bit of communication, or we're going to go on this one, and then they also have to signal to the catcher who's on the inside, who's basically the goalie of the rider. So you want to meet that rider on the inside, keep them safe, make sure that they're mounted on their board, and then the pusher actually makes his way back out, and depending how active the catcher has to push it back out, depending how active the pusher is, you determine where you're going to meet, and then that catcher has to get back in on that inside and be ready to receive them on the next ride.
All of these women, incredible athletes. Hannah 30, Jocelyn and Quinn, both 28. Jocelyn has been a para-canoe world champion 2 times, in 2016 in the 200 meters, then in 2017 she represented Australia in the 2016 Rio Paralympics, finishing in 5th in the 200 meters, and she's now surfing off the back of a arm injury that she actually suffered whilst competing in canoe there in 2017. That was what initiated her movement into parasurfing, and here she is at the cutting edge. And within this classification, these surfers are requiring assistance into and out of the waves, and Jocelyn is just absolutely sports mad, and she has achieved great things in basketball, in sailing, now in surfing, and also in para-canoe, and she's got an 8.17 and a 3.83. So that 8.17 would combine with that 6.67. It would keep her as the 2nd seed so far. She needs to get a score up into the 8s or slightly higher to get a higher seed than Sarah, who already has a 8.27 and an 8.17. But both of these surfers, as it stands, would be separated in these 2 semi-finals. So what's at stake for the surfers is the opportunity to progress through to the semi-finals, and then it will be top 2 progressing through to the grand final, at which point these surfers have the opportunity to win gold, silver, bronze, or copper.
Yeah, and I like how you were touching on the importance of that teamwork. Of course, Jocelyn has her 2 pusher and catcher, Matt. Also Vance and the team that always travels together. They stay together. It's the same tight-knit team every time, and that's a huge advantage. And on Quinn's side, she's got her dad, David, as her pusher always. And so when you have that great communication and just that natural connection, it's like a well-knit band that plays nice and tightly together. We did see a couple shockers this morning by having some tosses up in the team one of which was Jesse Bilauer, where it was a local volunteer that was his catcher, and didn't seem to really do the job to pull him through. So you want to stick with your members if possible.
So Hannah Dines, coached by Marcia Franco Diaz from Brazil, based there in Cornwall. She's riding her Johnny Purton built boards, doing a lot of great development work with surf deck, developing adaptive deck grips, and she takes a charging wave there and puts that board on edge and takes a tumble, but what commitment to that drop. That was an overhead right-hander, 100% gun-ho. The rider, the activist, the athlete riding her Johnny Purton built boards. Often rides something in the 6'6" range. She has a couple of really kind of interesting models. She has the El Scorchio that she was riding last year in Pismo for the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Now she's on the Fuego model. And there's also a mini Tash model that was being developed with Tash Davies, her teammate for Surfing England.
I think she mentioned something else, like a Mach 4 or a Mach 10. So I can't remember the name. I got to look into I think it was on my phone, actually. She goes, you got to check out my new board. And yeah, just as you were mentioning, that surf deck doing a lot of the, taking care of a lot of the English surfers, and then also developing things, supports for their legs, handles, things that you can actually add to an existing board. So it doesn't have to be, all the handles and accessories don't have to actually be built into the board. And if you have a board that you've been riding, you can add these extra accessories to make it more parasurfing friendly.
Irakanji's on the sand cheering on. Jocelyn Newmiller, of course. Jocelyn with the 817. She's looking to be in an extremely strong position. Jocelyn going for gold once again. She won silver in 2022. She got gold in 2021 because Emma Dieters took the win in this division. But Emma Dieters is now shifted into prone 1. So she's using her paddling ability to get in and out of the waves, in and out of the lineup. And it means that Jocelyn now won't have to compete against Emma Dieters, but she's got some big names. Quinn Waitley, Hannah Dines coming on strong. And at the moment, it seems like some of the favorites are Sarah and Jocelyn, as we see the American team there. Christian Otter Bailey, Jose Martinez, he was incredible early. We had Aaron Polk in a post-heat interview, very emotional. He got himself a spot in the grand final. Catherine Beattie, she came in the booth earlier. Some big stars on the beach there. Come on down and meet them because they're right here, right now, watching the action.
And everyone's so cool, man. They'll have you sit down right next to them, and you can enjoy this action front and center. This is definitely classic California, Surf City, Huntington Beach, with beautiful conditions today, and everyone is frothing to get in the water.
And as we move into the kind of midday and then into the afternoon light, we've got those beautiful sparkly conditions. We will have that backlit lineup, which makes it very difficult for not only the competitors and the fans, but also the judges. They really have to kind of be laser-eyed to keep focused on what's happening. And we have to emphasize that the judges have the benefit of the spotter who calls out the colors. So when they see a particular athlete up and riding, as we do right now, Jocelyn Miller with a big, beautiful top to bottom combination, dealing with that bounce on an overhead section and then charging out of that bowl on the left and then getting back that board onto rail for more and then putting herself into another opportunity to cut back and face left and re-enter and then weaving, snaking, keeping active and finishing off with flair after kicking off with some absolute dynamite out back. That is why she's a former gold medalist.
9 points. That's what I'm
brilliant.
calling. That's what I'm calling.
Brilliant.
Let's throw it out there.
And the bounce, I mean, you know, the fact that she dealt with all of that, you know, the chop and the energy, but the whole time in the pocket, you know, right there in the zone.
Not to mention, nothing questionable about her control through those spots.
Yeah, there it is. There's that 9.43 Ben Way. Congratulations. You've got your eyes on the prize there, and the Irakanjis are absolutely delighted to see that Jocelyn Newmiller has now moved up into #1 seed, meaning that she has surpassed Sarah Almagro's scores of 8.27 and 8. So Jocelyn's now got an 8.17 and a 9.43, and she's going to be feeling the vibes right now because that is just sizzling. I mean, matching the heat that the Santa Ana wins with style.
I have to say that is matching Eric Lazar's barrel for my second favorite wave of the day.
And of course, Elena Nichols is 10?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that was like, I mean, the tube that she got was absolutely breathtaking, and that's something you can look back and enjoy. And you got the benefit of doing that post-heat interview. That was a very special moment for adaptive sports. I felt like that interview will be heavily watched, shared, and engaged with. And you know, it must have been inspiring for you to get to share that moment with her.
It was a lot of fun, and then also breaking records with a world record, highest heat total. And here we go. I love this top turn. So she had attempted in that last wave where she had gotten taken over the top. This one she had navigated perfectly down the face, get all this speed, and every turn is so pronounced. You see the amount of water being displaced off of every turn, just showing that rail work. She climbed up the face right there and just reforming left, reforming right, fitting in maneuvers wherever she can, but she just really stamps it to it and shows the judges that each one of those are counting maneuvers.
Well, Hannah Dines has backed up her 4.67 with a 5, so she's in second position. She's chasing a combination of scores to move up into first, but she's got her strongest 2 scores now. Her 5 and her 4.77 combined will make her total up and riding right now. Hannah Dines in control on a beautiful right-hander, comes to the bottom of the wave, and then that white water just crashing around her. She engages that left elbow that puts that Johnny Purton on edge and just arcs her way back towards the pier and then back out down towards the south side there, still in trim, and then another redirect through to the very shallow section here as she ends, and she's really stoked with that wave. And considering she's already got a 5 and a 4.67, her body language kind of emphasizes that she thinks that could be her best score of this heat.
Yeah, I think it very well could have been, because that pusher selected an excellent wave, or they possibly selected it together, but that was one of the best waves that I've seen them choose for her, most opportunity for scoring. And I love that Pro-Tech-ish style helmet. Brings me back to the old Bones Brigade days of seeing Tony Hawk flying in the bowl of Del Mar.
Oh, brilliant stuff. And she's now sponsored by Ripco, riding her Johnny Purton boards as well. Johnny Purton building the equipment under the knees of Llewellyn Sponge Williams, who will be surfing later in the week. He's going for his second back-to-back gold medal for Team Wales. But let's get the replay of this right-hander, Ben.
So this was great. She stayed on the upper half for a good while right there, which gave her a lot of projection. The section did race past, and she got out just in time to reform it left here. Nice redirection, good speed, constantly looking for transition in this wave and fitting in turns wherever she can. And she's still going. Nice glide through here.
Brilliant work, likes to surf.
And she gave a little tap on the little slap on the water. She seemed really stoked about that ride.
Yeah, likes to surf in Swansea in Wales, does a lot of work with surfability at Caswell on the Gower, also likes to surf in Constantine in Cornwall. And a big shout out to all of the hard work that she's been doing with her fantastic Brazilian coach who's based there in Cornwall, Marcio Franca Dias. And she really calls adaptive surfing a miracle of engineering. She's very interested in the way that we can continue to push performances by developing equipment. And having that background in other Paralympic sports, Hannah Dines is bringing a beautiful fresh energy to the parasurf movement, and she is absolutely stoked because she's just dropped a 6.83, increasing her campaign to book a spot in that semi-final, Ben, and you can see the joy erupting from her.
I love that. And that just gives you such a boost. They are kind of in a position to possibly pick off one more on the midsection as we're just under 1 minute remaining. They won't make it to the outside. I'm sure as they hear the time call, the remaining time, they'll know to just spin around for one more chance as we have on the outside.
Quinn Waitley in blue in the bowl section there, left-hander. Acceleration out of that bowl. Still going, everybody cheering on the beach, all in trim. Is she going to get the opportunity to just steer back to the right? She is. In goes the hand using that technique we saw earlier. Fantastic progression of her technique to really bring all of these new steering opportunities. Again, snaking back, carving, initiating that upper body both ways. And there goes the hand to get one more turn, riding right down onto the sand. That, for me, feels like that could be way up there on the score scale, Ben.
Yeah, that was a great ride. I would say definitely Quinn's best ride. She was requiring 8.66 to move up, Not sure if it'll reach into there, but gotta feel good.
Well, she's carrying a 4.83 as her best score from qualifying round 1. So this will really matter for her campaign to book a spot in the semi-finals. It looks promising. Be interesting to see what score she gets. We got 2 more big heats coming up in qualifying round 2. Heat number 3 has Hawaii, France, Brazil, and Switzerland. Heat number 4 has England, France, South Africa, and Australia. So this continues to be easily one of the more engaging divisions. The Prone 2, so exciting because so much of it is about teamwork, Ben.
It really is.
And with that, stay with us because we'll be right back for heat number 3. Watch out because we've got Ann Yoshida out of Hawaii. She'll be surfing very soon.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying with us. If you're new to the event, you've picked a great day to join us because it's day number 4 with a carnival atmosphere. Surfers getting eliminated, but surfers progressing through to semi-finals, and we've even got some finalists already secured. But right now on your screen, you can see that beautiful drone footage of the afternoon light at Huntington Beach Surf City as we continue women's Prone 2 division. Heat number 3, we got Hawaiian Ann Yoshida, Frenchwoman Beatrix Duran, Brazilian Monique Oliviere, and Swiss surfer Corinne O'Hen. 4 women all battling for a spot in one of the semi-finals. Hawaii, France, Brazil, Switzerland. Ann Yoshida, an absolute legend, the first native Hawaiian para-Olympian. In her disciplines, she has got in para-canoe a gold in 2016, a silver in 2015, and a bronze in 2013. And she's also got a 2017 ISA World Parasurfing Championship title. So this Hawaiian woman surfing in red is an absolute stalwart of the para sports community. Out of France, we got Beatrice Duran, the 52-year-old from the Nouvelle-Aquitaine, southwest coast of France, living close there to Bordeaux, working as a lecturer and riding her 6'6" board. But it's Monique Oliviere, the younger surfer there from Brazil, the 36-year-old who got a copper at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in 2017. She's based down there in Rio de Janeiro. And our Swiss surfer, Corinne O'Hen, she speaks 5 languages: English, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese. She's lived for many years in Brazil. She's now based in Switzerland, where she was born, and she trains a lot in Portugal. And she's going to be surfing in the white vest as we move into that afternoon light. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth, joined by Ben Way, as I have been for these last 2 heats. And we've seen some fantastic performances. That last ride of Quinn Waitley, Ben, I mean, I'm looking forward to finding out what the score of that was, because that was an absolute beauty.
Yeah, that was a beautiful score, beautiful ride, and in the dying moments of that heat, well managed by her father, David Waitley, her pusher, as we have Monique Oliveira on her opening ride.
Up and riding Monique there from Rio de Janeiro, engaging that rail back and forth there. Surfs there in a nice inside reform section, keeping that board in trim. Just a little bit of an arc onto that inside rail and a little wiggle back. You can just see how that upper body language just initiates the opportunity for that rail to just lock, those fins to kick in, and that chance to do a turn. And that's something that we really saw pronounced in Quinn Waitley's style, not only upper body initiation, but actually engaging the arm. And Sam Bloom, very much a pioneer of that in the prone divisions, the way she learned to just lock that arm in the water to just initiate the turn.
And that, of course, is a technique developed by Bruno Hansen from Denmark. He was always very famous for using that inside arm to initiate the turn and really whip with his hand on big, gnarly turns. Of course, we're missing Uncle Bruno here at the site. I'm sure all the competitors as well. If you're at home watching, we look forward to seeing you here, probably fixing your sailboat and listening to our live.
And also, of course, the technique used by the Hawaiian pioneers on finless redwood boards that would actually put their foot in the water to initiate the turn, to act as a fin, you know, so that the use of the body in the water to initiate turns, you know, it's got a long history. And as we go, live action, our surfer Beatrice Durand from France, nice right-hander there, locked in on a high line. She's looking for the cut back, puts that board on rails, starts to cut back, but that wave just lumping out a little bit on her. So she's going to get a score on the board. Monique drops a 2.67. Do you think Beatrice's wave might go a bit higher than Monique's?
I think Monique threw a little bit more turning into it. Beatrice was more of just a drop there. Unfortunately, it didn't connect through. But one thing I was noticing on that last clip was that the size is starting to pick up again. And whenever the tide goes out, whatever swells out there gets more pronounced and gets more punch off of those shallow sandbars. And so I look forward to seeing some action. And also I look forward to seeing Ann Yoshida, because we saw her in her earlier rounds with real like controlled bodyboard style riding. And I would love to see her get in the barrel. Although we are starting to lose those offshores, I think the tube opportunities starting to disappear. But these Santa Anas should stick around for a few days.
Ann Yoshida works as an occupational therapist. Like I said, she's got great success in para-canoe, a world champion in 2016, but also an ISA world champion from 2017. That third event we had, the inaugural 2015 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, followed up each year since. And of course, last year we were in Pismo. Now we're down here at Huntington Beach, Surf City, in amongst 10 miles of fantastic beach break peaks and an iconic centerpiece of Huntington being the famous pier, which was first constructed in the early 1900s there, and has been the site of so much competitive surfing, and this being the 8th major ISA event hosted here. The first time we've had the World Parasurfing Championship, but we've had 4 World Surfing Games, we've had junior events here, and Visit Huntington Beach is super stoked to showcase the world's best parasurfers, because that conversation is still so alive for parasurfing inclusion in the parasporting program for LA 2028.
Well, I got something for your notes here. If you guys could sit with me here and see how much preparation Sam does. He's got a cheat sheet on each rider individually. And here we might have a live ride. We'll get back to that.
Corinne locking in, takes off, takes a fall, takes a tumble. Now, Ben, explain the role now of the water safety. What's the difference between them and the pushers and catchers who are on Corinne's Swiss team?
So basically the water safety, make sure that the rider is face up, breathing, waiting for their catcher, one of their team members. They can stabilize the rider. They can't put the rider back on the board, as we have some California action. Classic.
Best locals out there, of course, a moral for wave riders all over the planet. The Dolphin, what a great shot that was. I was waiting for something to happen, but brilliant anticipation and work from the broadcast team. Big shout out to Action Sports Productions there, and Jay Johnson and all of his amazing team. Thank you. And getting to see the Dolphins, I mean, what more can you ask for? Out there, going for world titles and sharing space with the best wave riders of them all.
Here in Southern California, that is a daily occasion. It's so special, and it's you often have times where the Dolphins are calling you off the wave. They've got the best positioning, that's for sure. But back to what I was getting to. Sam Bleakley's preparation is amazing. He's constantly tuning up his notes. And for your notes for Ann Yoshida, she has recently switched over to farming on her land. She's got her own mountain, ton of land it seems like, and she's growing taro root, tea leaf, and something else. And she said her biggest challenge lately is keeping off the neighboring farm's cows from coming and eating all of her delicious crops. And so that's her new deal.
Brilliant stuff. And talking of brilliant, someone who just excelled, getting scores well up into the 9s, near perfect. It's Irakanji's team leader, Jocelyn Newmiller. She's on the glass. I'm not sure that Shannon knows we've thrown to her, but I know that she's down there.
Picked that up.
Oh,
Thanks so much.
There we go, Shannon, over to you.
Thanks, Sam. Sorry. Jocelyn, what a whirlwind of a heat. I mean, the surf is pumping. You were able to replace a couple of smallish scores in that second place position on the leaderboard to now take over the win with some solid performances. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, no, that felt great. So fantastic to have like pumping surf out here and bigger surf. So probably the best competition surf we've had. So it's fantastic to come away with some good waves from that heat.
And I saw you having a debrief with the team afterward, and you got Annie Goldsmith's going to be paddling out in the next heat. How does it feel to be able to give her some tips as well coming in?
I think it's fantastic to see all these young up-and-coming athletes getting involved in the sport and absolutely charging. So it'll be fantastic to see Annie. I train with her a couple times a week, so really keen to see if she can get some good scores and go out there and have some fun.
And what are you going to do for the rest of the day, the rest of the week in preparation for the next rounds coming up?
I think we're going to go and chill for the rest of the day, just have some downtime and maybe review some heats, but ultimately just go out there and have some fun, see if we can execute some good waves, because ultimately we all know there's some great surfers out there. It's about executing it during the competition.
That's great. And talk to me about reviewing heats. What's that process look like for the team sitting around the TV?
Yeah, I think for us, we just try and see if we've really stuck to our heat plan and what we can really improve on for future heats. Like, I guess surfing is a continuous progress of improving and seeing what can be done differently to really try and reach that next level.
Incredible. Well, great performance, Jocelyn. Can't wait to see what you can pull through in the next one.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Congratulations, Jocelyn. I love to hear that reflection of that continual refinement and improvement, recognizing that the best is not enough. There's always better to be achieved. And that's why she's a Para-Olympian and a world champion across different para sports. And I've just been getting out the old calculator there and recognizing that she's got a 17.6 from her 817 and a 943. So she's the #1 seed going into the semi-finals. Our #2 seed will be our surfer Sarah Almagro from Malaga on the Mediterranean coast of Spain. But also looking pretty good is Hannah Dines, now with a total of 11.83. But watch out, because Anne Yoshida is beautiful and graceful, flowing through this right-hander, and a great technique with that right arm locked further forward on the front of the board there. Different approach to some of the other surfers, but very capable of just putting that board on rail, as we can see her coming through to the inside with style, with flow, a Hawaiian grace, but also that Hawaiian power and presence. Great ride for Anne Yoshida. Her first ride of the heat, but she needs to get out there for more.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, just effortless style, and she just has this natural wave connection where she just flows through any spot, and she can also really read the wave well. She navigates her lines to the wave so effortlessly and so gracefully. I look forward to seeing her get a bigger wave. That was one of the smaller ones, but definitely needing a score since we're past the halfway point.
So she's carrying a 683 from her qualifying round 1. She'll want to drop that 387 that she's carrying as her second score. I get the feeling that could get higher than that 387. I mean, difficult because we haven't really set a massive scale. Do you think that could kind of replace her backup score of a high 3, as we see Monique up and riding, high line, that wave fading, but she's going to get a second score on the board?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that will be, for Anna, I'm not sure if that will be the one that replaces those scores, but here we have Beatriz.
Beautiful big wall ahead of her, great control, long right-hander. She might even get the reform here. She just comes off at the end there, but she's already had a really good run on a 4-fin board. Interesting to see. So we've already talked a lot about board design over the last 4 days, Ben. She looks to have like a quad design there and able to get herself back on the board and just get that white water to move her through to the inside. And it's at this point where the beach chair will come in handy, because she'll have the opportunity to get taken back up to the pier for the easier paddle out, making use of all of that wonderful team effort for France.
Yeah, and they may have had some pre-heat communication, because there is her catcher that was already waiting in the shoreline. So he wasn't in the shore break waiting for her. It was basically, they probably had a plan that we'll always meet right on the sand, so we can motor on up, get you in the chair. He's going to pass her to the chair, and then he will probably start, well, actually, he will probably send them over, and hopefully either the pusher or the catcher will make her way out. But if she gets another wave, she's going to end up there again. So even if he does relocate, he's going to have to come back to the same zone.
I love this moment where they give the athletes their boards, put those boards on the lap right now. Oh, well, I just got caught out then. Most of the time, the athletes like to have their board on their lap. Look at that beautiful design there. 4-fin. Fin's not crazy far up, but certainly further up than you would see for a stand-up surfer.
Yeah, it's a very, very loose quad positioning. I'd say it's about 1.5 feet from the tail to the trailing fins, where normally on a stand-up quad, you'd be dealing with the back fins from 3 inches to possibly about 5 inches in the back from the tail. So considerably forward, definitely a prone-specific board.
Big year for France, of course, hosting the Summer Games in Paris, one of the great capitals of world culture this summer. Of course, in Tahiti, we will have the Olympic surfing event. And representing France here for the para team, they have got a really strong group, and I can sense that there's a lot more to come from them. You know, they've got a nice relaxed atmosphere at the moment, and I feel as if they're really going to peak on finals day. I think there's going to be a few gold medals for France walking away from Huntington Beach this week, Ben.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Corinne O'Hen there, she's got a 2 and a 0.9. Beatrix Durand drops a 5.50. So I get the opportunity now to look at some of the scores she got in the qualifying round 1, and she got a couple of high 4s there. So that 5.5, a big keeper for our French surfer Beatrice. Anne Yoshida, she drops a 4.5. So it is an important score for Anne, because it replaces that 3.87 that's her second score. So now combined with her 6.83, she's also looking like a contender to earn a spot in the semi-finals. But let me tell you, Ben, it's tight to get in that top 8, because there's some big performances here to recognize. We're combining the best 2 waves from either Heat 1 or Heat 2, or a combination of both heats.
Yeah, that is right. And Anne Yoshida, as far as the heat goes, she was only reclining at 2.90 down in the 4th position. She's now popping up in there, but it's also, more importantly, stacking up those scores, as you said.
As the waves continue to stack up, and that Santa Ana wind no longer blowing those offshore faces, as we get now that kind of light onshore afternoon sea breeze, that glare starting to affect the kind of eyes of all the surfers as they look to choose which wave to get. But right now, Corinne charging, commitment to that takeoff, full wipe out there, but she's very near her pusher. So the water safety lifeguard there will come swimming to Corinne. As you can see, she's face up there, looking comfortable. She's used to these types of conditions. And then her pusher straight back in there. And this is where you get to see that opportunity of the technique. Talk us through some of the techniques they'll use to help Corinne climb back onto her board.
Well, that's great timing with that, because that is a very unique way. They always have her, they have that chest wedge. The chest wedge is usually stuck to the board, and that's because a lot of these competitors lack the back muscles to pick up and see where they're going. And so that lifts them up, increases their visibility. But I've seen a lot of surfers this time with that chest wedge actually glued to the wetsuit or onto a vest, and that also ensures that they always float face up.
Textbook technique there, the way they just put that board and then flipped it round with Corinne on top, as we saw the tricolor flying proud on the beach there. The French team, like I've said, looking very, very strong. Beatrix Durand has got a 5.50. Corinne O'Hen from Switzerland, she's got a 2 and a 0.9. Anne Yoshida, she's got 1 score, that 4.5, but a very important score because it goes into her top 2. She's sitting out there in second priority. You can see her there close to the pier, as we just look to have had a rider wiped out. Monique Oliviares might well be just there getting back on her prone board with 2 minutes remaining. Anne Yoshida out there in second priority, chasing her second score. Heat leader Beatrix Durand sitting out there in first priority with a 5.5 and a 3.10. Corinne having a look at this one, but it's Beatrice Duran on the left-hander, on the pier ball there, bouncing through that, launched into the air and unable to hang on to that because that was a pretty mean, fruity section to deal with, Ben.
Yeah, a lot of energy there, a lot of bounce. And then also we have these lower tide conditions, so it's just coming down that much harder.
We've got Ann Yoshida out back now in first priority. You can just see her to the top right-hand side of your screen as we can see our surfer there, Corin, just getting the opportunity once again to get a little bit of a team effort. We're going to get to see that textbook technique once more as you put the board upside down and then watch this. If they might wait for the wave to come through, but then there it is, straight in there into the duck dive. So incredible work, and she's on the top of the board. So that it takes training and skills to do what we have just seen then, and that is just brilliant team effort because she is safely now back out for more, and that takes training. And you know, this is really special, and that was a great clip to really see the types of techniques that the team will use to keep these athletes on their boards.
That's such an effective technique, and it's something very unique that I've just seen. I'm going to name it the omelet flip, and I think more people should start practicing that.
Huevos Rancheros and the omelet flip. Techniques to be used in Pro 2. Fantastic as Monique Oliviere from Rio de Janeiro rides all the way through to the inside here. She's going to hopefully replace her 1.67. I don't think it's going to be enough for her to book a spot in the semi-finals, but we've got 20 seconds remaining and we've still got one more heat number 4 in this qualifying round 2. So as it stands, there are some names that look almost certain to be in those semi-finals, but there's going to be more names booking a spot in those semi-finals as Beatrice Duran bowls into that carving section on a nice right-hander, looking to replace the 3.10, and then our surfer Corin doesn't get that last wave because it's just after the Huda, but great performances from Ann Yoshida because that 4.5 could be a keeper. Beatrice Duran is gonna get a 5.5 and a 3, and it looks like Ann did get a wave. We'll have to wait and see to find out if that was before the horn bend.
Yeah, it looked like they lost some valuable time and being a little bit far out, and I'm not sure if she got the wave. We're going to see what happens later.
We'll find out soon. Stay with us because Shannon Hughes and Mitchell Salazar will be coming into the booth to call the action for heat number 4 as we continue day number 4 from the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. The surf is still firing. The wind has changed direction, but it's still very contestable. And we're seeing Natasha Sierbert of South Africa on a great looking start. A solid sized right-hander in front of her. She's now angled down, straightening out in the foam, turning back to the right, and looking to get back to the left once again. She'll be heading to the inside where her catcher is located. There will be some volunteers there as well, as we're in our Prone 2 division with full assist, meaning they've got a pusher and a catcher on the inside and some other volunteers around just to make sure for safety purposes. That was an incredible wave for Natasha to open up her campaign with. You can see her pounding the board there with excitement.
Yeah, it looks very, very happy and a successful ride more than anything, as we are in the last heat of this round, as you were mentioning, women's prone 2 out there. And this is an important wave for Natasha right now, the surfer from South Africa, as it seems like Red Tosh have been riding.
Tash with a great looking takeoff. A little bit more curve in the nose of that board, which would help her to get into some steeper sections, keep her from nose diving too quickly. She's had a great wave all the way through to the inside section, straight past her catcher, who's running as fast as he can to get to her on the inside. And she's got so much length of ride out of this wave. She'll be looking for a great score. She's already sitting in the top 4. In this division, we are looking at the top 8 surfers advancing through to the semifinals. We're also in the final heat of the round, heat number 4, with Tash Davies, Celine Rouillard, Natasha Siebert, and Annie Goldsmith in the water, looking to keep themselves in the top 8 conversation.
Fully international heat too, people from different regions of the world, a couple of Europeans, surfer from South Africa and an Australian out there in the white jersey. And Siebert, who already caught her first wave, 36 years of age, and she loves to camp and also enjoys motorcycles, as we look at Tosh make her way back out with the runaround. Full intensity right now for Team England.
Yeah, just sprinting up the beach. She's dropped a 5.60 as we take a look now at Celine from Team France. Uses her priority on this wave. Great bit of redirection. She fully commits to that rail and she'll flip over. She'll have some assistance getting to her quickly as we take a look now at Natasha. Getting the run up the beach, getting a little tangled from the team that's running her there. And she's going to be back and going. Her first score drops through as a 5.5. So Tash Davies just getting slightly better of a score on the opening exchange, a 3.67 for Annie Goldsmith of Australia, and now a 3.1 on the board for Celine.
Yeah, and we see around 5 or 6 of those wheelchairs here on the beach, and they're basically for, well, majority of the time for the people that are about to paddle out. And as you can see right here, very important when it comes to doing the runaround again, as Siebert, her assistant, just making it back behind her and gonna push her back out to the lineup. As you mentioned, this classification in specific, full assistance whatsoever, pushing, catching, and also on the beach, obviously getting the runaround as well.
That's right. They've got that great team dynamic, communication being ultra important. We've been having that conversation, Mitch, over the last few days of the different divisions that require a really good amount and really high level of communication. That being the visually impaired divisions and this prone 2, where there's the assist for the push.
Yeah, and you know, I know it's an individual sport right now, but I also feel like there should be medals for the people that are assisting a lot of these surfers, because it fully is a team effort. You know, you have the person that's putting them into position. They're usually trying to get clear communication on what wave they want to be on, and at the end, in the end, it comes down to the surfer's decision whether or not they want to be on that wave.
15 minutes on the clock. Let's take a look at some replays here as we saw the last or the first wave of Celine.
Yeah, she's from Arbonne in France, loves to surf in Hendaye, and as you can see right here, 3.1 should be helping her out in her scoreline right now. So quicker wave, riding a single fin. As we look at white, that was Annie, drops a 3.67 on this one, going a bit straighter, but did have a couple of rotations and directional changes too. As we do look at Siebert, this comes in as a good wave right now, a 5.5. So for sure, a keeper score. You can see right there her pusher had her on a clean wave all the way on the outside. So incredible assistance on that one, just to be able to get her down the line and on some open face.
Yeah, great wave from Natasha out of Winkelsproot on the south coast of Durban. Has some great waves in that area. The Bluff, commonly, you know, a very well-known wave in the region for pretty heavy barrels. That's just north of where she's coming from. She has some great beach breaks in the region, as well as some point breaks and reef breaks to be able to get into in sort of a short distance drive within maybe 30 minutes in either direction of home. So great for her to kick things off with that 5.5. Also really necessary for her in the conversation of jumping into the top 8, because coming into this round, she was sitting at number 12 with a 3.67 as her highest score.
Yeah, so a big wave, an important one right now for her. If she's able to get another one just like this in the next 14 minutes, that would be huge, especially considering that everybody else in this classification has already surfed up until this point in the second round too. So in the last heat of the round, you want to be able to move that push and make that push, going into the quarterfinals or better. So a gold medal on the line here, Shannon. They want to be able to be world champions.
That's right. It's going to be the top 8 advancing into the semifinals for each of the different divisions. Once they get past these first 2 qualifying rounds, whether it's straight to the final or if they have the opportunity for quarters or semis that they're surfing through, the format goes back to a standard surf contest. We're going to have the top 2 per heat advancing through and the bottom 2 dropping out of competition.
Yeah, that's what, we tend to see heading into the later rounds. And it's a clean slate too, so you don't have any scores carrying from the previous rounds. I honestly think it's a great take, especially for the number of competitors that we have here. Having the round robin format, the leaderboard format, I think it's been exceptional. The wind has changed directions though, much more from the west-northwest now. As predicted by Surfline, I was expecting the offshore to be sticking around a little bit longer though, because we usually see those offshores be around for 2 to 3 days when they start blowing hard.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that cross shore has come through, especially so early in the day still. It's only 12:30 in the afternoon, and we've already been feeling this for the last little while. So an unfortunate change. I ran into Liv Stone a little earlier today. She was down in the water early this morning just for a free surf to kind of get a feeling for the lineup. Said it was pretty great out there, but knew that coming up in her heat, which is still about an hour and a half away from now, that she would have some challenge given that the wind was likely to change. So she was kind of expecting that, and a lot of the surfers have had that kind of in their mind as well, given that each afternoon we've seen those trends. A push there for Tash Davies of England. She's unable to get into that wave. She's still sitting on that single highest score of this heat, though, for her opener of this 5.6.
Yeah, get a wave, a lot of speed going down the line, great directional change as she was able to pivot towards the beach right at the end of this one. Got some distance on it too, and sticking in the whitewater the entire time. As you can see right there, the catcher was telling her to keep going towards the beach, make it way easier for them to pick her up, get her in the chair, and then get the paddle back out.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight. As soon as they're right on that shoreline, pretty much just dry docking, getting those fins stuck into the sand, their crew on the beach with the wheelchair is going to be able to just pop them straight in the chair and run them up the beach as quickly as possible. 11 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you so much, Shannon, Mitch. We're here with Beatriz Duran and her pusher, Agustin. Agustine's going to do the French translation. So the first question is going to be, what is the importance? I saw very tight teamwork. You guys maybe had a plan. I saw the catcher always waiting on the sand, not in the water. So did you have the plan of making her go all the way to the beach? Did you have communication that at the end of the ride, I'm going to go to the beach and we move over to the pier? Was that the strategy?
It's for me. Okay, sorry. Yeah, our strategy is to be far away of the confluence for take the bigger waves. If it was a long ride, Beatrice have the instruction to go to the beach for going close to the pier for go off the coast.
And also for Beatrice, I know that she was just asking me, did I make the cut? How conscious were you of the importance to make the bigger scores this time?
Okay. For Beatrice,
in French for her.
Pourquoi tu avais besoin de faire un gros score aujourd'hui?
J'avais besoin de faire un gros score parce que j'aimerais bien être sélectionnée pour les demi-finales, bien entendu. Et après le premier hit, après le premier round, j'étais 6e, donc c'est un petit peu limite. Et surtout, je voulais faire des meilleurs scores parce que la dernière fois, je n'ai pas aimé ce que j'ai fait. Et c'est pas le surf que je sais faire et j'étais un petit peu déçue. Et aujourd'hui, les 2 premières vagues, pareil. La première, j'étais mal placée sur les 2 premières. J'ai enfin pu me placer correctement et un petit peu plus m'amuser sur la vague.
That was a lot to remember. Let's hear it.
For sure. She was very important for her to get the good waves because she had medium score in the last heat. So she needs to take the bigger one for be sure to have a bigger score. She was a little bit, comment tu dis, encombrée, déçue? She was a little bit upset to take some bad waves in the beginning of the heats, and she was happy to get through waves with a upper score.
The next question is, I noticed in her riding technique, she uses the use of her prosthetics to steer and really change the direction of the board. Is that something, do you have a special set of prosthetics for the ocean riding that is different than what she uses on land?
Comment tu te dérouilles, toi, Béatrice, pour faire manœuvrer ta planche dans la vague? C'est ça qui...
En fait, pour appuyer sur l'écart, j'utilise l'appui du coude et tout le côté du corps. Et évidemment, essayer d'entraîner les épaules dans la direction pour pouvoir introduire l'écart.
And she say he use she elbow for take the direction, and for that is different on the land to the water. But it's a big challenge for Beatrice for put the rail on the water because she need to use the ice and the shoulder position and the elbow for put the ride in the water. So yeah, it's a big challenge for her.
And I noticed a beautiful quad fin board. It has 4 fins. I want to ask her if she's been training a long time on this equipment, or is it something new?
Il demande si par rapport au quattro ou au thruster. Et il demande si tu as eu beaucoup d'entraînement avec tes 4 dérives ou pas.
J'ai cette planche uniquement depuis le mois de juillet, donc je l'ai essayé uniquement en quattro. Mais en retour en France, on va essayer avec les dérives positionnées différemment pour voir ce que je préfère.
And finally, a message to everyone in France who are supporting her at home. S'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Je sais que vous nous suivez même en direct et je vous embrasse fort et j'espère ne pas vous avoir déçu et merci encore.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance.
Merci.
All right, back to you guys.
Oh, thanks so much, Beatrice. What a beautiful human to have competing this week, and great to see her walk away with a victory in that last heat. As we see some live action here with Tash Davies on a great-looking takeoff. She might hit this double up. Fortunately, that board just spins out underneath her. Give like a smaller bit of equipment, nice and knifey on the rails.
Yeah, and usually when you have fuller rails too, there's less of a chance for you to dig them. It's usually those knifier ones that are actually allowing for you to get as much board and rail in the water and then efficiently able to execute a lot of those carving maneuvers that we see. But in this prone classification that we have right now, a lot of these boards, you'll be seeing that they're just much more allowant when it comes to catching these waves rather than maneuvering. The most important thing is actually being able to get into the wave, Shannon, rather than actually executing a lot of maneuvers.
Yeah, getting into the waves is a really crucial part of the equation, and especially when you're factoring in that pusher, getting that surfer in the prone position into the right section of the wave to actually be able to take off, but also not so deep that they're going to nosedive off the takeoff.
Yeah, and you can see right here, Celine on a smaller inside wave, but good positioning right there, so was able to get some work done on the open face. Seems like she was able to bring it all the way in too, so good use of priority and good use of positioning for the surfer representing France in the blue jersey too. Seems like she drops her best.
That's right, she just moved up into the lead. As we take a look at this last wave from Red, really great takeoff.
Yeah, and a much better size set wave too, so her opening ride is a 5.6. I'm thinking that this is going to be a bit better than that just due to the size and the increase in the real difficult section that she had on offer right there. And just under 5 minutes to go, last heat of this classification round. Look at Team England, they are all guns going right now.
Sprint up the beach, and I love seeing multiple team members, not just those pushing or pulling the chair, but you've got Phil Williams there carrying the that camera. You've got the flags running as well. It's a full team effort here from Team England to get up the beach and to get Tash Davies one more opportunity to catch a wave.
Feel bad for the pusher right there. He was the last one to be able to make it back out into the lineup, and you see him carrying his flippers. A bit fatigued, but hey, you want to win a gold medal and you want to get your surfer on the best waves, you need to be well conditioned too.
That's right. Well, he's just positioned right ahead of where Tash is at. And he's going to be able to grab her as soon as they push her out into the water. 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We've got some scores that are dropping in. We're still waiting for last of green for Natasha and last of red for Tash. Natasha drops in a 1.2, so that's not going to factor in, well, it factors into her top 2 scores, but it's not going to change the situation greatly. She's sitting in that second place position with the strength of that 5.5. Celine up in first with that 4.07 as her last score. Tash with a score to drop. She just needs a 1.10 to move up into second. And last of Annie Goldsmith, the young 15-year-old for Team Australia. Just a grommet that's so stoked to be able to compete and represent her nation, is sitting in that third place position, looking for a 3.04 to take second. And we're down to 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and Annie's a huge positive light for Team Australia. The Irukandjis, who usually come down as some of the fiercest competitors there are, but in this case, I feel like one of the most positive and young, enthusiastic people that we have in this event right now. Awesome to see Goldsmith representing Australia at this international event where a world championship is on the line. Currently outside of that qualification for the semifinals, but still you put in a great effort, especially being one of the younger competitors on your team. That says a lot moving forward, and you're probably going to get the call-up in years to come too, Shannon.
That's so true. And former gold medalist Jocelyn Newmuller, who just absolutely smoked her heat a couple heats ago, dropped in a 9 and an 8 on the scoreboard. She's now leading on the leaders board. She said it's been really awesome to have a new face like Annie in the conversation and to be able to see those younger surfers that are getting in the water, you know, depending on their ability at all these different categories. And to be able to have Annie on the team this year has been a really great change for the team and just welcoming in that next generation. So it's been really fun to see that dynamic behind the scenes. And Annie was able to get some tips and some pointers from Jocelyn before paddling out for her heat.
Yeah, and probably gets some good pointers too about positioning more than anything. But as you said, conditions have changed drastically in the last 45 minutes. That northwest wind has intensified. It's getting a lot stronger. And usually when that wind gets going, it doesn't stop for the rest of the day. So wouldn't be surprised to have to see a lot of these surfers stay closer towards the pier because the water's usually cleaner right there. It gets blocked because of the wind. But I think more importantly, just being on the few opportunities that will be presenting themselves, we're close to hitting the dead low tide right now, Shannon. Much lower than we had seen in the previous days, around a 1 foot high tide. So quite shallow once you hit towards the pier bowl where most of the sand is stacked up at.
And those sandbars, they can be really, really shallow. Down to 55 seconds on the clock. Scores have come in across the board, and it's looking favorable for Tash Davies to be taking out that top 8 conversation. A 5.83 as her second to last score moves her up into that leading position. Celine for Team France is now into second. Natasha holding on to that third place position, and young Annie Goldsmith down into fourth.
And 30 seconds to go. Celine might have a chance. She's in position for what could potentially be a few waves coming through right now, but would be needing one of the larger scores, at least in this heat, to move up into the top 8. And you're mentioning Davies with a good heat total right now. I feel like she's safe with 10 seconds. This might be the last chance for Celine right now, Shannon.
That's right. Well, she has a 6.37 on the board from her previous heat, so adding that 4.07 to it is already putting her in a great position. Though we know that there were many more waves ridden in the 3 heats leading up to this one, so we're going to leave this in the hands of the tabulators to give us those official results on who has qualified for the top 8. But for Celine, it's been great to see her improving her situation through this heat in comparison to where she was sitting with that backup score in that first one, and getting a nice clean finish here on the inside.
Yeah, and let's see if she can even improve on the 4.07 too. If she does that, keeps her chances going and would make things much more difficult for everybody else. So this round is over, Shannon. Let's see who qualifies.
Well, impressive surfing from our women in the Prone 2 assisted division. We'll wait to hear from the tower on exactly who has made it through into the top 8. We've got more action to come. Up next, it is our women's division with the visually impaired 2 surfers hitting the water. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, my name is Dana Cummings, and I'm a below knee amputee, and I was in a major car accident back in 2002 and had both my legs crushed. Yeah, so after losing my leg in a major car accident, I learned to surf about 4 months after, and I caught my first few waves, and I just loved that stoke and that feeling, and it was life-changing for me. You know, a one-legged kid like me could learn to surf. We could teach more people how to surf, and so that's how me and 3 of my friends created Amp Surf to teach people with disabilities and to get them to focus on their abilities, not their disabilities. And so I think having para-surfing in the Olympics would be absolutely phenomenal for not only the athletes, but for the Paralympics as well.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. Day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. The wind has come up in the last 45 minutes and it's creating a little bit of chaos out in the lineup, but those faces still seem to be really clean and contestable. As we've got our visually impaired 2 women's division hitting the water for their second round with Aleli Medina for Puerto Rico, Lou Machich from France, and Michelle McFarland from South Africa. We've only got 6 competitors in this division. The top 4 will be heading to the final.
Yeah, and just speaking a bit about Michelle McFarland, she has a deteriorating eye disease. She's been a woman that's been on a mission to raise awareness around living with disabilities and encouraging people of any age to embrace life and realize that it really is never too late to be great. She has a lot of enthusiasm. She's very humorous, but she's also extremely honest. She actually has competed in South African Judo Championships before, has had a book published, and is also a competitor in Miss National Fitness. But she only began surfing a few years ago at the age of 52. So more of a novice. She's out there competing for her first World Championship.
Incredible. I love hearing stories like that, the success that's come before, and also those that are wanting to raise awareness for others, maybe entering into a similar stage of life. Michelle with a really dedicated paddle, keeping that head down and low, nearly gets into it, and she'll have to get back to her teammate now as she sits on that board, swings that nice long board underneath her, back into position, and Lou with a deep takeoff, she'll go down over the falls.
Yeah, and she's from Bordeaux, 17 years of age, first time competing here at the ISA World Para Championships level, and you have the defending gold medalist out there in the red jersey, Medina, who dropped an 8-point ride in her opening heat, so she's carrying at least that one moving in to what could potentially be another finals appearance.
That's right. Coming off the strength of her win last year, she was only 13 years old to walk away as a gold medalist, as a world champion. It's been pretty life-changing for her over the last year. She got home, and in a single day, she had 5 different interviews lined up, different media outlets were reaching out to her, and she said she was so nervous. She didn't know if she would, have the right things to say. And after that first interview, she started to kind of just sink into it and realize that the person on the other end of the conversation were just there to get to know more about her life and celebrate the victory that she found at such a young age. And now she's become this great figure for Puerto Rican surfing.
And imagine what happens if you win number 2 as well. Heavy lies the crown, and some people crumble under pressure. It seems like she embraces it and uses it to her advantage, especially having her father in the water with her as well as her guide basically in this classification. There's a personal trust and a personal relationship right there that can't be broken, Shannon.
That's right. Her mom and her dad, both surfers, and got her into the water by age 3. So she's had a love for the sea for a long time. Lou now in position to take off on this solid-sized wall of white water, and she's now up and riding. She's going to put her first score on the board for this heat. Great style and composure as she's riding to the inside. Nice angle to the left, and now back to her forehand, that kind of toe side rail as she carves back on the heel once again. This is a great way for her to start things off. The trim of that board looking really nice underneath her feet.
Yeah, and I apologize. I met McFarland competing at her first ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Machis has actually competed before. She's been a copper medalist in 2020 when we still had the event over in La Jolla. And as you can see right there with her assistant, she has clear communication, but she's one of those surfers that
tends to be a little bit further on the inside, which is perfectly fine. But in terms of the judging criteria, a lot of those scores will usually be kept down quite a bit, as we're seeing Medina all the way on the outside. The 8 that she posted a few days ago was on a wave that had a good amount of wall. But as I said before, everybody has a chance to compete here regardless of what your skill level is. And you can see Mashish, the 17-year-old from Bordeaux, probably doesn't get to surf as often as a lot of other people in Southwest France are able to. But just in terms of competition, this is something really cool because you have a chance to be one of the very best in the world just by competing here.
Let's take a look now at live action with Aleli of Puerto Rico. Huge snap on her forehand. Goes for the layback to try and hold on to it.
Yeah, she was nearly there. She just leaned a little bit too far back, and I think when she was trying to regain her composure, the white water and all of that froth on that face just knocked her off. Still a good attempt. She'll be rewarded for it.
She's been really working on her competitive strategy over the last few years, but in the last 12 months, it's been a great time for her to grow as a competitor outside of just surfing in the parasurfing events that she's now able to compete on now that there's an actual world tour happening with multiple events for all divisions. But for Aleli, let's take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, great entry. And as you said right there, just fully commits to the layback snap, but just laid back a bit too much, put too much weight on her back foot, and wasn't able to recompose herself coming out of it. The one strong section, and see how her knees were just a bit bent towards the other direction. She wanted to stay a bit more balanced on that one. Still, probably going to be a good score in the grand scheme of things.
Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat in Benway.
Thanks so much, Shannon Mitch. Here we are with Tash Davies for Team England. Congratulations, your first ever heat win.
Yeah, no, it felt really good. Thank you.
So you guys have some great momentum starting with Hannah Dines earlier, and definitely a big change in conditions from the morning. So did you kind of have to shift gears as you watched the conditions change throughout the day?
Yeah, I've been watched all the heats before and like saw some of what was going on, but still managed to get some like really nice waves out there. We had a bit of a lull like mid-heat. We managed to get like one really good wave early on, and then yeah, good wave at the end as well, and got a couple of fives on the board. So.
Yeah, a little buzzer beater there. Well, did you have any communication with Hannah? Did she give you any tips on where you should line up for the conditions today?
Asked each other, like she'd come out of her heat and I was like getting ready to go in my heat. So we literally just like kind of like, yeah, had a little sort of celebration like mid in sort of like passing down to the beach. So.
Quick high five and that was it?
Yeah, literally, yeah. But it's great to have like both of us like in the semi-finals. Is yeah brilliant for Team England, and like my pusher Matt and catcher Jack out there were like on form as well, so it's a real team effort.
So it's serious competition. This is a world championship, but what's it like to basically come back to the beach with a big party led by Phil Williams and Spike and all these characters?
Yeah, it feels amazing, and just like as like doing the run back with the beach chair back up to the pier was amazing. Like all these guys cheering me on, waving flags. Such good atmosphere out there.
Yeah, and one secret tip which we haven't spread is that when you give a couple pets to Buttons on the way, you get all the good waves.
Oh yeah, totally. He's the good luck charm.
Well, you definitely have increased your scores from earlier. We're not sure how you're sitting, but still more to go. I'm sure you got a ton of friends. I'm not sure what time we'll ask Sam Bleakley what time it is in England, but yeah, I'm sure they can watch this message on the replay if everyone's asleep. So please give a message to everyone who's supporting you at home and all your sponsors, etc.
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone like watching at home, like family, friends back at home, and everyone out here as well. Like we've got a great team, and we've got some of the England team on later on today as well. So it's a big day for Team England.
Sam Bleakley, what time is it in England right now? It's wave time. It always is. All right, guys. So that Team England, congratulations. We'll get back to the booth.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to get back to the party.
That was great to hear. Team England could go all the way.
Yeah, I know. And Tosh, very enthusiastic. Awesome to see that kind of performance and positivity moving forward, especially if she doesn't know if she's in the top 8 or not. That's some awesome stuff right there, and it really goes to show you that, you know, one wave can change your entire life, and surfing's for everybody. It's inclusive, and Mother Ocean, the great equalizer out there, Shannon. Everybody
wants to be a part of what we have to offer.
It's so true. And for her to get her very first heat win, that's a huge accomplishment in itself. A lot of times surfers can go for quite a while in their career, or at least just often on a run of walking through heats in second place, but not actually getting that victory.
And probably going to feel even better when she realizes that she is in the top 8. So as of right now, the standings going to be a little bit up in the air, but I feel like with the 2 scores that she has on the board, she's going to be in there.
It's so true. We've got Eric Kramer up in the tower. He's the one crunching those numbers at the end of every heat. And for those of you that are down here on the beach, they get posted on the bulletin board just by the beach marshal and kind of on the corner of where the athletes competitor zone is really quickly. So be sure to go there, check out where those standings are. If you think you've made it through, you'll be able to see the exact results of everyone and be able to figure out if you're preparing for another great heat tomorrow, potentially, especially for those competing with semifinals. And towards finals day on Saturday, there will be a lot of heats going down. Now out in the water, we've got a score in for that turn of Aleli, a 6.33.
Yeah, and it was incomplete too, but as I said, just the degree of difficulty, the amount of risk in that maneuver right there, and just the section alone too was much harder than a lot of the 3s and the 4s that we've been seeing in this classification whatsoever. So still looking like a strong contender. That is now her second best score that she'll be carrying moving into the final, Shannon.
Yeah, that's going to back up the 8-point ride, keep her with a significant lead on the leaderboard. Melissa Reed is sitting in second with that, Ling Pai behind her for England and Canada. They're both going to be coming up in the next heat alongside Haley Houston for Team USA. As we had a quick in and out for our surfer in red, Medina out of Puerto Rico. She's looking to put her second score on the board now.
Yeah, and speaking of Puerto Rico, we'll be there for the ISA World Surfing Games, I believe at the end of February next year. So going into March as well will be the end of that period for the event. Really excited to go there. And, you know, in terms of Olympic qualification for both men's and women's shortboarding, I feel like that's a wave that really offers up a replica of what we should be seeing at Paris 24.
Lou up and riding now. She's found some great consistency within this heat. She's already replaced both of the scores from her first heat and will be feeling stoked as she makes the runaround once again.
And likely to improve on the 2 as well.
It's going to be exciting to see those next Olympians decided in Puerto Rico, as you were saying, Mitch. And I love the idea of running that event for the final qualifiers in a wave of real consequence.
Yeah, and I think Coto Flores, a local Puerto Rican, a longtime professional from there, Magno Martinez also going to be involved with the team over there. But yeah, really looking forward to it. I think it's a beautiful island. They have a lot of great surfers, and it's going to be really exciting to see a lot of people really have to get out of their comfort zone and push themselves to limits that maybe they didn't even know that they have.
And that's exactly what will be happening for this year's Olympic cycle, at least for Paris 2024. If you qualify as a surfer, you're going to have to surf in Tahiti at one of the most dangerous waves of all time.
And even if it's small, too, if it's 3 to 4 feet, I'd actually say it's even more dangerous than when it's 6 to 10, just because it's way more shallow. You usually see that at Backdoor and Pipeline, too. The shallower it is, the less water there is on the reef.
7 minutes remaining on the clock. Michelle just walking into the shoreline. She's got plenty of time still to get back to the pier to paddle out in that nice little rip that runs right between the pilings. Aleli sitting with priority once again. She's now dropped in a 4.33 to back up the 6.33. So as far as consistency in heat wins, she's right there on top. And that's an important factor, although we're still in the round robin conversation right now. But when it comes to the actual final, walking away the winner of the heat is where it's all at.
Absolutely, but you know, just making it there means that you're proving that you're consistent, that you've been able to work on what helped you get that gold medal in your first year being here, and more importantly, that you actually are putting in the preparation before the event starts too. As you were mentioning before, she's been competing in a lot of regular shortboarding events, which I feel she has the ability to do so. Whether or not there's that impediment of her not having the assistant out there and that being a major factor for her, well, that's one thing. But in terms of her talent and skill set, I feel like she definitely has it to at least be a contender in a lot of those shortboarding events.
It's so true. She's been doing a lot of those events back at home with her dad in the water. As I was saying just a little while ago, that about 12 months ago, they got approval with their local surfing associations and the event she's surfing in that her dad can now be in the water with her. She can have a spotter out there due to the fact that she's competing against a lot of kids in her age division that are, have full vision. She needs to be able to know the priority situations like we were talking about before, and also be able to just check positioning in the lineup and when those waves are coming through to make sure that she's in the right position and that she has that fair advantage to the rest of the crew. She said that it took them a while to kind of fight for that opportunity. She has surfed a lot of heats before that prior to the last 12 months where she was out there by herself having to try and figure things out. She said it was often really challenging for her to catch a wave, let alone to know if she had priority or not, whether it was others dropping in on her or her dropping in on them. And so the inclusion of allowing her dad just in normal events that are outside the parasurfing community to be in the water with her due to the fact that she is surfing with that visually impaired 2 classification on her has been really, really a huge change, and also has allowed her to sharpen her competitive tools because now she's getting even better at just catching waves out in heats.
Well, yeah, it all comes down to repetition and practice, right? I think you'll probably encounter some difficulties in the major organizations that there are worldwide, but as long as you explain it to them and they're open to the idea, go ahead and do it, because the more repetition and the more experience you get, especially at a higher level, the better it's going to be when you apply those kind of strategies and technique to an event like this.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Team France be feeling stoked with Lou improving on her scoreline so far. She was sitting right there on that bubble at number 4 heading into this round. Getting that 3.17 and that 2.07 now ups the requirements on the 5th and 6th place surfers that are on the leaderboard up into that 5-point range. Michelle McFarland dropping in the 1.67 and the 1.03 has also narrowly increased her total as we see Lou finishing off on the inside.
Yeah, and she's trying to improve on a 2.5. Could be doing it. A little bit of a longer ride, maybe a couple of directional changes too. But as you said, right on the cusp, and we still have one more heat to go in this classification for round 2.
More surfing to come throughout the rest of the day as well. It's about 12, it's just on 1 o'clock this afternoon now. And we'll be likely finishing off around sunset today. We've got a lot of surfing that we want to make sure to get through. We'll be seeing our women's visually impaired heat number 1. It's just a single qualifying heat for their opening round. That'll be heading out in the water right after the finish of our second heat for visually impaired 2. We'll have our men's prone 1 division, women's stand 1 through stand 3. So 1, 2, and 3 standing divisions will be finishing out the day for the women's side of the draw. And those will be the last heats to be entering the water today.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Medina gets a 4.33 with that one big drop on the outside. Mashish does improve a 2.57 now as her low score that she is carrying as 2 of her best right now, the 3.17, and McFarland just outside of contention with a pair of 1s at the moment. But as we said, she's one of the older competitors in this division right now. Really an opportunity for her to showcase her skills, and she's only been surfing for a couple of years too, so really cool to see the South African surfer out there in green get outside of her comfort zone and fight for a world championship for the first time.
It's so true, and to just know, the healing power, the power of the ocean now in her life from Cape Town, South Africa. The water tends to be pretty chilly there, but for her now to have a different way to enjoy getting in the water, to be able to take out a surfboard at spots like Muizenberg or Komaki, where it can be really fun to just get in and get wet. There's great surfing communities in both of those areas. And so for McFarland to be now part of that family, it's got to be life-changing for her at this stage.
100%, and as you can see, the glare has really picked up in the last half an hour or so, and it's only 1 in the afternoon. It's probably going to get even worse after this as McFarland up and riding.
That was a huge takeoff, now up to her feet. So late to her feet off the takeoff, but managed really well to make that drop in that prone position. Quick up and down. And she's looking for a 4.07 to be able to take away that advancing position over Lou, which at this stage is quite a solid ask. But she's got an opportunity maybe here on the inside as well. We're down to 1 minute remaining on the clock. And up and riding is Michelle once again, finding herself with that little open face for a moment. That great trim line, staying nice and balanced. And Finishing off here, my apologies, I believe that is Lou. It's really challenging to see the colors, but you can see with the style of her surfing and that board under her feet, putting together another great wave.
Yeah, and it seems like she was able to have a couple of good directional changes right there, only looking to improve on the mid-2. Feel like she's going to be able to do that, especially in the last 40 seconds. A clutch wave as she is literally right on the cusp of making the final. So an important wave right here in the last 30 seconds. And it seems like it's going to be Medina moving through into the next round as the #1 seed.
And the buzzer will sound with Medina holding on to that leading position, as well as holding on to the first place spot on the leaderboard. Backing up her 8 with a 6.33. Lou from Team France did great to improve her situation as well. She drops a 3.03 for her last wave, and that pushes the requirement to get into that 4th place position on the leaderboard into the 6s. We've got more action to come. Melissa Reid, the multiple gold medalist for Team England, up against Ling Pai and Haley Houston from Canada and the USA right after this.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We're here in Huntington Beach, California, surfing on the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, one of the longest piers in the world. Great spot to take an advantage of the viewpoint of the ocean, cast off a fishing rod.
You should do that further towards the Pacific Ocean, not where people are surfing, but yes, you can do that
A little
too.
bit deeper out, but there is the opportunity. Try and get some fish out here. And now out in the water, trying to get some waves specifically. Melissa Reid, the 3-time gold medalist for Team England, Ling Pai of Canada, and Haley Houston for the USA.
Yeah, fully international heat out there. Ling had a great performance in the opening round of this classification. Meanwhile, Melissa looking to improve on her 2 scores, and Haley definitely wants to get going in these last 17 minutes that she has on offer.
Ling with a heavy takeoff. She'll go down off the start, sitting right there on that pier bowl section. And you can see surfers in the red jersey just paddling themselves into position. That'll be Melissa Reid with her spotter, now wanting to get into that same zone where we saw Ling take off from.
Yeah, and she's from the city of Vancouver, not from Vancouver Island, so she does have to drive at least 3 to 4 hours to get waves every time. It's quite a bit of a drive and a trek. You do have to take a ferry too to be able to get to Tofino. If you want to go surf Victoria though, it's a little bit of a different route. That tends to be a place with a lot of good reef breaks. As we look at visual impairment 2 and the parasurfing, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with IBSA classification level B2 and level B3, meaning low to partial vision.
That's right. That vision will vary in what it actually looks like for each of these competitors in the water. They've got a spotter out there helping them to see those sets coming through, to work out positioning, as well as to be able to glance back to the tower to check in on the priority situations should they need to. with the wind like this, it does get challenging sometimes to be able to hear the audio from the beach announcers. So it's always nice to be able to have that extra spotter out there to take a glance back.
Yep, and with 16 minutes on the clock, I'm pretty sure most of their assistants will be notifying them to get busy right now, as it seems like Pier Bowl action right here.
Melissa Reed in a great position, goes in for the takeoff, tries to get up to her feet, but will just get bounced off.
Yeah, in her early 30s from England. Tends to ride a JT dad bod with a Dark Arts construction, which is a vacuum carbon board. They're made right here in San Diego, just a couple of hours south, right here from Huntington Beach. So if she's riding that right now, it's a board that's actually suiting these conditions perfectly. A lot of good volume underneath her feet with that JT dad bod. But as of right now, she doesn't really have any keeper scores, not just within this heat, but on the leaderboard overall.
That's right. She is sitting in second on the leaderboard off the strength of a 4-point ride, but she just got that 2.83 as the backup. So in order to keep herself in a good position moving forward, she'll want to replace that 4 with something stronger and then be relying on the 4-point ride as her backup.
Yeah, we'll get another 4 basically is it. You know, or if you get a 6 and move up into double digits, then it's going to be really hard for somebody to catch up to you.
15 minutes on the clock, and we've got Aleli Medina down on the glass with Benway.
Thank you so much, Shannon Mitch, here with Aleli Medina for Puerto Rico. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So some tough conditions. Your dad said it was really hard out there. We have the lower tide, we have the wind. It changed, salud. We changed conditions changed a lot. And in your case, having your dad as your spotter and picking out waves, his job is a lot harder, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is.
And so I'm sure everyone's really, really excited. You're a new face in the parasurfing community. You're really like becoming a new person to beat. I'm sure everyone in Puerto Rico, we're going to be going to Puerto Rico for the World Surf Games. And for me, Puerto Rico is such a special place. Mofongo, tostones, Hector Lavoe. For you, can you tell some of the people around the world what's so special about Puerto Rico for you?
It's really unique. There's the beaches are super unique. The water's crystal clear. No sharks, no crocodiles. I like that about Puerto Rico.
And finally, this time you've got new sponsors, you've got new energy, and you've got a lot of steam behind you. Are there any places on Puerto Rico, because all I've surfed were reefs when I was over there, is there any kind of beach break where you can get used to having to search around for waves like this?
There's this one place, there's a few, in Luquillo, La Pared, in Isabela, where I live, San Si Puede, and Las Dunas.
And so were you guys practicing in those places to get ready for these waves? Because all the other spots are so perfect, it's very easy to find where you get the good waves. Today, especially in this afternoon conditions, you had to search all over the place.
I couldn't compete. Practice at home because I got ran over surfing, and I was on a 3-week rest. Someone ran over my thigh and my ribs. So I started practicing when I got here.
Well, you're come out super strong. Let's send a message in Spanish to all the friends at home. Dr. Joe, Rafa, Teco Maldonado, Peter La Ocho, Pelican Surfboards. Say hi to everyone in Spanish. Give a message before we leave.
Gracias a todo el mundo ayudándome y supporting me. Gracias a mis auspiciadores, que ha sido gran parte de mi crecimiento en el deporte.
Muchísimas gracias. Mucha suerte la próxima.
Gracias a ti.
Thank you, guys. Back to the booth.
Thanks so much. Wow, that is heavy to hear that she had that surf accident and she had to take a lot of time out of the water, but maybe that little bit of time outside the ocean has just given her that extra bit of excitement to be paddling out, because she's been putting together some great heats, and it looks like she's been in preparation every day.
Yeah, extra motivation too. You know, she was mentioning that she was forced to be out of the water due to that injury, and it's not something that, you know, was her fault really. So it's out of your control. You can't really get too bummed about it. All you can let it do is just motivate you even more. And it's obviously worked out well because she's had 2 strong performances so far. And I don't see really anybody taking off the #1 seed from her heading into the finals now.
That's right. Unless Melissa Reed gets herself at least an 8-point ride, then she'll be looking to take away that 2nd place position. Melissa with a quick wave just now. We've seen her on her backhand, and she'll be repositioning to get back into the lineup. Haley with a 1.33 that has dropped through as the highest score so far. Just a 0.5 for Ling Pai on that takeoff. And we're now waiting for the 2nd score, just a 0.37 for Haley as well. So no waves really of consequence within this heat yet. Looks like Melissa Reed will likely be getting the best of the draw.
Yeah, and I feel like she definitely had a nice drop right there, did Melissa. Meanwhile, the Link Pie, just the 05, working out there with her coach and her spotter, Shannon Brown, who's originally from Australia, has been living in Tofino for a good number of years now. And having a relationship with somebody like that who's been a world-class coach just helps to know Olin and Cody Young to their good results over there in Santiago for the Pan American Games. Meanwhile, Haley Houston, I believe she tends to work with her husband quite a bit. She is a mother, and I've been seeing her hang out with her family right here on the beach during competition days from right up the road in Westlake Village in northern LA. So a local event for her.
Conversation, and like you said, you know, have her son down on the beach with her, that extra motivation as well. Keeping things fun, having to entertain the little one while also wanting to make sure she's getting in the water and getting those free surfs down as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but she's able to manage and balance everything, which in the end, even as surfers and as human beings, it's all about maintaining a balance in life. And if you're able to find that, especially as a surfer, everybody wants to surf when the waves are good, Shannon, and I feel like most people here in Southern California are able to do that, whether it's finding a way to work from home or have your own business. People will find a way to be able to surf.
It's so true. It's more accessible now than ever too, with so many different jobs being able to, you know, have some element of remote work with them, whether they have to go to the office a couple days a week or sometimes check in like us for an event. We've got a busy schedule this week, but next week maybe it's not quite so busy. And so everyone's kind of working out those systems nowadays to be able to spend more time in the ocean, specifically as surfers. And that tends to be something that, whether it's a good or a bad thing, surfers are so selfish in the sense that they want to be in the water. Like, we want to be spending as much time in the ocean as we can. It's great to be able to get a surf in every day if possible. That may distract us from other areas of life, but it's something that's a real focus. And for competitive surfers like this, it's something that really helps to keep them on the top of their game.
Yeah, but in the end, it comes down to the thing that you enjoy the most and a thing that brings you a lot of joy, not only to your life and the people that surround you. And in the end, it's the people that you surround yourself with. So if you're surrounding yourself with a lot of people that are just as motivated as you to get out in the water, or at least try to surf 2 to 3 times a week and actually make it a lifestyle, I think that is something significant, and it adds a lot of value to your life too. As this is a great shot of how to kind of explain how Southside HB works. We look at Ling Pai paddling for this wave right here. She might be on it. Good positioning for her, and unfortunately gonna use second priority right there, and she's gonna drop down into the rotation. But look at this panoramic view right now, and look at how far outside that last tee is. So most of the time in the winter, you're usually surfing all the way outside where Ruby's used to be, that little house over on the edge. That's where the last sandbar tends to be, all the way on the outside. For the most part, given the size of the swell and the combo sandbars that we had because of the previous swell a few weeks ago, a lot of people are surfing here in this midpoint of the beach, which allows actually that shore break action to happen a lot more. So on the lower tide, a lot of these waves that wouldn't necessarily break on the high tide are having a lot more accessibility for a lot of these surfers in the event.
Yeah, it's been really primed that low tide was midday today, that high tide will be pushing as we get towards sunset. An opportunity there for Ling as she goes down over the falls, sensing a little bit of that frustration from her. Having that 0.5 on the board right now. She is sitting at number 3 on the leaderboard coming into this heat, and she's been able to hold on to that based off of the scores that we saw from Lou for Team France in the blue jersey in that last heat. She's up to a 6.76 heat total, just behind the 6.77 that Ling Pai is sitting on coming into this heat, looking to improve on a 2.6 as we take a look at some unique equipment.
Yeah, and that seems like a prone board more than anything. Just being able to put your hands, grab the board with those handles right there, and even put your chin down too. But you can definitely see that a lot of these boards are accessible to the people that need to have much more grips in their upper body. So those 2 handles usually are the ones when you're dropping in. The mid handle right there is when you want to position one of your hands on it and turn to one of your sides afterwards. So great use of not only the entirety of the board for a lot of these prone surfers, but more than anything, we're seeing a big evolution in a lot of these boards since we started this event in 2015.
It's so true. Seeing those little traction pads that can be placed across the board wherever it suits best for that specific surfer, as well as the actual differing handles and the little hooks or the fins off the back, different than having to glass those fins into a board, which is traditionally what we saw in the beginning days of these prone surfboards. We still do see a lot of prone surfboards with actual fins in the top of the board, but it's cool to see a different dynamic coming into play.
Yeah, and this is a thruster, so it has the tri-fin setup. Thing has a good amount of rocker too, but you can see how much V it has in the tail too. A deep concave right there at the end. That's usually for a lot more control due to those speedy takeoffs that a lot of the prone surfers have. That board looks great though. Seems like a stringed epoxy, so something with a bit more flotation and buoyancy out here at a beach break.
Now we've got a paddle here for Ling, and it looks like she's going to be up and riding on her first good wave. Unfortunately, gets bounced off, but I love that she was able to get into that shoulder section on the takeoff at least.
That was a tough wave to surf though. A lot of chop on it, not a lot of open face to work with, so just a quick ride right there for Ling Pai. Only looking to replace a 0.5 in this one, and it seems like Houston had a dig at that one. Shannon wasn't able to get into it, and with 5 minutes to go, she's the one person in this heat that is really requiring a big score right now.
It's true. She's the one that needs a big score to be able to make a difference as far as trying to advance or staying in that knockout position. We know that Michelle McFarland, who was number 6 on the rankings, wasn't able to improve her scores enough to jump into the top 2, though she did find some improvement. And Haley's got some work in front of her as well. A 1.9 is the high score of Haley. That 1.33 is helping her equation as well, but she's got to get into a close 7 heat total, which is going to be a much more significant score than the one she has so far.
Yeah, she's needing a low 5 basically to move herself at least up into 4th place. So it's attainable. You're on the right wave. You get the right angle on directional change on it too. You're getting the score that is required, but time is working against her right now. She only has 4 minutes on the clock and needs to be in position for one of these waves as a goofy footer. Preferably being on a left will be essential right now with that northwest wind really kicking those lefts up. But at this point, you'll take what you get, Shannon.
Melissa on the pier bowl, up and riding on her forehand. We can just see her slide out of the camera angle as we take a look now at Haley putting herself in position. A strong, dedicated paddle. Unfortunately, can't get into it. And we'll see how that wave of Melissa factors into her scoreline. It will be a backup score for her behind that 3.83.
Yeah, it was really close to getting into it too, and stays in second priority because only Ling is out there. As we look at the replay of Melissa, just a late drop right there, so has a 3.83 in her scoreline. Had to go back to her knees right there at the end. And the 3.83 is a score that she is carrying, so don't think it's going to be able to replace that right now. That was a significantly bigger wave, and the drop was a bit more consequential. Don't think she's going to be changing anything.
Down to 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Paddle now for Haley. And she's not going to be able to get into that one. Does seem to be really slopey on a lot of these waves. If you're too far out on the shoulder, it's going to be challenging to get into it, but then it's also really challenging if you're right in the middle of that wave because it stands up so steep so quickly.
Yeah, but she's understood that as of now, you just need to be on a wave. So Ling kind of recognized that too. She wanted to get to her feet real quick and see if she could improve on one of her 2 scores. But Haley just needs to get a ride at this point. 2.5 minutes on the clock, regardless if it's something in the 2s or the 3s. First of all, that'll help, and then you're going to diminish the requirement that you need for your bigger score afterwards. So there's potential to get 2 waves with 2 minutes on the clock, but it does seem like there is a set outside.
Great looking set starting to approach. And Haley in a good position off the takeoff. She'll go over the falls. Sitting in 3rd priority. We'll see where Ling and Melissa are now in the conversation. Ling has 1st priority in the blue jersey. Red jersey will be Melissa with that 2nd place priority. Melissa has improved her heat total in this one with a 3.77, but that 3.77 won't matter on the leaderboard because that 3.83 is still going to hold on for her as that 2nd highest score.
Yeah, and with a minute 40 on the clock now, seems like she has a chance right here. She's going to let that wave go and kind of had to ditch her board at the very last second as she was going to get sucked over. But with 90 seconds, still has a shot on the outside. She needs to be hustling, though. I mean, a 5 is attainable for sure with the conditions that are out there. And there might be a left right here outside. she could be in a position for this one if it comes through.
You can see this wave starting to form. It's great that she's got all the distance from the other two competitors. And she's gonna have a paddle for it. Nice little corner as we take a look at Ling up and riding quickly, trying to improve on a 1.63. And it looks like Haley now having a look at this wave. We'll see if she's able to get into it. Up and riding on her forehand, gets to her feet, gets that wave underway. That's gonna improve on her 1.33 for sure.
Ooh.
Paddle for Melissa, she's unable to get into it.
She needs to hustle right now. I mean, Houston just for sure gonna improve on the 1.33, and with 35 seconds to go, if she gets something similar to this again, as she's already back out, there's a chance she could move up into number 4. There's a right coming towards her too. And this is it, Shannon.
25 seconds on the clock. Haley, oh, unfortunately just too deep. Not able to get into that wave. This one also, she's gonna have to just swim under. She's put together a great effort towards the end of this heat. The 1.5 for that wave comes through as her highest score, so it improves her into that second place position over Ling Pai for this specific heat. However, it's not gonna be enough for her to steal away that position from Lou Machich in that 4th place spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, solid effort though by Houston, but it's gonna be Reed and Pai who are gonna be moving through into the final with Aleli and Machich, as you were mentioning. So we have our final set, Shannon.
Incredible, well surfed from each of the women in our visually impaired 2 division. Let's take a look at the opening ceremonies and all that went down before competition got underway.
Welcome back, Parasurf fans. Thanks for tuning in as we move into Visual Impairment 1 category. Valentine Muscatek, Juliet Mass, Carmen Lopez, Marta Paco. This is 4 surfers here just vying for a spot to see who is the #1 seed moving towards our grand final. Our 2 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion in this division is Marta Paco from Portugal. The 18-year-old is an absolute styler there. She's up and riding with a score already kicked off for our surfer Carmen Lopez there. So a score for Valentine from France, a score for Juliet from France also to be tabulated. I'm Sam Blinkley back in the booth with Ben Way. A lot of action happening. Ben, Carmen on the inside still going. Pass, of course, she's such a fantastic competitor, having won those 2 back-to-back gold medals.
Yeah, in Portuguese, the interesting little C with a little thing on the bottom actually gets pronounced passo, but amazing competitor. That was a rough one. She started to paddle in one with the bottom just dropped out, unfortunately went over the falls. But we did have a nice ride by green, Carmen Lopez from Spain, and this is very, very exciting heat because these girls have 0 visibility and they're required to basically survive on all of their senses in these rounds.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for a qualification just to that grand final to determine who is the #1 seed, who will be wearing that red singlet. Valentine Muscotier from France, the 13-year-old, got silver last year in this classification. Juliet Mass is the 11-year-old from France on the Mediterranean coast near the Spanish border and Mallorca. Carmen Lopez, she is from Asturias in North Spain, likes to surf at Salinas, a fantastic community of surfers based there in Asturias. But it's Marta Passo who's the favorite, who you would expect to get the highest scores and move into that red singlet for the grand final. So just 4 entrants in this division. Up and riding right now, Carmen Lopez, there she is, engaging that tail, gets to her feet. It'll be a low score. Scores now coming in for Marta, a 2.17. Juliet gets a 0.67 and a 1.0. Still awaiting some tabulation for scores from Valentine and Carmen as we continue to rifle through the action here. We've got our visually impaired 1 qualifying heats to go through, just 16 minutes remaining. Then we'll be moving on to our 3 elimination heats of men prone 1, round 3. And then we'll be moving into women's stand 1, women's stand 2, and then closing the day, if light permits, we will be having women stand 3. So we're starting to eliminate some names. We're starting to put some surfers into semi-finals. Some para surfers already booking their spot in the grand finals. Ben, you've been on the beach doing some post-heat interviews. Tell us about the energy and the atmosphere today.
It's so exciting down there, and it is just blazing hot outside, which is great as you have a lot of these surfers that are really affected by cold, and so they're able to get out of the water. And I had Aleli said that the water was really, she said the water was really, really cold right before the interview, and so things have changed around quite a bit. And got some currents stirred up out there, tons of action. And of course, when you have all that movement, you have cold water kind of coming out of the deep areas.
Yeah, and we've got all the movement here, but we've got all the movement globally. People tuning in. You're getting messages from Bruno Hansen. Big shout out to Bruno. And all the para surfers who can't be here, thanks for following the action. You know, we're flying the flag for you, doing the best we can. You're here in spirit.
Great timing with that, because I just received a message from Aitor Francisena Gallo, who would have been in this visually impaired, multiple champion. He said he's too busy with work. Te mando saludos, Gallo, ahí en España. And toma una estrella Galicia para mí.
Absolutely, and big shout out also to a good friend of ours, Pegleg from Cornwall in the UK. He will be listening in, tuning in. He'll be enjoying some of the success he's seen from the English team. But up and riding right now, it's Carmen Lopez. She's going to add to that opening score to get a second ride, and she's got great control through to the inside here. Fantastic surfing from Carmen Lopez. She's going to love that ride. It's going to be a decent score, perhaps the best score of the qualifying round so far, as we continue this para surfing vision impairment 1, which is any surfer who rides a wave in this standing position with an IBS classification level of B1. And IBS is the International Blind Sports Federation that has the opportunity to create these classifications, as we see our surfer, our reigning double gold medalist, Marta Passo, up and riding there. She got herself onto that section there, but she comes unstuck. We'll wait to see what score she drops, because right now we got more mojo for Team England, 3 times gold medalist from Porthtown in Cornwall. Melissa Reid is on the glass.
Thank you, Sam. Well, Melissa, first of all, congratulations. Big news. You're into the finals. You're competing for another world championship. You've been a 3-time world champion yourself, but winning here in HB, there's a different sense to it. This is a stadium-like feeling. What's it been like competing here this week?
I mean, we've had some interesting conditions in the VI division. We've had that onshore choppy mush for the past 2 rounds, so I'm really hoping that we get a nice clean set to show what we can do out there.
So Sam was talking about the mojo that Team England is bringing, and I see the unity right here among you. Jib Brooks also lives here. He's in English originally, and he's bringing a lot of good vibes to the team. But overall, what's the sensation like of representing England once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's super good to represent England again. We're just really hoping it's going to be in the Paralympics and that we can join the Welsh and the Scottish and as a nation, like, really take it to the next level.
Do you think if you were GB all over, you'd be conquering the world here at this event?
Oh, if we were GB, we'd definitely be on that podium for the team finals.
Maybe it could even be England in the team finals too, you never know.
Yeah, definitely. We've definitely got the strongest team we've ever had, so as a team, hopefully we'll get the highest ranking so far.
Okay, a triathlete as well. What about conditioning for a beach bike like this? It tends to be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, my paddle fitness is still there from my triathlon days. Retired 2 years ago almost now. And you've definitely got to be fit to fight that current going over, just stick by the pier and make your life easy.
Congratulations, seeing the final. Anything you want to say back home?
If you're awake, hi.
Congratulations, Melissa.
Great stuff, Team England. Melissa Reid already got 3 ISA World Gold medals. She is a bronze medalist from triathlon at the 2016 Rio Paralympics. She's 6 times British champion. She's riding a Adams-built surfboard at the moment, but looking very good. Some great rides by our surfer in green with a 3:17 and a 2:43 and a score waiting to drop. And Valentine gets a nice wave as well, kicking off her campaign. So our surfer from France gets the first wave of her qualifying round. And as I said, this is merely to decide the seeding for the grand final. So of these 4 women, whoever gets first will be the top seed moving to the grand final, and the top seed will wear that red singlet. And if you watch surf competitions over time, you will notice that quite commonly it's the surfer wearing the red singlet, the red vest, the red jersey, who more commonly will win, and that's generally because they're the surfer who is the top seed going into that heat. And not always, but often the top seed wins.
Yeah, a lot of times they have earned that color. And well, during the interview, we saw another ride by Carmen Lopez from Team Spain, and I love how they've positioned on the inside.
Getting nice and busy up once again, Carmen Lopez, already on her 6th ride. She's got a 3:17 and a 2:43. What will be the difference, though, in the opportunity for the likes of Marta Passo to catch a wave from out back? How will the judges recognize the increased degree of difficulty for a visually impaired one surfer who actually gets a wave out back in these slightly bigger conditions?
Well, I hope they would recognize the difficulty, as we do have that low tide conditions with the wind. Very, very hard to make it down the face. And where you would think if you're riding a skateboard down a ramp and you closed your eyes, the difference between basically dropping off a wall into the concrete and rolling down a nice smooth transition, that's the difference of the inside and the outside at the moment. And that's why I really like the way Spain has positioned it in a safer area on the inside. We did see Marta Passo go over the handlebars on the outside, and there's just simply not enough time for these girls to get to their feet out there.
Marta Passo, 2 times ISA World Gold Medalist, World Champion from 2022 and 2021. She lives in Viana do Castelo, which is in the northern stretch of Portugal, just north of Porto, close to the border with Spain. So she has the opportunity to venture into the Galicia region of Spain or surf the local beach breaks around her area or head south of Porto. Fantastic area there. She's riding Pollen surfboards from Cascais. Cascais, based down there in Lisbon. She's got a 6.0, but it's Carmen who's being very busy. She's already on her 7th wave, looking to replace that 2.43. Marta has dropped to 3:17. And added to that 2.8, she's now in that top seed position, as we can see the classification written there with blind or no vision. Any surfer, of course, standing, as we see Marta connecting with that face in control. This is why she's the 2 times gold medalist. Little turn there. This is incredible surfing from Marta, taking that wave all the way through to the inside. And we really have to emphasize the degree of difficulty, the control, the skill, because of the severity of the vision impairment. That is absolutely no mean feat. And I recommend all of you surfers tuning in around the world to really start to do some research about these classifications. And if you are new to adaptive surfing, contact your local federation, find out what kind of support you can get, because there could be a really good surfer who could become your spotter and bring you out here to the World Championships to surf for your country.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting because, yeah, we're now seeing where that wave started, pretty far on the outside. And just as you were mentioning, we're going to see how she's rewarded for starting farther out, starting a little more critical area. And she had this nice transition here, keeps it going, just feels her way through and finds her way, and with just an amazing sense and connection with the ocean.
And it's great to see how surfing in Portugal is thriving. I remember my dad, who's surfed since the 60s, and he traveled to Portugal in the early 70s with his previous partner before he met my mum, his his wife. And surfing was just so abstract. They had stones thrown at them because they were long-haired hippies, and nobody recognized the space age craft under their arms. But through the 80s and 90s, surfing in Portugal just really blossomed, and now it's one of the countries that has the leading amount of governmental support for competitions. And you have world-class surfers like Marta flying the flag, but watch out, because Juliet Mass has just got a third wave there, up and riding once again. It's our surfer from Portugal. So we got some busy scores on the board, 6 minutes remaining, everybody being super active. A lot of surfers recognizing the opportunity to catch some of these inside waves. And we got that tide continuing to push back up, as we can see the flag of Portugal flying strong, of course, in the great age of discovery. Henry the Navigator and all of the Portuguese explorers really did a great deal of mapping of Africa, and now we can see strong Portuguese-speaking African countries creating some really good surfers like Angola, Mozambique. I recently had the opportunity to work with the ISA in Sao Tome, where they were out there running a national competition and doing coaching courses for the local community. And Sao Tome's got a really good young generation of really good shortboarders. So watch out, a couple of years, you could see Sao Tome on the world stage.
I was going to say, we also have Portugal to thank for the ukulele.
There we go. As a fine ukulele player yourself, Ben, I'm sure you can celebrate that. I've heard you on the ukulele kind of busting out a few
Look
beats.
at that number next to Marta's name now.
I thought that would be a big one. I mean, it was incredible. Further out back, set wave exploded on top of her, but didn't inhibit her from getting a clean pop-up, controlled surfing. And what's important to recognize is how the judges are resetting the scale specific to each division. It might be prone, it might be standing, it might be sitting, it might be kneeling, but these well-trained ISA qualified judges know exactly what they're watching, and that's why Marta went up into the near excellent range with that 7.
Yeah, that is just great. And yeah, as Sam and I mentioned earlier on, I believe it was yesterday or the day before when we had the visually impaired, it was if you've ever surfed in the dark. And here we have Red up and riding. Nice balance on this one. Nice and centered on the board. And that's something that these competitors really need to practice, is because since you can't see where you are on the board, you have to really train that muscle memory to get your feet in the center of the board.
And talking of the ukulele, Valentine, she's a keen player of the flute. She actually comes from Orléans, which is on the banks of the Loire River in north-central France. That's where Joan of Arc famously saved the city from the English siege in 1429, Ben. A very important place for French history, and she is looking good, replacing that 1.23.
Sam, you're my history teacher every heat. I love it. I'm leaving with so much more knowledge than I came here with.
Look at that nice board under the arm of her spotter. Talk about the relationship, Ben, between the athlete and the spotter.
Well, so the spotter basically has to paint the picture for the rider, let them know when the wave's coming, although they have a very high audio senses, needing to let them know, especially here in this where they're completely blind, no vision, they can't see the shadows and light that some of our other VI2 competitors can see. And here we have up and riding. But yes, you have to let them know a wave's coming, kind of describe what the wave's going to do, and get them in preparation to kind of tell them the story and talk into the future of what this wave might do, so they're well prepared with their body positioning, etc.
And as we anticipated, it's Marta Passo there with a commanding lead, a 7 and 3.17, looking to replace that score as Valentine up and riding, the 13-year-old representing France. Finished silver in this division last year in Pismo on the central coast of California, and we can just see the joy of her spotter there. A little somersault on the inside. Vibes are high, 2 minutes remaining. Everybody doing good. Non-elimination, just creating seeding for the grand final. And as it stands, it's Marta who would be wearing the red singlet.
Well, the thing that I love most about this classification is the use of the arms. And so they're using their arms to redirect, keep their balance, but then they also have those senses of the way the wind is blowing against their hands, and that just all aids in their balance.
Carmen Lopez there. She's got a 3.17 and a 2.43. Valentine waiting for that last score to drop. She's been busy. She's got over 6 waves there. She's got a 1.98 and a 1.73. But it all came down to that outback wave that Marta got. Substantially scored higher, a 7.0, recognizing that not only did she catch it from further out, it was a longer, bigger wave, more challenging, higher degree of difficulty, and heavily rewarded. And it's something to kind of reference for competitors at all levels around the world on big days, when you have those competitions and you have to face that decision as whether you're going to go out back and risk getting a lot of waves on the head, but the chance of a set wave, or play it safe on the inside. And judges will reward surfers who do catch waves from out back.
And here's the other factor is if they are to get a wave out back, that takes the rider so far away from the spotter that they lose all of that verbal communication. And on a bigger day, they could easily get swept out of position, and then the spotter would have to go chase after their riders to get them back. With this, while they're kind of staying on that middle to the inside, they're able to keep that audio communication and even possibly direct them while they're on the wave.
All 4 of these women will be competing in the grand final on finals day on Saturday. Right now, we are seeing the last minute of the qualifying round that determines the seeding positions, with Marta Passo, 2 times ISA world gold medalist, world champion, up and riding, looking to replace a 317, already carrying a 7. So she's going to be wearing that red jersey as we move into the grand final, as she goes for that 3rd gold in a row. And that would feel extremely special for the 18-year-old from Portugal, who's also a 2 times European champion.
Yeah, she's also our translator for Portugal, as we saw her help with the interview with Camila Abdullah earlier in the morning. Very good speaker as well.
Yeah, started surfing age 5, riding pollen surfboards from Cascais. Cascais, a great place just out of Lisbon there. You got Estoril and São Pedro, and that fantastic collection of classy boulevard coast in Lisbon. And you get up to Cascais there, and you've got beach breaks. Guincho is a real swell magnet. And then it's not further until you get to Ericeira, and then before you know it, you've got Peniche, and you've got this just incredible coastline to feast on. But she's further north, out there, Viana do Castelo, which is just north of Porto, and she's going to be wearing rouge red in the grand final because she's got a 7 and a high 3 to her name. Great performance by the champion.
Amazing surfing by all. And yeah, that was one of my favorite divisions. And we'll be moving on to a different style of division next. As I believe we'll be going to the men prone.
Yeah, you said it, Ben. That's exactly what we're moving on to. Coming up, we've got 3 elimination rounds now to book spots in the semi-finals for men prone 1. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming up. We got the trailblazer, the bodyboard legend, Joel Taylor, surfing for the Irukandjis, Australia. He's going to be hitting the water real soon.
Welcome to day 2 of competition in Surf City, USA.
To this big bowl section, incredible turn. Wow, incredible surfing there.
Jose Martinez dropping an 18.34 heat total en route to the highest heat total of the event, including a 9.67.
My team and I decided to paddle out one more time and see if we could get that one. 3 minutes left, I look back, and here comes the wave.
Brazil's Felipe Quesu Lima dropping an 8.83.
Great looking wave here, and multiple turns comboed together.
So I'm very happy to see all the people, the level, the good energy. And for one time, we have wave. Now, the compete begins.
Here we go again.
Up and riding with the bowl section there. Look at the control. That wave just sucking up on the shallow.
Spain's Sarah Almagro with an 8.27. An excellent score from defending gold medalist from Puerto Rico, Aleli Medina, dropping an 8.0.
To the wave, I was paddling backward, and no, the heat ended. I'm like, oh, okay. Did they count my wave? But yeah, I'm super stoked that I counted it.
Tune in tomorrow, 7 a.m. start for day 3 here in Huntington Beach.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for tuning in. If you're new to the event, it's day number 4. We've had a lot of action so far, but right now we're moving on to an elimination round in Prone 1 men. And we've got Joel Taylor out of Australia, an iconic boogie boarder who boogie boarders tuning in from around the planet will know very well. He's going to be surfing in prone against Nicholas Gallegos, Christian Otterbailey, and Tiago Dantas. An absolute stacked heat. Big names there. Of course, Nicholas Gallegos, for all you Argentinians, will know that he's a national champion. He's from Miramar. He's riding his 6'3" Clover surfboard, super into horse riding and rallycross. Christian Otterbailey, an absolute legend, a multiple 11-time gold and silver medalist across various performances from the inaugural ISA World Parasurfing Championship. And then Tiago Dantas from Brazil. But there's been a lot of positive energy around Joel Taylor, the 43-year-old from Australia, who is the reigning Australian national champ from Lennox Head, born and bred, 2 sons, age 4 and 1, you know, well into his photography and writing, but the founder of Unite Clothing Company in 2003, which is essentially the leading and, you know, bodyboard clothing brand. Bodyboarding is the most successful clothing company, and of course the surfing that we have seen so far from Joel Taylor has been absolutely incredible. This surfer suffered a surfing accident at Pipeline in Hawaii in 2001, aged 21, which essentially slowed down his kind of, you know, bodyboarding career at that moment, leaving him in a wheelchair, paralyzed from the waist down with a spinal cord injury. It meant he was out of the water for a long time, but recently he has fallen in love with parasurfing. And if you look at his Instagram, you can see the level at which his bodyboarding was, and it's so special to see him here at the cutting edge, representing the Irukandji's team Australia as a parasurfer. But what about this opening ride for Christian Otterbailey?
I really like this one. Such pronounced carves. And one thing about Christian is he's able to throw so much spray off of his turns, just ensuring that the judges do not miss. Joel Taylor, boom, off the top. Wow. Catches that far, that left corner of his nose on the way in, but we did see a very bigger version of that in his earlier heat that we have on our replays, where he was able to airdrop to the flats and pull it off.
Yeah, and he might well become one of the first prone surfers to pull off an air in a final if we get that kind of conditions later in the week, if he does get to that grand final, because we've got 3 big heats to come, and we're going to only create the opportunity for 6 of those surfers to get into the semi-finals. Tiago Dantas has a little look at that one, doesn't catch it. Joel Taylor kicks off with a 7.67, so big scores on the board already for the Irukandji's team member out of Australia. He's got a 3 to replace. Christian Bailey kicks off with a 6, so it's quite simple. It's just top 2. This isn't a qualifying round where we've been tabulating numbers. This is 1 and 2 move to the semis, and with that, someone who's just secured their red vest, their top seed for the grand final, our 2 times ISA world champion Marta Passo, the 18-year-old from Portugal, is with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. That's right. 2-time gold medalist and looking for your 3rd one, Marta. Muito parabéns. Big congratulations to you. Difficult conditions. It changed a lot in the last 2 hours. Getting your person to assist you out there, especially with the changing conditions. What was the thing you were focusing on the most?
At first, I was trying to catch a wave, not in the wet water, outside. But in the end, I couldn't do it. In part because I struggled a little mentally. So I'm sorry to my coach because I stopped hearing him at the middle of the heat. But yeah, my goal was to catch a wave outside, but I couldn't do it, so I went for the white waters.
What kind of subtle adjustments can you make midway through a heat when there are factors like the wind, like a lot of different noises coming and interfering between you and your coach? How do you adapt yourself to the conditions out there?
It's really difficult because with the wind, it's not easy to hear what the person next to you is saying. But I think what would be great is if our coaches could touch us in certain situations like this one, because for the blind people, touch is the most important thing.
Okay, tell us a message to Portugal. You're going for number 3, going for gold. Vai Portugal.
In Portuguese?
Yep.
Obrigada a todos os que me estão a assistir. Foi momento um bocadinho difícil para mim, mas de qualquer das formas consegui passar o IT e espero que o meu nível aumente na próxima oportunidade. Obrigada.
Boa sorte.
Fantastic. Going for gold, Marta Passo there. Will be 3 gold medals in a row, but right now let's turn our attention to our prone surfers. You can see in red, Joel Taylor is already dropped to 7.67 and a 3. Christian Otter-Bailey at 6 and looking to get that backup score. Nicolas Gallegos out of Argentina got a couple of low scores. Tiago Dantas still waiting for a score to drop. We just mentioned Joel Taylor's clothing brand, United, sponsors many of the best boogie boarders around the world. And this is any surfer riding in a prone position that does not require assistance paddling to a wave and getting back on their board. So these surfers, their impairments may be multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, or a spinal cord injury, as is the case for Joel Taylor, who had that injury that shook up the boogie board community back in Pipe, Hawaii in 2001. And this is his first overseas trip in 22 years. So this is a powerful moment for Joel, and it's wonderful to see him here. And he's been absolutely shredding, Ben. And we're really excited to see more.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to talk more about equipment with him. This board, they found something that works. And it looks like a really short length fish. You can see the big wide swallowtail when we had that nice drone view. He's riding as a twin fin, but it would be great to be able to kind of mend what he's been used to his whole life with the softer foam and adding flex and things like that, and cross it over into something that could make him a very, very a dangerous secret weapon in this prone division.
Yeah, and what would be the advantages of using foam or a softer material than fiberglass for prone surfers?
So on bodyboards, the most effective aspect of the flex is that they have a hinge under their elbows, and so they're actually able to constantly modify the rocker when needed as far as turns, and also as far as the board fitting into the face of the wave and the changing contours. And so where a surfboard, you're basically stuck with that shape, and you can fit it where you can, and where you can't, you have so much weight on the tail that the front 2/3 come out of the water. But the cool thing about bodyboards is while they're in contact, they have so many different places that they can fit, and also with that width and that small short size and low rocker, they create a lot more speed, and it's a lot more effective design for its size.
Moving right onto the low tide now, nearly 2 p.m. local time. We had kind of the really smooth Santa Ana wind conditions offshore through the day. Then by about 11 o'clock, we just started to get those light onshores blowing, changing the texture, but it's not going to affect the opportunities for all of these highly capable surfers. Of course, Christian Otter-Bailey, the 42-year-old, the first parasurfer to ride both Mavericks and Pipeline. I just love that statistic of those 11 medals between silver and gold at various ISA World Parasurfing Championship. I mean, that is incredible, as we can see Team USA on the sand.
Yeah, so many of the boys. And I don't know if you recall, but we were talking when Josh the Jedi, you can see far up in the center, did jiu-jitsu as well as Ricardo Figueiredo for Brazil. And we made a joke about having a blind jiu-jitsu match between the two of them. And Josh Loya the Jedi sounded super amped up to get that on.
Well, there we go. Let's see what comes of that. I saw some of the German team members there. I think it looked like Julian Blecher there. Sebastian Bass and Julian, they've really been fantastic in in the event. But we've got Antonio Muller, who'll be surfing for Germany in heat number 3 of Prone 2. Coming up in Prone 1. Coming up in heat number 2, Kai Colas, Jonathan Arias, Casey Proud, Johannes Lang. There are surfers who will be coming up next, starting in just over 8 minutes. But then that heat 3 has another German, Antonio Muller. So Johannes Lang and Antonio Muller, both representing Germany and both having progressed to this round 3 of the Prone 1 class. And it really demonstrates the strength and depth of the German team. Really good growing adaptive surf community there. You've got the likes of river surfers, you've got that North Baltic coast where the Germans can access winter waves, but also it's very easy there in Germany to get out to the coast of France, Spain and Portugal to train. So very well placed to continue to grow the parasurf community out of Germany.
You also have, now you have the You have the Eisbach River in Munich, and that's where Ben Newman, our visually impaired surfer in the men's division, does some of his practicing. Plus you have all of these standing waves, including a standing wave, flow rider style wave that's in the Munich airport now.
Yeah, yeah. Really fantastic variety of facilities. You just saw Sean Brody with the Stars and Stripes, team manager for Team USA. What a great team it is, and performing very well as we see Eric Lazar and Tasha Davies, Hannah Dines there next to Ben Clifford. So, you know, this is a really special moment actually, because I have to emphasize, of course, we saw Lazar earlier, but the guy behind Eric, Ben Clifford, huge shout out to Ben because he's done so much for para and adaptive surfing. He helped in collaboration with the ISA and Dana Cummings from AmpSurf write all of the accreditation for the qualifications to get these adaptive coaching certificates with the ISA. So shout out to Surfability founder Ben Clifford. Big shout out to the laser Eric Lazar and Hannah Dines. What a performance she's had this week, Ben. Growing in capability every year, pushing her equipment, and also a para athlete as well, having represented Team GB in cycling in Rio in 2016.
Yeah, and she seems so charged up. I got to talk to her about her heat, and I was like, I saw you slap in the water. We love the body language, and she's just had a great time here. Now we have white up.
Tiago Dantas getting his first wave here. Smaller one from the moment that we caught the camera action there. Might have had some action on the outside, but it's Joel Taylor with a 7.67. A strong start for the Australian, looking to just replace that 3. Christian Bailey in second. He's only got one wave though. He's got a 6, and he's looking to set himself up really nicely here at the pier bowl. Can he paddle into that right-hander? Unable to paddle into it. If Joel is deemed to be in the lineup, we might see a switch of priority, or will the judge deem that not to have been a committed enough paddle? It won't matter because the Otter is up and riding with an incredible off-the-top combination. I can hear the US team cheering. That was wild, radical, committed, high degree of difficulty, top to bottom surfing from the Otter as he gets this little reform section bowling out ahead of him here, and he already knows that that's going to be a massive score to add to that 6.0.
That was insane, and I literally thought he was going to go for an El Rolo there, and that was a complete inverted batch that somehow he was able to bring back, and that was exciting stuff right there.
So this is a fantastic moment for Christian Otter Bailey because he's already carrying a 6.0, putting more pressure on Tiago Dantas and Nicolas Gallegos, and now you get to see the teamwork. There's Sean Brody just picking up his 3-fin board there. Looks like a bit of a bat tail kind of. I see the swallowtail points, but then a curve in the middle. How would you describe that tail shape then?
It's yeah, it is sort of a bat tail, kind of a squash to a bat. But yeah, secretly that is a quad fin, as that center fin is 2 fins split apart, and very interesting. As you see, Christian kind of helping the wheels roll right there, getting them going.
Pacific Coast Highway speed limit being broken every time the American team pull their team members across the sand on the beach chairs as Joel Taylor sits out back there. You can't see him on your screen right now. That in blue is Nicolas Gallegos. Joel seems to have paddled himself a little bit towards the middle peak there. Nicolas Gallegos close to the harbor. But what about this from the Otter?
Yeah, the approach is exactly how you'd go up for an El Rolo on a bodyboard, and threw that thing up there knowing that the wave would push it back down and getting way over the back end of that board. And that's the one difference that you can see the way Christian rides, is he is over that tail, basically where your back foot would be on a normal board. And here we go.
Joel Taylor up and riding. Great composure there. Deals with that drop with style, locked into the pocket, accelerating with that bodyboard technique, with that inside rail engaged, covered up, comes out and kicks out, adding to that score. He's going to replace that 3, and he's already carrying a 7.67.
Yeah, exciting stuff, and that is just shows you all of that experience, that strong bodyboard stance, that outside hand controlling the inside rail, and he was able to muscle through that section. He actually got in the barrel for a second there. And I don't believe we've seen the 7.67, have we?
No, we haven't. That will be one for the memory bank, but a fantastic start for Otter Bailey as well. He's waiting for that score to drop. What's it going to come in as? It comes in at his 3-3, as we can see Nicholas Gallegos from Argentina finishing his last ride, and Christian Otter-Bailey, 11-time medalist across silvers and golds at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, jumps up into the lead with that 6 and that 8.33, and deservedly rewarded for a critical re-entry there. I mean, I didn't even think he was going to come out of that, and he did, and that says a lot. When you think the surfer isn't going to make it, and they do already, the wow factor is high. That was dynamic, strong, high degree of risk surfing, and heavily rewarded.
You took the words out of my mouth. I've had that discussion many a time with Glenn Elliott, who's often one of our head judges here in the ISA and as well as around the world, and he always says, when he's explaining how the judging criteria is to a new people, he always says, hey, if it's got this wow factor, that's another addition to all of the criteria.
And also that idea of a halo maneuver, that first big maneuver you might do out back. And what we saw from Christian Otter-Bailey is that was on that first heavy section that he really committed, that high degree of difficulty, risk, you know, vertical turn up into the lip, completely disappeared, comes out, rewarded, 8.33. And we've had a lot of excellent range scores today. So the judges have seen some incredible surfing, but even though the conditions are a little bit more challenging than this morning, it still demonstrates the scoring potential out there.
Yeah, and actually what's in complete contrast to the morning where we had these kind of barrel sections that would drain out and a perfect TP A-frame where the wave would just disappear. Now you've got all this bump and chunk as well as the shallower water on top of the sandbar, giving more opportunities with weird things popping up all over that you can take advantage of.
Now psychologically, how will it affect both Christian and Joel in regards to who takes the win here? If they both advance, is it going to be favorable for one of them to win, or do you think they're more focused on just getting to that grand final and really doing the business when it comes down to medals?
Yeah, I'd say they've got their eyes on the prize, and also they're just wanting to stack those scores. And so they're both definitely stacking scores as we get down to the last 1 minute. And we did have a ride by Nicholas Gallegos to earn him a 3.0. One thing I want to point out about Nicholas is we remember that last interview you did with him. He broke his fin on his foot, and he had a bleeding wound during his interview.
Christian Otter-Bailey looking to replace that 6.0. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the case, but out back, watch out. Joel Taylor on a bowly left, locked in, comes off the bottom, nice float, climbs high, gets a second section again for a big float, airdrop, and right out of that with the flair of Mike Stewart at his finest. Looking incredible is Joel Taylor, on fire for Team Irukandjis, and he's feeling it, and that was incredible with fist pumping, Ben. We've been looking forward to watching this guy in a heat because we haven't had the pleasure of calling one of his heats yet, and both him and the Otter have put on a show for us. Big thanks, and we can't wait to see more of these guys in the semis and hopefully the grand final.
Ah, so exciting. Let's look at this one again. So he comes here right off the bottom, high lines it into this section, boom, sets it down. He keeps that fin engaged to where he never even goes to the bottom of the wave before that second maneuver. That was insane.
Wow.
And that was complete bodyboard style too, where his feet dropped before his body, and in bodyboarding, you see those giant airs. They're actually able to soften the landing by landing feet first.
And a 9.83. So Joel Taylor shifts back up into first position, books himself a spot in the semi-final with a near perfect score of a 9.83, backed up with a 7.67. Christian Otter-Bailey in second, also progressing to the semi-final. But stay with us, Parasurf fans, because we've got a real beauty coming up next. We've got Australia, we've got El Salvador, we've got Hawaii, we've got Germany, as we continue the action live from Surf City, USA.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back, surf fans, to the Stacks of Wax as we go into heat number 2, round 3. My partner in crime is Ben Way. He also operates as a DJ part-time, a great musician. I've heard some of your remixes, but we just got the joy, Ben, of seeing a brilliant Joel Taylor on fire. But someone else who we've been very much looking forward to seeing in the knockout rounds is Kai Colis from Australia, the young 16-year-old. But up and riding right now is Hawaiian Casey Proud, a legend of parasurfing. Tell us a little bit about Casey and how important he's been for the adaptive sports community for so long.
Casey's been great, and just knowing waves, he was a great surfer pre-injury. Guy was able to do airs and get barrels, and so coming in with that kind of wave knowledge and knowing how to kind of navigate waves power on the waves is crucial. And he's really put in some work surfing about twice a day with his wife Thera down in Oceanside, where they're now living.
So representing Hawaii but based down in Oceanside, Casey Proud with a good score to drop comes in at well, we're waiting for that to tabulate, but I've just noticed that kicking off his heat in style, Kai Colis, the 16-year-old from Australia, has got a 5.33 and up and riding right now. Casey Proud on his second wave, so he's going to add to that 2.83. And then we've got our El Salvadorian, Jonathan Arias there. Tell us a little bit about Jonathan and how important it is for El Salvador to be making it this far in the competition.
Well, let's watch this. I think we will have a ride real quick by Kai Colis.
Up and riding, locked into a beautiful left-hander, high line from Kai there. He's going to get the opportunity to accelerate into a cutback and then into a float. Unable to ride out of that float, but a nice bowly wave nearly rides out of that with a 3-fin on display. Our 16-year-old from Australia, our current AASP world champion from 2023, having won the US Adaptive Championship in Oceanside very recently. This guy is a talent to reckon with.
He just snuck up on everyone. It's amazing.
From Palm Beach on the Gold Coast of Queensland, loves to travel to the Mentawais, rides the brand Wood surfboards, dropping a second score with a 5.33 to kick off. Casey Proud, a couple of scores there, a 3.5 and a 2.83. Up and riding now, it's El Salvadorian. Takes a nosedive there. Tell us a little bit about the equipment under the body of our prone surfer, Jonathan from El Salvador.
So Johnny Arias is riding Papaya surfboards. There's Jaime Papaya in right in the South Sunsol, I'm sorry, area down in El Tunco, where he's got a full-on international quality surfboard factory, and he's also licensed the top brands for all of Central America. Cabianca, Lost. He also has Sharp Eye, where he's got famous shapers coming down and creating their boards off of his computer where they're doing the glassing. And they've designed this special board for Johnny. Looks like it's got a little bit of concave from the front third all the way through the tail. You can see that forward set twin fin setting and that handle on the nose. But the thing about Johnny that is most amazing is simply 3 years ago, he couldn't even swim. And here he is out here just busting out in gnarly conditions, especially in our earlier heats.
So this is that last ride up in the fives from Kai. What do you think of this?
That was amazing. So wow, it looked like he actually got in the barrel, popped through the lip, and made it out as we have Casey.
3.5 from Casey. You like that, Ben?
Yeah, I liked it. It looked like he was a little bit too far over the front. He gets really aggressive. Little different board design. That board was working pretty well in the bigger surf. Now we got some smaller surf here, and it doesn't seem like it's fitting into the wave as well, but can ride anything, and he's got so much power that he can push anything into wherever he wants on the wave, as we have Kai Collis.
Up and riding, bottom turn, top turn, re-entry, kicks out of that. He's got a 5.33 and a 2.9, waiting now for another score to drop. Casey Proud in second, Kai out there in first. So we have 6 places available in the 2 semi-finals, 3 in each semi-final. We've already seen Joel Taylor and Christian Otter Bailey book their spots in the semi-finals. Who else is going to book a berth in the rest of those semi-finals? 2 will move forward from this heat number 2, and 2 will also progress from heat number 3 coming up next. And with that, someone who's just set the field ablaze out of Australia, founder of United Clothing Company, the legend, the bodyboard icon, Joel Taylor, is with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Sam. Definitely setting the standard this afternoon, Joel. 17.5 heat total. You matched the second highest single wave score of the event too, a 9.83. Talk us through that ride. You got some air.
I was just waiting for a left, really, because the wind's blowing into them. So right at the last, probably in the last minute, one came through and had 2 little sections on it, end section. So thought I'd hit it and see what happens.
Well, it worked out well. You got the second highest single wave score of the event, close to a perfect 10. Talk to me about your days as a professional bodyboarder, but more importantly, how that has helped you transition into Pro 1.
Yeah, it's been a pretty natural progression. I didn't surf for 21 years after my accident. I had an accident at Pipeline back in 2001, and I didn't touch the ocean for over 2 decades, and started parasurfing just over 12 months ago, and yeah, it sort of came pretty quickly. So didn't work on a bodyboard as a paraplegic, just didn't have the speed, and I like going fast. So yeah, got on a board that works, and yeah, I'm really loving it, really enjoying it.
Going fast you are, you have a chance to win your world championship. You are a founder of a company. You have it right there on top of your head. Talk to us about Unite.
Founded Unite just a few years after my accident. I was like, oh, what am I going to do with my life? And yeah, 20 years later, next year, it's still going strong, and it's pretty big name in bodyboarding, and just in general in Australia and Europe and a few other places. So yeah, it keeps me busy and allows me to, as my own business, allows me to come over here and do these sorts of things and yeah, have fun. Yeah.
And in a leadership role, I know you're a newbie to the era conscious of having people like Kai, other younger competitors such as yourself on the team. What's it like being in a leadership role at such an important event?
Yeah, it's funny. I've only been parasurfing for 12 months, but yeah, I've been chucked in the deep end and got a leadership role, team captain for Australia with Jocelyn, and yeah, I'm loving it. That's part of the reason I got into parasurfing, just to get younger kids involved in it, basically, because I know how good it is for like our mental and physical health. So yeah, it's awesome seeing guys like Kai and Annie on our team. They're only teenagers, so they're the future of the sport. So it's super important to be a leader for them. Yeah.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Cheers, thanks.
Sam?
That was incredible. You know, congratulations. You know, reflecting on everything that Joel has been through, it's a great symbol of hope for all emerging parasurfers to get involved, to make a comeback, as we can see him performing again at the top level. But it's Casey Proud who's backing up that 4.17. He's got a 3.50 to replace, and this does go into his top 2. So Casey Proud sitting there now in second position. Kai Collis from Australia up and riding right there, looks to be on a 3-fin board there. Nice kind of like square tail board looking pretty good. Did you see a few more fins than 3 there, Ben?
It's 2. I've been checking it out. I've been seeing his dad bring it down to the beach. It has the option for the center, but they have plucked that. So it's got 2 kind of shortboard size side fins. One thing I wanted to talk about is Joel Taylor's equipment. Of course, I was just frothing to see what the heck he's riding out there. And it's a blunt nose, real low rocker with a real full volume, similar to a bodyboard. But on the bottom side, it's got 2 little stub fins. And so instead of using regular surfboard size fins, he's used to that rail control that a bodyboard uses, not needing any fins at all with the board. And that's what lets him kind of drift the tail around, pivot so quickly, and also reduce the drag against the water and keep up to that speed. So I can't wait to take a little closer look at that thing.
And it was also interesting what Mitchell asked him about equipment, and him emphasizing that when he got back on a board after 21 years out the salt water, as a paraplegic, he didn't find it so easy on a bodyboard, and it was a slightly longer board that gives that ability to get that trim speed, that opportunity to paddle into waves, and he's really now setting the bar for equipment and will inspire the next generation of Prone 2 and Prone 1 surfers. Of course, this young El Salvadorian is looking really good and lively from his own Surf City, from Surf City, El Salvador, riding the Papaya surfboards there, based in El Tunco, from El Cacao there, La Libertad, you know, really great spot. And he's got to be flying the flag with pride here, because he's performing at the highest level with the likes of Kai Curtis and Casey Proud, and he's got potential to get some big scores on the board.
He's also been coached by some of the best that we have here, as well as a couple competitors that weren't able to make it, one being Bruno Hansen. I'm sure he's watching. Bruno, we love you, and say hi to your mom. I know Bruno's in the hospital. He said he's got everyone watching this thing live.
Whoa.
That was a big hit right there by Kai Collis.
Whoa, and he rides out of it. Incredible stuff from Kai Collis there. What a maneuver that was, off the top, off the bottom. We thought he'd lost it. He rode out of it and getting his first wave. Our surfer from Germany, the 38-year-old Johannes Lang, there, 3rd in the 2023 European Championship, opting to ride the single fin from Mans on the Rhine River in Germany on his 7.2. Does a lot of surfing in Viana do Castelo in Portugal. Same place as Marta Passo there, where she's based and likes to surf. And that single fin board looks absolutely beautiful when we got to see that upside down there.
Yeah, really interesting. The one thing about the single fin is that it keeps that tail locked in. That's for stability, that's for stiffness and drive. And in that case, he was a little bit too locked in, and that's what took the rail underwater.
And talk about, you know, trim and rocker. You know, that looks like a very flat board. You know, will the surfers in Prone 1 be looking for as flat as possible, just with a little bit of nose kick, or will they have a continuous rocker throughout between nose and tail?
Yeah, well, I mean, you have people like Casey Proud, which usually kind of, we've done some alterations to just a regular stand-up board. So decent amount of nose rocker and tail rocker also for the maneuvers. But you have to remember that these guys are having to paddle themselves into the wave. And if you have too much rocker, it just pushes water in front of it and makes that paddle glide slow down and push water in front of the board before you can get up to paddle speed. And so for quickness, a lower nose rocker, lower entry rocker is going to move quicker from 0 to 60. And then if you have more nose rocker, you're also going to be able to take those straight drops and keep from purling.
Up and riding right now, Kai, low to the bottom section, big bowl ahead, comes hard off the bottom, off the top, rides out of it with control and with clear, crisp precision. No question about the completion of that maneuver. Looking incredible. He's looking to replace that 5.33. He's out there in first position. Casey Proud using that arm drag in the roundhouse cut back there and then floating through the inside. Casey Proud out Hawaii looking to replace a 417.
I like that combination by Casey just now. And the one thing that I did notice is just the closely knit maneuvers in that ride. Keeping that rhythm, keeping that flow, no dead space. Very Bruno-esque cutback right there. Putting that arm in and really increasing the degree of turn. And then came out of the current turn in perfect position to get that floater. So that's definitely going to be judged as a combination score.
Kai's been competing on the AASP World Championship Parasurf Tour this season. You know, great success winning in Hawaii, competing in Costa Rica, and then winning in Oceanside at the US Adaptive Surf Championship very recently. He takes the tour title for this year, and that caused a lot of excitement in the prone community because he's young and everybody loving to see some fresh blood. And not only are we seeing some of the stalwart names, you know, pushing things harder, the youth drive at the moment is really bringing a lot of positive energy to the Parasurf community, as we can see Jonathan fist bumping the air with pride because he's happy with that last ride.
Yeah, so Jonathan's previous ride, he just showed the amount of strength that he has. There's certain ways that the wave hit him that should have knocked anyone off, and he just manhandles through as Casey gets barreled.
Great attack there on that section. Casey Proud doing himself proud there, replacing that low 4 with a 5.23 for that last ride where we saw that big cutback, but Kai Colis there waiting for that last score to drop. He's got a 6.33 as his highest score, as we can see a beautiful clip there demonstrating the way all of our athletes are gathered together in a wonderful bit of shared space. Huge positive energy and celebration, great morale, great team spirit, fantastic work from all of the athlete supporters and the water safety here at Huntington Beach, and big shout out to our presenting sponsor, Visit Huntington Beach, and also the Foundation for Global Sport Development, GSD, the official destination marketing organization for Huntington Beach. And it really has been great to showcase the world's best parasurfers here across these 9 different divisions: stand 1, 2, and 3, kneel, sit, prone 1 and 2, and the vision impairment 1 and 2. And we were certainly excited to see these prone heats 1 and 2, and we've got another big one coming up, Ben. We've got some good names still battling for spots in that semi-final, but having a look at this wave, it's our heat leader Kai. He dips under that one. He's got a 6.33 and a 5.33. So interestingly, his last score goes into the same figures, 5.33 as his first score. So we can see Emma Dieters, a reigning gold medalist there. She's going to be looking forward to surfing in Prone 1 herself tomorrow. Emma Dieters, an absolute legend, having won Prone 2 last year, beating this woman, Jocelyn Newmiller. This is fantastic. We're getting to really narrate the legends of parasurfing. So Jocelyn stays in Prone 2, but Emma Dieters now shifts to Prone 1. How do you think that's going to play out if she gets to that grand final?
Wow, that's going to be, it's going to be wild. It's going to be definitely no more friends, no more teammates once we get into that. And had Joss just scanned a little bit farther down on her phone, she would have seen herself on screen. Absolutely.
1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Kai Colis there, out there in the lead, the young 16-year-old reigning tour champion from the AASP World Para Surf League. He has got a 6.33 and a 5.33. Casey Proud looking to drop that 4.77. As it stands, is the hope for our El Salvadorian and our German to book a spot in the semi-final, Ben?
Yeah, so Blues still needing a 6.57 at the moment.
And a perfect 10 would be what Johannes Lang would need for Germany. But big shout out to the German team who've represented themselves in style. And they've got Antonio Muller to look forward to. He's been a high performer, and he's coming up next, surfing against Marcos Tapia, Jacob Pacheco out of USA, and Daniel de la Vega from Mexico. As we move down into the dying seconds, can Kai Colis get a wave to come in on? It looks like he's up and riding, dropping into this section, engaging that rail, locked in the bowl, big float climb, riding out with control, accelerating through as he gets claps from the family, friends, and Team Irakanji's Red Dog Wheatley on the sand there, giving the whistle as he rebounds off the foam on the inside with one more hit, one more climb, and one more little bit of element to the score there. He might well go into his top 2, and he has been on fire, and he's booked himself a spot in the semi-finals, Ben.
That was an exciting drop. What looked like it was barely going to make the drop basically just put him right into the bowl on that one and came bulleting out of that. Exciting stuff.
Well, there's the family on the sand there. They're going to be absolutely delighted. Team Irakanji's 2 surfers already booked in the semi-finals. Casey Proud as well. Congratulations to Hawaii. You make the semi-final. But coming up, we've got heat number 3. We've still got 2 spots more left across these 2 semi-finals to be determined in Prone 1. We're going to have Shannon Hughes and the mighty Mitchell Salazar to come in and bring their silver-tongued eloquence into the booth to call the action as we start to round out this incredible carnival atmosphere here on day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
We're here at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're in the final heat for men's round 3 in the Prone 1 division, including Antonio Mueller of Germany, Marcos Tapia of Spain, USA's Jacob Pacheco, and Mexico's Daniel de la Vega out in the lineup.
Yeah, and a big international field out there, and it seems like somebody already started off with a big score. It looks like Mueller dropping something close to excellent, Shannon.
A 7.83 to kick things off for the German sets him up with a great position to be taking away the win. Now, we've already completed the 2 qualifying rounds for this division. Into the round 3, it's the top 2 specifically per heat that'll be advancing through.
Yeah, you want to qualify for the semis as we look at Mueller right there. Big floater on the outside, had great control of his board, and with the claim right there, he loved it too. A lot of risk in that maneuver, and that's why he gets something close to an 8-point ride. In this division and this round, we've already seen some excellent scores, something close to a 10-point ride too, Shannon.
Yeah, really great to see that level of performance being pushed. It's exciting to see that with the conditions changing just a little bit, that these surfers are showing the potential that's still out there from a wave riding and a scoring potential.
Yeah, there's definitely opportunities, quite a few waves. The tide's coming up now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bit more consistency later on this afternoon with a lot of these waves breaking closer towards the pier wall, as we do have Pacheco, somebody who surfs here quite often, especially towards the pier bowl, would be thinking that he's going to be looking at these rights. Not many lefts going into the pier as of right now, but De La Vega, he likes to charge too, and so does Tapia. A lot of time remaining in this one, 16:40 on the clock.
That's right, so much time as the ocean has gone a little bit quiet past that opening exchange, with Antonio dropping the 7.83 and Marcos dropping just a 2.33. They'll just be patiently waiting out that next set that will come through and hit the pier bowl, offering up really good lefts and rights throughout today. That glare is definitely a factor to be considered, but at this stage, The judges are able to see where the surfers are sitting, and so they're in a great position to be able to pick off the best of the lefts and the rights.
Yeah, and it's not only something difficult for a lot of the judges and the panel to be able to see, but it's also for the surfers to be able to identify which wave is going to be the best, as it seems like Pacheco right now in position for this right.
All right, great looking paddle, and unfortunately nose dives off the takeoff, so he'll have to reset, put himself into position. This is our Prone 1 division. It's the final heat of round 3 for the men for the day. And the top 2 surfers will be heading into the semifinals to meet up with those that have already made it through from the previous 2 heats. In Prone 1, it includes surfers that ride in a prone position that do not require assistance in paddling or catching waves and getting back onto their boards safely. They've got that upper body strength that allows them to be able to paddle and get themselves into position. That's why we're seeing just those 4 in the water, unlike our Prone 2 division where we see those assistants out there to help push in and catch on the inside.
Yeah, and as of right now, a lot of these surfers have dropped big scores throughout not only today, but throughout the first 2 rounds of the qualifying for this event. As Mueller, the surfer who represents Germany but lives in the Canary Islands, he is very used to a lot of heavy water waves out there in those beautiful Spanish islands. But what he brings to the table too is no fear when it comes to going to those turns for the big sections, just like De La Vega does. You can see him a bit further on the inside. He's just looking to get going right now, Shannon, because in his 2 qualifying round heats, he kind of got off to a late start, wants to do the complete opposite right now.
Yeah, really needing to kick things off in the first half of this heat so that in that back half he can use strategy should he need to, or start to build from that score line. But just getting that first score on the board is a really important way of moving forward in these heats.
Well, you're setting the table for yourself too, and he understands that getting off to a quick start has been something vital to his better performances throughout the decade that he's been competing at this level. He's been somebody that's made multiple finals worldwide, but when it comes to beach breaks, especially on the smaller side, not one that I would necessarily say has been a contender for gold. Could change things around this year though.
Kai Coles from Australia just took out a great victory in the last heat. He's on the beach with Sam Bleakley.
That's absolutely true, Shannon. Kai, an incredible performance. You've booked yourself a spot in the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was such a good heat. I surfed this morning and it wasn't windy and it was pumping lefts and rights, but the Savo, the winds kind of come up from I don't know what way that is. From the whatever way, but cross shore, and it got heaps harder, but kind of suits me because I can paddle around real good and get lots of waves.
And you come off the back of a great season already. You just won down in Oceanside and you've traveled to Hawaii, Costa Rica. How is it been getting to know the international parasurf community this year for the first time?
Yeah, it's so good. It's really hard because you wouldn't know about it without being a part of it, but it's such a good community and it's such a good group of people to be a part of.
And you've got this incredible team. I can see Emma Dieter's there, gold medalist. You've got Jocelyn, you've got Mono, you've got Matt, and you've got Joel as well. How inspiring is it to have all these great wave riders in the Irukandji's team giving you support?
Yeah, it's great. We've got such a good team and such a good environment to surf with, and yeah.
You do a lot of other sports as well. You know, what do you like to do most alongside surfing, and what helps fine-tune your wave riding most?
Mostly just surfing. I used to foil a lot. I might start getting back into that. I think we're going to look at making some prone foiling boards, so that'll be fun.
Absolutely, you should. And I know you might have some messages for family tuning in back home in Australia.
Yep. I miss everybody. Luca, Mum, all my siblings, especially Auntie Brooke. She's just starting a fight with cancer for the 3rd time, so this one I'm surfing for her, and yeah, love everyone.
Congratulations, Kai. You're looking amazing. We're loving watching you. Good luck in the rest of the event. Shannon and Mitch, let's get back to the action.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Kai. A young competitor suffered an injury about a year ago and has put him into a wheelchair. And it's been great to see him find this community to connect with, loving the ocean, a great stand-up surfer, foiler, like he said, an all-around waterman prior to his accident. And now to see him getting some great results here at the World Championships is exceptional as we take a look at Marcos with a great wave from out the back.
Yeah, and didn't really think that prone foiling was something that they could get into, but I guess Kai's going to be able to explore and get into that, and Hopefully, because maybe I get to join him if I go to Australia and bring my phone myself. Would be pretty cool.
There you go. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, and Tapia's opener was a 2.33, expecting this to be a bit better. Had to really navigate through that opening section, was more of a closeout. So some great work right here for the surfer in blue representing Spain. He's going to extend his second place position. And now with single elimination being out there, Shannon, you need to be able to move up into the top 2 regardless of how big your scores are.
That's right. There's no room for having a shocker at this stage of competition. You've got to be able to structure your heat well. You've got to get 2 scores that can keep you in that top 2 advancing positions. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock as we see Jacob Pacheco putting his first score down. So we're now going to have this heat with some scores across the board for the most part. Daniel De La Vega still out there looking for his opener, but Marcos is going to have a backup score, and we're going to have backups for Antonio and the first of Jacob to drop through.
Yeah, and it seems like De La Vega with what seems to be an indication of a good start for him. 10 minutes to go. Here's Mueller now.
He's already got that 7.83 bumpy wave in front of him, and he maintains control. Now engages that left arm into the surface of the water to be able to put that turn and give a little torque to the board.
Yeah, and he caught an edge when he was dropping in on that one. Unfortunately, lost a good amount of speed that would have projected him down the line a lot better, but still gets his backup score right now. And as I previously mentioned, whether you're winning with 12, 13 points or a 19-point heat total, the main thing right now is to advance. So if that means having to play a little bit of defense at the end too, Shannon, that's got to be the case for a lot of the other surfers.
Marcos dropped in a 4.33 for his high score for blue, so now puts a big requirement onto both Jacob and Daniel into that 6-point range, chipping away at it as Jacob has just done with that 2.67. He's now chasing a 4-point ride to get himself into an advancing position. Daniel finally getting into his opening ride, bites the outside rail, looked really prime as he was dropping in.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that wave didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential, so kind of saw it from the get-go, that just being a closeout, unless he fully got to the lip as soon as he was going to drop in, wasn't going to be much of a score. Still has 9 minutes on the clock to be able to get out there and get something that'll move him up into second position, because 6.66 heat total, as you're looking at Tapia's heat total right now, that's very achievable in around 2 or 3 minutes, Shannon. Could even do it on one wave.
That's so true. Easily do it on one wave. A set, he's able to draw that high line and find kind of that closeout section. Could be looking at a score just like Antonio's. We're down to 8.5 minutes on the clock, and Daniel putting himself into position. He's now got a couple of small scores on the board and a deep takeoff. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold on to it. So you can see some of the crew down on the beach, Team USA and Hawaii, in support of Jacob Pacheco out in the water.
Yeah, Christian Otter Bailey right there. You see Jose Martinez, Josh Bogle from Hawaii. And most of them have already surfed today, so really just in support this afternoon. You see a lot of the Japanese competitors there as well. We've seen a lot of unity throughout this event so far, Shannon. We'll be seeing it a lot more the next 2 days, but once it comes down to a lot of these gold medal matches, wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more distance in between a lot of these teams further on.
It's so true, especially after today's competition. On day 4, we've seen a lot of surfers eliminated, whether they've not made it through in the top 2 spots of this round that we're currently running for our men's Prone 1, or also for those surfers still in the round robins. We got through those second rounds for all of our competitors so far, which means that we've lost part of the field, whether it's half or a little less than that, coming into the finish of today. So tomorrow we'll have a fair few less competitors actually in the draw, and those teams will start really honing in on those that are left in the contest.
Seems like green here, Pacheco up.
Wearing that helmet, getting that extra bit of protection, driving in from the right, now to the left, puts his hand in the water as well, just to redirect on the inside. He's got that 2.67 as his high score, hoping to build on that as he will find that nice trim line to finish off with. Couple arm paddles here to keep himself trimming along on the inside. But this is where that big scoring potential is, right on the outside where Marcos has just taken off on a great looking ride. And he's now just gonna do that controlled kick out as well. That's gonna help him get out the back a little bit quicker again to be able to look for those good waves.
Yeah, and he still has enough time to at least replace the 2.33. Could potentially be doing it right here and adding more pressure to both De La Vega as we look at Mueller now up and riding the heat leader.
Great control, puts that board right into the lip, but he'll go down.
And that was more of a defensive move too against Daniel, because White had lower priority in that case, and Mueller was really just trying to keep him off of that one. Doesn't seem like he's going to improve on his second best wave. So as of right now, with 6 minutes to go, it's really the surfer in green and white. Both of them, they're needing something at least in the 4s or a 6 for De La Vega to move up into second.
We could see that coming from kind of that medium-sized wave, but it's going to have a maneuver, a turn thrown in likely on that outside section in order to get a score up to that 4-point range. We're seeing quite a few 2s on the board, and those have come from the majority of a long, small whitewater ride.
Yeah, or at least you need to be in on a big wave and a big drop. But, you know, right now, don't know if I see a clean enough wave out there to be able to do that, get a score in the 6 for just the 1 drop right now. But De La Vega needs to be able to maneuver on the face of this wave. He's paddling for this one, not able to get into it, and that's one of those waves that kind of rolls underneath you, and Tapia has a chance here.
Tapia with a great takeoff. He's disappeared in the whitewater. We can see his board pop up. He'll pop up closely behind that. Daniel now with a takeoff as well. He'll get rolled under the lip.
Sorry, Shannon, I think he's just trying to do too much too quick. He's not fully into the wave yet. It already seems like he's trying to turn. He just needs to engage his rails first and be on the face of the wave and then try to turn afterwards.
Yeah, great analysis, just breaking things down. So important in heats like this as well to just sometimes take that moment, take a few breaths, slow down that heart rate, slow down that mindset, and really think about the job in front of you and how simple it could be.
Right. Don't complicate it, simplify it. It's obviously easier said than done. You have a lot of factors going on, and remember, when you're trying to be world champion, you're trying to make things happen on a single wave. But you're absolutely right. You want to be able to simplify things and take it step by step. Am I paddling the correct way? Am I getting my entry point into a wave a certain way? So if I'm on the right wave, I'm already winning in that sense. But once I'm actually on the wave, I need to perform too. There
are also ways in the midst of a heat like this to be able to kind of get yourself back into the reality of the moment if you're getting a little bit too locked in, too focused on something specific. Splashing a bit of water in the face, you know, having that hand next to you, anything that kind of gets that feeling maybe of kind of back into that moment can be a really good way to reset that mindset as well.
Yeah, for me, it was kind of yelling at myself and getting myself in a groove and just being like, hey, like, we're here to do our job, and if you're not really paying attention to what you're doing, then what's the point of all of the preparation that went into it? You're going to let that all go down the drain. So focus on what the goal is and remind yourself why you're here. I think in the case of De La Vega needing the 6.03, it's really just the one wave that can make a huge difference. And for Jake, I mean, he only needs a low 4, and the wave's right here. He might be getting into this one right now.
Nice little rip bowl, peeling off the pier. A strong paddle, but that rip's just proved too hard to be able to get into it. Could see that really starting to develop a little bit stronger as this tide is pushing in.
Yeah, I would think that on the lower tide it's going to be a little bit worse, but what will happen with the high tide right now is that you're going to see a smaller consistency of a lot of those waves breaking on the inside. Most of them will be breaking either on the sets on the inside. You'll be seeing a decrease in the sets further on the outside because there's less water over there, or a smaller amount of water on the outside in comparison to the inside right now. So with 2.5 minutes, I would say for both Pacheco and De La Vega, the smart move would be move a bit further on the inside, especially with Mueller having first priority at the moment.
Got some repositioning here for both red and white. Looks like White's taking your advice straight to heart. He's paddling himself straight to the shoreline.
Well, he's got to break away from the other surfers too, because in second priority, your goal is just to be able to catch a wave right now.
Got a great competitor zone for all the athletes and teams to be hiding away from the sun and to be able to store their boards as well for the day, not having to carry them down here, you know. Every time you want to paddle out makes a huge difference, especially for those that are in wheelchairs and needing a little bit of extra accessibility down to the beach.
Well, I'd say the smart thing is to still take your stuff home once the event's finished per day.
End of the day.
Even though there is night security, just be safe.
Antonio with the takeoff, smaller size wave, looking to improve on that 4-point ride, getting a couple small turns in just in front of De La Vega. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. And that will leave our first priority for our surfer in white. Green will have second priority as we see it switch on the board. Still a 4.39 requirement for Jacob Pacheco for the USA and a 6.03 for Daniel de la Vega of Mexico, because Marcos has done a great job in this heat. He got that 2.73 to back up the 4.33 and put that heat total up into the 7s, which has made those requirements slightly harder to get to.
Yeah, and with 45 seconds to go, not a lot of time, but priority is with the surfer in white, who's needing a 6.03, and Pacheco, who's needing a 4.39. As the heat leader Mueller has a look at that one, he's going to let it go. 30 seconds though, and it seems like there could potentially be a wave coming through right now for both surfers needing them. Shannon, I just don't know if they're going to be in the right position for this wave to break in time though.
20 seconds on the clock. And we can see that there's a bit of movement out there. It does seem like there might not be enough time for these guys to get themselves into position. We can see Antonio Mueller on the very inside, just kind of taking that shore break on the head. And the time has worked in favor of Antonio and Marcos in the water. Germany and Spain advancing surfers through to the semifinals of our men's Prone 1 division.
Yeah, and really strong performance right there by the German, just because he had great positioning at the beginning of this heat. He was controlling the peak, got the best score of the heat literally in the first few minutes of 7.83. From then onwards, it was always looking towards the semis.
Well, the Gran Canary surfer Antonio Mueller through to the next round with a great win alongside Marcos Tapia. Coming up next, it's our women's Stand 1 division with the 3-time world champion Liv Stone heading out in the water.
Hi, I'm Olivia Stone. I'm from Pennsylvania and I'm 17. So I'm a congenital bilateral above the elbow amputee. The first time I ever surfed was 2 years ago with Bethany Hamilton. That was my first time ever on a surfboard. It's just love at first wave, really. I just fell in love with the sport. It felt like the world just like disappeared and it was just me in the ocean and I could never get enough of it. After the first wave, like everything just started like progressing from there, and I've progressed so much, and like every wave that I'm on, I just learned something new, and it's just so exciting. I'm home out in the water, you know, and I feel like I belong. I feel like I have a purpose, and I feel that once you catch that first wave just like me, you'll fall in love with it. And I just kind of had to like walk, run, fly, you know, and I've been flying for a while, and you know, I'm just taking every day and absorbing all the great energy from everyone, and it's just been awesome. This whole event that ISA has been putting on like really just showcases adaptive athletes that like we can do anything we set our minds to. It's just like a whole community here, and everyone loves each other, and even though you're competing against one another, you really are just there to like love each other and have fun, support each other, and it's all about having a great time. Surfing just brings everyone together. That whole vibe is just incredible.
Welcome back to the action here. A paddle now from Liv Stone for Team USA. Up and riding on a great looking left, the goofy footer, trimming down the line, off the top to start with, pumps through that second section, and she'll kick out cleanly. She's gonna put that first score on the board. She'll be feeling great for her campaign to be advancing through to the finals. We've got 5 women in the water. The top 4 from the round robin format and the leaderboard will be heading into the finals later this week.
Yeah, and as we see Castro from Chile in yellow, Chikako Takao from Japan in white, Anne-Marie Paquet from Canada in green, Stone will be in blue, and the top seed in this one, Nagisa Ikegami from Japan in the red. She had a strong performance in the opening round.
Yeah, she was a real standout, a newer surfer to competing here for the World Championships. In our Stand 1 division, we're talking about surfers who are riding waves with in a standing position that have an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or are short in stature. Could have paralysis, could have an arm amputation or a double arm amputation as well. Could have, endured a major injury like we had from Nagisa, who was an accomplished surfer who got injured a little bit later in life. and has returned in the parasurfing community due to the kind of lack of ability that she has with one of her arms for paddling. And her surfing, though, has been honed in through years of being able to perform as a stand-up surfer.
Well, you can just tell that she had a lot of abilities before that injury, and no doubt, to me, one of the premier surfers, not only in this division, but within the event, too. Has a great skill set, equally as good on the backhand as she is on the forehand. Excited to see her catch her next wave in the next 16 minutes.
She opened up with a 2.67. We got a 1:17 for the first of Chikako, our other Japanese surfer in the water. And Liv has a score to drop through for that forehand attack. Waiting now for first of Canada and Chile, as the lineup seems to be a little bit more spread out. And that wind has really come up through the afternoon. We can see those white caps out across the horizon, but there's still plenty of little peaks popping up here and there with some great corners available. And Chikako now up and riding on her second wave. So gets that great takeoff, staying crouched and low in position, just pumping along here to keep that trim line.
Yeah, and she's gonna get her best wave by a long shot right here. And just speaking of the conditions out there, it's obviously gotten a bit more difficult to identify a lot of these good waves, but I feel like this truly benefits both surfers in the red and white jersey coming from Japan. Most of the time you'll be surfing a lot of conditions that are very similar to this. As Liv Stone drops her best score, her opener of 4.5, and Castro coming from the region of Arica in the northern part of Chile, some heavy waves over there, so very used to a lot of water moving around.
Looks like Chikako might be coming in to do the runaround. She'll be wanting to head back to kind of the north side, the north end peak here on the south side of the beach. We're down to 15 minutes on the clock, and we've got Sam Bleakley down on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Antonio Mueller.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Antonio, you continue to win, and you've just booked yourself a spot in the semifinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Now we have to work for the last day. I don't know if it's tomorrow or after tomorrow, but the waves are good today, but a little bit only close quickly, and the wind, but this is good condition for me from the Canary Island. We know with the wind, and I love that.
And coming off the back of a silver medal last year, what motivation does that give you going into the grand finals, going for that gold?
No, my life goes day to day. For me, it's a motivation. All we win the medal, but at the moment only see the next step, and the next step is the semifinal, and then we ask the next one.
And you're a world champion in triathlon. You know, what kind of strength does triathlon bring to the surfing wave riding discipline?
The discipline of the triathlon is very hard, and then what you work a lot is the heat, and this is the good one that I bring from that, because when you have I don't know in English now the name, when you and go after your body, it's tone brown, but when you can control this is nice.
Well, you're looking really good. I'm sure you've got a combination of messages for friends and family back home in the Canary Islands, and also back home in your national country, Germany. So any messages you want to share with them?
Yes, I thank you all guys from Germany, from Spain, are my friends, my family, Melissa, to my doctor. I love my doctor so much, and I speak every day with she, and I will come back for see she. But at the moment I have to stay here. This is sport, and I hope we can go to the next step, and I see you possible in the final, but step to step.
You're looking good. Antonio Mueller representing Germany. Let's get back to the action, Shannon and Mitch.
Thanks so much, Antonio. Keen to get home to his dog, but he's got a job ahead of him, so he'll stay and surf it out.
Yeah, and has a chance to win gold. He's been looking great so far, as it seems like Castro might be up and riding here.
Catalina with a great takeoff. Nice and composed for Team Chile. She's going to be improving on that 1-point ride. And in her first heat, she had a bit of a shocker. She wasn't able to get herself into any scoring rise, so she's already bettering her campaign to qualify for the finals.
And look at that beautiful view of the HB Pier straight off of Main Street. And, you know, I think this is an iconic shot of one of the most beautiful venues really in the surfing world, Shannon. You're able to conquer this place. Every single surfer, regardless of what kind of discipline, whether you're a parasurfer, a longboarder, a shortboarder, you have to go through HB one time or another, and this week it's the turn for the Parasurfing Championships.
we'll be crowning 9 different world champions in 9 different classifications.
It's going to be incredible. 18 different world champions actually between the men's and the women's side. And we'll have a lot of that action will be taking place on Saturday. It's going to be fun to be having our finals on the weekend. The beach will be packed. The weather's looking really nice as well. So we should be seeing that pier full of people and full of support down on the sand as well. Liv Stone putting herself in position now, and a strong paddle up to that riding stance, and a bit of a late takeoff as she positions now on the inside section here. Great redirect now on her forehand, and she'll kick out cleanly. Now Liv was sharing with me before that, you know, in the last few years of her developing her surfing, she's won 3 gold medals. It's been really incredible consistency in back-to-back-to-back opportunities. We've got Anne-Marie Paquette of Canada now up and riding a great looking single fin longboard underneath her feet, keeping that trim line, and now standing tall. Little shuffle forward as well to get that trim point in that middle to top third of the board really going. But Liv was sharing just kind of the attitude, being an adaptive surfer, being a para surfer, having to recognize where your abilities lie and work out the strengths within that. For Liv, with her short arms, it's really challenging to duck dive, as well as challenging to get a clean pop-up straight to her feet. So she's had to recognize over the years, it's better for her to just focus on the fact that she can go to her knees, get her step up from there, and then once she's up and riding on her feet, really engage with that rail of the board.
And what kind of exercise can you do outside of the water to improve those kind of things too? As we look at Ikegami right there on the forehand, she's looking excellent right now, and riding that sharp eye underneath her feet looks like the right board for these kind of conditions, Shannon.
Yeah, really solid performance that she put together in yesterday's heat, or sorry, the day before yesterday, with a 7.67 and a 6-point ride on the board. So far her scores are not replacing those, but she was able to really put together a strong performance in some bigger conditions that we had. She's sitting under third priority now with that 3.5 and a 2.67 on the board. And it's been fun to be able to see newer surfers coming into this year's competition. Some new names like that of Kai Koles that we heard from just a few moments ago, like Nagisa Ikegama from Japan, who are newer to competing at this level and showing the skills that they've been developing back at home under the radar, and now they're launching into the world scene.
When Japanese competitors, whether it's in surfing or in baseball, any other kind of sport, they're very disciplined. As we look at parasurfing stand 1, any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, as well as short stature. So I think in this division in particular, you want to focus on the areas that are not only your strengths, but the conditions that are your strengths too. If you feel like you're not extremely good at surfing with a lot of chop, or that tends to be something that you find difficult, then that's when you really need to practice the most. As you were mentioning, Liv knows what her strengths are, but her abilities really lie on actually being on the face of the wave. So when you're outside of the water, what are the things you can improve on, and what are the things you can work on? Those are the questions you want to be asking yourself the most.
That's so true. And you were speaking about the strength of Japanese surfers, the time that they put into that preparation outside of the water as well.
Well, they're extremely disciplined, and I was watching the World Baseball Classic earlier this year. Japan defeated the United States in the final, but just their at-bats, and you know me, Shannon, a huge baseball fan myself. Their at-bats, they're taking a lot of pitches. So in the sense of surfing, you'll normally see a lot of Japanese surfers let a lot of the poor waves go by, and they're usually selecting the best ones. There's a reason why Ikegami has been in the lead in both of the qualifying round heats that she surfed, because she is identifying the waves that are suitable for her potential scores. That happens in the hours leading up to her heat, and especially 20-30 minutes before. You can tell that she was doing her homework out there. Liv up and riding now.
Liv up and riding up to her feet and goes for that big re-entry. She'll not be able to hold on to control of the finish. And we have seen a 7.83 drop through for Nagisa for Team Japan, and she's launched herself up into the lead.
Yeah, close to an 8-point ride. That was well deserved. The one strong hit on the forehand on the right, but Liv had a great attempt right there. And for somebody who's only been surfing 6 or 7 years, she's pretty darn good, Shannon.
Nagisa goes down over the falls, and Liv has really had an exciting career trajectory to where she's landed today. Like you said, you know, learning how to surf as a teenager, not picking it up when she was super young, coming from Pennsylvania originally, ending up in California now with her family specifically so that she can pursue her career in surfing. Also working on her studies in environmental science behind the scenes, and has been really excited about the opportunities that will open up for her in a career field that she's really passionate about. So that's been exciting to see. Now Catalina Castro has jumped up. She's in that third place position with that 3-point ride on the board.
Yeah, and she had one big drop on the outside that got her the 3-point ride. And, you know, speaking of people that aren't originally surfers either, same thing for Paquette from Canada. She's from Montreal, and a place that is landlocked. They have a lake over there, but not really a surfing place, surfing area. As we look at the replay here of Livestone, this comes in as a 3.13. Strong attempt right there. Tried to go up and over the whitewater. It was incomplete, but has her put up into second place. And as you were mentioning, top 4 in this one qualify for the final at the end of the week. So an important heat for all 5 of these women. And Castro right now in a great position, as she wasn't even carrying a score in her first qualifying round heat. So as of right now, she's moved herself up in terms of the rankings.
Yeah, really great to be seeing her with that 3-point ride on the board for Catalina. She'll be looking a little bit better. Let's take a look here at the replay. This is the 7.83 for Nagisa.
Well, great positioning right there with the drop, and then she hits the lip line right there, fully engages, brings the fins out the back, and just excellent timing with that forehand re-entry for the Japanese surfer in red.
Yeah, great to get a second look at that, to be able to see how dynamic that turn was. Similar to that wave that we saw from Aleli Medina in our visually impaired 2 division yesterday, where she was able to get that 8-point ride.
Yeah, and I think Ikegami is going to be really hard to beat in the next few rounds, especially towards the final where she has competitive experience. She knows how to put a heat together and manage time well in 20 minutes, as it seems like Stone right here. This is the 3.13 that we were looking at. Well, actually just a quick one right there for Stone, so it doesn't seem like it's going to go into her top 2. But still strong surfing for Liv, as she's currently in second place still with a little over 4 minutes to go. And it's Anne-Marie right now, Shannon, that's needing something in the mid-2s to move back up into the top 4, as Castro does have the 3-point ride, which is really saving her at the moment.
That's right, and Chikako as well, improving on her scores with the 2.83 and the 1.17. So as it stands, Anne-Marie for Team Canada is sitting in that 5th place position and needs to get some work done to get herself back into qualifying for the finals. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. This heat seems to be going by so quickly. Listening to those beach announcers just clarify for the surfers out in the water how that priority is matching up, and that's really important in the current situation because everyone's sitting off that same peak.
Yeah, and they have them there because of the glare, so they want to be able to see everybody and identify all of their waves correctly. And as of right now, 3:20 on the clock. Castro has second priority. She's only looking to replace a 1. Could easily do that with the big drop. We saw her get a 3 with a wave very similar to that. And it seems like Stone and Castro having a look at this one. It's going to be Liv.
Liv up and riding, quick to her feet, and just caught behind that section. She's going to keep that control. It was a good controlled takeoff, which the judges will pay close attention to.
Yeah, but the 3.13 was the attempt of a turn. I don't know if this is going to replace that. So still at least looking to improve on the low 3 that she has in her score line. I don't think that'll happen though, but what I really like about her, especially in this heat, she's been very active. The first heat she was struggling a bit more. She was closer towards the pier bowl. It seems like she's found some more comfort out there in the beach break here at HB.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Getting those free surfs in this morning has probably helped her to get into that great mindset of just staying active and busy, finding what opportunities there were. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Catalina Castro has done so well in this heat as well compared to the previous one, where she wasn't able to get herself into that opening ride. Now she's put a 3-point ride on the board, has that 1.00 behind it. So if she can improve on that 1, she's going to be getting closer to solidifying her position in that top 4, having 4 points to her name at the moment. And Chakiko as well, needing to improve on that 1.17 to put a bigger requirement on Anne-Marie.
Yeah, and as of right now, just under 2 minutes to go, a big rebound right now for Castro, as she is completely done a 180 right here, and it seems like Kikagami, looking at this left, she's gonna let it go. Way down in 4th priority. It seems like the surfer in white, Takao, up and riding now.
Up and riding on her forehand. She can improve on that 1.17. She just kind of falls out the back of that wave. She doesn't have that momentum and projection to carry down to the flats of the wave. Both 4-point heat totals on the leaderboard for Catalina and for Chicago, keeping Anne-Marie at that 1.47. She does have a 0.83 from her previous heat, so she's sitting in that 2-point range. She'll need at least a 3-point ride to give herself that boost up above the other two. As we take a look now at Nagisa, taking off late behind the section, but doing really well to find some speed. That wave just doesn't quite open up for her. And she'll be finishing off on the inside. Anne-Marie on the inside as well. Great posture. Love that style as she stands tall on the single fin.
Yeah, and you got to give it up to her. I mean, she's not originally a surfer. She's been doing it for a very short period of time, competing for a world championship here in HB with a good amount of pressure on everybody else, and she's just here enjoying her time as what really you would have to consider the biggest event that she's ever competed in, maybe not only in just surfing, but throughout any kind of sport discipline in her life. So big moment for her, drops a couple of ones, isn't moving into the final, but still big moment for Canadian surfing as they're bringing more parasurfers into their elite.
It's so true, and getting the crossover with board sports, Anne-Marie, an accomplished snowboarder, loves horse riding as well. It's great to see her competing in the event, but she won't be advancing through to the finals. And as we've got scores that have all come in, aside from our two leaders for Nagisa and for Liv, we're waiting for those last scores to drop through. But it does look like Nagisa will be holding on to the lead for Team Japan, looking like a strong favorite for the gold medal, ahead of Liv Stone in that 2nd place position. And the leaderboard is set with our top 4 surfers, 2 from Japan, 1 from the USA, and 1 from Chile, advancing through into the women's final to be surfed on Saturday. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned. You get to see more great waves in the 7-point range like this right after this.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Thanks so much for tuning in to watch surfers like 3-time gold medalist Liv Stone put on a great performance out in the water. Liv walks away with a 2nd in that heat, just ahead of Chikako, who walked away with a 3rd in the white jersey, giving her a hug on the sand. It was Nagisa, the Japanese competitor, to put together a fierce performance for a second time in a row. She takes away the win. Those three will be heading into the finals on the women's side of the draw, alongside of Chile's Catalina Castro. As we take a look at live action now, we have jumped from our Stand 1 division into women's Stand 2. We've got 2 more qualifying rounds to get through, Mitch.
Yeah, Kirsty Taylor from Wales in red, Malu Mendes from Brazil in the blue, and Lori Phipps from France in the green. So a brand new division, as you were mentioning, and 3 surfers with a chance to qualify for the grand final, which will be on Saturday. So a big opportunity for all 3 women out there. They want to post some big scores.
Our Stand 2 division includes any surfer that rides in a standing position with a below-the-knee amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent, or a leg length difference. There we can see surfers with a potential double knee amputation, an above-the-knee amputation with a prosthesis, or an below-the-knee prosthetic, or that leg length difference out in the water right now. We'll have our Stand 3 women coming up in just a few minutes as well.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, exactly what you were saying. So leg discrepancy or below the knee amputation. And this is a division that has had some excellent surfers before. We have Cecilia Hernandez from France coming up in the next heat, Zoe Smith from England, and Amy Purdy from the US. But I think the standing divisions overall have had an increase in population, and I think in followers overall throughout the world. Tend to see them a lot more, not only throughout here in Southern California, but also in the rest of the continental United States. Quite a few Floridians, and obviously a lot of surfers from the state of Hawaii represented in these kind of divisions too.
It's so true. Taking a look at the women in the water, we've got a 3-point ride on the board for Malu Mendes out of Brazil. So she's gotten that quick wave under her belt. Our other 2 surfers in the water still just waiting out patiently. Kirsty, and Lori, waiting for those first opportunities. They are sitting down at the south peak of the podium here at Southside, just due to that glare being pretty intense. It's kind of the given thing we know now after, day 4 of competition. That's where the judges have been sending every heat through the afternoon heats due to that glare. So it's a good opportunity if you think, once you see the draw for the following day, if you know you're going to be competing late in the afternoon, the likelihood will be that you'll need to surf on that South Peak as well.
Right, but there's no guarantee that when you practice, that wave is going to be breaking exactly the same. So that's why it's better to be able to move up and down the beach when you are practicing. Taylor, a very young surfer, 23 years of age, also likes to play wheelchair basketball. We have a couple of young surfers out there in the jerseys right now, Shannon. 15 minutes on the clock.
Down on the beach, we got the winner of that last heat with Ben Way.
Thank you, Shannon, Mitch. We are here with Nagisa Ikegami for Team Japan. Omedetou gozaimasu. So I'm going to kind of compare the conditions in her first round, where she said it was kind of big, a little bit bigger than she usually likes, a little bit scary, but kind of close to kind of Chiba conditions. Today is completely opposite. It's more like the conditions that we get in Shonan, where it's a really onshore, just close pitch waves. So I'm going to see what she felt in the difference in the waves first. 最初のラウンドはもうちょっと自分が好きなワンサイズだった。ちょっと怖くて。でもちょっと一宮台風のうねり感じだった。今回も超ぐちゃぐちゃ、ちょっと釘沼っぽいだった。どうやっていい波探した？
もうでも待った。もういい波が来るまで。いつもは全部乗っちゃう。もうどれもあれもこれもあれもこれもって全部乗っちゃうけど、今日は今日の一番いい波を探すように心がけた。
So she said normally, I asked her how she was able to find waves in that messy condition. She said normally she's the one that just goes on everything, tries everything. She knew today that she was just going to sit back and wait for a really good wave to come. Next, I'm going to mention how she's the newest team member, kind of like her first test in the team. And now she's going to the finals, a big surprise for all of the competition, all the competitors. And I'm going to ask her if she imagined herself coming this far. 日本のチームの一番新しいメンバーで、ちょっとテストこれからも入るけど、ちょっとテストな感じ、ここまでもうファイナル行く、それイメージにできたかな？
なんかそういうイメージはなかったけど、もともとサーフィン始めたのはベサニー・ハミルトンのソウルサーファーっていう映画を見て、 私も始めようと思って5年前に始めたんですね、サーフィンを。でベサニーに憧れて会えるかなと思って今日ここの大会に来たから、私が今ここに立ってるのはその会える一歩なんていうのチャンスをつかんだ証拠だから、なんかすごく嬉しく思ってます。
今日ここに来ました？
違う
あ、違う。
今日ここっていうかなんていうのハンティントンに来れたことが彼女に会えたりとかする第一歩なのかなと思ってすごく嬉しい気持ち。
So she was saying she just started surfing 5 years ago. What really inspired her was Bethany Hamilton's movie Soul Surfer. And that's what kind of gave her the idea that she could do this too. And here coming to California was kind of like living that dream. I asked her, as being a new member of the team, if she imagined herself coming to the final. It wasn't about that as much as just going out there and seeing if she could do it. まあ最後もすごい多分いっぱい日本の方のファンも作ってます。それでも家族とも日本の応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
メッセージか。なんかありがとうっていう言葉しか日本では感謝を伝える言葉がないんだけど、本当ありがとうの向こう側の言葉があるんだったらそれを今日ここで言いたいけど、まだ見つからないから、それを探しにこれからも大会たくさん出ていろんな人に勇気を与えるように頑張りたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ほんまですね。
ほんまですね。
Alright, we'll see her in the next one. どうもありがとうございました。またよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。
We'll see you guys back in the booth.
Well done to Nagisa, brand new member of the team, and putting together electrifying results.
She seems like a cool person, honestly. Yeah. I'd be down to have dinner with her and Ben and see who translates better at what point of the night. But, you know, she can obviously rip, and only surfing for 5+ years. Pretty impressive stuff when we see the 7.83, a couple of them that she's thrown down so far.
That's right. Her trajectory and development has been quick, being newer to the water. But she's put together some really fun heats so far this week, and it'd be really fun to be, you know, a well-developed team like that of Japan. The amount of time they've been putting in behind the scenes in surfing specifically, and then in the parasurfing community as well, to have a new member of the team jump in like that, that's performing in their free surf so well, able to translate that into competitive surfing very well also.
Yeah, and I think overall, more than anything, it's an honor to be able to represent on their team, and if you're able to make their team, pretty big privilege. I mean, we talked about the people that have won for them before, the people that have medaled. So you're being called up for Team Japan, especially when they have an elimination process of people getting onto the team. It's a big privilege right there, Shannon. So representing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, especially in your first year, you got to be feeling good about your performance heading into the final.
So true. Great to see the development of the sport and the progression rising across all the different categories. Malu Mendes is rising to the occasion right now for Team Brazil. She's got a 3 and a 2.93 on the board, which she'll be hoping to improve on with even better scores. But at the moment, that's going to put her right inside a great position for that qualifying slot to move through into the finals. She's improving on both of her scores from her opening round already. As we see Kirsty Taylor up and riding, she'll kick off on the shoreline. She's sitting on that 1.5 for her opening ride in this heat. She took out the win in her first heat for Team Wales with a 3.5 and a 2.67. So we'll see where this second wave of hers lands in exactly equal to her first. So far she hasn't been able to make any improvements to her situation on the leaderboard, but she'll still be sitting in that first place position. And she's another great surfer that's brand new to competing for the Welsh team. She's newer to surfing as well off of an accident. Has a great crew back at home in the UK that were encouraging her to get into the water. Said she was watching events like this and it gave her the inspiration to want to get back onto a surfboard after her injury, and now she's performing at a really high level.
Yeah, and has a big chance of making not only her first final here, but also doing it as the #1 seed if she were able to improve on one of the scores that you were mentioning that she's keeping in her opening qualifying round performance. But you know, just to talk about Mendes and what she's done so far, holding down first priority, been on the outside for the majority of the heat, has a 3 and a 2.93. She's added to her heat total, and I think more importantly, finding some comfort in a lot of really uncomfortable kind of conditions out there, Shannon. You have the wind, you have the sun, the glare in your eyes. There's so many factors that are just impeding your performance overall, and she's been able to handle them as we see the Welsh surfer Taylor make her way back out.
Yeah, I think uncomfortable is a great way to describe Huntington Beach this afternoon, where that little bit of wind, you've seen the chill factor hitting a lot of the athletes when they're coming through for their post-heat interviews. Although it's still really sunny out here and it's not that cold, it was a bit hot earlier this afternoon actually. That wind chill when you're sitting out there, you're waiting for waves, you're in between heats, cheering on your teammates, you're still wearing a wet wetsuit, all of that comes into play for those levels of discomfort, as well as, like you said, just that wind factoring into the quality of the surf and where the tide is out as well, making it just a little bit more challenging to be feeling comfortable and to be able to find that rhythm of knowing which waves are the best ones to catch.
Well, prepare for the worst, but expect the best. And I think a lot of people have been caught off guard in terms of the weather and how beautiful it's been this week so far here in HB. We knew that it was going to be offshore at least one day. It was starting last night, but a quick turnaround with the wind veering from the west-northwest once again this afternoon. And it truly did, take a dark turn when it seemed to be beautiful all day long. And next thing you know, for certain people's heats, especially the visually impaired ones, it got really challenging and difficult. So adaptation is a big part of this event, and especially at the ISA level, when you're going to surf multiple times throughout an event too, you need to be able to do well in every single heat that you're surfing, Shannon. It can't just be the one, especially if you know that you have counting waves from each round.
That's so true. We're down to under that 7-minute mark. Malu sitting in that leading position. Kirsty sitting in second. Amy Purdy for the U.S. in the green jersey. We haven't seen her catch a wave yet in this heat. She also didn't have any great waves in her opening heat. And so we'll be waiting to see if she's able to put a score on the board as we're down to 6.5 minutes on the clock. And we've got a paddle here from Malu, looking like she's just going to have to duck dive this wave and get herself out of the equation.
Yeah, and she's from Guarujá in Sao Paulo, an area with great waves. We've seen José Mendes come out from there. We've also seen former world champion Adriano Souza from that same area. And Sao Paulo is a breeding ground for excellent surfers. Marcia specifically, you see the Pupo brothers, the Medina siblings, and I think a couple of the younger surfers that will be coming up through the ranks should be shining in ISA competition in the next few years. Remember, we got the ISA World Juniors coming up in just a few weeks. That's going to be in Rio, though. Prainha and Praia da Macumba, excited to head down south once again, Shannon.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to be back in that part of the world. So we see surfers getting ready for the next heat to paddle out. England's Zoe Smith will be competing against two French women in Cecilia Hernandez and Lori Phipps. So they've got that 5-minute paddle out. Yesterday there was a 7-minute paddle out, as well as the ability to have a coach or a teammate paddle you out to backline for that first on the initial paddle out. Of course, if you got washed in or the next time your heat was started, the coaches weren't allowed to be there. But today, due to the dropping swell, we haven't needed to have those extra couple minutes for the paddle outs. It's been really easy to get to backline, as we've seen multiple surfers doing multiple runarounds during their heats as well, and still having plenty of time to get out there to get more waves.
Yeah, and I think the most important part is just getting opportunities. So the better you capitalize on those opportunities at the beginning, the more you're gonna able to be a bit more selective towards the end too. And I think it all comes down to finding a sense of home here in a place like this. I know the two events that I did at the ISA level, I was very fortunate to be able to travel with my dad both times. Having that sense of home and comfort with me the entire time while I was competing was something big, and it really impacted my performance. But knowing that I was traveling with a lot of teammates that were good friends of mine in and outside of the water, that was huge too. I felt a great sense of camaraderie among them. And then when I got to meet a lot more people throughout the event too from other different nations, that was a big part of it, because I've held those relationships throughout the 10, 11 years that I've had them so far. So, these events are really cool in that sense. They bring a lot of people together, and you get to network, as a lot of people have said today.
That's right, and you get to have some of those friendships that could be lifelong, as well as opening up different opportunities, whether you're still actively competing. But there are so many roles behind the scenes, whether it's involvement in your team, from a coaching level to a management level. There's so much going on behind the scenes that those specific roles are responsible for, that make it so much easier to help facilitate things for the athletes. as well as other jobs in the industry, whether it's working for a brand, whether it's jumping in and volunteering or getting a job with the ISA or the WSL and getting your hands dirty behind the scenes as well. Kirsty Taylor now up and riding for Wales, and she'll just put another small score down. So she hasn't quite found the rhythm she had in her opening heat to be taking out those bigger scores, but at the moment she'll still be sitting in that leading spot on the rankings, as Malu Mendez is just behind in the heat total with that 5.93, where Kirsty Taylor had a 6.17. And we've got a paddle here for Malu, just unable to get into it.
And Kirsty's only 23 years of age from Caldecott, really loves to play competitive wheelchair basketball and enjoys kayaking quite a bit with her fiance too. So a big water sport enthusiast, but she also likes, well, competing, and you can definitely tell that not only competing for the first time internationally, but really in her first major event outside of Wales in terms of surfing too.
Yeah, really great to see her traveling around the world, getting to know this community. And our surfer in the green jersey, the 3-time Paralympian snowboarder, has walked away with Paralympic medals. Amy Purdy actually didn't paddle out in that first heat, and I don't believe she's in the water right now, so it's just a 2-woman surf-off right now for that first place position. Of course, they are surfing in the round-robin format, though, with 5 total, excluding Amy Purdy, as she hasn't paddled out for either of her heats. So it's going to be 5 surfers battling for the top 4 positions to get into that advancement for the finals.
It sounds easy, but then you still have to beat out one person when all of a sudden it could be a lot more complicated than it sounds too. And that's why you just need to simplify. Go out there and do your own thing, and don't be thinking about the numbers or trying to crunch anything at the last minute. So go out there and compete. If the wave comes to you, don't go out there and looking for it. If it's not, then let's be a little bit more searching when it comes to moving up and down the beach. Because it definitely seems like there are quite a few waves on offer still. With a minute to go in this one, wouldn't be surprised to see Mendez what's up again.
Yeah, there are plenty of peaks still coming through. Lots of white water, but those corners to be found as well as we're down to the final minute. And taking a look at the leaderboard specifically for this division, it's really going to come down to the performances in the next heat as far as who's going to be taking that 4th place position. Malu's going to jump herself up into 2nd. That's going to bump Cecilia Hernandez for France down into 3rd, and Zoe Smith of England down into 4th. Lori Phipps of France will be sitting in that 5th place position. It's going to be a pretty close battle, I think, between Lori and Zoe in the next heat for who's going to take out that 4th spot, as Cecilia, as Malu, and Kirsty all have pretty even heat totals across those top 3 positions.
Yeah, so one wave will make a difference, especially if it's a big score. That'll catapult you straight up into the top 2 spots, as we saw Mendez right there. Don't know if they're going to count that as an actual scoreable ride. She's a great skater too, and got the job done right here as we're counting down this one. Seems like she's going to be moving into the final.
Yeah, she's in a great position to be holding on to that. Kirsty Taylor, out of this heat, will hold on to the leaderboard specifically based off of her results from round 1. And Malu's going to move up into that 2nd place position. So well done to Malu for improving on her results. She's bumped herself from 4th up into 2nd. We'll see how it all plays out in the next one, though. We've got more action to come with Sam Bleakley and Ben Way coming in to talk you through it.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back to the action as we move into the closing 3 heats of the day. We've got this second qualifying heat of women's stand 2 to determine who will make that grand final. And right now in the water, we've got Cécile Hernandez from France, Zoe Smith representing England, and Laurie Phipps representing France. But of course, the Phipps family, have equal homes in Point Lonsdale, Victoria, Australia, and also Wales, because I do know that Laurie Phipps' fantastic mum, Christine, is Welsh. So big shout out to Laurie's sister, Nina, brother, Jay, all tuning in. A lot of pressure, though, on Laurie. She needs to get some big scores to book herself a spot in the final, as we see Cécile Hernandez just takes a little dip under that. With regards to the afternoon backlight here, what we're seeing is the competitors do have to surf a little bit down the beach here, away from the pier towards Middle Peak, just so the judges can be sure to not get confused with the different colors against the back glare. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Ben Way. We just got 3 heats to go, Ben, but we're still buzzing. We've been absolutely loving talking and sharing all of the great parasurf wave riding we've had on display today.
Yeah, and how much fun are we having on our little breaks, just mingling around with the crew. It's like a big high school reunion out here. And see a couple little local ducks in the lineup. We have that tide moving in quickly. Look at where the shoreline is now, moving back towards our competitors. So these the last couple of heats, the competitors have had to move farther and farther in as that higher tide's coming in.
Big shout out to Amy Purdy. I know, we've been expecting to see her competing, but of course, Amy, an absolute icon, 3 times Paralympian snowboard medalist, huge influencer, kind of incredible dancer, New York Times best-selling writer, global keynote speaker. I do know that if you follow her on Instagram, you'll see that her father has just had a double bypass surgery for his heart. So she was with him, and that was why she was unable to attend the competition. She would have been in the previous heat from Silverthorne, Colorado, an icon of parasports, as I said, 3-time Paralympic snowboard medalist. I was really looking forward to seeing her competing here, but if you do follow her on Instagram, you can send your support for her father, who's just had surgery, and it's nice to know that she's getting closer to the parasurf community. But right now we need to draw our attention to our surfers out there in the water. Laurie Phipps has just dropped to 1.67. Cécile Hernandez, she hasn't caught a wave yet. Zoe Smith, she was a finalist here in the Stand 2 division last year in the 2022 event in Pismo. But what's quite interesting is looking back at our records, Ben, Jimena Ruiz from Costa Rica, she was the gold medalist last year. She's not here this year, so the door is wide open for the likes of Malu Mendez, Laurie Phipps, Zoe Smith to go for gold. But there's some new names who've been performing. We've seen Kirsty Taylor from Wales looking really strong, so she could be a contender for a medal in the final.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a couple new faces and a couple shocking new faces to the lineup out here, as people had no idea that there was all of these talented surfers that classify for this parasurfing championship.
Yeah, and what I've loved is seeing, some of the para athletes getting involved as well. And I was kind of had a little leaderboard of the biggest social media influencers, and Davy Teixeira was well up there in the 400,000s. But it was Amy Purdy who had the record for 526,000 followers on Instagram, the 3-time Paralympian snowboard medalist. But unfortunately, she's not here. So that means Davy Teixeira is my leaderboard winner currently for the highest number of followers on the gram. As we can see, Zoe Smith up and riding. She just takes a fall. We'll find out what scores are going to be delivered very soon. But first of all, let's go down to the glass with Malu Mendez from Brazil, who's with Shannon Hughes.
Malu just put together an incredible performance to get yourself up in that leaderboard and secure yourself a spot into the finals. How did it feel to be able to find a couple better waves?
Você conseguiu aumentar os seus scores e está na liderança das médias. Como é que você se posicionou e o que você acha disso?
Estou muito feliz. Hoje mesmo foi dia meio dificuldade para mim. Assim, eu tive muitos pensamentos, mas acabou que eu fui confiante e deu tudo certo. Estou muito feliz e torcendo para a final agora.
She said that starting the day she was a little bit nervous and shake it out about the conditions, but during the day she relaxed and focused for the heat, and she's ready for the finals.
Now, being a multiple world champion across both the ISA and the AASP World Tours, have you found those same nerves in every event that you enter into? Is it something that you've had to learn how to control within yourself?
Você tem os resultados excelentes tanto no AISA quanto no circuito profissional, né, de adaptados. Como é que você lida com esse teu nervosismo antes de bateria?
Eu costumo olhar muito mais, escutar meu incrível time, que eu tô com um time aqui incrível, assim. O meu time tá muito bom, tô tendo um suporte incrível e, assim, eu tento me pôr de ajuda meu time. Meu time é essencial para mim.
Right, she usually observed the waves and try to concentrate and focus on the waves. And also she said that she has an amazing team with her that supports her, and we are working that she can perform the only thing that she has to do.
Well, so far it's working out well for you. Now, you remind me so much of one of my favorite surfers of all time, Portuguese surfer Yolanda Hopkins. Are there some other women that you really look to as inspiration to be able to perform your best from?
Ela diz que você parece bastante com uma surfista chamada Yolanda Hopkins. Ela perguntou se você se inspira em alguma surfista.
Eu me inspiro na Tati Webster, que eu convivo quando ela está no Brasil. Eu tenho essa honra de conviver com a Tati e a australiana Stephanie Gilbert.
All right, she looks after Tati Weston Webb, the Brazilian top surfer, and also that she when she is in Brazil, she always with her, so she's very inspired by her, and also with Stephanie Gilmore.
Oh, incredible. And to be able to have Tachi behind you, that's such a great surfer to be able to draw your inspiration from. Well done. We'll see you in the next round. Would you like to say something quickly to your friends and family back at home in Brazil in Portuguese?
Quero agradecer todo mundo que torce pra mim, que me manda mensagem, que manda positividade. E quero agradecer especialmente a todos os meus patrocinadores e ao meu incrível time. Sem meu time aqui, meu pai, Brigitte, Betinho, Andréia, todo mundo tá incrível, tá incrível. Vamos pro próximo. Cada dia é um dia e bora pro próximo.
Malu's feeling it. She's going for the gold medal. We'll go back to you guys.
Oh, great stuff, Malu. I had the great pleasure of competing against Malu's dad, Paolo Kidd, really fantastic longboarder. He's here on the beach supporting the Brazilian team. Big shout out as well to Bridget, who's been incredible supporting us as announcers, doing a lot of translation. And Malu Mendez, very excited to get in that final. But watch this space, because Zoe Smith for Team England has just dropped to 3.0, so that's an important score, and she's got a second score to carry. Laurie Phipps is also going to back up her 1.67. So it looks like Malu Mendez and Kirsty Taylor there are front runners for booking that spot in the grand final, but there's only spots for two more surfers. Will it be Zoe and Laurie? Will it be Cecile? We'll have to wait and see. We got just under 9 minutes remaining as we get a little shot of a perfect duck dive then from Laurie Phipps there. That's a nice feeling. That's making me hungry, Ben, for my post workday surf in an hour's time.
I was already eyeing up in the lineup. I was wondering, where's Sam going to paddle out? So here's Zoe Smith. This is the replay. That's probably that 3.0 that we've seen. Could have been this last wave that we're waiting on. But we have another score coming in for her as Cecile Hernandez makes a difficult drop down into the flats and then gets to her feet, and now getting a nice cruising wave through the inside and green on the outside. And that's Laurie Phipps. Nice little bowly inside shore break. That's what Sam's looking for right there. You'd have a great time on that little wave. But we are going to see some more scores coming in, as well as another one.
Live action, Zoe taking the drop there. gets up to her feet. Can she keep control? She can. What a fantastic takeoff from Zoe Smith for Team England, representing Bournemouth from the south coast of the UK, a copper medalist in this event in 2022. That's going to be a strong score for Zoe, but I'm also expecting a pretty strong score for Laurie, having got herself out on the open face on that left-hander. So Zoe drops a 2.87 to back up that 3. Both of those scores currently would go into her top 2. Laurie Phipps come through to the inside. We're waiting for that score to be tabulated for Laurie. Cecile Hernandez, she's got a 2.17. This is really interesting because there's only spots for 2 of the, well, potentially actually there could be spots for 3 of these surfers if they do get a higher total than Kirsty Taylor, but Kirsty got some pretty good scores in that opening qualifying round, a 3.5 and a 2.67, as we can see. Cecile Hernandez up and riding once more, Ben.
Yeah, great wave right there. Nice smooth ride through the inside, and constantly you can see that the paddle out's getting a little harder as that incoming tide is starting to really push them back, but that's also opening up those nice smooth opportunities to that midsection.
Laurie Phipps spends her time growing up between Seignos in southwest France and Point Lonsdale in Victoria, Australia. She loves to surf at Bourdain when she's back in Europe, and her father is Mark Phipps, so she's riding a nice Mark Phipps built board, of course. Mark, a successful competitive surfer himself. If my research is correct, I believe he got a 4th in 1992 at the ISA World Surfing Games. That's no mean feat, and that guy's been a multiple Australian Open finalist and a Victorian state title champion.
Yeah, I believe we got 1 or 2 other surfers for France riding Mark Phipps shapes as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a great shaper, and paddling out for more is Laurie, as we see, and she's just dropped a 5.67, so it's a really strong score representing France. Laurie Phipps looking good. Zoe Smith backs up her 3 with a 2.87. Cecile Hernandez is got a 1.57 and a 2.17. So that open-faced wave from Laurie really separating her score from the 2s and the 3s that we've seen from the other surfers.
Definitely. And yeah, that was definitely one of the best waves that we've seen ridden as far as the shape goes. And that nice open shoulder. All the other scores were basically made on the whitewash. So yeah, having that clean face definitely fed to that score.
Yeah, it was unfortunately a scooter accident that caused the amputation of her left leg below the knee, Laurie Phipps, and huge support she got from the Point Lonsdale surfing community and the Southwest France surfing community in her rehab, and has since become an elite para surfer, as we see Laurie there just on the inside looking to get that backup replacement. She wants to replace that 2.97, so sitting quite strong now as potentially a top seed moving into that final to wear that red vest, because that 5.67 is the highest single ride that we've seen so far across both qualifying rounds.
Man, and seeing that board from the side, beautiful rocker on that board, probably like in the 610-ish range, I would guess. We're going to go take a look at that later on, but I think it was a twin fin. It was hard to tell from, we check all these angles, and especially when the boards flip over, it's a chance to see what is controlling these boards and also the motor underneath. And there's such a wide variety that we've seen throughout the day, which while I was on break, Lisa Franks, our competitor, hit the beach on her Infinity Wave ski and cracked her fin box. So I'm going to have to go help her out with that after this contest.
Leg takeoff for Zoe Smith. Gets up, can't quite ride out of that section. Cecile Hernandez from France, a 2022 gold medalist in Paralympic snowboarding in Beijing. The professional snowboarder would have competed with Amy Purdy, who unfortunately was unable to attend this event, but Cecile from Saint-Yves in the Pyrenees in southern France, snowboarder, BMX rider, surfer, and voted amongst the 40 most influential women of the year in Forbes France. So that's no mean feat. This woman is a absolute superstar. She self-describes herself on Instagram as a multiple sclerosis warrior. On the inside right now, you can see our surfers Zoe Smith and Laurie Phipps. Laurie looking to replace that 2.97. Zoe's got that 3 and that 2.87. She's paddling out for more. She's got this great new relationship with 614 shapes. She had a phase riding Adam surfboards, and she also had a couple of backup boards on the inside from Matt Hammersley of Team England, just in case she needed to get some insiders. But it's great to see she's stuck with her usual board. She's got herself out back, and she's got a couple of sets to her name.
Yeah, still a lot of sets coming through, and as in our earlier days, we had that kind of afternoon, real hard onshore north wind coming through. Today, it's still staying nice and groomed, and it's actually like it's almost going to have an afternoon glass off.
As it stands right now, I'm seeing that Marlu Mendez and Zoe Smith and Laurie Phipps and Kirsty Taylor would be our finalists if Cecile Hernandez doesn't get a bigger score on the board. There's 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining, only room for 4 surfers to move into the final. Right now our top seed would be Laurie Phipps, which would put her in the red singlet there in that grand final. As we move down into the last 2 minutes 20 seconds, difficult conditions paddling out. The surfers unfortunately not able to surf right there by the pier bowl, by the pier, because of the backlight. The judges could not differentiate between the vest colors, so they shifted the competitors area further down towards Machado's, and in the center of Middle Peak is one of our greats from Israel is on the beach. Tell us about this icon, Ben.
Yeah, so Adi Kleng used to be a competitor in the stand for Israel. He had a short, one of his legs is shorter than the other one, and that's what classified him for that class. And he did a great job for Israel for a while until he retired from competition, and basically dedicated to helping out Amp Surf and also volunteering with these contests, which is great.
Yep, and he's got surfers coming up in women stand 3 very soon. But right now we move down into the dying minutes here, as we can see the tricolor in the wind, and they're going to be pleased about the situation that their surfer Laurie Phipps is in with that 5.67 and a little bit of communication there. I'm not quite sure if that's just signaling a wave worth going for, or the fact that she's done the job that she needed to do. She had a lot of pressure going into this second qualifying round, and she's performed, and she's got that really important 5.67 as we see Cecile Hernandez up and riding.
Wow, and down on the beach you can see rooting with the team was Eric Dargent. I got to talk to him yesterday after the contest and check out his prosthetic that he uses for surfing. It's got a full-on shock absorber, pneumatic shock absorber, and it allows him for this extra movement. And here we have Blue, a lot of speed off this one, but she comes unglued.
Zoe Smith there has got a 3 and a 2.87, so she's looking pretty secure to get that spot in the grand final. As it stands right now, we've got Marlu Mendez, Laurie Phipps, Zoe Smith, and Kirsty Taylor. Cecile Hernandez with that total of 3.74. If the situation doesn't change on this wave on the inside, and I don't think she's going to replace that 1.57, then this is going to be the final. It's going to be Kirsty Taylor from Wales, Zoe Smith from England, Marlu Mendez from Brazil, and Laurie Phipps from France. Fantastic performances by all of these women. Congratulations to everyone, and we're going to be moving very soon into our final 2 qualifying heats of the day. It's women's stand 3. 2 more 20-minute heats to close out the day. We'll be right back after these short messages. Stay with us, surf fans.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Thanks for tuning in, surf fans. If you just got to watch that little segue into the Olympic surfing movement, you would have recognized a lot of big names there, a lot of professionals. I got to see a few friends of mine, Monica Guao from China, Chase Leader from Long Island, Sheriff Fall from Senegal. Big names, international stars. Great to see them represented in the surf movement globally. But right now, we move into women's stand 3. Maria Granicio from Spain, Ursula Peyo from Spain, Cynthia Gonzalez from France. 3 women battling for a spot in the grand final. This is the second qualifying round, so once again, what I'll do is I'll get out the scores from that first qualifying round, and we can start to tabulate the opportunities that come together, because it's the combination of those top 2 waves. Some surfers might have achieved their top 2 waves in the opening qualifying round. Others might get them in this second qualifying round, or it might be 1 from each round combined to make that total to create 4 finalists who will go for gold tomorrow or on Saturday. As we can see there, this is any surfer in that standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. So that double amputation, that above-the-knee amputation and prosthesis might be, well, part of the impairments that these surfers are experiencing. Our 2 Spaniards and our French surfer Cynthia Gonzalez there, actually originally from Djibouti in the Horn of Africa, bordering there with Somalia and Ethiopia, but raised and based in Cap Breton in Lens in southwest France, and she's a 46-year-old representing her nation with pride. And the 2 Spaniards there, one of them, Maria, was the gold medalist in 2022 in this category. So let's have a little look at the first replay of Ursula here, Ben. What do you think of this?
All right, so here she is, and you can see how her style, she uses one hand as her front foot and her leg as the back foot for control. Short ride on that one, but we will have a score coming in as Maria Granizo on her way back out.
So Ursula, she is from Mallorca on the southern coast of Spain, the Mediterranean coast, very close to Malaga, where Sarah Almagro is from. So Spain represented not just on the Atlantic coast, but also on the Mediterranean coast in their para surf team, waiting for that first score to drop for Ursula Peyo in blue. But 2 scores already for Cynthia Gonzalez from France, a 0.83 and a 1. As I said, she's down there in Lens in southwest France, a regular at Cap Breton, and this looks a little bit like a kind of French beach break right now on on camera. But this, of course, is Surf City, USA. It's Huntington. It's the home of American competitive surfing, and it's been a great host for the world's best para surfers. We've had nearly 200 competitors. It's been a wonderful week so far. We're in day 4. We'll actually be crowning some champions tomorrow, Ben. I got the opportunity to have a quick read through tomorrow's schedule, and I can see that some medals will be crowned in women's sit, men's stand 3, and also this division, women stand 3. So we'll be kicking off with semi-finals and final qualifying rounds across various divisions. There are 9 divisions represented, and then to close out tomorrow afternoon, we will have 4 gold medals crowned as we see up and riding Ursula on an open-faced wave there. Great control there, using the Dariel Mendez technique with that one arm to control the board, acting as that front leg, giving that kind of drive, but then using that back standing leg for steering. And that was open-face surfing from Ursula, and I think the judges are probably going to reward that one quite heavily.
One thing I noticed is that she kind of popped up on that whitewash. It spun her around, and she had a no paddle takeoff. No. And so she may have just been heading out from on her paddle out and accidentally took off, and it's gonna amount into a score.
Yeah, it comes in at a 4.0. So if we look at Ursula's opening ride, she only carried a 1.27 and didn't get a backup wave. As we see Charlotte Banfield for England, she's going to be coming up next. She won silver in 2020 in the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and she's been a winner of a adaptive event in Costa Rica. She's based now in Cornwall. She's graduated from Exeter University with a marine biology degree, and she's going to be coming up soon. We're looking forward to watching her. But what about that 4.0 from our Spanish surfer? That's an important carrier, as we can see Maria, our other Spanish surfer, taking a full on takeoff there.
Yeah, as we're looking at that board on the beach, I think that might have been the same board that Martin Pollock won his heat on. So I think they've hired a soft board somewhere here in the Huntington Beach, and so they're passing it around the team, it seems.
Up and riding on the inside, Maria Granizzo gets a little turn there, engages that rail, changes direction. The judges will recognize that there was a completed maneuver there. So she's also referencing to her Spanish team that she might want to make a little board change, because I guess if some of these surfers aren't riding the waves from out back, the whitewater might benefit from a little bit more float and foam just in order to get those scoring rides. As we see Ursula adding a 2.6 to her 4, and both of those scores would go into her top 2. So that would make her the #1 seed going into the final. Other than Charlotte Banfield, who's also carrying some good scores, a 4.5 and a 3.27.
Yeah, that's, if she is coming in for a bigger board, that's smart preparation, heat plan, trying to figure out what's going on here.
Afternoon vibes, afternoon light, that onshore breeze has of course impacted the wave quality this afternoon, but that's not damaging any of our athletes from full committed surfing, as she opts for a slightly bigger board, but it still looks to be a fairly small short board there. So she's not kind of going for a long board or anything. She's still committed to what looks to be something that's going to get her out back onto a set, onto the open face.
Yeah, that was smaller than what I was expecting her to pick up, actually.
Cynthia having a look at this wave on the inside. She's got a 1 and a 0.83. She's paddling. She takes a tumble. 3-fin foamy there with that hard bottom and that soft top. Takes a spin. She's going to be flipping that board around, paddling out for more. Cynthia from France, like I said, originally from Djibouti in the Horn of Africa, but based now in Lens in Southwest. And this is our heat leader, Ursula, looking to replace her 2.67 Ben. Smaller wave on the inside, as we see Cynthia once again getting another wave. Is she going to get the opportunity to get a little bit of a reform there? Nice style from Cynthia right onto the sand, and we can hear the French team supporting, and they're getting close. They'll give her all the camaraderie and all the cheering and get those tricolores flying in the air. Great stuff from Cynthia, and she might get the opportunity to use the chair to just get a little walk around and have an easier paddle out in the current.
Yeah, that was really nice. We were kind of like really zoomed in on her earlier. I couldn't tell how far out she was, but yeah, she found a great one on that one, catered to the size of that board, able to get that smooth takeoff, and yeah, landing in style on the beach.
And the impairments, of course, are varying between stand 1, 2, and 3. So stand 1 will be those upper body impairments. Stand 2 will be below the knee impairments. And stand 3 is that above the knee impairment that really influences the different riding styles that you'll see. And in the men's division, you'll see Dariel Mendez from Costa Rica using Dariel Melendrez from Costa Rica using that particular approach where he keeps that one front arm on the front of the board and that one leg, opting not to use the prosthetic leg.
Yeah, and there's a huge advantage when you don't have that prosthetic leg, that you can get up to your feet quicker. Pass it over to you.
And with that, let's go down to the glass with the winner of our last heat, Laurie Phipps.
Thanks so much, Sam. Laurie, congratulations on getting the job done. Erased that first heat. You've gotten it all done in this first one and taken out the leaderboard. What was it like out there in the lineup, and how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling a little bit exhausted, I think more mentally than anything. It was a pretty stressful start to the heat. I was getting called out for the heat before, so it was a bit of a stressful start. And then once I was out, I just kind of focused on getting 2 waves because I needed to get 2 waves, and yeah, I did the job, so I'm pretty happy.
It's all paid off now. Surfing back at home, you got a lot of beach breaks available. So did you feel like you had the ample opportunity to prepare for World Championships?
I think surfing in the southwest of France on the beach breaks definitely prepared me a bit more, but it's always so complicated. I don't think you can ever be prepared enough for that.
Talk to me about the equipment. The watermelon design, of course, is my favorite board I've seen the entire contest, but I also love the shape, the twin fin. Talk to me about what you've been riding out there.
So this is my dad's shape. It's called the watermelon. It's a hand shape that he did for me when I was about 15, so I've had it for a long time. And I forgot about it for a bit, and now it's come back out as my favorite. I've used this all year round for all my comps. I used to surf it only single fin, and now it's a twin fin. And I think I like it better as a twin fin.
It looks so fun. It's 6 feet 8. It's great for these beach break conditions. Now, is there anything that you'll change up knowing that you're into the final matchups? Or are you going to keep the same process in play?
I think I'll probably, I'll try to change a few things. Definitely getting into the water a bit more, like in better conditions and not a stressful start like today. And probably, I think just start from that because that's really what messed me up today and see how it goes.
Well done out there, Lori. We can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Fantastic, great stuff. 6'8" Phipps, that board looks good. What are you going to say, Ben?
Well, I called a 6'10", so I wasn't too far off.
Yeah, and fantastic performance from Laurie Phipps there. She's pleased about that. She's going to be setting her horizons on a gold medal. She's a firm favorite. As we can see, 7 minutes remaining in this different division here. This is women stand 3. Right now, we've got Ursula Peo out there in the lead with a 4 and a 2.6. Ursula is outperforming the scores she dropped in the opening qualifying round. So this is really strong stuff for Ursula. She's currently got that heat combination of 6.67. But Maria Martin Ganizio, she got a combination of 7.9. So as it stands right now, Maria, who we see up and riding, that 3 and that 0, they won't go into her top 2, but this wave looks like it could be a very important score. Good control, engaging that rail. The judges really will pick apart, degree of difficulty, commitment, direction changing, anything that demonstrates control, speed, power and flow, really honing in on a combination of a recognition of the impairment level and a reward for the degree of difficulty on those maneuvers that we're seeing. And I think that could be pretty good.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, she did that little equipment change. I think this is what she's ridden most of the time. This is the pink board that we've seen her on most. Might have tested something out from checking out those earlier heats with a little bit of different tide, but definitely looks a lot more comfortable, and she was able to get a little more turn, a little more glide out of that one. So great job.
Cynthia Gonzalez on the inside. She's got a 1 and a 0.97. Paddles into this little shore break wave, as we can see our surfer Maria Granizio there. She's our 2022 world champion. She's out back, the 17-year-old. This is her 4th year at the ISAs. She's been an absolute stalwart, and also skates and skis, as we can see Cynthia just getting help from her team to get back in the beach chair. And there's Charlotte Banfield, the 25-year-old from Team England, just walking her way along the beach there. She will probably use the pier to get that kind of a rip current channel to make that paddle out a little bit easier. She's based now in Falmouth in Cornwall, loves to surf at Town Beach in Newquay, has a sponsorship from Older Wetsuits, one of the longest running wetsuit companies back there in the UK. She's got very interested in her film cameras, and as I said, she's a graduate of a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, so I'm sure she's been enjoying the opportunity to see the marine life out here, the dolphins, and we're gonna get the opportunity to also see Breezy as well for Team USA. She's going to be coming up in that next heat, Ben, as we can see. Maria coming through to the inside with just 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe a little bit of relocation. And as you can see how pooled up the water is right there, the tide has come in considerably, and we have that real steep beach. So as soon as the water level comes up this high, it kind of stops all of that energy on the inside. And so she's coming in and communicate again, maybe hear scores.
I mean, it's impressive to think just at just the age of 17, Maria Granito, having been our reigning gold medalist, winning last year, this is her 4th year at the ISAs, and she's only 17, from León in northwest Spain, a regular at Salinas in Asturias, likes to you know, really kind of be part of that strong community out there. Had the chance of going to the Salinas Longboard Festival this summer. You know, Nicholas Andrade is a really good longboarder from Salinas. You've got his father, Fernando, who runs Hang Ten Longboard magazine, and is Nicholas's younger brother Martin. And Salinas has got a really strong shortboard community just down the coast in Asturias, a famous left-hand point break called Rodiles. Heavily localized, absolutely zero chance of paddling out there and getting a wave. But if you do, I tell you, that is one of the best left-handers in Europe. So I hope that Maria gets the opportunity to sneak on over and get a few sets at Rodiles every now and then in the winter.
I'm sure if anyone, they don't let her in there. But yeah, using that rip to get back out. And Green was sitting really, really far in and decided to also kind of migrate towards the pier. We do have that north current picking up with these higher tide conditions again, as well as the wind coming out of that direction. So as we had mentioned earlier, the judges don't want them sitting right up next to the pier, but by the time they make it out, they're already kind of getting dragged back to the middle section. And she was unable to get to that stance on that wave, unfortunately, but we still have some time.
So Maria Granito, her 4.1 then it's gone into her top 2, so she's carrying a 4 and a 3.9 from the opening qualifying round. So she's dropped that 4.10 from that good wave that we saw, and once again we've seen the reverse pushback takeoff from Ursula Puello. She did that earlier and she did it again. That's not easy to do on the way back out, just popping up and standing up.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having these big foamies with all this flotation. Any bit of energy just wants to bring that thing to the beach. And yeah, unfortunately, she's a little bit too close to give herself the time to get to her feet. So
Cynthia Gonzalez looking like she needs a big score to get enough to advance into that grand final. So as it stands, I can see that Maria Granito from Spain, our reigning gold medalist, she's bettered her total, so she's definitely looking very certain to get in that grand final. Charlotte Banfield, who's coming up next, she's already got a 4.5 and a 3.27. You can expect Breezy Bochenek from the USA to get some big scores. She didn't perform so strong in the opening qualifying round. She's carrying a 1.4 and a 0.77. So you would imagine that she's going to put the pressure on Ursula and Maria. But as it stands, Ursula is looking pretty good. She's got that 4.0 and that 2.67. So that's that total of 6.67. So she's going to be borderline for that spot in the grand final, Ben. And she's going to be watching this second semi-final, you know, really, really anxiously, because it's going to be all to play for these next 3 women to book those other spots in the grand final. There's only space for 4 in that grand final. And what a feeling to come this far and get the opportunity to go for medals, have that national pride, those big points for your team, that opportunity to get up there on the podium and have that medal put around your neck.
It must feel amazing. We're getting ahead of ourselves now. We've still got some heat left, but it looked like Cynthia Gonzalez had tried a couple waves a little bit too far into the shore break, not enough to give her time to really get up to ride. And so looks like she's been trying to get a little bit farther out. She may have had some communication with Team France, trying to get a little bit farther out to kind of increase that riding time.
There we go. Cynthia coming back in for Team France. She's flown the flag with pride. Congratulations, Cynthia. She won't book herself a spot in that grand final, but she's earned valuable points for Team France. It's Maria Granito who's booked herself a spot in the final, and Ursula Puello will have to wait to find out the results of the next heat. But stay with us, Surf France, because coming up next, we're going to close out the action for our final heat of the day, live for the conclusion of Day 4 of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the final heat of the day, Parasurf fans. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for tuning in. If you're fans of Israel, USA, and England, you've got team players out there in the water. You've got Adi Elizabeth Harpers for Israel. She is surfing, and she just took a tumble on that last wave. We've also got Breezy Botchanek, the 21-year-old from the US of A. She is going to be dropping a couple of scores. She's already got a 2.07, and Charlotte Bamfield for Team England has kicked off with a 2.5, and we can see live action as Adi Elizabeth Harpers, surfer based there close to Tel Aviv, likes to ride Aviv Beach on her 8.0 soft top, up and riding with control, locking in there, nice posture, just keeping her eyes ahead of her, might ride this one all the way up onto the beach and gracefully dismounts there right onto the sand. The 51-year-old Israeli Adi Elizabeth Harpers getting a really good score there. That's great to see. She does a lot of work with the Disabled Veterans Organization, and she claims that one of her great passions is the opportunity to surf with wounded Israeli soldiers. She loves to do a lot of painting and drawing and Pilates, and she's going back out for more waves, and that was a pretty nice ride, Ben. Where do you think that's going to go on the score scale?
Yeah, it's interesting because we haven't seen how any of these scores have been built yet, but that was a really nice ride, nice and smooth with control.
Well, here we get the replay of our surfer, Charlotte Bamfield, for her 2.50, up and riding, locking in and holding control.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so she's able to get her footing and get a nice glide on that one. And this is a replay of Adi.
This is a bigger wave, you know, strong, kind of powerful section there. Didn't get to her feet. Had she have got to her feet on that wave, scoring potential was pretty high. This is Breezy's might be her first or a second wave. She kicked off with a 2, backed it up with a 0.9.
Yeah, so that was the first one that we'd come into. This is that last one by Adi. Nice and smooth. Keeping that board nice and smooth. Real tight stance, but great balance here. And has a good line with this nice transition onto the inside. I like this wave a lot.
So Breezy, she's originally from further north, close to San Francisco, but now based down close south of here in San Diego, where she does a lot of mission work. And she's got a couple of scores there, which she's going to be pleased with. And up and riding right now, Charlotte Bamfield locked into an opportunity to get out on the face on that left-hander, but she'll take a fall. Charlotte, our silver medalist from this division in 2020. And, you know, something special about Charlotte is the impact of an organization back in the UK called the WAVE Project, which has had medical funding from the National Health Service and has used wave riding for its therapeutic benefits to really kind of support, you know, particularly young people in need. And I know that Charlotte really benefited from getting involved with the WAVE project from age 12, which developed a lot of her self-confidence and mental health. And then 7 years later, she was a silver medalist at the World Parasurfing Championship in 2022. And I get the opportunity to do a lot of writing work about parasurfers, and I did a fantastic interview with Charlotte last year, and I'll quote something she said. She said to me that surfing gives me a sense of freedom and helps me to unwind. When I'm surfing, I can leave everything on land and be myself. Surfing has had a hugely positive effect on my life. Prior to surfing, I was often withdrawn and suffered from anxiety and depression, and surfing has allowed me to overcome these challenges and gain confidence. And that's really powerful words from young Charlotte Banfield, who's a silver medalist and from 2020, but up and riding. It's an American surfer. Beautiful technique there, able to just ride out into that smaller section. On the inside, as we can see Charlotte on the outside now, this again will be a point of difference for the judges to potentially reward some bigger scores for those surfers who do get an outback set.
Definitely. And as we saw Adi, I think we just saw her up. No, it was, I guess it was Blue that we're waiting on that score. Adi was on the outside and almost got pushed backwards into the wave. And so we've got these big floaty boards, a lot of push in the waves, plus that incoming tide. So you've got double the energy coming towards us as Red's going to take a look here.
Charlotte Banfield having a paddle, getting up and riding, holding, locking in, locked into the open face there. Nice control there, digs that rail and just engages the opportunity to project through into the cutback, but jumps off there, dismounts. But I think the judges are going to recognize the takeoff, the size of the open face, the fact that she was in trim, locked in, and I think that could well be the strongest score of this qualifying heat so far.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. She got to her feet really quickly this time and was able to really kind of come out of that little looping turn with control.
So she got a 4.5 and a 3.27 in her opening qualifying heat, so that's a total of 7.77. So currently that 2.5 wouldn't go into the top two, but if she gets something over a 3.27, it will increase her opportunity to secure that spot in the grand final. As it stands, it's still our Spanish surfer, our reigning world champion, Maria Genicio, who has booked herself a spot in that grand final. But Charlotte Banfield looks pretty strong to get that spot, and she just dropped to 4.07. So when she hears that, she's going to be pleased because she knows she's now replaced her low carrying score of a 3.27 from the opening qualifying round.
Good call, Sam.
Nice work, Charlotte Banfield. Addie Elizabeth Harpez on the inside. She's got a 3.27 to her name. That's actually a really important score for Addie because she was carrying only a 0.43 from the opening heat. Wow, so that 3.27, there's actually not going to be enough space, of course, for all of these surfers in that grand final. But now Addie has just really put a lot of pressure on Charlotte and Breezy to book that spot. And also Ursula Peo, who we just saw competing, who's sitting there watching this, hoping that she still gets a spot in the grand final.
Yeah, so she got up, and I could see her communicating with Adi Klang on the beach, and he was telling, paddle a couple more times. Wow, Blue, plenty of paddles, making sure that she keeps the speed up on that one. That was Breezy, but the wave just died out. Now we're starting to get that deep pooling up water, so these girls are going to start to need to get farther out to get the wave, as all that energy is just going to dissipate in that inside pool.
Great body language there from Team Israel, Team USA, Team England. Charlotte Banfield on the inside, up and riding, holding that rail. Beautiful stance there, moving her pressure further forward to increase that trim speed. She's feeling that. She's going to come through to the inside. This is a great opportunity now for Charlotte to communicate with the rest of the English team and find out the situation, find out where she's placed. She's placed pretty well because she's improved on her top scores from the opening qualifying round. As you see, Addie Klang just leading Addie Elizabeth Harpez back out. She's now got a 0.87 as a backup score, but she's got to go big. She needs something in the fours to book a spot in the final, Ben.
Yes, definitely. We're not only trying to make it through the round, but also trying to stack those scores.
That's a beautiful moment. We can see Dylan Hounsfield, Nick Hounsfield's son, the founder of the Wave UK in Bristol, carrying the English flag. We can see Matt Hammersley and we can see Matt Harwood there, both supporting Charlotte Banfield. Dino there in the background there. We can see Charlotte just getting all of that camaraderie and engagement. Phil Williams, the English team manager. We can see Hannah Brand from Surfing England. This is for me, one of the great things about the ISA events is this opportunity now to just inspire, to support your athletes as they go back round for the walk around for another paddle out, and just give them that self-confidence that they need, that belief to say, you're doing great, you've got plenty of time, you can get another good score on the board.
Yeah, and you can give those little boost ups a number of times throughout this 20-minute heat. And when you finish your wave, regroup, have another plan.
As we see a free surfer just there on the north side of the pier, and then into that afternoon light, you can see Addie Elizabeth Harpez from Team Israel paddling out. There's Breezy from Team USA on the inside, just walking her way back out. She has got a 2.07, so looking at her scores from that opening qualifying round, that 2.07 is a keeper, but again, like Addie, she needs a score up there in the 5s to rival the total scores we've seen from the likes of our Spanish surfers, Ursula and Maria. Maria is our top seed as it stands, but it looks like Charlotte Banfield is putting a lot of pressure on her to get that top seed spot with that 4.5 and that 4.01 combined.
All right, so 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And man, have we milked the sandbar today. We've had so many rounds, so many heats, so many great rides, and starting with some of the most epic conditions that I've seen in months.
Yeah, but it's been an absolute pleasure. I know both of us, when we've been off the broadcast, we've had the opportunity to do post-heat interviews. We've actually both been looking forward to getting back on the broadcast because we've really enjoyed the celebration of wave riding we've seen. But it's great to be out there on the sand with the team, soaking up the energy. Of course, there have been some disappointments today, people starting to get eliminated. That will affect the team standings. What I'm really looking forward to tomorrow is not only the opportunity to crown our first medalists later in the afternoon, but to get that list of team standings, and we start to see which teams are rising up. And certainly, USA have been incredible, Hawaii have been incredible, France have been incredible, Spain have looked good. And talking of Spain, let's go down to the glass because Maria Granicio, the 17-year-old reigning world champion, is with Shannon Hughes.
That's right, the reigning world champion, just 17. You've got a lot of a competitive experience behind you, though. Do you tap into that competitive experience when you're out there in tough conditions like that?
Yeah, I think, well, I'm very competitive. And today the conditions were like really hard. So in my mind, when I was getting into the ocean, I was like, come on, Maria, you have to do this. Like, come on, come on, come on, all the ways. And I was like, yeah, come on, come on. I'm so hard on myself.
Well, it seems like it's paid off in this situation because you've been able to improve at least one of your scores when it comes to the leaderboard. Now you've got a really great coach behind you in that heat specifically in Garazi. She's a fantastic competitor on the shortboard tour. What's it been like to have her behind you?
I think it's great to have a girl also because maybe she understands me better, and she is a really good coach. It's the first time that I'm here with her, and she's amazing. She gives you like really good advices. So I think it's really fun to have her here, and yeah.
Amazing, women supporting women. And you had Ursula, your teammate, in the water. Was it good, the two of you being out there together?
Yeah, I think that we support each other in a different kind of way. And it's cool to have someone from your country because you can say like, Venga Ursula in Spanish or Venga Maria. So yeah.
Well done out there. We look forward to seeing you with another final to defend another opportunity to defend your gold medal. Are you feeling that pressure?
Yeah, I think that it's a little bit of pressure here, but I think I have the support of my family and friends and coaches also, so I'm really excited about the final.
Stoked. Well done, Maria. We'll see you out there. We'll go back to you guys to finish it off.
Congratulations, Maria. And Ben, we heard the name Garazi Sanchez there. Tell us a little bit how much of an impact that will have on Maria's campaign to win back-to-back golds.
Yeah, Garazi Sanchez has been one of the big names in women's pro shortboarding in Spain. A good friend that I've met for many years, spending over in Galicia during the Pantene Classic Pro. And it was a real surprise to see her here. And I didn't know until that interview that that's what she was here for.
Live action Breezy, looking like she's going to add to that 2.07, wanting to replace that 1.50. She's not going to do that on that wave. Charlotte Banfield's got a 4.07 and she's got a 2.5. That 2.5 will not be a carrying score. She's going to carry her 4.5 and that 4.07 to make a combination. She's looking pretty safe for getting a spot in the grand final. Now the pressure's on Addie and Breezy, because we've got probably something like a 4 that Addie would need to book a spot in that grand final. I'm just trying to do some kind of maths on the fly. I'm wondering if Addie knows what score she needs to get in that grand final. It could be close. It's certainly within striking range, but I think she needs to focus on the opportunity to get a set from out back to get that score. And that's probably what Addie Klang said to her when they walked around. He probably said, look, if you can get yourself out back and get a set wave or an open face wave, that really could be a substantial score that's going to book yourself a berth in the grand final.
It's true, I definitely agree. And as you can see, she's kind of fighting that current. And Breezy going to get her hands on this one.
On the inside there, sets herself up. Not able to fully get to her feet on that wave, so she won't replace that 1.50 as we move into the last 3.5 minutes of a long day of action. We've had so many big performances. We had a perfect 10-point ride, an incredible barrel from Elena Nichols. We had, you know, tear-jerk post-heat interviews from Eric Lazar. We had high 9s from Joel Taylor, founder of Unite Clothing. We had incredible performances from the visually impaired categories and all of the prone and the stand divisions. We've got these 9 different divisions, and tomorrow we get to our penultimate day. It'll be day number 5. We'll start to crown some world champions, and then that finals day on Saturday, day number 6, that will be where it will be literally raining medals. And fingers crossed we get that blow of Santa Ana winds in the morning, so we get that velvet smooth texture, clean offshore, sunny, classic Huntington Beach.
I'm predicting that it could be even better than yesterday. I mean, better than this morning, I'm sorry. Maybe a bit smaller size, but I do predict that beautiful, oh, Breezy, great one.
Wow, in the bowl section there, right through to the inside, locked into position. Breezy looking to replace that 1.5. Feels like that could be her strongest score. So, I mean, I'm not gonna put too much pressure on myself with all the math right now, because everybody is still a contender for that final spot. Breezy needs, for me, something in the 5 range to be a possible for the top 4. Addie, again, I think she needs something in the 4 range combined with that 3.24. I think Charlotte Banfield's pretty safe, along with Maria Granicio from Spain, our reigning world champion, who we just saw in that post-heat interview. But up and riding right now, Charlotte Banfield, locked in, great stance, good control, nice strong takeoff. And I think once again, the judges are really going to reward the fact it was an outback set wave. It had open face control riding, and the judges are going to recognize the degree of difficulty, not just from where she took off, but the fact that she made the drop with control.
Yeah, I've been loving our multiple riders with that tube shooter, cool arm position, and just when you teach surfing, I've taught surfing a few times, but I always tell people that they want to be in a boxing stance and have that kind of staggered position with your arms, and your arms are so much to do with your balance and maneuvering the board and controlling where you turn. And some of these surfers have some great body positioning. I really like that.
Well, you might just have crowned a new nickname for Charlotte. Charlotte Tube Shooter Banfield could be the new nickname as she gets herself onto another wave here. She's got a 2.4, 2.5 to replace. There it is, locked in, uses that rail grab. Moves up to the front of the board and then a nice bottom turn into a little readjust there onto the open face, and she's feeling it. Charlotte Banfield looking to drop that 2.50, looking fairly safe as we move into the dying 30 seconds for a spot in the grand final. But let's see these scores being dropped. Breezy gets a 4.33 pen, so that is an absolute game changer, and that might well make the difference for the American. Have we got a score to drop for Addie Elizabeth Harpez? She's got a 3.27 and a 0.8 6.7, so it doesn't look like she has got the scores that she needs. But now Breezy moving up into second position with that total of 6.60 might well book her a spot in the grand final. One of the best buzzer beaters of the day, Ben Wade.
I have to agree. That was amazing. And here we heard the horn.
Wow, brilliant stuff. So for my calculation, I would say, let's just look where Ursula is. So what's the total from Breezy? Is 6.4. So Ursula's total was 6.67. It might not quite be enough. So we got Ursula, we got Maria, we got Charlotte. I think it is enough. I think it is enough for Breezy. I think she's just got the 4th slot in the grand final, but I definitely think that Charlotte's got the spot in the grand final. That's a really powerful moment for Team England there. Great stuff.
Exciting stuff. What an amazing day it's been. And we had a record-breaking heat total score from Elena Nichols. It's just been an unbelievable day.
It's been an unbelievable day. It's been a pleasure to have your company to call the action. We're going to have a little highlights package to celebrate all the joy we've witnessed today. But tune in bright and early, 7 a.m. tomorrow, because tomorrow we will be beginning to crown our first medalist, and then it'll be finals day on Saturday. But thanks for having us. Watch these highlights, enjoy the action, and see you bright and early live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach tomorrow morning.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach.
Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.